the wife who will grow old together with me. It turns out to be a princess fleeing from marriage. Until the moment she personally laid me to rest in the grave, I still believed her to be an ordinary woman. Just as she mourned alone, shedding tears before my tomb, a voice suddenly echoed. She should return at 7. A middle-aged woman, seemingly in her 40s or 50s, suddenly appeared behind Yang Buhui. With a deft motion, the woman conjured an oiled paper umbrella into her hand as if performing a magic trick. Once unfurled, the umbrella shielded them from the rain, ensuring that neither Yang Buhui nor the middle-aged woman would be drenched by the downpour. What a pity this is to rebel against that marriage, to flee the imperial city, and to wed a mere mortal, thus squandering 50 years of precious time. Upon hearing these words, Yang Buhui gradually withdrew her forehead from the gravestone. I am merely your most ineffectual daughter. Even in the unfortunate event of my demise, you would likely remain indifferent, not even inquiring about the news of my passing. Yet he is different. When I smile, he mirrors my joy with a foolish grin. When I suffer, he shares in my sorrow. Our hearts are undeniably intertwined, as if I am his entire universe. You say I have squandered 50 years of my life, a notion I find exceedingly difficult to accept, for in these 50 years, I have truly lived and existed in this world. Listening to Yang Buhui's words, the woman furrowed her brow slightly, her expression tinged with a flicker of indignation. Yet in the blink of an eye, that anger dissipated like mist. 40 years ago, it was you who promised me that you would accompany this pastoral life for a lifetime and then return. How is it that now you wish to change your mind? Are you not well acquainted with my character? I'm a person of my word. Even if I am in error, I harbor no regrets. Yang Buhui gradually rises to her feet. The once slumped building begins to straighten at this moment. Even her sunken eyes are undergoing a transformation. Aging skin gradually transforms into a delicate and fair complexion. A cascade of silvery white hair metamorphoses into lustrous black tresses, cascading like a waterfall. A few strands gently fall upon Yang Buhui's shoulder, and in an instant, she appears as a youthful woman of merely 21 or 22 years. Were it not for the sequential demise of her elder brothers and the tender age of her younger sibling, and if that individual had not wished to deter her from wielding power, she likely would not have sought me out. With her back turned to the woman, Yang Buhui slowly closes her expressive eyes, savoring the sensation of the delicate raindrops cascading upon her. Impudence! Is this how you treat your mother? The woman displayed a furious expression. Have the manners once instilled in you been cast aside to feed the likes of scoundrels? Such words, upon reaching Yang Buhui's ears, manifested as a flustered response after her thoughts were laid bare. Turning back once more, she opened her eyes and beheld the solitary grave of Xingzhou, revealing a smile that was more a semblance of laughter than genuine joy. Once again, I am alone, she mused. It was uncertain whether it was rain or tears that gradually streamed down from the corners of Yang Buhui's eyes. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly resonated. A bolt of purple lightning pierced through the layers of misty clouds, striking directly upon the grave atop the lofty mountain. A wisp of azure smoke began to rise from the tomb, as the gravestone inscribed with the grave of pastoral songs shattered abruptly. A pair of aged hands suddenly emerged from the grave as the blue smoke dissipated. There appeared an additional pit on the tomb, beside which a shadowy figure crouched. Feeling the chill of raindrops cascading onto my body, Mugham murmured in astonishment, "I am not 3. Suddenly, a crisp electronic voice resonated in my mind. The shadow of the mountain has been successfully captured. You are bestowed with the title of Carefree Immortal. Upon donning this title, you shall truly embody the essence of the Carefree Immortal." In an instant, you blinked in disbelief. As a time traveler, you are no stranger to the peculiar circumstances that unfold before you. To your astonishment, this system manifested itself just as you were nearing your demise. Moreover, it seems to have emerged amidst the chaos of your own grave being blown apart, leaving you in a state of sorrow that renders you almost tearless. Upon just arriving in this new realm, he has longed for a familial connection, hoping it would allow for a more carefree existence in this unfamiliar world. Yet, the more one yearns for something, the more elusive it tends to become. After calming the exuberance brought by the arrival of the system, you softly recite the title of the carefree immortal. In the next moment, as the drenching rain has left you feeling chilled to the bone, a sudden surge of warmth rises within you, instantly dispelling the cold that envelopes your body. Meanwhile, you feel your body becoming extraordinarily light, as if with a mere leap, you could effortlessly ascend into the air. A gentle, ethereal mist begins to emanate from within you, enveloping your entire being in its delicate embrace. The rain continues to fall. The thunder still rumbles. The sky remains shrouded in darkness. The white mist gradually transforms into transparency, becoming ever fainter. A man clad in a resplendent red and white robe emerges slowly from the dissipating mist. Strikingly handsome, he exudes a unique aura, much like a celestial being concealed from the mundane world. Strange. Where's this place? Is this still within the bounds of Qingcheng? As you gaze upon the scene of mist enveloping the cliffs, your mind buzzes with confusion. Out of the corner of your eye, you catch sight of offerings arranged before a grave. And suddenly, your vision brightens. Jasmine flowers, fiery sun chicken, and osmanthus cake. These are all your cherished delights. Yet, in your lifetime, in an effort to save, you indulged merely once every 6 months, and only one at a time. But now, before you, there lie a full 3 delicacies. You pay no heed to whether these offerings have been washed away by the rain. You directly bend to grasp a blazing sun chicken. As the rain gradually diminishes, suddenly, you strike your own head 7 times. A touch of vexation arises. Having been reborn thrice, what am I still doing here? I have completely forgotten to inform Wu Hui. Haha, I wonder how she would react upon discovering my rebirth. As you spoke, you hurriedly made your way down a mountain path, your steps brisk and lively. All the while, your handsome face radiated with a joyful smile. 50 years ago, after a long day of labor, you stumbled upon a wounded young Buhui, barely clinging to life, lying at the corner of the street. Overcome with compassion, you brought her home, tending to her with utmost care. Thus, a profound bond of 7 lifetimes was forged between you and Yang Buhui. At that time, you were oblivious to Yang Buhui's thoughts. After your injuries healed, she unexpectedly lingered in your home and even took the initiative to propose marriage. Naturally, you declined. Despite Yang Buhui's undeniable beauty, how could one choose a partner for the latter half of their life without a foundation of affection? Yet ultimately, you found yourself unable to resist Yang Buhui's persistent pressure. Certainly, it is not based on Yang Buhui's third, but rather upon your own third. Either you marry her, or you face your own third. You naturally disdain the actions of Ganyang, who repays kindness with enmity. However, in the struggle for survival, you ultimately capitulated. Perhaps it is due to the auspiciousness brought by marriage that fortune has turned in your favor. Those who once delighted in creating trouble have now become unexpectedly courteous. Even the Lord of Qingcheng is aware of your remarkable aptitude for calculations, personally arranging for you to enter the grandest pigeon tower in Qingcheng, where you shall assume the esteemed position of the accountant. The manager of the pigeon tower is truly amiable. Not only does he offer you a generous salary, but he also spares you from engaging in any laborious tasks, allowing you to focus solely on the accounts. This evokes profound reflections within you. Had you known that such a simple act could dispel misfortune, you would have sought a companion long ago, thus sparing yourself the unnecessary hardships endured over the years. Certainly, you are aware that Yang Buhui is no ordinary individual. After all, how could a commonplace person sustain such grievous injuries? You speculate that your wife is a practitioner of the arts, and there are quite a few from her family. It is quite possible that those injuries were inflicted by enemies. Xiaoyao Mountain, located within the realm of the Fengyan Empire, is distinct from Qingcheng in that it lies to the northwest of the empire, a considerable distance away from Qingcheng. It is known to be a perilous place, notorious for its 7 formidable dangers. In the mountain range where Mount Xiaoyao is situated, there exists a plethora of formidable demonic beasts. Each year, the number of cultivators who perish here exceeds 800, if not reaching 1,000. As for ordinary individuals, this place is unequivocally a forbidden zone for them. Previously, you had merely heard of Mount Gangxiaoyao. However, to your astonishment, you now find yourself amidst its majestic heights. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, As you gaze upon the verdant expanse of towering trees and dense foliage, a sense of nostalgia washes over you. Yet it is overshadowed by a multitude of questions. Why was I buried here? Who brought me to such a distant place for my interment? Could it be Yangbu Hui? The moment this thought emerged in your mind, it quietly extinguished. Perhaps the fervor was present, albeit modest. After all, you and Yangbu Hui have been longtime companions for decades. You still recall the most recent occasion. Yangbu Hui, however, is unable to even move a wooden table made of zhangtong. This may be connected to the injury she sustained in her youth when she was frail and slender. In brief, considering Yangbu Hui's state and age, the desire to transport you from Qingcheng to this carefree mountain is rather unrealistic. As such thoughts linger in your mind, you find yourself unwittingly wandering into a dense forest. Within the woods, not a sound can be heard. The silence is eerily profound, as if you were the sole inhabitant of this vast expanse. Your heart begins to race uncontrollably, and your hands instinctively tighten into fists. Whether it is merely an illusion or not, you sense something rapidly approaching you. In that moment, you suddenly cast your gaze towards the northern direction, your eyes fixating on the position of a cluster of interconnected trees. Several interconnected trees suddenly shattered, and from the splintered remains emerged a beast engulfed in flames, resembling a wolf, yet possessing some feline grace akin to that of a tiger. It leapt from the fractured trunk to a spot 50 meters away, suddenly opening its maw and emitting a low growl directed at you. Simultaneously, the flames of the purple stalk surged forth violently from its gaping maw, rushing swiftly towards you, even before the fire had reached its destination. The fervent waves of the market have already washed over your being. The soft fabric upon your body has begun to dry, yet you remain oblivious. All your energy is concentrated upon that surge of fierce flames, akin to a roaring inferno. A peculiar phenomenon has transpired. Initially, the purple absolute fire cannon surged forth with remarkable speed. However, it now seems to have decelerated to a mere fraction of its former pace, as if it were advancing at a sluggish 16 times less than before. Not merely the flames, but also that beastly creature. Its blink appears to you remarkably sluggish. This, conversely, allows your tense self to relax, unaware of the desire to evade the past. The flames of the blazing fire surged past you, colliding instantly with several towering trees not far away. Upon making contact with the flames, the trees were swiftly engulfed in a sea of fire, and within moments, they were reduced to mere ashes. Every scene has been captured by your keen gaze. As you retract your sight, a soft sound resonates in your ear, a fleeting glimpse from the corner of your eye. Unbeknownst to you, at some point, that monstrous beast has drawn near. In this very moment, it leaps into the air, its sharp claws extending toward you with fierce intent. At such a close distance, it stands to reason that evasion should be impossible. Yet, the prior clear circumstances have recurred. The movements of that monstrous beast have become exceedingly sluggish, allowing you to effortlessly evade this attack. Once could be deemed an illusion, but twice signifies a tangible reality. For the first time, you sensed an exhilarating surge coursing through your entire being. Without hesitation, you swiftly approached the side of that monstrous creature. Clenching your fist tightly, you delivered a powerful strike. However, the moment your fist made contact with the towering form of the beast, the scene you had envisioned sending the creature flying did not unfold as anticipated. It was as though one had pierced through a massive block of tofu in an instant. It penetrated the colossal body of the demon beast. Crimson snow splattered forth, while the creature, resembling both a wolf and a tiger, gaped in agony, yet could emit no cries of despair before falling silent. As you withdraw your arm from its body, the monstrous creature's massive form crashes heavily to the ground, producing a subtle sound of shattering. Fresh blood flows from the wound of your fist, swiftly accumulating into a puddle of crimson water upon the earth. You stand beside the lifeless body of the beast, your gaze fixed upon it with unwavering intensity. After a prolonged moment, your eyes drift to your arms and fists, stained with remnants of snow. To the ordinary observer, this creature, a fearsome beast known as the Flame King, has been vanquished by a single blow from me. Is this what it means to be a cultivator? At this very moment, you harbor an indescribable feeling within your heart. In the days when you were but an ordinary person, You yearned with great anticipation to become a practitioner. Yet now that you have indeed become one, that sense of excitement has inexplicably faded away. At that moment, you sense someone approaching swiftly, and your gaze involuntarily swept towards the rear. After a few breaths, a little girl clad in a flowing purple gown suddenly descended from the heavens, gracefully landing atop a stone. With a flick of her delicate hand, a whirlwind abruptly surged forth, causing the surrounding trees and flowers to rustle and sway in the gusty breeze. The little girl wore an expression of icy indifference, her hand gently resting on her companion, as she confronted you with a piercing question. "Is it you who has harmed my beloved pet?" Upon hearing those words, your gaze instinctively fell upon the body of the exquisite purple demon wolf at your feet. Uncertain, you pointed towards it, and upon seeing the little girl nod in affirmation, you shook your head vigorously, gesturing with your hands, proclaiming, "It is not me. I possess no such ability. I am merely an ordinary mortal. How could I possibly steal away your beloved pet?" Upon hearing your denial, the young girl gently approached the camellia bank. Her gaze fell upon your sheep, tainted with traces of snow. In that moment, snowflakes continued to drip onto the ground, and she was suddenly filled with rage. "Are you trying to deceive the spirits?" You instinctively captured the gaze of the young girl, hastily concealing the hand that had just pierced through the purple abyss demon wolf behind your back. A hint of a playful smile graced your handsome face, as the little imp could certainly be regarded as a mischievous spirit. The little girl, trembling with anger, raised her finger to point at you. "I'm 999 years old," she declared. "You are but a mere brat, and your entire family consists of nothing but little brats." Upon hearing this, you are somewhat astonished. The young girl before you appears to be no more than 13 or 14 years old, standing at an estimated height of around 1.50 meters. In every conceivable way, she does not resemble a being who has lived for 999 years. However, this is neither the time nor the place for trivial banter. You clear your throat twice, acknowledging that this creature is indeed your beloved pet, yet you have failed to manage its unruly behavior, allowing it to cause harm indiscriminately. Being on the receiving end of its misdeeds leaves little room for defense. Nevertheless, out of a sense of humanitarianism, I am willing to offer some form of compensation. As you ramble on with a torrent of words, the girl has lowered her head, fixated on her own shoelaces. From your vantage point, you cannot discern her expression at this moment. After a lengthy silence, observing that the girl remains silent, you begin to fumble with your own attire, your expression reflecting a hint of discomfort, as you momentarily forget that you have just emerged from the depths of a grave devoid of any material wealth. Fortunately, at this moment, you discovered something within the sleeve of your garment. Based on its shape and firmness, it undoubtedly appears to be silver coins. However, the quantity seems rather limited. You mustered your courage, resolutely extracting the items from your sleeve. "For now, allow me to compensate you with these. Once I return home, I shall provide the remaining amount." Before I could finish my words, your voice was abruptly silenced. It was merely a glance at the object in your hand that led me to believe I was hallucinating. I blinked repeatedly, for in your grasp were 5 resplendent golden discs, each emanating a soft, luminous glow. Your lips parted slightly, gradually widening until they formed a considerable gap. 5 gold coins, indeed. Each coin is equivalent to 10 silver coins, which in turn is equal to 100 copper coins. A single gold coin translates to 1,000 silver coins or 100 copper coins. Yet, during your lifetime, your monthly remuneration hardly exceeded 50 copper coins. Coupled with daily expenditures and the like, you accumulated barely 10 silver coins in a year, which amounts to merely 1 gold coin. Should misfortune strike the city, you would still contribute to the cause, aiding those in distress. Eventually, you invested in real estate within the city of Qing, but your personal savings barely reached 5 gold coins. How is it that now, unexpectedly, a substantial sum of 7 pieces has appeared on your person? Just as you find yourself lost in contemplation over the 5 coins in your possession, a sudden gust of wind engulfs you. Unbeknownst to you, a tempest of ominous black winds has unexpectedly arisen in this place. The clouds above have converged, and the towering trees in the dense forest around you are being violently uprooted, unable to withstand such ferocious gales. You stand like a great mountain, at the heart of the storm, yet remain utterly still. Only the garments you wear ripple gently, creating a symphony of soft sounds. 5 gold coins. The silent little girl. At this moment, she suddenly steps forward. The stones beneath her feet instantly shatter into fragments, spreading outward in all directions, whirled into the air by the force of the wind. The little girl pays no heed to this. In her gaze, there exists only you. Her expression is profoundly somber, yet a hint of a smile flickers at the corners of her mouth, rendering her appearance rather uncanny. You can sense the seething fury of the young girl, radiating from her explosive demeanor. It is evident that she is not an ordinary individual. Yet, the specifics of her exceptional nature can only be gauged by comparing her to the lords of Qingcheng. Approximately 5 lords of Qingcheng would suffice, or perhaps even 1,005. You find yourself uncertain of your current standing and whether you can withstand the tempest of her wrath. Thus, you continue. 5 gold coins is already a considerable sum. It can secure a grand manor in the heart of Qingcheng. Should you add another 10 gold coins, along with a modicum of connections, one might even be able to acquire the entire estate. Listening to your words, the little girl pauses in her approach, and the storm that had been brewing begins to subside. Surely, you have just embarked upon the path of cultivation, have you not? Indeed, the little girl experienced a sudden spasm, and with a swift motion, she raised her hand and struck towards an imposing mountain visible to the naked eye. In that moment, a tempest brewed in the vicinity, as if it were summoned to challenge the mountain. With a thunderous roar, the force surged forward towards the majestic peak. The great mountain was reduced to mere plains under your gaze, with not even a fragment of stone or a speck of dust left to fall. You fail to comprehend the actions of the little girl. Yet, she appeared still infuriated. Her cheeks puffed up with 2 small bulges. It was evident that her anger had not subsided. Truly a disappointment, unable to even best a mere novice in the realm of cultivation. How regrettable that I spent an entire night searching for you. The little girl cast a glance at the lifeless form of the purple absolute demon wolf, muttering in profound dissatisfaction. Then, as her gaze shifted, the little girl scrutinized you intently. Retracting her gaze, she softly inquired, "What is your name? Do you have any affiliations? Pastoral song. Are you following? I possess a residence in Qingcheng, though it may not hold great value. Perhaps it could fetch around 3 gold coins now. Yet I must first secure my wife's consent before selling." As for idle talk, the little girl's tiny hand clenched into a fist. This fellow, could he possibly believe that I would sell the house and use the proceeds as compensation for his desires? Gold coins are but currency for the common folk, of little use to us practitioners. If one desires, they could be effortlessly refined. As the little girl spoke, a stone at her feet suddenly levitated before her. With a mere gesture of her finger, the fist-sized stone instantaneously transformed into a brilliant gold, radiating a dazzling golden glow. Upon witnessing this, a surge of emotion stirs within you. If only you possessed this skill, what need would there be for a mere accountant? Upon catching the gaze of your eyes, the young girl suppressed the urge to strike your face with a fist. With a tone of resignation, she remarked, "What I refer to as foundation pertains to whether you have joined any sect of cultivation or a family of influence. What is your current level of ability? Are you at the 1st realm or perhaps the 3rd realm? Unbeknownst to me, how is it that you know nothing at all? What path led you to become a cultivator?" The young girl rested her hand upon her forehead. Having encountered fledgling cultivators before, she knew they typically possessed at least 7 insights. Yet one as inexperienced as you is a rarity she has never before encountered. Count to 7. The little girl waved her hand, showing no intent to pursue the matter further. "If you accompany me back to the sect, then let us consider this matter resolved." Upon hearing this, you hesitated slightly. After all, the origin of the other party was uncertain. Although they did not appear to be an ultimate embodiment of malevolence, their true intentions remained unknown. Seeing you hesitate, the little girl pouted in irritation, then tossed the golden stone at Muji's feet. "This is a token of our meeting. This is not entirely out of the question. The 3rd princess of the Fengyan dynasty returns to the capital. Open the city gates at once." The voice of the man resounded with great clarity, yet those atop the city walls remained unmoved. All eyes were drawn to the gate, where a middle-aged man clad in resplendent red armor stood. This individual is named Chun Hai, the lord of the city of Hongwan. In the grand context of the vast Fengyan dynasty, he may not be considered a significant figure. However, within the confines of the remote Hongwan city, he commands a status akin to that of a local sovereign. You assert that she is the third princess. Indeed, she is. Yet, the third princess vanished over 50 years ago, leaving uncertain whether she is alive or departed. Rather than opening the city gates, Chun Hai chose to question those outside. This caused the middle-aged man, who had just called out, to cast a cold glance. He turned his head slightly, surveying the cart being towed by two mighty lions. Subsequently, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a token, which he hurled towards the city wall. Nangong Sun's heart burned with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Chun Hai atop the city. He, the commander of the Imperial Guards of Fengyan Palace, was none other than Nangong Sun, the leader of the elite troops. Chun Hai took the insignia handed to him by a guard and scrutinized it carefully. A peculiar smile suddenly appeared on his face. Not only did he impersonate the third princess, but he also crafted the insignia of the palace's Forbidden Army commander with remarkable precision. Your audacity is truly remarkable. What did you say? Nangong Sun bellowed. I am a person of the Empress. Do not dare to slander me with your words. Oh dear, look at this. Everyone take a look. This fellow has quite the audacity. Now he even brings up his connection to the queen. Ha ha. As soon as Chun Hai uttered these words, the guards on the city wall couldn't help but chuckle as well. Nangong Sun could hardly believe that not only did Chun Hai fail to recognize the commander of his own Imperial Palace Guards, but he also dared to engage in such slanderous gossip. Within the carriage, two women sat facing each other, naturally overhearing Chun Hai's words. One of the women, adorned in an exquisite golden gown and possessing extraordinary beauty, curled her lips slightly, revealing a hint of scorn. 50 years, she remarked. It has been 50 years. How has your status fallen so low that you cannot even enter the city? Upon hearing Yang Buhui's words, the expression of another affluent lady within the vehicle became somewhat awkward. Instead of engaging in a verbal spar with Yang Buhui, she murmured to herself, pondering how much time had elapsed since his influence had remarkably expanded to this place. The more she pondered deeply, the more unbearable Feng Zhi's predicament became. Her eyes darted restlessly. Could it be that it was already too late? At that moment, Yang Buhui suddenly rose to her feet, causing Feng Zhi to instinctively straighten her neck and exclaim, "What do you intend to do?" At this juncture, it would be best not to complicate matters further. If it proves too difficult, we might as well bypass this Hongwan city altogether. Detour. Yang Buhui turned to the side, her icy gaze sweeping over Feng Zhi. Feng Zhi suddenly felt a chilling sensation enveloping her entire being, causing her to shudder involuntarily 7 times. Yang Buhui, remaining silent, stepped out of the carriage. Her enchanting eyes swept over the towering walls of Hongwan City, locking onto Chun Hai, positioned just above the city gate. Originally, Chun Hai's face radiated joy, but suddenly his smile turned rigid and his hands instinctively clenched into fists. This left the vice commander standing nearby in a state of bewilderment. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Chun Hai paid him no heed, or rather, he was utterly preoccupied at that moment. When his gaze met Yang Buhui's, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down. To withstand it without kneeling or collapsing was no small feat, leaving Chun Hai astounded and breathless within. Beside the queen, when did such an intriguing figure emerge? Chun Hai pondered continuously over the formidable individuals surrounding the queen. Yet none seemed to fit the description. With a delicate touch of her toes, Yang Buhui gracefully ascended, landing atop the head of a majestic lion, standing poised with her hands clasped behind her back. If this door does not open, then it shall be shattered. What audacity! Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe you can breach the gates of Hongwan City? Even General Meng would not dare to speak so boldly. Upon the city walls, a multitude of guards from Hongwan City erupted in a cacophony of vitriol, with some even pointing directly at Yang Buhui, hurling insults at him. Yang Buhui was indifferent, murmuring to herself. Although her voice was but a whisper, it resonated louder than the cacophony of curses, reaching the ears of the guards atop the city wall with crystal clarity. Gradually, the cacophony of insults diminished, and many individuals found their breaths quickening, their gazes collectively shifting towards Chun Hai. 然而，如今陈海身上的压力愈发强烈， 他根本不敢，也无法开口。倘若一旦言语流出，便会直接被这股可怕的压力所压倒。Yang Buhui's eyes gently closed, and in an instant, her entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. At that moment, the onlookers atop the city walls of Hongguan were struck with terror as spectral apparitions suddenly manifested, hovering ominously around Yang Buhui, their malevolent gazes fixated upon them, instilling a deep sense of dread in the hearts of all present. As Yang Buhui was about to count to 10, Chun Hai could no longer endure the frailty of his body. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes and shouted, "Open the city gates." Upon uttering these words, it seemed as though all the strength had been siphoned from his entire being, and he suddenly collapsed onto the ground. In that moment, the aura surrounding him abruptly dissipated, as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 6. What do you take me for? Are you sure we are heading in the right direction? Yao Rui cast a doubtful glance at Su Wuqiu, who was walking beside her, and inquired. "It should be," replied Su Wuqiu. "Should be?" Upon hearing this, Yao Rui's expression grew increasingly unfriendly, and she focused her thoughts. Suddenly, the flying sword beneath Su Wuqiu trembled violently. Caught off guard, Su Wuqiu nearly slipped off the sword. Experiencing the scene from this perspective for the first time, combined with the fact that she had never set foot in this place, it was already quite remarkable that she could ascertain a general direction. After stabilizing his stance, Su Wuqiu explained, subtly pleased with his sense of direction. Yao Rui was the name of that little girl. At Su Wuqiu's request, Yao Rui was currently intent on escorting him back to Qingcheng to sever worldly ties. Regrettably, Su Wuqiu seemed somewhat incapable of recognizing the path to Qingcheng, which had wasted considerable time and stirred a flicker of irritation within Yao Rui. However, upon hearing Su Wuqiu's explanation, there was nowhere for Yao Rui's irritation to vent. After all, in her eyes, Su Wuqiu was merely a novice who had just entered the cultivation realm. The fact that he could discern a rough direction while flying in the air for the first time was indeed quite impressive. Nevertheless, Yao Rui would not express her understanding of Su Wuqiu. Instead, she countered, asserting that even someone who had never set foot in this place could independently navigate to Xiaoyao Mountain, which set him apart among mortals. The corners of Su Wuqiu's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, he had not arrived at Xiaoyao Mountain of his own accord. Rather, he had been sent there from afar to be concealed. Yet, such truths could not be divulged to Yao Rui. There was simply no way to explain. Who could speak of being resurrected? However, this was precisely the unique allure of the system, which could accomplish what others dared not even contemplate. Beep. Hongguan City has met the conditions for recording. Inquire whether the host wishes to proceed with the recording. Just as he contemplated the system, its notification echoed in Su Wuqiu's mind, causing him to shudder. Recording his experience at Xiaoyao Mountain would grant him the title of Xiaoyao Immortal. He wondered what Hongguan City might bestow. Su Wuqiu felt a flicker of anticipation. He immediately thought to himself to proceed with the recording. Recording successful. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the Honglu Fist Technique X1. As the system's notification concluded, an inexplicable memory of a set of algorithms surged into Su Wuqiu's mind, as if his body possessed muscle memory. In an instant, he comprehended it fully. It felt as though he had known this Honglu Fist technique since birth. Simultaneously, an image abruptly materialized before Su Wuqiu's eyes. In the image, a young man clad in a red and white robe stood atop a flying sword. He appeared to be about 21 years old, stood at approximately 185 meters tall, with eyebrows like willows, a physique as graceful as jade, and a mane of black hair billowing in the wind. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura, while the surrounding clouds adorned him, and beneath him, a city served as the backdrop. As Su Wuqiu gazed, he could also see two fiery lions outside the city, slowly pulling a carriage into the town. Among the majestic lions, a faint silhouette of a woman could be discerned. However, the distance was too great to make out her features, leaving only her attire to suggest her gender. Su Wuqiu instinctively lowered his gaze, and, as expected, spotted two magnificent lions pulling a carriage towards the city. This revelation filled him with astonishment. Indeed, the system had provided him with a glimpse of history. Yao Rui, unable to see the scene before Su Wuqiu, followed his gaze and immediately noticed a flag fluttering in the wind. The banner of the Fengyan dynasty. Best not to linger. The Fengyan dynasty is currently embroiled in tumultuous times, and one must avoid entanglements. At these words, Su Wuqiu retracted his gaze, reflecting on how, in his previous life, he could only look up to the prominent figures of the Fengyan dynasty. Now, he found himself in a position to survey them from above. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. He wondered if Buhui was safe now. Regardless, once they reunited, he would certainly take her to the mountain gate, allowing her to behold the grandeur of the cultivation world. As they passed through the grand city gates and entered Hongwan City, Yang Buhui, perched atop one of the lion statues, suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she caught sight of two small figures soaring through the sky. Unbeknownst to her, a ripple of emotion stirred within her heart. After a moment, she lowered her gaze, her hand clenching slowly as an idea took root. It must be because those two individuals dared to fly over her head. Once she ascended to the throne, she would ensure that every city within the Fengyan dynasty was fortified with a barrier to prevent anyone from soaring above her. On the walls of Hongwan City, Chen Hai watched the departing convoy with mounting frustration and trepidation. He had initially hoped to seize this opportunity to intercept the Queen's procession, presenting his allegiance to the marshal and formally joining his ranks. But now, that seemed unlikely. City Lord, who exactly is that woman? She exudes such an overwhelming presence, inquired the deputy beside Chen Hai, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Only now did he realize that his back was drenched, as if he had just traversed the gates of hell. Did you catch a glimpse of the jade pendant at her waist? Not at all, my lord. Fool. Chen Hai shot a glance at the deputy. If I am not mistaken, she is none other than the reclusive third princess, who has been hidden away for 50 years. What? The third princess, the one taken as a personal disciple by the Valkyrie? The deputy gulped. I thought she perished in the war 50 years ago. Before the deputy could finish, Chen Hai raised a hand to silence him, turning his gaze skyward. As fate would have it, dark clouds had begun to gather overhead. The Fengyan dynasty may indeed be on the brink of upheaval. Chen Hai's eyes darted, deep in contemplation. Moments later, he commanded, prepare 2 cavalry units to escort the princess back to the capital. The journey continued in silence. After 2 days of winding travel, a moderately sized city finally came into Su Wuqiu's view. This revelation allowed Su Wuqiu to breathe a sigh of relief, for she had finally arrived at a familiar place. Black Wind City, the border town of Qing City, lay merely 1,000 miles apart, and at their current pace, they would undoubtedly reach Qing City within half an hour. However, at that moment, the flying sword beneath Su Wuqiu unexpectedly veered towards the ground, heading straight for Black Wind City. Puzzled, she cast a questioning glance at Yao Rui, who, with the destination so close, could simply have flown forward for 1,000 miles. Do you think I'm a beast of burden? After 2 days and nights of relentless travel, can I take a moment to rest? Yao Rui exclaimed, rolling her eyes in exasperation, unable to contain her rising ire. If it weren't for this individual's inability to navigate properly, they wouldn't have wasted so much precious time. Recognizing the situation, Su Wuqiu reluctantly acquiesced. The two entered Black Wind City, where Yao Rui headed straight for an inn, while Su Wuqiu made her way to the post station, intending to hire a demonic steed to hasten her journey to Qing City. Chapter 7. The Barbarian Invasion. Young Master, are you considering renting a fine steed? One merchant exclaimed. My Thunderbolt is truly an exceptional horse, capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day with ease. Is that truly a sensible statement? Another merchant interjected. The young master is no fool. A horse that can traverse 1,000 miles is hardly remarkable. Did I claim Thunderbolt was a mythical beast? Among ordinary horses, traveling 1,000 miles is indeed a rare feat. Are you interested, young master? Dear sir, I possess the true quality steeds. As soon as they entered the area dedicated to the rental and sale of extraordinary horses, a throng of merchants enthusiastically called out to Su Wuqiu. In their shouts, they did not hesitate to belittle their competitors, which left Su Wuqiu somewhat bemused. He had frequented Black Wind City before and had visited this particular area several times. However, the merchants had never exhibited such fervent enthusiasm in the past. Glancing at his own attire, Su Wuqiu's surprise quickly dissipated, and he shook his head in resignation. Woohoo! I did not expect you to be so generous. The garments he currently wore were of considerable worth, likely valued at around 10 gold coins if crafted anew. In his previous life, he had never donned or possessed such luxurious clothing. He recognized it only because it resembled the fine materials worn by the prominent figures of Qingcheng. Disregarding the merchant's calls, Su Wuqiu proceeded directly towards the corner stable. Watching him depart, many merchants felt disheartened, casting unkind glances at the merchant who had just disparaged their offerings. It appeared that Su Wuqiu's decision not to purchase from them was influenced by the earlier derogatory remarks. Their attitudes were not entirely unfounded. Su Wuqiu's attire alone signaled high status, and his ethereal demeanor suggested either great wealth or nobility. He appeared to be in his early 20s, a profile often associated with the naive or the affluent, who would likely remain oblivious to being exploited as easy prey, provided the prices were not excessively inflated. Unperturbed by the thoughts of the other merchants, Su Wuqiu approached the stable. Within, there were only 3 extraordinary horses, confined by spirit chains within their limited space. Beside the stable, an elderly woman with a head of white hair sat on a bench, her gaze vacant, showing no sign of movement even as Su Wuqiu approached. She appeared utterly lifeless. "Granny Su, how much for this extraordinary horse?" Su Wuqiu inquired, pointing to the horse in the center of the stable. "The 2 on the sides are 2 silver coins each, and the one in the middle is 5, the old woman replied, her voice raspy as her gaze slowly shifted towards Su Wuqiu. Upon seeing him, her vacant eyes suddenly sparked with recognition, and she rose abruptly from her seat. "You." Noticing her reaction, Su Wuqiu smiled slightly, realizing she had indeed recognized him. Su Jing, a musician from the Qingcheng tavern 30 years ago, had shared a close bond with Su Wuqiu. However, after marrying a horse merchant in Black Wind City, she had left Qingcheng, resulting in a significant reduction in their interactions. Now, Su Wuqiu's appearance has returned to that of his youth. Coupled with his deliberate address of Madame Su, he is confident that Su Jing will certainly recognize him. "Your father is none other than Su Wuqiu of Qingcheng, the accountant of the Zuala, is he not?" Originally prepared to reminisce with Su Jing for a while, Su Wuqiu was momentarily halted by her words. "Is he well? Has that band of ruffians troubled him?" Noticing Su Wuqiu's silence, Su Jing sensed she had guessed correctly and hastily inquired. However, her words startled Su Wuqiu, who quickly leaned closer to her. "What ruffians? Has the Ferocious Bear dynasty's men breached Qingcheng?" The term ruffians is a colloquialism used by the Fengyan dynasty to refer to the people of the Ferocious Bear dynasty. The Ferocious Bear dynasty is a neighboring nation to Fengyan, and Qingcheng, being on the border, often sees its guards clashing with the Ferocious Bear's men. However, these skirmishes have always been minor and have not escalated into a conflict between the 2 dynasties. Yet, hearing Su Jing's words suggests that this is no ordinary skirmish, and it is highly likely that Qingcheng has indeed fallen to the ruffians. Seeing Su Wuqiu's momentary loss of composure, Su Jing fell silent for a moment before gesturing for him to leave, her voice slightly hoarse as she uttered, "I will not sell the horse. You may go." Su Wuqiu was taken aback. She did not respond directly, yet the implication of her words was clear, prompting him to act without hesitation. Turning to leave the city of Haifeng, his pace quickened, transforming from a walk into a run, and then into a full sprint. His speed intensified, and in mere moments, he vanished from Su Jing's sight. Watching Su Wuqiu's departing figure, Su Jing's sunken eyes blinked gently. She wished to stop him from leaving, yet felt utterly powerless. Long after, she resumed her seat, murmuring, "I hope you all remain safe." It had been many years since she had last seen Su Wuqiu, and she was unaware that he had returned not long ago. In her mind, Su Wuqiu should be in Qingcheng at this moment. Perhaps he had perished at the hands of those ruffians, or perhaps he had survived, but regardless of the outcome, she did not wish for Su Wuqiu's offspring to venture into Qingcheng and meet their demise. Thus, she chose not to sell him the horse, yet regrettably, she could not dissuade him from leaving Haifeng City, nor did she possess the ability to stop Su Wuqiu's child. Now, she could only hope that he lacked the stamina to reach Qingcheng. At this moment, Su Wuqiu's mind was solely occupied with Qingcheng, or rather, with a single person there, his wife, Yangbu Hui. He could not even spare the thought to rent or purchase a horse, let alone consider the presence of Yao Rui at the tavern, who had long been cast aside in his mind. To Su Wuqiu, the actions of the pedestrians on the street appeared to slow down. Even the blinking of others seemed to drag. Before long, he had burst out of Heifeng City, racing directly toward Qingcheng. Or was it that just rushed out? I didn't catch a glimpse of it either. The guard stationed at the city gate exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to comprehend what had just exited the city. Slow. Too slow. Still too slow. Su Wuqiu plunged into the depths of the forest, and although his speed had long surpassed that of certain demon steeds galloping at full force, he remained unsatisfied. Casting a glance at the horizon, an image of Yao Rui wielding her flying sword, soaring through the skies with him, flashed vividly in his mind. With a firm step, he propelled himself skyward in an instant. Simultaneously, Su Wuqiu felt an extraordinary surge of power welling up within him, enveloping his entire being in a warm embrace. It seemed as though a peculiar force permeated the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. Boom! Ascending into the sky, Su Wuqiu transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly piercing through the clouds, vanishing completely from that place. In a certain tavern within Blackwind City, Yao Rui sat idly at a window-side table, her gaze wandering restlessly over the bustling street. Her lips pouted slightly, a frown adorning her visage. Dridfeli, Su Wuqiu. Could he possibly be lost amidst the labyrinthine streets of Blackwind City? Chapter 8. The Turmoil of Qingcheng. The city gates stood wide open, the walls fractured and crumbling, cracks visible everywhere. Had it not been for the ongoing construction within, one might mistake it for a desolate ruin. No, please don't kill me. I beg you. I implore you to spare my life. A rotund man, adorned in opulent attire, knelt upon the ground, pleading desperately before a dozen towering, bare-chested brutes standing before him. Surrounding the corpulent figure lay dozens of lifeless bodies, sprawled in pools of blood, devoid of any sign of life. His entreaties for mercy did not grant him reprieve. Rather, they provoked a chorus of derisive laughter from the men. One of the hulking figures delivered a swift kick, toppling the man, and without the slightest hesitation, brought his blade down upon his neck. Blood spattered forth. The group of men, indifferent to the corpse at their feet, began to ransack the vast estate. This mansion belonged to the Zhao family, one of the three prominent clans of Qingcheng. If even the Zhao family faced such calamity, one could only imagine the chaos that reigned throughout the city. The streets were littered with countless corpses. Moreover, numerous savage individuals roamed the streets, committing heinous acts against women. Each crime adding another body to the tally of the fallen. The stench of blood permeated the entirety of Qingcheng. Within an attic, a young woman cowered beneath a wooden platform, her hands pressed tightly over her mouth to stifle any sound. Yet, her body shook uncontrollably. The coarse voices of men and the sounds of rummaging echoed in her ears. Gradually, the noise diminished, until it reached a point where one could hear a pin drop. Only then did the woman beneath the platform allow herself a sigh of relief. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the wooden platform that concealed her was flung aside, smashing into the ceiling above. The unexpected turn of events sent her heart racing, and before she could comprehend the situation, she was violently thrown to the ground. I knew there was someone here. You were hiding quite well, little lady. A rotund man with a broad face cast aside his cloak, revealing his muscular physique, and approached the woman with ill intentions. As he drew nearer, a foul odor wafted towards her, filling her with despair. Summoning an unexpected surge of strength, she suddenly sprang to her feet and hurled herself towards a window, shattering it with a resounding crash. The woman fell from the attic to the first floor, creating a tremendous noise. This commotion caught the attention of the remaining 8 men, who had just reached the courtyard and were yet to depart completely. They turned to witness the young woman, who appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. Her beauty was captivating, though her disheveled hair added a touch of turmoil to her appearance. The only blemish upon her lovely visage was the expression of sheer panic that marred it. However, to these men, that was merely an enhancement. The man who had driven her to leap through the window now stood at the broken frame, his expression darkening. He had intended to savor the moment alone, having sent the others away, but in a moment of carelessness, he had allowed the woman to catch the eyes of the rest. As he observed his companions smiling and approaching the woman who had just risen and was still unsteady, the man was momentarily at a loss. He leaped forward, landing beside her, and forcefully seized her hair, yanking her up from the ground. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Very well. Since you wish for everyone to partake in this punishment, let's do so together." Upon hearing his murmured words and noticing the other burly men hurrying towards her, the woman's eyes widened in terror, and her complexion turned ashen. Though she yearned to resist, her strength was utterly insufficient against the man beside her. With a sudden tearing sound, the man next to her ripped open the back of her clothing, pushing her to the brink of endurance. Determined to bite her tongue, she was abruptly halted as a large hand grasped her cheek, forcing her mouth open. Before her stood a young man, the only one not bare-chested, who sneered, "If you entertain any such thoughts, I wouldn't hesitate to shatter your teeth." It was this young man holding her face that rendered her unable even to take her own life through self-harm. Despair engulfed her, profound, unrelenting despair. Tears streamed from her eyes, and she uttered incoherent sounds, yet no one showed her compassion. At that moment, others began to gather around, their eyes scrutinizing the woman, while they urged the man beside her to hastily remove his armor. Unbeknownst to them, a figure was swiftly approaching overhead. Within 3 breaths, the loft behind the crowd collapsed with a resounding crash, stirring up a cloud of dust that diverted the attention of the man who was about to remove his armor and was fixated on the woman. The young man, gripping her cheek, momentarily suppressed his smile, his expression darkening as he looked towards the source of the dust. A palpable surge of spiritual energy emanated from the debris, distinct from that of a beast, indicating the presence of a cultivator. With a whoosh, a whirlwind arose, scattering the dust. The loft was now mostly in ruins, and a man stepped forth from the wreckage, traversing the debris towards the crowd. It was none other than Su Wuqiu. Upon seeing the woman held captive by a rotund man, Su Wuqiu's gaze sharpened. He recognized her. Wasn't she Zhang Wu, the young daughter of his neighbor? She often visited, affectionately calling him Grandpa Su and her grandmother Grandma Yang, establishing a warm rapport. As Su Wuqiu's eyes met Zhang Wu's, she too recognized him and immediately reached out for help, as if he were her sole lifeline. However, due to the grip on her cheek, her words came out muddled, leaving Su Wuqiu unable to discern her exact plea. Yet, from her emotional state, he comprehended her distress. She appeared not to belong to the Mad Bear dynasty. And he thought to himself, "Young man, you hail from the Phoenix Flame dynasty, do you not?" The man beside Zhang Wu picked up a torn piece of cloth from the ground, shaking it before him while grinning at Su Wuqiu. "If you kneel obediently now, we might grant you a chance to queue." Upon hearing these words, the pent-up fury within Su Wuqiu erupted completely. Without uttering a word, he suddenly stomped his foot and charged toward the speaker. Bang! The courtyard wall erupted with a resounding crash. The man who had just spoken found himself pinned beneath Su Wuqiu, his expression bewildered, clearly still reeling from the unexpected collision. In that moment, Su Wuqiu formed a fist and swung it towards the man's face. Another loud sound echoed, accompanied by a splatter of blood, as the man's head shattered like a watermelon falling from a great height, scattering into fragments. Not even a scream escaped his lips. As Su Wuqiu rose, the young man quickly released his grip on Zhang Wu's cheek and stepped back a few paces, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Do not be careless. This person is at least of the 3rd realm. Chapter 9. Mixed emotions from the moment Su Wuqiu made his appearance to the instant he obliterated a burly man with a single punch. Merely a fleeting 10 breaths had passed. Yet, within this brief span, the pressure he exerted on those around him escalated dramatically. The young man, standing behind Zhang Wu, named Zhang Tuchao, regarded Su Wuqiu with a gaze fraught with apprehension. He was the son of the city lord of the violent bear dynasty's Baocheng. and his father was the commanding general leading the assault on Qingcheng. The man Su Wuqiu had just dispatched with such nonchalance was a formidable warrior of the Third Realm, albeit at its nascent stage. Nonetheless, he was a noteworthy adversary within the ranks of the invading force. Witnessing Su Wuqiu's effortless eradication of a Third Realm powerhouse left Zhang Tuqiu in a state of panic. At Zhang Tuqiu's signal, the other members of the violent Bear dynasty hastily surrounded him for protection. One individual even dashed out of the courtyard, presumably in search of reinforcements. Su Wuqiu chose not to pursue the fleeing figure, but fixed his cold gaze upon Zhang Tuqiu. Noticing the remnants of tears on Zhang Wu's face, a flicker of murderous intent ignited within Su Wuqiu's eyes. Without uttering a word, he strode purposefully towards Zhang Tuqiu and his entourage, a faint white flame beginning to emanate from his being. This was the spirit flame. Zhang Tuqiu gaped in astonishment as he beheld the white flames engulfing Su Wuqiu. Spirit flame was a phenomenon only emitted by warriors who had ascended to the Fifth Realm, capable of inflicting harm or providing protection. It was said that a Fifth Realm cultivator, enveloped in spirit flame, could stand before those of the Third and Fourth Realms, impervious to harm unless extraordinary measures were employed. The Fifth Realm represented a stark demarcation from the lower realms, a chasm of disparity. His father, Zhang Dingtian, was a Fifth Realm powerhouse. The others from the violent Bear dynasty recognized the gravity of the situation as well. Initially intent on shielding Zhang Tuqiu, they now comprehended the futility of their efforts. Their ranks, comprised solely of Second Realm cultivators, stood no chance against a Fifth Realm expert. Yet, abandoning Zhang Tuqiu would invoke the wrath of Zhang Dingtian. With no recourse left, a burly man bellowed and brandished his great sword, charging towards Su Wuqiu. The remaining warriors gritted their teeth and followed suit, converging upon him. With death looming on either side, they had no choice but to engage. Unbeknownst to Su Wuqiu, the sudden manifestation of white flames upon him was a harbinger of power. As the multitude advanced towards him, he refrained from overestimating his own strength and prepared to retreat. However, the movements of his assailants slowed to an agonizing crawl. Familiar with this sensation, Su Wuqiu instinctively charged towards his attackers, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. In the blink of an eye, those who had dared to approach him from the violent Bear dynasty were sent sprawling in all directions. Some crashed into trees, others became embedded in walls, while a few created depressions in the ground. They lacked the strength to rise, and for some, blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, their vitality waning, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, Su Wuqiu continued his relentless advance towards Zhang Tuqiu. As Su Wuqiu approached step by step, Zhang Tuqiu found himself swallowing hard, unable to resist the urge to retreat slowly. Ultimately, his inner defenses crumbled, and he impulsively pushed Zhang Wu towards Su Wuqiu. Seizing the opportunity to flee towards the courtyard exit, Zhang Wu, pushed off balance, instinctively closed her eyes and gasped, feeling herself fall towards the ground, powerless to alter her fate. At that moment, a pair of strong hands suddenly grasped her shoulders, and a sensation of weightlessness vanished. As Zhang Wu opened her eyes, a handsome face came into view. It was not Zhang Tuqiu. A wave of relief washed over her. Standing upright, she offered a respectful bow to her savior. Murmuring her gratitude, before she could finish her words, Su Wuqiu's gaze shifted, catching sight of Zhang Tuqiu nearing the courtyard gate, about to slip from view. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Zhang Tuqiu's direction. In an instant, the white flames enveloping Su Wuqiu extinguished, replaced by a surge of pale energy that coalesced like a rushing river, hurtling towards Zhang Tuqiu's retreating form. With a thunderous roar, the courtyard gate shattered, a plume of blood mist rising in its wake. An arm, severed at the cuff, plummeted from the air, landing solidly not far from Su Wuqiu, adorned with a ring upon its index finger. Su Wuqiu glanced at his fist, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This punch was an instinctive manifestation of his torn algorithm, and its effectiveness was astonishing. Zhang Wu was no stranger to the dismembered arm. Mere moments ago, she had been under its control. As she regained her composure and prepared to express her gratitude to Su Wuqiu, she discovered he had already vanished. Within the small courtyard on the left side of the Zhang residence, Su Wuqiu surveyed the disarray of the interior, a scene marked by signs of a thorough search. His hands instinctively clenched into fists, nails embedding into flesh, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. This was Su Wuqiu's home, the very abode he had painstakingly acquired over 50 years through diligent work and savings. The destruction of his home did not trouble him greatly. Rather, his fear lay elsewhere. As he approached the bedroom door, Su Wuqiu paused, gazing at the ajar entrance, a flicker of hope lingering in his heart. "Wu Huiden, are you inside?" Su Wuqiu opened his mouth to speak. After a prolonged silence, the stillness within the room deepened, causing Su Wuqiu's complexion to pale. Yang Buhuiren was a cultivator, though Su Wuqiu was unaware of her precise strength. Over the years, he had never witnessed her practicing, and it was certain her powers had waned. Coupled with the overwhelming numbers of the brutish assailants, if she were to confront them, the outcome appeared grim. Gazing at the half-open door, Su Wuqiu took a step forward but halted once more. He feared that opening the door would reveal a sight he dreaded. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth resolutely and strode towards the room, placing a hand against the partially closed door. As Su Wuqiu took a deep breath, he gently pushed against the door, which immediately swung open. What greeted his eyes was a disarray of furnishings scattered throughout the room, alongside fragile items shattered on the floor. Fortunately, there were no signs of struggle or bloodshed. It merely bore the marks of having been ransacked. This realization allowed Su Wuqiu to exhale in relief, signifying that Yang Buhui had not fallen victim to those brutes. He resumed his search within the confines of his home. He scoured every possible hiding place, under the bed, in the wardrobe, and throughout the cellar, yet found no trace of Yang Buhui. This left Su Wuqiu with a mixture of emotions. On one hand, he was relieved that Yang Buhui had not encountered any misfortune, at least within the home. On the other hand, the absence of any sign of her presence raised concerns about her safety and well-being. If only Su Wuqiu clenched his fists, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a voice rang out sharply, piercing through the air and reaching Su Wuqiu's ears. "Search. Leave no corner unchecked. I will tear that scoundrel to pieces." Chapter 10. The gurgling stream at Zhang's courtyard. A contingent from the Wild Bear dynasty besieged the area, their presence exuding a palpable aura of menace. At the forefront stood a towering figure clad in brown light armor, adorned with a flowing red cape, resembling a small giant at nearly 2 meters tall. However, his face was contorted with rage. In his grasp, he held a severed arm, upon which a signet ring adorned the index finger. A closer inspection would reveal a single character engraved upon it: Zhang. This was the arm of Zhang Tuchao, who had been reduced to a bloody mist by Su Wuqiu's fist, leaving only this remnant behind. This imposing middle-aged man was none other than Zhang Tuchao's father, Zhang Dingtian. Upon learning that a formidable adversary had appeared in the vicinity of his son, Zhang Dingtian wasted no time, hastily assembling a group and rushing to the scene. Yet, his arrival was regrettably belated. All the guards he had dispatched to protect Zhang Tuchao lay lifeless, and only the severed arm remained, with no trace of his son to be found. The signs of struggle indicated that the battle had not been fiercely contested. It was almost overwhelmingly one-sided. This meant that Zhang Tuchao and his companions had been the ones suffering the onslaught. Although Qingcheng was near the border, it was not a stronghold, and the main forces of the Fengyan dynasty were not stationed there. The strongest presence was merely the Third Realm. Zhang Dingtian furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at his soldiers, pursing his lips as he murmured, "Whoever you are, I shall not rest until you are subjected to 1,000 agonizing deaths to quell my rage. Lord of the city, aside from some corpses, there are no signs of life within this residence," reported one of the Wild Bear dynasty's men as they flooded into the courtyard. Upon hearing this, the veins on Zhang Dingtian's forehead throbbed. He nearly hurled the severed arm to the ground, but upon recognizing it as his son's, he forcibly suppressed that impulse. After quelling his anger, Zhang Dingtian commanded, "Seal off all exits from Qingcheng. Under no circumstances must this person escape. Before his subordinates could respond, a sudden scream erupted from behind, sending a tremor through Zhang Dingtian's heart. Outside the Zhang family courtyard, in a narrow alley teeming with members of the Wild Bear dynasty, a surge of white flames erupted, propelling a throng of individuals into the air. Many had not even touched the ground before spewing blood, and once they fell, they lay utterly still, dressed in a red and white robe. Su Wuqiu's handsome visage bore no expression as he strode past the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Kill! A command from a member of the Wild Bear dynasty echoed, prompting the remaining individuals in the alley to brandish their swords and charge at Su Wuqiu. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Su Wuqiu unleashed a powerful punch forward. Instantly, waves of white flames manifested, cascading like a torrent towards those in the alley. The second form of the flooding stream fist, gurgling stream. Under the force of Su Wuqiu's punch, all those in the alley, including the man from the Savage Bear dynasty who had just issued orders, were sent flying, their bodies marked by a distinct indentation resembling a fist imprint. Following the impact with the ground, none could move. Not a single soul survived. Witnessing this scene, the other members of the Savage Bear dynasty trembled as Su Wuqiu approached, instinctively retreating. Many stumbled in their haste, yet none paid heed, merely stepping over their fallen comrades. Had they not been cultivators of at least the first realm, they might have perished beneath the trampling of their peers. Choosing to disregard those who lacked the courage to confront him, Su Wuqiu strode directly into the Zhang family estate. Halt! Who goes there? The guard stationed at the estate confronted him with an authoritative shout, hesitating to act against Su Wuqiu. They were unaware of who had permitted his entry, and a rash action could incur dire consequences. However, their indecision did not deter Su Wuqiu. In an instant, he appeared before one of the guards like a specter, delivering a seemingly light slap to his chest. Yet upon contact with the towering figure of the Savage Bear dynasty, it felt akin to being struck by a freight train. The guard was sent hurtling backward, crashing through a woodshed, his fate uncertain. Su Wuqiu harbored no mercy. In this brutal world, compassion equated to a disregard for one's own life. Even as a mere mortal unable to enter the realm of cultivation, he had engaged in his own struggles. Su Wuqiu had blood on his hands. As others in the estate rushed forward, their efforts altered nothing. By the time Zhang Dingtian and his loyal followers arrived, they were met with the sight of their comrades sprawled lifeless in pools of blood. Only Su Wuqiu remained, standing at the center of the courtyard, lost in contemplation as he observed the leaves drifting silently from a tree. Just as Zhang Dingtian prepared to speak, Su Wuqiu abruptly turned to him and inquired, "Where is my wife?" "What wife?" Zhang Dingtian replied, incredulous. "The woman from this estate." Su Wuqiu raised his hand, gesturing toward the neighboring residence, separated by merely a tall wall. Zhang Dingtian chuckled derisively. Such matters are beneath the city lord's dignity. However, if you cannot find her, it is likely that my soldiers have already slain her. As his words hung in the air, Zhang Dingtian sensed the palpable intent to kill emanating from Su Wuqiu's gaze. Yet he remained unfazed. Many sought his life, yet he had survived thus far. And though he could not discern Su Wuqiu's true cultivation level, he felt no fear. The strength of his own cultivation, along with that of the Savage Bear dynasty within Qingcheng, bolstered his confidence. "I will ask you once more, where have you taken my wife?" Su Wuqiu's finger remained pointed toward his home, his tone growing increasingly chilling. Regarding Zhang Dingtian's words, he neither believed them nor wished to believe them. With a cold smile, Zhang Dingtian turned to his trusted confidant and the warriors of the Mad Bear dynasty, inquiring, "Is there anyone among you who harbors a peculiar fondness for the scent of the elderly?" The group exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter, shaking their heads in unison. As you are aware, soldiers find their daily training rather monotonous and have all experienced the battlefield. After conquering a city, it is perfectly natural for them to indulge in plunder and destruction. Typically, they take the lives of men, while the fate of women. Well, it is safe to say that there are seldom any survivors. Zhang Dingtian spread his hands, and after speaking, he fixed his gaze intently on Su Wuqiu, as if anticipating a reaction from him. The implication of his words was unmistakable, and Su Wuqiu certainly grasped it, suddenly erupting into a blazing white flame. Spiritual flame? Zhang Dingtian's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a hearty laugh. No wonder, no wonder. It seems you are the one responsible for the misfortune that befell my son. Isn't it? I had thought you had fled. Excellent, simply splendid. Chapter 11. A threat to his existence. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Dingtian began to channel his energy, an ethereal force surging forth from within him, igniting a faint crimson flame that enveloped his form. It was indeed a manifestation of spiritual fire. In that fleeting moment of release, he cast a knowing glance toward the man beside him, who nodded subtly before retreating slowly into the shadows. How audacious of you to approach me alone at the fifth realm, having slain Tu Zhao. Do you truly believe that being at the fifth realm makes you invincible? Zhang Dingtian sneered as he set his sights on Su Wuqiu, a malicious grin spreading across his face. With every step he took towards Su Wuqiu, the stones beneath his feet shattered, fissures appearing as the intensity of his spiritual flame grew ever more potent, raising the temperature of the air around him significantly. Yet, Su Wuqiu remained oblivious to the significance of the flames emanating from Zhang Dingtian. His thoughts were consumed with the fate of his beloved wife, Yangbu Hui. He refused to accept the notion that she had perished. Zhang Dingtian's incessant riddles left him in the dark regarding her whereabouts, and now, the only option presented to Su Wuqiu was to bring Zhang Dingtian to his knees. Thus, as Zhang Dingtian approached, fear did not grip Su Wuqiu's heart. Instead, he gathered his strength, resembling a coiled spring ready to unleash its energy, and charged at Zhang Dingtian. Clenching his fist, he summoned an overwhelming torrent of spiritual power, which he channeled into a singular punch aimed directly at Zhang Dingtian. This strike was devoid of finesse or technique. It was simply a surge of raw energy. The grin that had once adorned Zhang Dingtian's face froze upon sensing the vast power contained within Su Wuqiu's blow. Good heavens! Was it conceivable that a fifth realm practitioner could unleash such force? He had long since ascended to the fifth realm, now standing at its pinnacle, and he was confident that no amount of spiritual energy could force him to the ground. Yet in that moment, the seemingly flawed attack from Su Wuqiu rendered Zhang Dingtian momentarily defenseless. As the fist neared his face, he swiftly evaded, appearing atop a nearby rooftop. Boom! In the next instant, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the city of Qingcheng, causing the very building Zhang Dingtian occupied to collapse around him. He was violently propelled by the shockwave of the punch, crashing onto the streets below. Dazed and disoriented, a sweet metallic taste flooded his mouth, compelling him to open it instinctively, only to spew forth a torrent of blood that stained the street crimson. With the release of this blood, clarity began to return to his blurred vision. However, as if possessed, his mouth widened uncontrollably. All that remained in his sight, aside from the swirling dust, was a desolate ruin. The once familiar estate and the surrounding buildings have now been reduced to mere heaps of rubble. The soldiers who accompanied him to the estate have long since vanished, leaving only a solitary arm protruding from the debris, suggesting their fate beneath the ruins. A seemingly ordinary punch has utterly shattered Zhang Dingtian's previously held worldview. The force unleashed far exceeds the confines of the fifth realm. Had it not been for Zhang Dingtian's timely reaction, he too would likely have been buried beneath the collapsing structures. At that moment, a figure emerged from the swirling dust, steadily approaching Zhang Dingtian. With each step closer, the ground beneath the figure sank slightly, and blood began to seep from the wreckage, presumably from those trapped underneath. This sight rendered Zhang Dingtian's mind blank, compelling him to instinctively kneel before the figure amidst the dust. It is I, who has failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you. I implore you to forgive my transgressions and spare my life. I am willing to offer all my possessions to you. Zhang Dingtian pressed his forehead to the ground, his pupils constricting, cold sweat beginning to bead on his skin. In that moment, thoughts of avenging his son or seeking retribution for his fallen comrades were cast aside. Nothing was more critical than his own survival. As long as he lived and could return to his city, he believed he could rise again. and his son could be reborn. He no longer cared about his dignity. Curse you, Su Wuqiu. How dare you abandon me in Haifeng City and leave alone? When I find you, I shall make you suffer 1,000 tortures. Yao Rui, soaring through the skies on her flying sword, stamped her foot in anger, her expression fierce. After a moment, she paused and quickly shook her head, gently patting her chest. Perhaps that is too cruel. A little intimidation will suffice. There is always time to teach him a lesson later. As Yao Rui contemplated how to deal with Su Wuqiu, who had left her behind in Haifeng City, a city appeared below her. Recalling the directions given to her by a passerby, she surmised this must be the Qing city that Su Wuqiu sought. With a thought, her flying sword descended towards the city. Soon, she found herself before the city gates. However, gazing at the already breached gates and the nearly ornamental city walls, Yao Rui rubbed her eyes in disbelief before looking again at the sign hanging above the gate. Qing City. Indeed, it was Qing City. Supporting her chin with one hand, she murmured, "For someone like me to take an interest in this place, it must be a stroke of fortune for my ancestors." With that, Yao Rui stepped into Qing City. In stark contrast to the bustling Haifeng City, the atmosphere here was eerily silent, with corpses strewn across the streets. The man fell lifeless with a single strike, while the woman's garments lay in tatters, her fatal wounds primarily concentrated around her neck. This scene was enough to make even the seasoned killer, Yao Rui, flinch, her heart growing heavier with each passing moment. Suddenly, Yao Rui halted her steps, striking her thigh with a hand, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, with Su Wuqiu's speed, even if he were to ride a demon steed, he could never outpace my flying sword. That fellow must still be far from Qingcheng. As she spoke, she prepared to turn back toward the city gate. But in that very instant, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure seated atop a high mound of rubble, clad in blood-stained garments. The figure's eyes were void of life, silently perched amidst the ruins. Beside him lay a woman, her body free from fatal wounds, merely her clothing soiled, likely having been unearthed from the debris. Yet, a faint mark lingered around her neck, and with Yao Rui's experience and the severity of the mark, it was evident that she had succumbed to strangulation. Chapter 12. A decade, how did you come here all alone? If something were to happen to you, I wouldn't know. A voice suddenly whispered in Su Wuqiu's ear, yet he remained oblivious, unresponsive to the world around him. Unbeknownst to him, Yao Rui had approached the rubble and stood beside him, carefully observing his demeanor. At that moment, Su Wuqiu emanated an entirely different aura. Previously, he had exuded an ethereal charm, his countenance strikingly handsome, exuding a refined elegance that, while not flamboyant, certainly possessed a scholarly grace. However, now he radiated a malevolent energy, his gaze hollow and devoid of spirit, resembling a mere shell of a man. The impression he left was one of profound desolation. Noticing his lack of reaction, Yao Rui glanced at the young and beautiful woman lying amidst the debris beside him. Is this the one you have been longing for? Indeed, she is beautiful. Upon hearing this, Su Wuqiu finally stirred, albeit only to silently shake his head. Just as Yao Rui pondered how to proceed, Su Wuqiu finally spoke. She is the daughter of my neighbor. I couldn't save her. The woman in question was none other than Zhongwu, whom Su Wuqiu had rescued not long ago. Regrettably, at that time, his heart had been solely occupied by Yang Buhui, causing him to overlook her. By the time Su Wuqiu sought her out again, she had already met her demise. It appeared that during Su Wuqiu's search for Yang Buhui, Zhongwu had taken her own life, only to be buried beneath the ruins following Su Wuqiu's own destructive actions. Although he understood the circumstances, he found it impossible to find solace. He had saved one life, preserving the Zhong family lineage, yet through his negligence, he had ultimately allowed Zhongwu to vanish. In the end, not only did he fail to locate Yang Buhui, but he lost Zhongwu as well, epitomizing the saying of losing a watermelon while trying to pick up a sesame seed. Atop a towering peak that pierced the heavens, a young man clad in a red and white sword robe sat at the edge, his gaze fixed upon the sunset. Several white cranes soared overhead, and one small crane descended to perch upon the young man's shoulder, nuzzling its tiny head against his cheek. Yet he remained motionless like an unyielding stone. Little Bai, you must not disturb senior brother. A voice broke the tranquil silence. A girl, appearing to be around 16 or 17 and dressed in a green robe, approached from behind the young man, her fair face displaying a look of reproach. She then raised her arm. The little crane, sensing the shift, flapped its wings and flew from the young man's shoulder to the girl's outstretched arm, emitting a series of chirps as if to express its discontent. In response, the girl raised her other hand and gently tapped the crane's head with her finger. Now you have grown quite bold, daring to scold me? Do you believe I might make you my main course tonight? Under the intimidation of the girl in green, the petite white crane retracted its neck and swiftly flapped its wings, hastily departing from the scene. This caught the attention of the girl in green, who could not help but shake her head, her gaze quietly falling upon the young man beside her. She was baffled as to why this senior brother chose to squander most of his time watching the sunset, remaining engrossed until darkness enveloped the sky, seemingly unmoved by anything else. Perhaps, if she were to kick him now, he would remain unresponsive? Of course, these were merely fleeting thoughts. She did not act on them. For this senior brother's prowess was unfathomable. Even the second senior brother, renowned as the most exceptional talent in the sect in a millennium, was no match for him. The girl in green remained silent as she gradually settled beside the young man, resting her chin on her hands, and gazing toward the picturesque sunset over the western mountains alongside him. I am Lu Qingcheng, the fourth disciple of the Red Bamboo Peak of the Cold Cloud sect, and notably the youngest girl among the disciples, aside from our master. The person sitting next to me, like a stone, is my senior brother, Su Wuqiu. According to our master, he joined Red Bamboo Peak 10 years ago when it was on the brink of being discarded. Initially, our master merely sought to bolster our numbers to avert the risk of becoming a wasted peak. Little did we know, he was a hidden gem. Later, when our master recruited the second disciple, my second senior brother, he claimed the title of the top outer disciple of the Cold Cloud sect merely 3 months after joining. His remarkable success brought great honor to our master. However, I heard that during a spar between the second and the first senior brothers, the second brother could not withstand even 10 moves from the first. Consequently, the second brother became a training fanatic, spending his days either in rigorous practice or on the path to training, followed by sparring with the first brother and then plunging back into fervent cultivation. It has been 8 years since their first match, and despite being hailed as one of the 3 prodigies of the Cold Cloud sect, the second brother has yet to triumph over the first even once. I sometimes feel as if he has become possessed. I once overheard him calling out the first brother's name even in his sleep. As for my third senior brother, he is perpetually muttering to himself, sequestered in his chamber all day long, engaged in incomprehensible pursuits. He incessantly inundates me with bizarre ideologies, such as the notion that after vanquishing a sworn enemy, one must continue executing lethal moves upon their ashes until not a trace remains, lest one becomes complacent. Compared to the second brother's obsession with training and the third brother's eccentricities, I find solace in the company of my taciturn first brother, as he neither interrupts my cultivation nor concerns himself with whether my methods are deemed demonic. Suddenly, Su Wuqiu, who had been silent beside Lu Qingcheng, spoke up. The sky has darkened. At that moment, atop the highest tower of the Phoenix Flame dynasty, a woman clad in resplendent crimson sat upon a lavish seat, gazing at the sun that had vanished beyond the horizon, her voice a mere whisper in the enveloping darkness. This prompted the woman standing beside her in a purple robe to squint her eyes, perplexed by the utterance. Why does the sovereign, whenever she finds a moment of leisure, seek a vantage point to gaze upon the sunset as it descends behind the mountains? Of course, she does not dare to inquire. After all, the sovereign's actions must surely be grounded in her own rationale. She and the sovereign exist on entirely different planes. In truth, every individual within the Fengyan dynasty occupies a realm separate from that of the sovereign. This disparity has transformed the sovereign, who was once a mere puppet thrust into the position of monarch by the empress a decade ago, lacking any foundation, into the sole female emperor of the entire Tianxing Continent in the present day. At this juncture, a woman clad in black, her face obscured by a dark veil, abruptly materializes behind the seated figure, kneeling on one knee, her voice subdued to a whisper. Your Majesty, I have traced the threads of evidence and uncovered the reasons behind why Qingcheng fell to the barbarian forces. The woman in red, seated upon the throne, responded with an air of indifference. Chapter 13. No longer the predecessors the reason that the barbaric horde succeeded in breaching the fortress and invading the territory of the Fengyan Empire, capturing Qingcheng, lies in the machinations of sinister beings. The instigator of this chaos was none other than the former Grand Marshal, whose motives remained shrouded in mystery. As the words of the woman in black reached her ears, the woman in red seated upon the chair let out a cold smile. In an instant, she grasped the thoughts of that individual. Had you acted sooner against Qingcheng, it is likely that you would now occupy that very position. The woman in red slowly rose from her seat, her hands resting upon the railing as she gazed down upon the entire Fengyan imperial city, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Observing her silhouette, the woman in black hesitated repeatedly, ultimately gritting her teeth until her forehead nearly touched the ground. There is one more matter. The woman in red remained silent, continuing to survey the imperial city. The messenger from Xiaoyao Mountain had returned, stating that no graves were found atop the mountain, only a location long abandoned, overgrown with weeds, which appeared to resemble a grave. Furthermore, speak, the woman in red commanded, without turning her head, her tone utterly devoid of emotion, rendering her sentiments inscrutable. He added that the site had already been excavated, with no coffin in sight, merely charred remnants remaining. There were no tombstones, no burial mounds, no coffins, no corpses. He could not even ascertain if it was indeed a grave. No tombstones, no coffins, no corpses. The woman in red echoed the last words of her companion, her pupils constricting slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her otherwise impassive visage. In 10 years, this was the first occasion she had displayed such a lapse in composure. Suddenly, the railing she supported herself upon shattered into splinters, as a fierce gust of wind surged forth, causing the crown atop her head to tumble. Unbound, her long hair cascaded down, dancing with the wind. The woman in red was none other than Yang Buhui, the princess who had been brought back to the imperial capital by the queen of the Fengyan Empire a decade prior, and the wife of Su Wuqiu, a steward from Qingcheng. Throughout these 10 years, she had seized power, united the hearts of the people, commanded the military, repelled foreign threats, quelled internal strife, and rooted out corruption, tasks that had consumed her time entirely, leaving little room for leisure. The opportunity to witness the sunset over the mountains was a rare moment she had carved out from her multitude of responsibilities. It was not even conceivable for her to journey from the distant Fengyan Empire to Xiaoyao Mountain to pay homage to the grave of her deceased husband, Su Wuqiu. She had intended to send a few inconsequential individuals to Xiaoyao Mountain to tidy up his resting place, ensuring it was clean and adorned with offerings that ordinary people could scarcely procure, an effort to fill the decade-long void left by Su Wuqiu in the afterlife. Yet, she did not anticipate that the envoy to Xiaoyao Mountain would report that Su Wuqiu's grave had long since vanished, and even his remains were nowhere to be found, leaving only traces of burning. This implied that his body had been incinerated, possibly subjected to even more heinous fates, such as desecration. Contemplating this, Yang Buhui's expression grew increasingly tumultuous, veins of crimson beginning to mar her sclera. Was it him, or was it her? A long silence ensued. Yang Buhui's emotions gradually settled. Yet this tranquility was merely ephemeral. An eruption was inevitable. Spread the word. We must swiftly close in. It would be most advantageous to capture the former Grand Marshal Dongfang Tang alive. If that proves impossible, execute him on the spot. Bring the corpse back to the palace. Yes, the black-clad woman, who had been kneeling in silence, dared not even breathe, swiftly responded before vanishing within the star-picking tower. After her departure, Yang Buhui turned and cast a cold glance at the woman in purple before descending from the star-picking tower. Follow me to the palace. Where? The purple-clad woman instinctively inquired, quickly covering her mouth with her hands. Deep within the inner palace, the Empress Dowager's residence awaited. Listening to Yang Buhui's voice, laced with coldness and a hint of murderous intent, the woman in purple felt a chill run down her spine. Who could possibly lie buried in that grave to elicit such a discomposed demeanor from the usually unflappable monarch? The woman dared not dwell further on this thought and hurriedly trailed behind Yang Buhui towards the inner palace. As night fell, Lu Jingjing gazed perplexedly at Su Wuqiu. What does it matter if it gets dark? Does the night not always arrive in due time? This happens daily. What is so remarkable about it? However, Su Wuqiu offered no response. He merely glanced at her before rising and walking toward the distant grand hall. Suddenly, a fleeting white shadow appeared before him. He casually lifted his arm, and a small white crane landed upon it. It was the same little crane from earlier. This crane was quite unique. No larger than an ordinary pigeon, yet it was nearly a century old, surpassing the age of most cranes in the Hongzhou Peak. In other words, it was a few years older than Su Wuqiu, yet it still retained its diminutive size. It was named Xiaobai, not a name given by Su Wuqiu, but by the master of Hongzhou Peak, Yao Rui, who had brought him to the Cold Cloud sect. This little creature was among Su Wuqiu's favorites in the sect. In silence, Su Wuqiu brought Xiaobai to his room. The crane flew to a wooden table, picked up a brush, and moved a sheet of paper to the center of the table. Then, it perched on the back of a wooden chair. As it shifted the chair back, Su Wuqiu sat down with a thud. Grasping the brush, he began to paint on the paper. The walls of the small room were already adorned with colorful scrolls. Though the hues were not particularly realistic, thankfully, the impact was minimal. There was a painting of a mountain, an elderly man with white hair, an aged woman with grizzled locks, and a depiction of a man and woman flying on swords above a city. This was the essence of Su Wuqiu's life over the past decade. He had become enamored with painting. Initially, he replicated the images left by the system, and though his early works were somewhat crude, they were passable. After all, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. As Su Wuqiu honed his skills and no longer needed to rely on the system's images, he began to paint from memory. On the wall hangs a scroll adorned with images depicting both his elder and youthful self, as well as the elder and youthful visage of Yang Buhui. It captures the essence of the entire Qingcheng and its inhabitants. Every scene that exists within Su Wuqiu's memory has been meticulously replicated onto the canvas. This artwork embodies a decade of his life. Presently, Su Wuqiu has reached the 13th scroll of the Hanyan sect, which can be regarded as the final piece he is capable of creating at this juncture. His mind has been thoroughly emptied of memories, compounded by the fact that he has not departed from the Hongzhou for the past 10 years, leading to a depletion of his resources. Fortunately, aside from his artistic endeavors, Su Wuqiu has not emerged empty-handed. He has acquired comprehensive knowledge of the Tianxing Continent, its cultivation system, as well as the techniques he has learned, including martial arts, agility, and spiritual abilities. Su Wuqiu is no longer the oblivious mortal who had just clawed his way out of a grave a decade ago. Chapter 14. The Brothers of Red Bamboo Peak at last. It is finished. Su Wuqiu exhaled deeply, placing the brush gently on the table and turning his attention to the painting he had just completed. In the artwork, a man and a woman sat side by side on the edge of a cliff, gazing at the sun setting behind the mountains. A few white cranes soared nearby. One small crane perched playfully on the man's shoulder. The little crane, which had been drowsy, suddenly perked up upon seeing the scene depicted in the painting, emitting a series of excited sounds. Hearing this, Su Wuqiu raised his hand, pointing to the small crane on the man's shoulder, then to the man and woman, and sequentially remarked, "This is you, this is me, and this is my dear wife." This painting captured the moment of the sunset that day. Inspired by the unexpected arrival of his junior sister, Lu Jingjing, Su Wuqiu had chosen to paint. The only alteration he made was to replace Lu Jingjing's figure with the youthful silhouette of Yang Buhui. Everything else remained unchanged. The little crane seemed to understand Su Wuqiu's words, nuzzling against his cheek with its tiny head. Feeling a tickle, Su Wuqiu couldn't help but chuckle, lowering the painting with the intention of playfully reprimanding the little creature. However, just as he set the painting down, several figures appeared before him. They stood at the window, the tallest among them a young man clad in a sharp black robe, exuding an air of righteousness, likely around 18 or 19 years of age, with a stern expression and meticulous demeanor. From appearances alone, it would be difficult to associate him with villainy or treachery. This was Xiaoyao, the second disciple of Red Bamboo Peak. To his left stood the shortest of the group, dressed in a green outfit, his fair face illuminated with a broad smile. His eyes crescent-shaped with joy, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old, delicate and charming, with a sweetness that radiated from his laughter. He was Lu Jingjing, the fourth disciple. On the right stood a figure slightly shorter than the one in the center, garbed in tattered brown robes, their appearance disheveled, with several unknown creatures seemingly escaping from the tangled hair. Dark circles encircled his pale face, and his overall countenance raised concerns about his well-being, as he looked to be about 18, managing to force a smile despite his condition. He was Baiming Changsheng, the third disciple. Upon seeing these three, Su Wuqiu's smile froze momentarily, and the little crane on his shoulder took flight, landing on the table and casting a furious squawk towards the trio outside, as if to vent its frustration. Unperturbed, Baiming Changsheng swept the curtain aside, completely disregarding the little crane, and addressed Su Wuqiu directly. Eldest brother, second brother seeks a duel. No, it's just a sparring session. We've been waiting for quite some time, Lu Jingjing chimed in, crouching down to peek through the bottom of the window, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Xiaoyao remained silent as he walked away into the distance. Soon, Su Wuqiu could no longer catch a glimpse of Xiaoyao from the window. Observing this, Su Wuqiu shook his head in resignation. Had he known that Xiaoyao would prove to be such a handful, he should have deliberately allowed him to triumph during their initial sparring session. No, that was not entirely accurate. He had already been holding back at that time, yet he still managed to defeat Xiaoyao in a remarkably short span. Perhaps letting him off lightly would be a more fitting description. Despite this realization, if Su Wuqiu were to return to that first encounter with Xiaoyao, he would still choose not to ease up. It would not only be a disservice to himself, but also an affront to the honor of Xiaoyan's sword. Casting aside these disjointed thoughts, Su Wuqiu rose to his feet and gently stroked the head of his companion, Xiao Bai, before walking out of the room. Noticing this, Xiao Bai quickly flapped its wings and alighted once more upon Su Wuqiu's shoulder. Before long, atop the summit of Hongzhou Peak, in a spacious clearing, Su Wuqiu, clad in a red and white sword robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, 10 paces away from Xiaoyao, who was draped in a flowing black robe. Lu Jingjing sat upon a stone at the edge of the expansive clearing, addressing Baiming Changsheng, who was crouched at the perimeter. Has third senior brother finished yet? Both first and second senior brother's eyes are growing dry. At her words, Baiming Changsheng rolled his eyes and muttered, "It would be better if they were indeed occupied, lest one earns a reputation for harming fellow disciples, while the other foolishly loses his life." Despite his grumbling, Baiming Changsheng hastened his movements significantly, soon standing up to brush off the dust from his hands. He then raised his left hand to his ear and snapped his fingers. Instantly, several luminous barriers of varying colors enveloped the clearing, isolating Su Wuqiu and Xiaoyao from the outside world. After completing this, Baiming Changsheng ambled over to Lu Jingjing, plopping down on the stone and reclining, his eyes gradually closing. This prompted Lu Jingjing to finally voice the question that had been weighing on her mind for some time. "Third senior brother, aren't you curious who will emerge victorious? I bet on first senior brother to win 100 top-quality spirit stones. Does junior sister want to place a wager?" "Of course, I've already put my money on first senior brother. You can't bet on him too, can you?" "I refuse to gamble." Lu Jingjing stuck out her pink tongue and made a face at Baiming Changsheng, refraining from further inquiries about whom he favored. Yet, her heart was filled with anxiety. As a fellow disciple of Hongzhou Peak, she knew little of first senior brother's true strength, but suspected it was formidable. Second senior brother was exceptionally skilled, a genius in the way of a sword. Third senior brother possessed profound knowledge of formations, likely surpassing the formation masters within Hanyan's sect. And what about her? What accomplishments did she have? On the other side, after Baiming Changsheng had set up the formation, Xiaoyan finally drew the long sword that hung at his waist. The moment the blade was unsheathed, it shimmered and sang, releasing several strands of white sword energy that danced around him. In this recent retreat, I have stepped into the fifth realm and touched upon the essence of sword intent. My strength now is as different as heaven and earth compared to 6 months ago. Senior brother, "It is time for you to draw your sword," Xiaoyao declared, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Su Wuqiu, his demeanor serious. Su Wuqiu lowered his gaze, pondering the realm of the fifth stage. Had he not vanquished a practitioner of the fifth stage a decade ago? Observing Xiaoyao from Tianxing away, it was evident from his demeanor that he possessed a profound confidence in this confrontation. Perhaps it was due to his advancement to the fifth stage, or perhaps it was his newfound comprehension of sword intent, maybe a combination of both. After a brief moment, Su Wuqiu let out a soft chuckle, and with a mere thought, the storage ring on his right index finger emitted a faint blue light. In the next instant, a segment of red bamboo materialized in his hand, and the moment he grasped it, a subtle crimson flame began to emanate from the bamboo. As time passed, the red flames intensified in richness. Witnessing Su Wuqiu not unsheathing a sharp blade, but instead producing a common piece of red bamboo, Xiaoyao furrowed his brow momentarily before it relaxed once more. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. My senior brother is truly of the fifth stage. With this realization, Su Wuqiu glanced at the flaming red bamboo in his grasp and understood why Xiaoyao had declared him to be of the fifth stage. Chapter 15. Why is he so ferocious? In the Tianxing Continent, martial prowess is held in the highest regard, with practitioners classified into 12 realms. The first realm is body refinement. The second is spirit awakening. The third is mountain shaking. The fourth is flow severing. The fifth is all-encompassing. The sixth is ascension. The seventh is Dan embrace. The eighth is body separation. The ninth is infant merging. The 10th is carefree. The 11th is celestial being. And the 12th is immortal transformation. Each realm is further divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. At the tender age of 19, Xiaoyao has already stepped into the all-encompassing realm, a feat that, in any corner of the vast Tianxing Continent, would easily earn him the title of a genius. After all, although the first 4 realms are formidable, they remain within the realm of mortals, while the 5th realm, all-encompassing, marks the true divide between mortals and practitioners. Upon reaching the all-encompassing realm, one can externalize their spiritual power and summon a protective spiritual flame, resulting in a strength that exceeds that of the 4th realm by more than tenfold. This explains Xiaoyan's confidence after entering the all-encompassing realm. Even though he is merely at the initial stage, he could easily take on his past self at the peak of the flow-severing realm without employing any spiritual tools. He now possesses the ability to single-handedly contend with 10 of his former selves at the peak of the flow-severing realm. "Senior brother," Xiaoyao called out sharply, raising his sword. In an instant, the sword energy surrounding him surged forth, ready to strike. Despite this, Su Wuqiu remained stationary, offering only a gentle invitation to Xiaoyao to proceed. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiaoyao pierced through the sword energy before him and launched a strike towards Su Wuqiu. The ground was instantly carved with a deep scar, stretching toward Su Wuqiu's position. As the scar approached Su Wuqiu's feet, he swiftly pressed a segment of red bamboo to the ground. The scar abruptly halted, as if the red bamboo had transformed into an insurmountable mountain, effectively barricading the scar's advance. Meanwhile, at the edge of the open space behind Su Wuqiu, a white protective barrier suddenly illuminated, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. A long crack materialized across the surface of the white barrier. Lying on the gravel with closed eyes, Qingcheng couldn't help but click his tongue, muttering, "If it weren't for my formation, that detestable elder would have arrived long ago, and this crumbling red bamboo peak would have been mostly destroyed." While Qingcheng focused on Su Wuqiu and Xiaoyao spar, Lu Jingjing remained transfixed on their figures, unaware of Qingcheng's murmurs. At this moment, the tightly shut eyes of Qingcheng quietly opened a slit, glancing at Lu Jingjing before closing once more. Senior brother is indeed a genius who has long ascended to the 5th realm. He can effortlessly counter a strike from his junior brother. Seeing his attack prove ineffective, Xiaoyan's spirits lifted rather than faltered, and he praised Su Wuqiu. Su Wuqiu lifted the red bamboo from the ground, calmly stating, "Do not concern yourself with whether you might harm me. Unleash your full strength." As soon as Su Wuqiu's words fell, Xiaoyao transformed into several afterimages, arriving before Su Wuqiu in mere moments. A flash of sword light flickered across the scene. As Su Wuqiu blinked, his feet shifted and his body turned sideways. The blade in Xiaoyan's hand sliced through the air before Su Wuqiu's eyes. As the force of the sword struck the ground, a segment of red bamboo in Su Wuqiu's grasp swiftly intercepted Xiaoyan's blade. The immense impact caused Xiaoyan to lose his balance, toppling backward. In an instant, Su Wuqiu, with lightning speed, tapped the red bamboo against Xiaoyan's chest. With a resounding thud, Xiaoyan, who had been standing before Su Wuqiu just moments ago, found himself at the edge of the clearing, crashing into an ethereal array glowing with white light. Had it not been for the array's existence, that blow from Su Wuqiu might have sent Xiaoyan plummeting from the summit of Red Bamboo Peak to the valley below. Coughing, Xiaoyan's legs trembled. His entire body felt as if it might disintegrate, yet he summoned his indomitable will to rise. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, but he seemed oblivious to the pain, his gaze firmly fixed on Su Wuqiu, now 40 yards away. His heart raced with trepidation. He could not comprehend how Su Wuqiu had evaded and countered his strike. All he remembered was swinging his sword at Su Wuqiu, and then, in the next moment, finding himself here, as if his body were no longer his own. The prowess displayed by Su Wuqiu left Xiaoyan in awe. Prior to stepping into the realm of the Five Realms, he had assumed Su Wuqiu was at that level, but now, having entered the Five Realms himself, he felt that Su Wuqiu might be an entity beyond that realm, perhaps the Sixth Realm, a realm of ascension. However, as this thought crossed his mind, uncertainty crept in. Within the Cold Cloud sect, the outer elders were merely of the Five Realms, while the inner elders had reached the Sixth Realm, with the Grand Elder being slightly stronger, likely at the pinnacle of that realm. The master of the disciples from Red Bamboo Peak, Yao Rui, was said to possess the cultivation of the Eighth Realm. Though Xiaoyan was unsure of the specifics regarding whether it was early, mid, late, or peak stage. Yet, if Su Wuqiu had indeed achieved the Sixth Realm at such a young age, he would be unparalleled across the entire Tianxing Continent. It is worth noting that Su Wuqiu's true age had never been discerned. Those aware of his existence presumed him to be as youthful as he appeared. It is noteworthy that cultivators can stabilize their appearance at a certain age if they wish, with higher realms enabling them to retain a youthful visage. However, if Su Wuqiu were not of the Sixth Realm, how could he so effortlessly defeat him? The more Xiaoyan pondered, the more perplexed he became, even oblivious to when Baiming Changsheng had dispelled the array. Only when Baiming Changsheng approached him and patted his shoulder did Xiaoyan regain his senses. Yet, Su Wuqiu's figure had long since vanished. "Congratulations, senior brother. You've survived once again," exclaimed Baiming Changsheng, tears of joy streaming down his face as he repeatedly patted Xiaoyan's shoulder. This only exacerbated Xiaoyan's discomfort, contorting his face in agony. Fortunately, Lu Jingjing swiftly intervened, removing Baiming Changsheng's hand, providing Xiaoyan with a measure of relief. Once he had composed himself, Xiaoyan noticed Lu Jingjing giving him fist pump, encouraging him with a gesture. "Second brother, you can do it. Next time, no, the time after that, you will definitely surpass senior brother." This caused a subtle change in Xiaoyan's expression as he solemnly stated, "My sword seeks not victory or defeat, but only the pursuit of refinement, and nothing more." With that, Xiaoyan, fatigued, began to make his way toward the great hall, heading to the corner of his own chamber, leaving behind a desolate silhouette for Lu Jingjing and Baiming Changsheng. This sight left Lu Jingjing wide-eyed, huffing lightly, her arms crossed before her, her lips slightly pursed. "I was merely encouraging second senior brother. Why is he so fierce?" Your words nearly shattered second senior brother's resolve in the way of the sword. You should feel fortunate he didn't deliver a lethal strike. Yet, here you are, still complaining. Baiming Changsheng, with an exasperated poke to Lu Jingjing's forehead, turned his gaze towards Su Wuqiu, who was not far off, locking eyes with Xiao Bai, and mumbled something nonsensical. Perhaps she alone holds the power to end him? What do you mean, she alone? Third senior brother, have you begun to ramble again? Do you dare me to cast you off Red Bamboo Peak right now? Hearing Baiming Changsheng's threatening words, Lu Jingjing hurriedly dashed towards Su Wuqiu, exclaiming, Eldest senior brother, save me. Third senior brother intends to throw both of us off Red Bamboo Peak. Chapter 16. What on earth? The sun rises in the east. While Lu Jingjing was outside the hall, moving several large boxes, she suddenly caught sight of a figure slowly emerging from within. In the next moment, her pupils dilated, and the wooden box in her hands fell to the ground as if she had encountered something terrifying, causing her to retreat instinctively. In her haste, she stumbled over a protruding stone, resulting in a muffled thud. Just as Lu Jingjing remained engulfed in fear, a reassuring figure appeared before her, extending a hand to grasp hers and pulling her up. Once Lu Jingjing regained her footing, she heard a voice reach her ears. "Junior sister, why the sudden fright? As if you've seen a ghost?" Observing Lu Jingjing, whose eyes had yet to return to normal, Xiaoyao expressed his concern. He presumed that she was still shaken from the previous night when he had inadvertently frightened her, adding, "If you desire any form of compensation for my unintentional scare last night, please feel free to voice it. I shall certainly make amends." However, Lu Jingjing seemed not to hear him, showing no response at all. Just as Xiaoyao was about to inquire further, Lu Jingjing abruptly raised her hand, pointing towards the entrance of the grand hall, her voice trembling. "Second senior brother, look, is that a ghost?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao followed the direction of her finger and beheld a man clad in a black and red robe stepping out from the hall. His long hair was tied back in a ponytail, with a few strands falling delicately at the corners of his eyes, resembling dragon whiskers, perfectly framing his strikingly handsome face. His ethereal demeanor made it difficult to associate him with anything ghostly. If anything, he resembled a celestial being. Yet, this very person managed to startle the usually bold Xiaoyao, who instinctively took a step back, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Jingjing. "Ah, second senior brother, what are you doing?" Startled by Xiaoyan's sudden movement, Lu Jingjing quickly wriggled free from his grasp and darted behind him, finally daring to peek out. Observing the startled Xiaoyao and Lu Jingjing, Su Wuqiu couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. While it was somewhat understandable for the junior sister to react this way, he found it puzzling that even his usually composed second senior brother was so affected. Was he truly that frightening? Once he had composed himself, Su Wuqiu approached Xiaoyao and Lu Jingjing with a hint of annoyance. "Have you two seen a ghost?" Initially, he intended this remark as a light-hearted jest to alleviate the tension between them. To his astonishment, both Xiaoyao and Lu Jingjing nodded in unison. This caused several lines of disbelief to form on Su Wuqiu's forehead as he threw up his hands. "What ghost? Besides, you are both cultivators. What do you have to fear?" An even more incredulous scene unfolded as Xiaoyao and Lu Jingjing, though silent, raised their hands in perfect unison, pointing at Su Wuqiu. "Me?" Su Wuqiu raised a finger to himself, incredulous. "Am I a ghost?" Lu Jingjing chimed in. "The master brother never rises early. And even if he did, he wouldn't be in this getup, as he never leaves Hongzhou Peak," Xiaoyan added. Su Wuqiu glanced at the cloth bundle he was carrying, sighed deeply, and then placed it into his storage ring. This bundle contained several scrolls and brushes, and the reason he hadn't stored them away was that he wished to paint swiftly whenever inspiration struck. Moreover, his storage ring was in such disarray that if he placed the brushes and scrolls inside, he might forget their location over time, making retrieval a cumbersome task. Unexpectedly, he found himself the subject of Xiaoyan's teasing. Nonetheless, a part of this was indeed Su Wuqiu's own doing. Since his arrival at Hongzhou Peak, he had always slept until he naturally awoke and had never ventured away from the peak. This habit had led to a rather fixed impression among Xiaoyao, Lu Jingjing, and Baiming Changsheng. However, to label him as a ghost simply because of this was rather absurd, wasn't it? Upon realizing that the alarm had been unfounded, Xiaoyao and Lu Jingjing approached Su Wuqiu, with Lu Jingjing even taking the initiative to position herself behind him, offering to massage his back and shoulders. "Master brother, so early in the morning, you carry such a small bundle. Are you planning to descend a mountain?" Seeing Su Wuqiu's acknowledgement, both Xiaoyao and Lu Jingjing could hardly conceal their astonishment, with Lu Jingjing's reaction being particularly exaggerated, her mouth agape, as if it could fit a small egg. "Is it true, master brother? Are we to abandon Hongzhou Peak at noon?" Why leave so early? Xiaoyao refrained from such remarks, and, after a careful appraisal of Su Wuqiu, finally managed to stammer, "Is it because Master has returned and wishes to take you down the mountain?" Listening to their words, Su Wuqiu swiftly vanished from their sight and began walking down the slope, gesturing behind him toward Xiaoyao and Lu Jingjing. "Do not overthink. I merely wish to behold the scenery I have not seen in 10 years." As Su Wuqiu's figure began to fade, Xiaoyao hurriedly followed, descending the mountain alongside him, leaving Lu Jingjing momentarily stunned. After a brief moment, Lu Jingjing gazed at the scene around her, noting the several large wooden boxes still untouched, and let out a helpless sigh. "Alas, the treasures for cultivation are shared, yet the labor falls solely on me, Lu Jingjing. It is most unfair." Despite her grievances, Lu Jingjing worked diligently, opting not to use any spiritual power to assist her. She had embraced Biming Changxing's recommended training method, intending to first hone her physical strength. The weight of the boxes, each reaching 1,000 pounds, combined with the resources within, would only increase, not lessen. Meanwhile, where is Master Brother planning to go? Xiaoyao could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired as they reached the mountainside. To his surprise, Su Wuqiu shook his head repeatedly, saying, "I do not know. Wherever I walk, that is where I shall go." Xiaoyao remained silent for a moment before suggesting, "If you're uncertain, Master Brother could accompany me to the Sword Tower." "Sword Tower?" Su Wuqiu paused his steps. The Sword Tower is a favored place of opportunity for the disciples of the Cold Cloud sect, primarily due to the concealed dangers that lurk within each layer, with the challenges intensifying from one level to the next, culminating in a total of 81 levels. Its allure lies in the unique capability of the Sword Tower. By merely dropping a drop of one's essence blood onto the sword plate before entering, one ensures that even in the event of death within the tower, one does not truly perish. This not only enhances one's combat experience, but also allows one to grasp the profound sword intent embedded within the tower. Numerous disciples have even attained breakthroughs in their cultivation while facing life-and-death situations inside, making it an endeavor that offers countless benefits without any drawbacks, hence its widespread appeal. Even elders of the sect occasionally seize the opportunity to challenge the Sword Tower. The area surrounding the tower is bustling with people, comprising both inner and outer disciples of the Cold Cloud sect, as well as core and direct disciples. It is a gathering of such magnitude that no other sect within the entire Phoenix Flame dynasty can rival the Cold Cloud sect. "Here comes Brother Xiaoyao." At that moment, a voice erupted from the crowd, prompting many disciples who were observing the Sword Tower to turn their attention and begin searching for Xiaoyan's presence. Chapter 17. Would you like me to present you with an award? Outside the Sword Tower, two men walked side by side, and as they passed, the men and women who had been standing before them instinctively parted ways, creating a narrow path sufficient for the two to traverse. The two figures made their way directly towards the towering Sword Tower. One of the men, clad in a striking red and white robe, appeared to be around 21 years of age. His long brows resembled delicate willows, and his physique was as graceful as a jade tree. His flowing black hair was elegantly tied up with a pale red crown, swaying behind him like a horse's tail as he moved. An aura of extraordinary charm enveloped him, akin to a celestial being concealed among mortals. The other man, seemingly around 18 or 19, donned a black robe, his robust frame and dignified features exuding righteousness. Yet, his gaze was piercing, akin to a sharp sword, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes without trepidation. Indeed, it was Brother Xiaoyao. It was rumored that he had already reached the 61st level during his last endeavor. Would he surpass the 81st level this time? Unlikely, as throughout history, only a handful of sword cultivators from the Cold Cloud sect had managed to conquer the 81st level. Despite Brother Zhao's exceptional talent, he remained rather youthful. Who then? Was the young man beside Xiaoyao? I have never seen him before. Surely, a figure as handsome as he should have been known to me. Could he be a newly initiated junior disciple? Nonsense. He appears to be a few years older than Brother Xiao. How can you say such things? Talent takes precedence. I am well over 60 and still address Brother Xiao as such. Upon glimpsing Xiaoyao, The disciples of the Cold Cloud sect outside the sword tower began to chatter excitedly, their gazes toward him brimming with admiration. This reaction left Su Wuqiu, who walked beside Xiaoyao, somewhat astonished, prompting him to steal a glance at his companion. Su Wuqiu had only joined the Red Bamboo Peak a few months earlier than Xiaoyao, and back then, Xiaoyao had seemed quite small. It was not an exaggeration to say that Su Wuqiu had watched him grow. Yet, now, Xiaoyao had blossomed into a well-known genius within the Cold Cloud sect, a prominent figure. Meanwhile, Su Wuqiu was regarded as a newly admitted disciple. The disparity was both amusing and bewildering. Fortunately, Su Wuqiu was not one to overly concern himself with fame and fortune. He raised his hand and gently patted Xiaoyan's shoulder twice. Xiaoyan turned his head to glance at Su Wuqiu, seemingly understanding the sentiment, and nodded earnestly in response. They quickened their pace, and soon Xiaoyan arrived first at the entrance of the sword tower, just as Su Wuqiu thought Xiaoyan was about to enter and embark on his challenge. Xiaoyan suddenly turned around, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from within him. Perhaps the curious brothers and sisters would like to know who he was. So Xiaoyan took the bold step of introducing his companion to the fellow disciples. He raised his hand, palm directed towards Su Wuqiu not far away, and continued. This is my brother, the eldest disciple of our Red Bamboo Peak, Su Wuqiu. He has come here to challenge the sword tower. As soon as these words fell, the disciples of the Cold Cloud sect, who had been curious about Su Wuqiu's identity, erupted into a chorus of excitement. Due to the influence of Xiaoyao, Hongzhou Peak has garnered considerable attention within the Hanyan sect. The peak master, Yao Rui, along with the second disciple, Xiaoyao, and the fourth disciple, Lu Qingcheng, are already well-known figures. Particularly noteworthy are Xiaoyao and Lu Qingcheng, as the two are often seen descending from Hongzhou Peak together. And Lu Qingcheng is familiar with many disciples from both the inner and outer sections. However, the first and third disciples of Hongzhou Peak have left little impression on the members of the sect. The third disciple is somewhat known, having been seen by a few, and is rumored to be a frail individual whose health is precarious. Yet, the first disciple remains a complete enigma. Not even the elders of the sect have laid eyes upon him. Aside from those affiliated with Hongzhou Peak, it is likely that only the sect leader has encountered him. Amidst a flurry of rumors, the first disciple has become shrouded in mystery, akin to a dragon whose head and tail are never seen. Were it not for Xiaoyan mentioning his senior brother on several occasions, most would presume Su Wuqiu to be either deceased or non-existent. And now, that elusive first disciple of Hongzhou Peak has unexpectedly made his entrance into the public eye. He indeed exudes an extraordinary demeanor, yet there is not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. He appears almost like an ordinary mortal, remarked an outer sect disciple with a furrowed brow. A nearby inner sect disciple scoffed and retorted, "This is precisely why you remain an outer sect disciple. That senior brother is either of a significantly higher cultivation level than you, or has mastered some secret technique to conceal his aura, which is why you perceive no fluctuations in his spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, many outer sect disciples experienced a moment of enlightenment. As for Su Wuqiu, the subject of their discussion, he displayed no sign of elation. A keen observer would have noted the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He glared at Xiaoyao, who was making exaggerated faces in his direction from in front of the sword tower. Su Wuqiu gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Surely this little imp doesn't think that my pat on the shoulder was an attempt to seek attention? I was merely trying to encourage him, to inspire him to strive for a breakthrough at the 81st level of the sword tower. Misinterpreting my intentions is one thing. But why is he gesturing at me like that? Does he expect me to present him an award?" Nevertheless, even as his thoughts seethed, Su Wuqiu maintained an impassive facade and calmly stated, "Junior brother, do not jest. I have merely come to witness the sword tower. I have no desire to challenge it." Well, if that is the case, Xiaoyan felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Su Wuqiu's words. His intent in bringing Su Wuqiu to the sword tower was not merely to showcase his own challenge. He was genuinely curious about how far Su Wuqiu could ascend. However, with Su Wuqiu lacking the ambition to face the tower, Xiaoyan could not compel him otherwise. Thus, after acknowledging Su Wuqiu's statement, He turned and entered the sword tower to begin his own challenge. The onlookers soon shifted their focus from Su Wuqiu to the sword tower, eager to see how many levels Xiaoyao could conquer this time. Some even began placing bets on Xiaoyao's performance, drawing a crowd of participants eager to wager their stakes. Su Wuqiu, however, remained indifferent to the excitement, his gaze fixed on the sword tower. After a brief moment, he concentrated his thoughts. Before Su Wuqiu, a scroll and brush emerged from the storage ring. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, securing the brush firmly within his grasp. The scroll floated immobile before him, impervious to the chilling breeze that swept through, remaining steadfast and undisturbed. Despite the cacophony surrounding him, Su Wuqiu remained utterly focused, meticulously sketching the sword tower upon the scroll. Unbeknownst to him, those gathered around Su Wuqiu gazed upon him with sheer astonishment. Was that externalized spiritual energy? It could not be mistaken. The eldest disciple of Red Bamboo Peak must undoubtedly be at the manifestation realm. Goodness, he appears to be no more than a year or two older than I. To attain the manifestation realm at such a tender age, Brother Xiao currently ranks 7th on the sword steel. This elder brother from Red Bamboo Peak could very well secure a position within the top 5. Alas, if only I possessed the same cultivation resources as they do, I too could rank within the top 10 on the sword steel. Oh, do you wonder what criteria the sect leader and the masters of the major peaks use to allocate cultivation resources? Chapter 18. A Great Disturbance. At the foot of Hongzhou Peak, Lu Qingcheng, who was seated in meditation beneath a grand tree, seemed to sense an impending occurrence and promptly ceased her practice. In an instant, the dark, red, spiritual energy that had been enveloping her dissipated entirely. As Lu Qingcheng rose from the ground, her hair cascading loosely and her complexion as pale as a ghost, the weary figure of Baiming Changsheng emerged from the hall, bearing the unmistakable marks of exhaustion, complete with panda-like eyes and a tattered outfit. "Have you finally risen, third senior brother?" Upon sighting Baiming Changsheng, Lu Qingcheng's face brightened with a sweet smile as she greeted him. Baiming Changsheng yawned and stretched lazily before inquiring, "Is second senior brother off to challenge the sword tower again?" Xiaoyao, after each retreat, would invariably seek out Su Wuqiu for a spar. If their duel occurred during the day, he would venture into the sword tower by evening or night. Conversely, if they sparred at night, his expedition would take place the following day. Thus, Baiming Changsheng, still groggy from slumber, posed the question without a second thought. As expected, Lu Qingcheng provided the anticipated reply. "Indeed, second senior brother has already reached the 5th realm. Surely he will conquer the 70th floor this time." "The 70th floor?" Baiming Changsheng chuckled softly as he began to meander away toward the rear of the hall. His laughter left Lu Qingcheng puzzled, as it seemed to suggest he held little faith in Xiaoyao's ability to reach the 70th floor. Watching Baiming Changsheng's retreating figure, Lu Qingcheng gently shook her head. While she was uncertain whether second senior brother could ascend to the 70th floor, she felt confident that first senior brother would surely achieve it. Just as her thoughts settled, a brisk gust of wind swept towards her, scattering her meticulously arranged hair. In the next moment, a pale face, adorned with dark circles, suddenly loomed before Lu Qingcheng, enlarging swiftly and nearly causing her to stumble back in fright. Baiming Changsheng, who had intended to head to the rear hall's medicinal herb garden, now stood directly in front of Lu Qingcheng. His breath quickened as he urgently asked, "What did you just say?" Could second senior brother reach the 70th floor?" "Not that. The next sentence." He interjected sharply. First senior brother should be able to reach the 70th floor?" Lu Qingcheng replied meekly. Upon hearing this, Baiming Changsheng swiftly distanced himself from her and began his descent down the mountain, leaving Lu Qingcheng bewildered in the wind. Once she regained her composure, Lu Qingcheng hastily employed her agility to catch up with Baiming Changsheng. Curiosity bubbling within her, she asked, "Third senior brother, what is the matter? Why the sudden rush down the mountain?" "It is first senior brother's first descent," Baiming Changsheng murmured solemnly. "And so what?" Lu Qingcheng still did not comprehend. "Something significant is about to happen. Alas, there is no time for further explanation. I must take my leave." With that, Baiming Changsheng abruptly waved his hand, and a fierce wind surged forth, coalescing into a swirling mass of dark clouds. Soaring into the sky with the essence of Baiming Changsheng, Lu Jingjing quickly became but a mere speck in the distance. As Su Wuqiu's brush came to a halt, the sword tower emerged vividly before his eyes on the scroll. Though regrettably, it remained uncolored. This left Su Wuqiu momentarily stunned, standing in place. In the past, it was always Xiaobai who assisted him with the coloring, a routine he had grown accustomed to. Today, having descended the mountain, he had inadvertently forgotten to bring Xiaobai along. However, being a Hanyan sect and not far from Hongzhou Peak, he could easily return to add the colors later. With this thought, Su Wuqiu's expression softened slightly. Just as he intended to put the painting away, several brushes of various hues appeared before him. Instinctively, Su Wuqiu followed the delicate hand that offered the brushes. Unbeknownst to him, a woman clad in violet had appeared by his side, her presence unnoticed until now. She appeared to be in her 20s. Her lustrous black hair elegantly secured with 2 crossed hairpins, her features strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of spirited grace. Yet when she smiled, that spirited demeanor transformed into an alluring charm. Her delicate lips lightly pressed, as if holding unspoken words, leaving one yearning to speak yet hesitant. But without these, the woman said, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. "Thank you." Su Wuqiu nodded gently and reached out to accept the brushes from her hand. Unexpectedly, a large hand suddenly appeared, swatting the brushes from her grasp, causing Su Wuqiu's gesture to falter. The violet-clad woman looked on in astonishment. Once they regained their composure, both turned to regard the owner of that imposing hand, a young man, pale and beset with dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing his face, the violet-clad woman's pupils constricted, instinctively taking a step back, distancing herself from him. This man was none other than Baiming Changsheng, who had hurried over from Hongzhou Peak. One could hardly deny that Baiming Changsheng's striking appearance, suddenly revealed before others, could easily frighten the faint-hearted into a state of terror. Upon encountering Baiming Changsheng, Su Wuqiu raised an eyebrow in confusion, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this?" Baiming Changsheng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the brushes that had fallen to the ground for a long moment, before finally exhaling deeply. The violet-clad woman approached Su Wuqiu and asked, "Do you know this rather uniquely handsome individual, senior brother? Let us return to the peak." Before Su Wuqiu could respond, Baiming Changsheng seized him, retrieving the floating scroll and brushes with his other hand, and hurriedly made his way toward Hongzhou Peak. Watching Su Wuqiu and Baiming Changsheng gradually recede into the distance, the violet-clad woman's face shifted between hues of blue and purple, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Sister, are you all right? These are your brushes, aren't they? I've picked them up for you. How'd you end up here? There are too many people, and they're all sweaty and reeking. If these odors cling to you, it would be a great misfortune." Nearly 10 men swiftly approached the violet-clad woman, inquiring after her well-being, while the more perceptive among them collected the brushes that Baiming Changsheng had knocked to the ground, offering them as a gesture of goodwill. In response, the woman in the purple attire remained oblivious, her gaze fixated on the direction in which Su Wuqiu and Baiming Changsheng had departed. Even after they had completely vanished from view, her eyes did not waver. "Third junior brother, what has you so flustered? Speak up." Su Wuqiu, bewildered and pushed forward by Baiming Changsheng towards the red bamboo peak, incessantly inquired. At times, Su Wuqiu found himself in agreement with the words of his younger junior sister. Indeed, Baiming Changsheng often spoke in riddles, leaving others entirely perplexed as to his intentions. As he continued to guide Su Wuqiu along, Baiming Changsheng elucidated, "Little White is hungry and requires my senior brother to return and feed it." "Surely not? We just fed it before descending the mountain." "Apologies, I misspoke. It is actually the younger junior sister who is hungry and wishes to roast Little White for a meal." "Then we must indeed return." "Ah, senior brother, do you truly believe that?" "Not entirely." With the red bamboo peak now within arm's reach, Su Wuqiu could not help but smile and took the initiative to stride toward it. The reasons were inconsequential. All that mattered was his unwavering trust that his junior brother would not bring him harm. Chapter 19. Tianxing watching Su Wuqiu ascend the mountain peak and vanish around the corner. Qingcheng could not help but clench his fists tightly. He struck a nearby tree with a forceful blow, causing it to crash down and stir up a cloud of dust. The reasons behind his actions seemed inconsequential. All he needed was to trust that his junior brother would not betray him. The last words spoken by Su Wuqiu echoed in his ears. Unbeknownst to him, he had bitten his lower lip so hard that it drew blood, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Damn it, I must annihilate you. Instead of returning to the red bamboo peak, Qingcheng turned and walked in the opposite direction, quickly disappearing from the foot of the peak. What a pity. So close, yet so far from reaching the 70th floor. It was still commendable. I recall senior brother Chen only managed to reach the 69th floor. Senior brother Xiao, at the tender age of 19, had already attained such heights. Comparison breeds contempt. I too shall make an attempt. Who knows, perhaps I could also reach the 69th floor. Outside the sword tower, the atmosphere remained vibrant and bustling, unaffected by the departure of Su Wuqiu and Qingcheng. Xiaoyao emerged from the tower, dragging his weary body towards the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the faces of fellow disciples. However, he was taken aback upon failing to spot the figure of his senior brother, Su Wuqiu. Given his senior brother's disposition, it was unusual for him to leave without a word. The elder of Red Bamboo Peak had been taken away by a seemingly ailing youth. Upon learning from an outer disciple that Su Wuqiu had indeed left, Xiaoyao felt even more astonished. He was quite certain that the ailing youth mentioned by the disciple was none other than his own third junior brother, Qingcheng. Who would have thought that today would witness both hermit peak dwellers descend a mountain? Yet even with the knowledge that Su Wuqiu and Qingcheng had departed, most likely returning to Red Bamboo Peak, Xiaoyao had no intention of heading back. After swallowing a recovery elixir, he settled down to recuperate, preparing to regain his strength before continuing his ascent of the sword tower. Just moments ago, he had been merely a step away from the 70th floor, and he was unwilling to concede defeat. In the throng, the enchanting woman in purple, akin to a celestial body surrounded by stars, gazed at the sword tower. Suddenly feeling a wave of ennui, she turned and walked away. Images of Su Wuqiu painting the sword tower flooded her mind. His focused expression, coupled with a relieved smile upon completion, was undeniably captivating, exuding an ethereal aura that drew others toward him. Noticing his brow furrow, she instinctively understood the situation and retrieved a long and used brush from her storage ring. Little did she expect that an apparition would emerge, neither human nor ghostly. Observing the brush, now dusted with neglect, a hint of melancholy graced the face of the woman in purple. Her name was Tianxing, the daughter of the sect leader of the Cold Cloud sect. However, she had never relied on this identity. To others, she was merely the sect leader's prized disciple. With her exceptional beauty and innate talent for cultivation, she had garnered significant renown within the Cold Cloud sect, earning her a place among the two most beautiful figures of her generation. Her remarkable talent for cultivation allowed her to ascend to the ranks of the top 5 before the sword monument at the tender age of 20. Today, her purpose for visiting the sword tower was simply to witness how far the much-discussed Xiaoyao, her junior brother, could progress. After all, the news of Xiaoyao's emergence from seclusion had stirred quite a commotion within the Cold Cloud sect yesterday. To her surprise, this trip to the sword tower would yield unexpected gains. Have you not yet inquired about the identity of that man from earlier? Tianxing remarked without turning her head. However, an unsettling silence ensued, prompting her to glance back, only to discover that the men who typically trailed behind her had vanished without a trace. No wonder it had been so quiet. They had all fled. Well, perhaps it was for the best, as their incessant chatter would have been a nuisance. Tianxing was indifferent to their absence. After muttering to herself, she continued her journey towards the main peak. As she walked, a sense of unease began to creep into her mind. This path was one she had traversed countless times. Yet today felt different. There was not a soul in sight, nor even the distant roars of the tamed beasts. A surge of violet spiritual flame erupted from within her, and she slowly raised her hands to grasp the 2 hairpins that secured her hair. With the hairpins in her possession, her long hair cascaded down, swaying gently in the breeze. Who dares to cause mischief here? Tianxing inquired, her voice steady despite the anxiety brewing within her. She remained composed, for she was no delicate flower confined to a greenhouse, having lived on the brink of life and death before being brought back to the Cold Cloud sect. Her mental fortitude had become immensely robust. Regrettably, her words went unanswered. Instead, the scenery around her began to warp, and within a few breaths, she found herself ensconced in a verdant bamboo grove. The bamboo leaves fluttered down, presenting a somewhat enchanting sight. Yet, Tianxing had no time to admire the beauty. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, and the hairpins in her hands ignited with a faint violet flame. Suddenly, a dozen shadowy figures emerged from the thicket, wielding a variety of weapons: swords, knives, axes, and hammers, launching a coordinated assault on her. Yet, amidst this intricately executed onslaught, Tianxing transformed into a flurry of violet afterimages, effortlessly evading their lethal strikes, appearing like a specter upon a bamboo stalk. The bamboo, unable to bear her weight, began to bend, but this suited her intentions perfectly. With a delicate push of her toes upon the bamboo, Tianxing erupted like a bolt of violet lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar, materializing behind the dozen shadowy figures. As she twirled the hairpins in her grasp, several columns of violet lightning materialized behind the dark figures, soaring skyward. Under the might of the violet lightning, the figures gradually vanished, and with them, the bamboo grove dissolved into an ethereal haze. In the blink of an eye, the serene bamboo grove transformed into a volcano. Standing atop the volcanic peak, she observed a deeply recessed cavity at its center, from which hot vapors continually ascended, rendering the opening of vivid crimson. The foreseen illusion array. At that moment, Tianxing finally comprehended her location. She was still within the Cold Cloud sect, ensnared within an intricate illusion. It was beyond her expectations that even within the territory of the Cold Cloud sect, she could be ambushed. Tianxing's eyes narrowed slightly as she murmured a phrase, seemingly addressing an unseen presence. Red Bamboo Peak. Gazing at the vast expanse of Red Bamboo Peak, with only her own visage remaining, Su Wuqiu instinctively raised a hand to his forehead, feeling a mild headache. He was aware that his second junior brother, Xiaoyao, was likely still navigating the sword tower. However, his third junior brother had been right behind him not long ago. Why had he not appeared despite the passage of time? Could it be that he had walked too swiftly? Moreover, where was his junior sister? At this hour, she should typically be atop the peak. Yet she too was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Su Wuqiu felt a weight upon his shoulder. Glancing over, he saw it was Little White. It seemed that Little White was the one most concerned for him. Come, let us find something delightful to eat. Chapter 20. Failure as dusk settled. Su Wuqiu sat at the edge of the mountain peak, his expression as tranquil as ever, gazing at the distant horizon. Beside him, Xiaobai sat quietly, her small head occasionally drooping as she struggled to stay awake. Suddenly, a series of sounds erupted from nearby, startling the dozing Xiaobai awake. Su Wuqiu, however, remained unfazed. His little junior sister was always restless, often creating a ruckus. Today was likely no different, merely a result of her return to the peak. He had long grown accustomed to such disturbances. Yet, after a brief moment, Xiaobai unexpectedly leaped onto his shoulder, her small head nuzzling against Su Wuqiu's cheek with surprising force, compelling even him to take notice. Retrieving his gaze from the horizon, he turned towards the source of the commotion. In an instant, Su Wuqiu stood up, vanishing from his spot. At the foot of the stone steps leading to the summit of Hongzhou Peak, Qingcheng knelt on the ground, blood staining his lips, his already pallid face now devoid of color. What transpired? What have you done? Su Wuqiu's voice reached Qingcheng's ears, but before he could respond, a warm current surged into his body. It was Su Wuqiu. Unbeknownst to him, Su Wuqiu had appeared behind him, one hand pressed against his back, an abundance of spiritual energy flowing steadily from his palm into Qingcheng's body. As the energy coursed through, Su Wuqiu's anxious heart gradually found solace. Qingcheng had not suffered severe injuries. His only affliction was a depletion of spiritual energy in his dantian. The blood he had coughed up was likely a result of employing techniques beyond his own capabilities, leading to a backlash. Moments latte. The spiritual energy permeating the air began to converge into Baiming Chongqing's dantian, and his complexion visibly improved. With a long sigh of relief, he turned his head to Su Wuqiu, who had just withdrawn his hand, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, who posed such a challenge that it compelled you to resort to techniques beyond your limits." Su Wuqiu circled to face Baiming Chongqing, his eyes narrowing slightly. Having known Baiming Chongqing for nearly 8 years, he remained unaware of the secrets concealed within his heart. However, matters such as Baiming Chongqing's cultivation level were as transparent to Su Wuqiu as glass. Among the 4 disciples of Hongzhou Peak, while it appeared that Xiaoyao was the second strongest, in reality, should a genuine confrontation arise, even Xiaoyao, now at the 5th realm, would find it exceedingly difficult to best Baiming Chongqing. In a life-and-death battle, it would undoubtedly be Baiming Chongqing who survived. If asked why Baiming Chongqing would survive, Su Wuqiu could not articulate an answer, as it stemmed solely from his intuition. Currently, Baiming Chongqing's cultivation was merely at the late 4th realm, still a considerable distance from the 5th. This was primarily due to his years of dedicated study of formations. Upon hearing this, Baiming Chongqing displayed a hesitant expression but remained silent. Fortunately, Su Wuqiu did not press further, instead turning to walk towards a cliff. "You haven't left them with any incriminating evidence, have you?" "Of course not. Just rest well." As Su Wuqiu truly returned to his usual position and gazed upon the descending sun, Baiming Chongqing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Had the senior brother continued to press for answers, he would have been compelled to lay everything bare. However, the absurdity of the situation made Baiming Chongqing anxious that Su Wuqiu might not believe him, suspecting him of deceit. Fortunately, these fears never materialized, and everything seemed to revert to the way it once was. After meditating for a while and feeling somewhat rejuvenated, he finally rose from the ground. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed from behind, causing Baiming Chongqing's body to tremble as he had just stood up. "Senior brother, I'm back." Lu Jingjing swiftly ascended the stone steps, only to find not Su Wuqiu, but Baiming Chongqing before her. This surprised Lu Jingjing, who then approached Baiming Chongqing with a mischievous grin. "Why aren't you in the herb garden today, third senior brother?" Typically, Baiming Chongqing spent most of his time in the herb garden until nightfall. Out of curiosity, Lu Jingjing had ventured there several times, but that place was ensnared by numerous illusions crafted by Baiming Chongqing. She was unaware of the exact number, only knowing that every time she visited, she encountered different illusions. Not only had she never seen Baiming Chongqing there, but she could barely enter the herb garden itself. Thus, upon encountering Baiming Chongqing in a scene where Su Wuqiu was admiring the sunset, Lu Jingjing was naturally intrigued. However, upon hearing her words, Baiming Chongqing merely snorted coldly, ignoring her as he hastened towards the back of the hall, presumably heading to his herb garden. It is worth mentioning that the herb garden had been a desolate place long before Baiming Chongqing's arrival. It was only after he came that the garden regained its vitality. Watching Baiming Chongqing's swift departure and recalling his earlier snort, Lu Jingjing blinked rapidly, perplexed by why her third senior brother appeared somewhat irate. With exaggerated steps and a feeble demeanor, he seemed to exhibit signs of anger. Could it be that her young third senior brother was already falling apart? Lu Jingjing mused, resting her chin on her hand. Not far from there, Baiming Chongqing caught wind of Lu Jingjing's whispered speculations and stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. His expression darkened considerably. Not long ago, Baiming Chongqing had concealed himself along the route he anticipated Dantai Ji would take to return to the main peak, setting up multiple formations. Unfortunately, although Dantai Ji appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years older than Xiaoyao, her strength exceeded Baiming Chongqing's expectations, rendering ordinary killing formations ineffective against her. Thankfully, Baiming Chongqing had prepared well and still held a 60% chance of defeating Dantai Ji. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lu Jingjing, for reasons unknown, inadvertently entered the very killing formation that Bei Ming Changsheng had devised as his trump card. At this stage, he found it exceedingly difficult to fully control this formation, making it nearly impossible to avoid harming Lu Jingjing. Ultimately, Bai Ming Changsheng had no choice but to dismantle the lethal formation and return to Hongzhou Peak. However, due to excessive consumption of energy and the abrupt cessation of the formation, he suffered a backlash. This was the scene that Su Wuqiu witnessed. Naturally, Bai Ming Changsheng felt a surge of anger upon seeing Lu Jingjing. He had previously held a significant opportunity to eliminate Dan Taiji, but now, with Lu Jingjing's interference and the consequence of startling the snake while striking the grass, even Bai Ming Changsheng could not ascertain when the next opportunity would arise. Casting a sidelong glance at the still-seated Su Wuqiu, Bai Ming Changsheng's hands slowly clenched into fists. He must seek another chance to extinguish Dan Taiji before it is too late. Otherwise, he feared he would repeat the same mistakes. Chapter 21. Is the third senior brother really so wicked? The following morning, as Su Wuqiu emerged from his chamber, he was greeted by the sight of Bai Ming Changsheng, clad in patched attire and with a pallid complexion, standing steadfastly before his door, his eyes unblinking and fixed ahead, resembling a guardian deity. This unexpected encounter left Su Wuqiu momentarily stunned. He refrained from speaking and attempted to sidestep the imposing figure of his junior brother. However, as soon as he made a move, Bai Ming Changsheng inquired directly, "Were you off to this early, senior brother? Are you planning to descend the mountain?" Su Wuqiu nodded in acknowledgement. He was taken aback by his junior's keen perception, as he had assumed that after being caught by Xiaoyao and Lu Jingjing the previous day, he had left behind all his belongings, safely stowing them within his storage ring. Yet, Bai Ming Changsheng discerned his intentions with remarkable clarity. "Senior brother," Bai Ming Changsheng raised his voice slightly. "There is little of merit down the mountain. In fact, most of the people down there harbor dubious motives, especially the women. Among them, the beautiful ones are particularly dangerous. With your stature and charm, you would surely be seen as a delectable morsel, enticing enough to invoke calamity. Heed my advice. Let us remain safely upon the mountain." As he spoke, Bai Ming Changsheng animatedly gestured with his hands, his demeanor bordering on the theatrical. This display garnered a curious gaze from Su Wuqiu, who began to reflect. In the past, he had shared Bai Ming Changsheng's penchant for seclusion atop the mountain. Thus, his junior's desire to dissuade him from leaving was understandable, stemming from a sense of solitude. This realization seemed to confirm his suspicions regarding Bai Ming Changsheng's motivations. "Do not fret, my junior," Su Wuqiu said, raising a hand to pat Bai Ming Changsheng on the shoulder. "Why not accompany me down the mountain? Senior brother, your words resonate deeply. But down there, enough. Let's not linger on this. Come along," Su Wuqiu interjected, passing by Bai Ming Changsheng and making his way towards the courtyard. Bai Ming Changsheng stared incredulously at Su Wuqiu's departing figure, astonished by his senior's obstinacy. He had always considered Su Wuqiu to be headstrong, but he had not anticipated such unyielding determination. With no means to impede Su Wuqiu's path, Bai Ming Changsheng was left with no choice but to follow him. Fully aware of the disparity in their statuses, Su Wuqiu was the elder brother. In terms of strength, Bai Ming Changsheng had little confidence that he could challenge Su Wuqiu, even with all his skills at his disposal. With this in mind, Bai Ming Changsheng gritted his teeth and hurried after Su Wuqiu towards the courtyard. Since he could not prevent Su Wuqiu from descending the mountain, he resolved to accompany him. With Bai Ming Changsheng watching over, he was certain that no flirtation or temptation, especially from the likes of Dan Taiji, would dare approach his senior brother. Initially, Bai Ming Changsheng brimmed with confidence. That was until he and Su Wuqiu stepped out of the palace and arrived at the courtyard, where they beheld their junior sister Lu Jingjing beneath a large tree, alongside a woman clad in purple. This sight nearly caused Bai Ming Changsheng's eyes to bulge from their sockets. Who, if not Dan Taiji, is the woman in purple? When Su Wuqiu and Bai Ming Changsheng encountered Lu Jingjing and Dan Taiji, the latter two naturally noticed them as well. Dan Taiji's eyes lit up instantly, and she greeted Su Wuqiu with familiarity. "Aren't you the senior brother I saw painting at the sword tower yesterday? What a coincidence to see you again." Coincidence? Coincidence, indeed. Bei Ming Chong, Sheng, gritted his teeth, a torrent of curses surging within him. Dan Taiji must have thoroughly investigated Su Wuqiu. It was utterly implausible for her to arrive at Hongzhou Peak without any knowledge of him, only to serendipitously meet Su Wuqiu. This, Bei Ming Chong Sheng could confidently assert. Unbeknownst to Su Wuqiu, Lu Jingjing, and Dan Taiji, they were oblivious to Bei Ming Chong Sheng's musings. At that moment, Lu Jingjing looked at Dan Taiji with an expression of surprise. Her curiosity piqued. Sister Ji, you know senior brother? How did you meet? Dan Taiji began recounting the events of the previous day, but her gaze subtly drifted toward Su Wuqiu. Naturally, Su Wuqiu sensed this but paid it little mind. Having grown accustomed to such behavior from Lu Jingjing when she first arrived at Hongzhou Peak some years ago. I appreciate your brush, Su Wuqiu expressed gratefully. There is no need for thanks, senior brother, Dan Taiji replied hastily, her expression darkening as she cast an unfriendly glance at Bei Ming Chong Sheng. After all, it was merely a trivial matter. Furthermore, the brush had been knocked away, preventing her from delivering it to him. Who could be so cruel as to knock away Sister Ji's brush intended for senior brother? Lu Jingjing exclaimed indignantly. In a near-synchronized reaction, Su Wuqiu and Dan Taiji turned their gazes toward Bei Ming Chong Sheng, which nearly shattered his composure. This was problematic. Their seemingly inexplicable camaraderie was a significant faux pas at the onset of any romantic involvement. Aren't you supposed to descend the mountain, senior brother? Let us not linger here and waste time. Bei Ming Chong Sheng urged Su Wuqiu toward the path down the mountain, leaving Su Wuqiu bewildered. Just moments ago, he had vehemently resisted descending, yet now he was so eager to do so. Could it be? Su Wuqiu cast a glance at Dan Taiji beside Lu Jingjing and suddenly comprehended. It seemed that his junior had committed an indiscretion the previous day, and now, faced with the very subject of that misdeed, felt a wave of embarrassment. Realizing this, Su Wuqiu chose not to embarrass Bei Ming Chong Sheng and began his descent down the mountain. This decision relieved Bei Ming Chong Sheng, who then turned to glare fiercely at Lu Jingjing. Confused by the sudden hostility, Lu Jingjing was about to inquire further, but before she could, the figures of Bei Ming Chong Sheng and Su Wuqiu vanished from her sight. She could only look at Dan Taiji with a puzzled expression and ask, Sister Ji, why was senior brother looking at me like that just now? It seems she is still glaring at me. Naturally, Dan Taiji, who already harbored a poor impression of Bei Ming Chong Sheng due to his interference in her affairs yesterday, would not speak in his defense. She candidly recounted how Bei Ming Chong Sheng had dismissed the paintbrush she offered to Su Wuqiu. The reason for her earlier silence was merely the presence of Su Wuqiu. She did not wish to tarnish her image before him. Upon learning the details, Lu Jingjing's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Bei Ming Chong Sheng's actions. Was this truly the same third senior brother she had known? However, reflecting on his eccentric nature, it was not entirely surprising that he occasionally engaged in bizarre behavior. As evening descended, the moment Su Wuqiu and Bei Ming Chong Sheng returned to Hongzhou Peak, Bei Ming Chong Sheng began fervently searching for Dan Taiji's figure across the mountains. After Lu Jingjing informed him that Dan Taiji had already departed, he hastily made his way to the medicinal garden, rushing down the mountain with great urgency. This prompted Lu Jingjing to voice her curiosity, and the answer she received left her utterly dumbfounded. She felt an unsettling sense of insecurity surrounding Hongzhou Peak lately, leading her to decide to set up several formations along the mountainside to prevent any nefarious individuals from infiltrating the peak. Chapter 22 overestimated her. In the dead of night, beneath the red bamboo peak, Xiaoyao trudged up the stone steps, his weary body feeling slightly heavy-headed, and the sword in his hand felt extraordinarily burdensome. It was as if the blade was tenfold heavier than usual, prompting a bemused shake of his head and a wry smile. For the past 2 days and nights, he had not closed his eyes, dedicating himself to rigorous training and striving through the tower. Finally, he had reached the 70th level and was on the verge of comprehending the essence of the sword. Thus, he returned to Red Bamboo Peak, intending to meditate and reflect upon the sword's essence. hoping to advance to the mid-stage of the Wanxiang realm as soon as possible. Despite his exhaustion, each step Xiaoyao took on the stone steps was steady and unwavering, his body exhibiting no signs of tremor. Until, upon reaching the halfway point of the mountain, the moment he stepped onto the next tier of stone steps, a tremendous weight descended upon him, akin to a small mountain. Caught off guard, Xiaoyao nearly stumbled and fell onto the steps. Gritting his teeth, he refused to retreat. Instead, he placed his other foot firmly on the step below and continued ascending without hesitation. A gust of cold wind swirled around him. Xiaoyao felt the pressure intensifying. If the weight just moments ago felt like a small mountain, now it had multiplied to the equivalent of 3 small mountains. Observing the faint white orbs of light rising beside his feet, he became acutely aware, veins slightly protruding on his forehead, murmuring to himself, when did such a gravitational array appear on the mountain? With that, a golden flame-like aura began to envelop his body, significantly reducing the weight pressing down upon him. This allowed Xiaoyao to stand upright. Undeterred by the existence of the array, he pressed on towards the stone steps of Red Bamboo Peak, each level of gravity becoming increasingly formidable. Yet, armed with his physical resilience and indomitable will, he traversed the steps with ease, quickening his pace. At long last, as Xiaoyao set foot on the final stone step, he felt the layers of pressure dissipate, and a sigh of relief escaped his lips, accompanied by a smile. He had emerged from the array. However, when he lifted his gaze, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Before him lay not the anticipated view of the summit of Red Bamboo Peak, but rather the descending stone steps leading downwards. This revelation indicated that unbeknownst to Xiaoyao, while within the array, he had not been ascending towards the peak, but had been descending the mountain all along. His current position was slightly lower on the mountainside. With a gulp, he swallowed hard, glancing back in disbelief before resolutely turning to ascend towards the peak once more. Upon stepping onto the halfway stone step again, a sudden weight bore down upon him, halting his stride. The grim expression on his face revealed the confirmation of his earlier suspicion. He had indeed been moving in the wrong direction. Yet, he had clearly been heading upwards. How could he possibly have gone the wrong way? One more attempt will reveal the truth. Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and muttered softly. Once again, a golden spiritual flame surged forth from within, as Xiaoyao ascended the second stone step, then the third. At long last, after much effort, he finally felt the dissipating pressure upon him. Gazing at the scene at the foot of the Red Bamboo Peak, he experienced for the first time the true meaning of the phrase, "the scalp tingles." There was an inexplicable sensation, as if he had fallen into the so-called ghost wall scenario that his junior sister often spoke of. Yet, upon reflection, he realized this was the Cold Cloud sect. Surely, there could be no ghost wall here. Moreover, it was evident that this was a formation, most likely set up by his third junior brother, Bei Ming Changsheng. Were it not for his poor condition, he would have surely broken this formation. Xiaoyao looked towards the mountainside and spoke solemnly. He then settled down to meditate, channeling his energy to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, intending to restore his state before attempting the formation once more. Morning arrived. Early at dawn, Bei Ming Changsheng had already appeared before the hall, playfully teasing Xiao Bai, while occasionally glancing at a small compass at his feet, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He sensed that someone was currently within the formation. It was highly likely that it was that woman, Dan Taiji. Concerned that Dan Taiji might recognize him as the rogue who had attacked her a few days prior, Bei Ming Changsheng refrained from setting up any lethal formations at the mountainside the night before. Instead, he merely established a gravity formation, supplemented by a minor formation of his own design that could mislead others' sense of direction. A perceptive individual could calm their mind and locate the formation's core, thus dismantling it. However, Bei Ming Changsheng was confident that Dan Taiji, eager to reunite with her senior brother Su Wuqiu, will be unable to maintain her composure, which prompted him to set up such a deceptive formation. The 12 attempts recorded on the compass, which had not led anyone to the mountaintop, indicated that Dan Taiji truly could not discern the formation's core. It seemed he had somewhat overestimated her capabilities, Bei Ming Changsheng murmured. Third senior brother, you seem quite cheerful this early. At that moment, The voice of junior sister Lu Jingjing broke into his thoughts, causing Bei Ming Changsheng to pause his teasing of Xiao Bai and silently turn towards the hall. The memory of Lu Jingjing's sighting with Dantai Ji over the past 2 days irked him, and he had no desire to engage with her, lest he succumb to an impulse to hurl her from the peak of the red bamboo. In the next breath, Lu Jingjing suddenly blocked Bei Ming Changsheng's path. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. What have I done to displease third senior brother? You've been treating me this way. Bei Ming Changsheng remained silent, attempting to sidestep her. But Lu Jingjing obstructed him once more. Sister Ji told me yesterday that you... Sister Ji? When did you two become so close as to address each other as sisters? Bei Ming Changsheng narrowed his eyes, his tone tinged with discontent. Just then, Xiao Bai took flight, soaring past both Bei Ming Changsheng and Lu Jingjing, landing gracefully on the shoulder of Su Wuqiu, who had just emerged from the hall. Su Wuqiu raised his hand and gently patted Xiao Bai's head before striding towards the cliff's edge. Along the way, observing the somewhat peculiar atmosphere, Su Wuqiu felt a twinge of surprise as he beheld the standoff between his third junior brother and junior sister. This marked the first occasion he had witnessed such a scene. He paused in his steps, halting a short distance from the duo. With a mere flicker of thought, a painting scroll and brush materialized from his storage ring. Casting another glance at the pair, he grasped the brush and began to move it across the canvas. In that instant, both Bei Ming Changsheng and Lu Jingjing fell silent, instinctively choosing to retreat in the opposite direction. One could easily deduce from the demeanor of their senior brother that he intended to capture their confrontation on canvas. Naturally, no one wishes to have their disputes immortalized, and Bei Ming Changsheng and Lu Jingjing were no exception to this sentiment. Chapter 23. Children do not believe. Observing Bei Ming Changsheng to the west and Lu Jingjing to the east, Su Wuqiu found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he chose silence. In the absence of knowledge, the wisest course is to remain mute. Any careless utterance might inadvertently strike a nerve, leading to dire consequences. After bringing Xiao Bai to the edge of the cliff, Su Wuqiu began to paint. The previous day, he had explored many beautiful locales within Hanyun sect with Bei Ming Changsheng, yet none had inspired the system to capture a moment. However, Su Wuqiu held no high expectations. Before his entombment, aside from his unwavering desire to become a cultivator, he sought little else. He had always adopted a carefree, desireless attitude. Now, having truly become a renowned cultivator, while his singular obsession had evolved, Su Wuqiu found himself acting in accordance with his heart. Thus, though it was regrettable not to have triggered the image capture, he remained indifferent, content that the splendid vistas were sufficient to occupy his time today. Upon completing a landscape painting and placing the brush upon Xiao Bai, his peripheral vision caught a figure suddenly appearing atop Hongzhou Peak. The individual's hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and his eyes bore signs of fatigue, with faint blood vessels visible in the whites of his eyes. His posture hunched. He looked utterly dispirited. At the sight of his visage, good heavens, wasn't he that the second junior disciple, Xiaoyao, who had vanished for several days? Junior disciple, why do you look so exhausted? Su Wuqiu inquired as Xiaoyao, just arriving at Hongzhou Peak, raised his gaze in surprise. He had not noticed Su Wuqiu had already approached him. Senior brother, I have already reached the 70th level, Xiaoyao replied. Despite his efforts to suppress his emotions, Su Wuqiu discerned the excitement concealed within his words. Su Wuqiu remained silent, gently placing a hand on Xiaoyan's shoulder before finally speaking. Diligent practice is commendable, but if it is merely blind toil without regard for one's well-being, it may lead to hidden ailments. Xiaoyao nodded solemnly. Then his gaze drifted past Su Wuqiu, landing squarely on the third junior disciple, Bei Ming Changsheng, who had just glanced over. Their eyes met. For reasons unknown, Bei Ming Changsheng felt an oddity in Xiaoyan's gaze. Yet the specifics eluded him. Ultimately, he averted his eyes, breaking the silent exchange. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyao voiced, Junior disciple, is the formation on the mountainside set by you? Bei Ming Changsheng's body jolted. In that instant, he comprehended why Xiaoyan's gaze felt peculiar. Most likely, it was the formation he had laid to prevent Dantai Ji from ascending the mountain that had obstructed Xiaoyao. Aha! Baiming Chongqing chuckled, scratching the back of his head, a paler hue on his face brightening with a smile as he swiftly approached his junior sister, Lu Jingjing. Just as Lu Jingjing contemplated this, Baiming Chongqing's large hand settled on her shoulder, and his voice soon followed, reaching her ears. Little junior sister, have you secretly taken the formation plate that senior brother left with you to play with at the mountainside? This is unacceptable. Fortunately, the formation plate did not contain a lethal array. Otherwise, it would have been a grave sin if second senior brother had been harmed. Huh? What formation plate? Lu Jingjing was somewhat bewildered. She understood every word spoken by Baiming Chongqing, yet when they were pieced together, their meaning eluded her. Just as she was about to speak, she felt Baiming Chongqing's hand on her shoulder tighten, sending a wave of discomfort through her. Unable to suppress a gasp, she instinctively glanced to her side, only to meet the chilling gaze of third senior brother. The icy stare startled Lu Jingjing. I was wrong, Lu Jingjing murmured weakly, feeling quite aggrieved. Just moments ago, third senior brother Baiming Chongqing had treated her kindly, yet now he seemed to be targeting her. As she pondered, her eyes began to moisten. Baiming Chongqing nodded in satisfaction, gently shifting his hand from her shoulder to her head, offering a comforting caress. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is the greatest virtue. I believe second senior brother will not make things difficult for you. Observing Baiming Chongqing's clumsy performance, even Su Wuqiu, who typically disregarded trivialities, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Surely, even children would not believe these two. No matter. Little junior sister has been a bit mischievous, but as long as she can correct her mistake, senior brother will not hold it against you. Initially, Xiaoyun's gaze was peculiar, even somewhat cold, but now it softened immensely as he offered Lu Jingjing words of comfort. This left Su Wuqiu momentarily speechless. Really? You believe this? Senior brother, I have matters of importance to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. Xiaoyun bowed slightly to Su Wuqiu before striding into the hall, soon disappearing from view. Once Xiaoyun had departed, the glimmer in Lu Jingjing's eyes transformed into tears, spilling forth uncontrollably. Just as she had felt relieved by Xiaoyun's departure, the sound of her own sobs reached her ears. Turning her head, she saw her little junior sister desperately wiping away her tears. This sight caused Baiming Chongqing's heart to leap once more, and he began to console her. Su Wuqiu, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation, choosing not to intervene in their affair. All right. Promise little junior sister that you won't cry anymore, Baiming Chongqing fumbled, trying to soothe Lu Jingjing, and when he finally saw her stop crying, he let out a sigh of relief. He was never good at comforting others. In the past, when he tried to console children, the more he did so, the louder they cried, and the more tears flowed. But senior brother, you must promise not to go back on your word. First, take me to the medicinal garden, and then help me tame a fourth-tier demonic beast. Lu Jingjing's eyes were red, fearing that Baiming Chongqing might renege on his promise. She clung tightly to his arm, repeatedly reminding him. Seeing Baiming Chongqing agree earnestly, she finally broke into a smile and hurriedly pulled him toward the medicinal garden at the back of the hall. Neither of the two noticed that the senior brother, who usually delighted in playing with the little white creature at the cliff's edge, had long since vanished. Outside the sword tower of the Hanyan sect, a throng of people surged, occasionally erupting in gasps of astonishment or sighs of dismay. Perhaps it was due to senior brother Zhao's breakthrough to the 70th floor that so many talented disciples had come to challenge the tower today. Senior sister Lu, senior brother Xing, and even senior brother Mo were all present. A female disciple, gazing at the myriad of luminous points appearing on the sword tower, couldn't help but exclaim. Beneath those glowing points, various names were inscribed, each distinct from the others. At that moment, a man clad in white strode past her, making his way directly towards the tower. For reasons unknown, the female disciple, whose gaze had been fixed on the sword tower, instinctively shifted her attention to the figure in white. Alas, all she could perceive was his silhouette. Yet, even from that fleeting glimpse, he left an indelible impression on her. It was as if this individual possessed an innate allure, effortlessly drawing the eyes of others toward him. Chapter 24. The Anomaly of the Sword Tower. as the figure clad in white entered the sword tower, the female disciple finally withdrew her gaze. After a brief moment, her eyes were irresistibly drawn back to the first level of the tower. Amidst the myriad points of light illuminating the first floor, a new light flickered into existence. Accompanied by three small characters, Su Wuqiu. Su Wuqiu? The female disciple raised an eyebrow and murmured, "I have never heard this name before. Is he a newly initiated junior brother?" Inside the sword tower, Su Wuqiu surveyed the enveloping darkness, then glanced down at the identity token hanging at his waist, inscribed with his name. Upon entering the tower, the token emitted a soft white glow, illuminating a radius of about 10 feet around him. This phenomenon intrigued Su Wuqiu. As for his reason for coming to the sword tower, it was simply the curiosity piqued by his junior brother's claim of reaching the 70th level. Was the sword tower truly as formidable as rumored? Even his extraordinarily talented junior brother, Xiaoyao, could scarcely contain his excitement after breaching the 70th level. Ding! This location meets the conditions for capturing an image. Would you like to proceed? The system's prompt echoed in his mind, stirring a sense of nostalgia within Su Wuqiu. 10 years ago, when he had emerged from the grave, it had similarly triggered the image-capturing system, granting him the title of carefree Immortal, allowing him to return to his youthful self. His appearance had transformed from that of an old man to that of his younger days. Most significantly, this title had elevated him from an ordinary mortal to a terrestrial immortal in this world. Putting aside his thoughts, Su Wuqiu silently consented to capture an image. Ding! Image capture successful at the sword tower. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the sword intent of seeking defeat and the solitary sword. As the system notification echoed in his mind, an unfamiliar aura suddenly enveloped him. Su Wuqiu felt the world around him distort, and in the next instant, he found himself standing atop a snow-capped mountain. The wind howled fiercely, and the biting cold was palpable. Below the mountain lay heaps of bones, forming peaks that rose from low to high. Each mound of bones was slightly shorter than the one before it, creating the illusion of a staircase leading to the summit he now occupied. None to support my lofty aspirations. I shall tread the snow to the mountain peak. The phrase emerged unbidden in Su Wuqiu's mind, and he found himself murmuring it softly. The mounds of bones beneath him resembled the steps he had climbed to reach the summit, leaving him utterly alone in this desolate expanse. Gazing at the bone mountains, Su Wuqiu was struck by a profound sensation of time slipping away. Mere moments felt like decades. Yet, still, no living soul could be found among the bone heaps. Gradually, a chill began to seep into Su Wuqiu's being, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around himself, shivering slightly. It was not merely the frigid air of the snow-capped peak that chilled him, but the stark realization that he was utterly alone in this desolate place. The heights are indeed unyieldingly cold. As time elapses, Su Wuqiu's heart grows increasingly fervent, yearning for the presence of someone to appear amidst the mountains of corpses and ascend to the summit of the snow-capped peaks. He longs for that individual, who would descend from the pinnacle alongside him. Bang! The scene before him suddenly shattered. It was only then that Su Wuqiu realized he remained within the sword tower, surrounded by profound darkness. Yet, that yearning, that sentiment, remained intensely potent. The essence of seeking defeat in swordsmanship, he murmured. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he could never have imagined that such a profound sword intent existed within the realm of swordsmanship. Before Su Wuqiu could delve deeper into this profound sentiment, the sword tower began to tremble violently. A surge of white light abruptly manifested before his eyes, and in the next instant, a slender sword, entirely crafted from white jade, materialized gracefully within the radiance. It hovered before him. However, the tremors of the sword tower intensified, and visible grains of dust cascaded from the upper levels. At that moment, a panel suddenly appeared before Su Wuqiu. Lonely sword, heavenly grade, supreme, forged from Shin bone cold stone, steeped in slaughter, containing immense malevolence, far beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Outside the sword tower, the disciples of the Cold Cloud sect watched in bewilderment as the tower, which had never wavered an inch, now quaked furiously, with streams of sword energy erupting from within. Panic gripped their hearts. Retreat quickly. to avoid being harmed by those sword energies. A woman in a blue robe exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the gathered disciples of the Cold Cloud sect swiftly retreated, clearing a substantial area around the tower. Within a Tianxing radius of the sword tower, only a handful remained. These few were the pride of the Cold Cloud sect, comparable to Xiaoyao, possessing the confidence to stand their ground. Among them was the blue-robed woman, Feng Hua, who had just spoken. As the sword tower stirred, those who were meant to be challenging it began to emerge, and upon witnessing the swirling sword energy surrounding the tower, their expressions shifted dramatically. 90% of those who had just exited the sword tower quickly distanced themselves, while the remaining few gravitated towards Feng Hua and the others, gazing at the tower with grave expressions. Since the establishment of the Cold Cloud sect, the sword tower had never exhibited such disturbances. What exactly transpired moments ago? A man in a green robe squinted, observing the still trembling sword tower and sensing the ground beneath him subtly shifting. He murmured to himself. Next to him, Feng Hua's eyes flickered. I've already sent someone to notify the sect master and the elders. They should be arriving shortly. Outside the sword tower, the crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes fixed upon the quaking tower. At that moment, the sword energies surrounding the tower suddenly erupted into chaos, launching indiscriminate assaults upon the surroundings. Fortunately, the disciples of the Cold Cloud sect had retreated far enough, with only the more accomplished genius disciples remaining nearby. These sword energies did not result in any casualties, though 3 talented disciples were inadvertently grazed by the sword energy, sustaining only superficial wounds. At this moment, only a mere dozen points of light remained on the sword tower, signifying that merely these few individuals inhabited the tower. Among them, 1 luminous point resided on the 66th floor, while 6 or 7 others were scattered between the 50th and 60th floors. The remaining few points of light were found within the confines of the tower's 1st to 30th levels. The most captivating of these glowing points was undoubtedly the one located on the 66th floor, for it represented the pinnacle of the tower. Following closely was the point situated at the very base, that is, the 1st floor of the sword tower. No, it is not that the other senior brothers and sisters have yet to exit the tower. After all, it is a hard-won achievement to ascend to the higher levels. However, what of Su Wuqiu, who is merely on the 1st floor? Does he not fear that any anomalies within the sword tower might endanger his life? Su Wuqiu. For some inexplicable reason, the name seemed vaguely familiar. Surely, the junior sister must be mistaken. I have been in the sect for over 30 years. I am well aware of the best locations for observing the fish. Ahem. I am certain that Su Wuqiu is merely a newly initiated junior brother or sister. There is no way I have ever heard of him, nor could such a possibility exist. Chapter 25. The Solitary Sword Unbeknownst to Su Wuqiu. The circumstances beyond the sword tower remained a mystery. At this moment, he stood before the solitary sword, merely a step away from it. It appears quite impressive, Su Wuqiu remarked in admiration. The solitary sword stretched approximately 3 feet, its blade emanating a deep azure hue, and at the hilt, a gem was embedded, a crystal-clear orb, though shrouded in a veil of white mist, rendering its depths inscrutable. Without further hesitation, Su Wuqiu grasped the hilt of the solitary sword. The instant his fingers made contact, a chilling sensation coursed through him. In the next heartbeat, a vivid scene flooded his vision. In this vision, a young girl clad in crimson attire ascended the stone steps with measured grace, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years of age. Yet, her bright eyes betrayed a tempest of emotions concealed within. Through her gaze, Su Wuqiu glimpsed a blade embedded atop a high platform, enveloped in a radiant beam of light. Was this not the very likeness of the solitary sword? Moreover, from the temporal context, it seemed to be from the perspective of the solitary sword itself. The sword tower seeking defeat was hardly daunting. A voice, tinged with youthful clarity, echoed forth. It was the girl in red speaking. She exuded an air of haughtiness, her fair visage adorned with a hint of coldness, yet her lips could not suppress a burgeoning smile. For reasons unknown, Su Wuqiu felt an uncanny familiarity with her features, as if he had encountered her before, but the memory eluded him. Once this sword is drawn, I shall have conquered the 81st level of the sword tower. Will I not? Then I shall see what my master has to say. The girl advanced towards the solitary sword with renewed vigor, the frost upon her face dissipating, replaced by a radiant smile. However, as she extended her hand to grasp the hilt, her expression shifted, the smile fading. With a slight bite of her lip, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within her, causing the scene before Su Wuqiu to tremble. It was evident that the solitary sword had been stirred by her intent, hence the quaking vision. Yet, after a quarter of an hour, the shaking gradually subsided. The girl in red withdrew a few paces, raising the hand that had clutched the hilt of the solitary sword. Unbeknownst to her, her palm was now encased in ice, reflecting a glimmer of crystalline light. The complexity of her expression deepened as she stared at her frozen hand for an extended moment. When her arm fell back to her side, an unexpected eruption occurred. A swift kick struck the hilt of the solitary sword, causing the vision to sway once more, followed by a cacophony of sword cries. It was unclear what the girl in red beheld, but her countenance shifted dramatically as she recoiled, only to find herself at the precipice of the stairs leading to the high platform. In her moment of distraction, she misstepped, plummeting with a resounding splash. The girl vanished from the vision, and the scene before Su Wuqiu dissipated entirely, leaving him in a state of incredulous amusement. It remains a mystery what the maiden in red ultimately beheld that so terrified her, causing her to tumble from the high platform. From her brief utterances, it can be surmised that she had ventured to the 81st level of the sword-seeking tower. She was merely a breath away from drawing the solitary sword, thus fully conquering the tower and subsequently proving something to her master, as she had mentioned. However, this was of little concern to Su Wuqiu. Grasping the hilt of the solitary sword, Su Wuqiu recalled the scene in which the maiden was unable to draw her sword, prompting an involuntary intake of breath. With a sudden forceful pull, he found himself stumbling backward, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself just in time. Observing the solitary sword in his hand, which felt as light as a feather, Su Wuqiu's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated such a weightlessness. Despite the maiden's exertion, she had failed to unsheath it, yet his attempt had yielded a starkly different outcome. Had he not pulled with excessive strength, he would not have faltered so precariously. Contemplation clouded Su Wuqiu's features as he plucked a strand of his long hair and positioned the solitary sword before him, lifting the hand, holding the hair above the blade. As he released his grip, the hair descended gracefully, but upon reaching the edge of the sword, it continued its descent unimpeded towards the ground. Strangely, the hair had split into two segments, each falling in divergent directions. "It is indeed the solitary sword," Su Wuqiu murmured. The solitary sword seemed to express its displeasure at being treated as a mere imitation, vibrating restlessly in his grasp, its resonant cries echoing harshly within the tower. This prompted Su Wuqiu to raise an eyebrow, and with a deft flick of his finger, he directed a surge of formidable spiritual power into the sword, igniting it with a spectral blue flame. The sword ceased its agitation, and the cacophony of its cries fell silent. Only when tranquility resumed did Su Wuqiu's brow relax, and he addressed the sword softly. "Since you are now with me, it would be wise to behave. Otherwise, you may remain here in the tower awaiting a worthy master." With that, he intended to stow the solitary sword within his storage ring, but to his surprise, the sword seemingly possessed a will of its own, leaping from his hand and transforming into a wisp of blue flame, swiftly entering his body. Yet, he could still sense its presence, as if he could summon it forth with but a thought. This elicited a quiet chuckle from Su Wuqiu. Indeed, it was a clever sword. With a newfound resolve, Su Wuqiu proceeded towards the stone steps leading to the second level of the sword-seeking tower, quickly disappearing from the first level. He had not forgotten the purpose of his journey. His junior brother, Xiaoyao, had been so exhilarated upon reaching the 70th level, and as the esteemed disciple of Hongzhou Peak, Su Wuqiu felt compelled to explore the path ahead for him. Thus, he ascended to the second level of the tower. As Su Wuqiu ascended, a stairway leading to the third level of the sword tower materialized before him, causing him to pause momentarily. He surveyed his surroundings, which were starkly empty, reminiscent of the first level of the sword tower. This left Su Wuqiu somewhat perplexed. He pondered whether this was the inherent nature of the first and second levels, or if it had transformed due to his solitary existence as the sword-s peerless. If it were the latter, one might argue that he had essentially been granted an exemption, rendering examinations unnecessary. Well, that was indeed a possibility. With one hand resting behind him, Su Wuqiu strode purposefully towards the stairway leading to the third level. However, as he placed his foot upon the first step, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of some inscriptions on the adjacent wall. In an instant, Su Wuqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. The very next moment, he found himself standing before the wall, meticulously examining the words inscribed upon it. One could traverse the second level of the sword tower in less than 60 breaths. Evaluated by Yang Buhui. Chapter 26. Is this what you call climbing the tower? Gazing at the inscriptions on the wall, particularly the last 4 characters, a tempest of emotions surged within Su Wuqiu. Yang Buhui left, with his mouth slightly agape. Su Wuqiu stealthily extended a hand to caress the meticulously crafted characters inscribed upon the wall. Each stroke was executed with remarkable precision, as though etched in one fluid motion by a sharp instrument, rather than painstakingly carved out over time. Suddenly, Su Wuqiu's pupils constricted. The image of the young girl in red, which had previously flashed before his eyes, reappeared vividly. Those delicate features bore an uncanny resemblance to his beloved wife, Yang Buhui. While there were subtle differences in their appearances, his wife lacked the exquisite beauty of the girl in red. It remained plausible that the girl had simply grown less enchanting with time. Alternatively, it was conceivable that his wife, upon their first encounter, had not presented her true self. Such occurrences were not uncommon among cultivators, especially those with numerous foes, where the art of disguise transcended mere cosmetic alterations. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Wuqiu's breath became labored. In an instant, he ascended the steps, vanishing into the second level of the sword tower. He had swiftly arrived at the third level. Like the second, the third level was devoid of anything remarkable, save for a staircase leading to the fourth level, which gradually materialized in a radiant glow. However, Su Wuqiu did not linger. Instead, he began to scour the walls of the sword tower. As expected, he soon discovered another line of text on one of the walls. The sword tower's third level can be traversed in less than half a moment. Rated easy. Yang Buhui left. The sword tower's fourth level can be traversed in less than half a moment. Rated easy. Yang Buhui left. The sword tower's fifth level can be traversed in less than half a moment. Rated easy. Yang Buhui left. The sword tower's 30th level can be traversed in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Rated ordinary. Yang Buhui left. The sword tower's 39th level can be traversed in a quarter of an hour. Rated ordinary. Yang Buhui left. The sword tower's 57th level can be traversed in half an incense stick's time. Rated difficult. Yang Buhui left. The sword tower's 69th level can be traversed in 1 incense stick's time. Rated difficult. Yang Buhui left. The sword tower's 79th level can be traversed in 2.5 hours. Rated fortunate. Yang Buhui left. Outside the sword tower, as the surrounding sword energy dissipated like an illusion, the disciples of the Hanyun sect collectively exhaled in relief. The disciples who had retreated to a safe distance mustered their courage to approach the sword tower once more. Some hesitated for a moment before resolutely advancing towards the entrance. It seemed they were determined to re-enter the tower and face its challenges anew. Look, the light point that has remained stationary on the first level is moving, exclaimed a disciple who had been closely observing the light on the first level. He was among those who had failed to progress beyond the first level during his initial attempt at the sword tower, a time when his name had resonated throughout the Hanyun sect, even reaching the ears of the sect leader. Thus, upon witnessing someone linger on the first level for such an extended period, he remained attentive, hopeful, and eagerly anticipating developments. Suddenly, that luminous point shifted to the second level, prompting an exclamation from him. His outcry instinctively drew the attention of nearby disciples from the Cold Cloud sect, who briefly glanced at the sword tower before averting their gaze. Goodness, Is it truly such a spectacle to ascend from the first level to the second? They muttered. Yet, to their astonishment, he had already reached the third level. No, the fourth. Or perhaps the fifth. Wait, the sixth level? How could it be so swift? What tremendous valor is displayed by this individual? Which peak does he hail from? The 10th level already? My word. Surprisingly, the disciple who had first exclaimed did not feel embarrassed. Rather, he continued to shout in astonishment. His expressions grew increasingly vivid, and his voice rose in volume. Consequently, all eyes gravitated towards the sword tower, where the luminous points had ascended to the 13th, or perhaps the 14th. No, the 15th level. What? The 16th level? Su Wuqiu? Whose name is that? My goodness. In the brief moment it took to utter these words, Brother Su Wuqiu had already reached the 20th level. Is this for real? How could Brother Su be so formidable yet linger so long on the first level? I recall that the first level was merely guarded by a beast of the second realm, devoid of intelligence. As more voices erupted in astonishment, a few of the more gifted disciples from the Cold Cloud sect, standing closest to the sword tower, couldn't help but fix their gaze upon the scattered luminous points. They quickly discerned the one marked by Su Wuqiu's name. Goodness, this point seemed to ascend the tower as if in a realm unchallenged, climbing at an extraordinary speed. The points that had previously been above him were now drawing nearer, with many already surpassed. The rapidity of his ascent left Feng Hua and her peers utterly speechless. Unlike most of the other disciples present, few had managed to breach the 30th level of the sword tower, hardly comprehending the immense challenge that lay beyond it. Yet here was Su Wuqiu, having reached the 30th level, his ascent not only unimpeded, but accelerating further. It was as if upon arriving at the prior level, the staircase to the next appeared before him, allowing him to leap forth with remarkable swiftness. But this was hardly feasible. Could there be some unforeseen circumstance? Yet that seemed unlikely. Otherwise, why would so many luminous points remain unchanged, while only Su Wuqiu's point ascended with such fervor? At that moment, a ray of white light appeared before the tower's entrance. A dashing figure clad in azure robes, wielding a folding fan, emerged from the radiance, inciting enthusiastic cheers from several female disciples within the sect. Brother Qingcheng has appeared. He has reached the 69th level this time. Alas, he fell just short of catching up to Brother Xiaoyan. Remarkable nonetheless. Hearing the chorus of admiration from the younger disciples, the elegant man, Qingcheng, promptly unfurled his fan and let out a sigh. Alas, once again overshadowed by junior brother Xiao. How lamentable it is. If only Xiao existed. Why must Chun come to be? As Qingcheng uttered these words, his body language and facial expressions mirrored the sorrow embedded within his discourse. This evoked a sympathetic response from numerous female disciples, who felt compelled to offer words of comfort to him. However, Qingcheng swiftly closed his folding fan and redirected the conversation, advising his fellow sisters not to continue their verbal consolation. Instead, he suggested that any sister standing over 1.70 meters, possessing striking beauty and an alluring figure, adorned in purple attire, might join him in moon-gazing and revelry to alleviate the regrets nestled in his heart. Upon hearing Qingcheng's remarks, Feng Hua, who had been suppressing her simmering anger, could no longer contain herself. In a swift motion, she approached Qingcheng and seized his ear, forcibly dragging him back to the spot where she had been moments before. Ouch! Senior sister, please let go. My ear is about to come off. Qingcheng's face contorted in pain. Feng Hua remained silent until she had returned him to his original position, at which point she released him and, with an impassive expression, inquired now. Tell me, was there any unusual activity within the sword tower just now? Chapter 27. A future encounter having traversed directly from the 1st to the 81st floor of the sword tower. The last layer, Su Wuqiu found himself gazing around, diligently searching the walls for the inscriptions left by Yang Buhui. It is noteworthy that from the 1st to the 20th floors, the walls bore exclusively the words of Yang Buhui. However, upon reaching the 20th floor, numerous practitioners began to follow in Yang Buhui's footsteps, predominantly imitating his inscriptions. For instance, on the 21st floor of the sword tower, someone noted 1 hour to conquer. Difficulty, so and so left. It is reasonable to infer that the challenges from the 1st to the 20th floors were not particularly arduous, leading others to refrain from leaving their marks. Yet, as the 21st floor commenced, the difficulty escalated, prompting many to begin inscribing their own comments. Fortunately, Su Wuqiu quickly discerned Yang Buhui's handwriting and did not squander excessive time. Despite his deliberate search, he was unable to locate any inscriptions left by Yang Buhui on the 81st floor. It was likely that Yang Buhui had not managed to withdraw the lone sword, thus failing to conquer the 81st layer, resulting in no inscriptions being left behind. This realization brought a tinge of disappointment to Su Wuqiu. As he gazed at the towering platform at the center of the 81st floor, memories of the red-clad maiden surfaced, eliciting a faint smile upon his lips. He approached the platform step by step. A brilliant beam of light illuminated the height, yet the lone sword, which should have been embedded there, was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Su Wuqiu felt as though he had stepped upon something, causing him to pause on the final staircase leading to the platform. As he shifted his foot, a line of text instantly caught his eye. Sword Tower, 81st floor. Next time, I shall attempt again. Instribat by Yang Buhui. With a scoff, the ellipsis and exclamation mark evoked an image in Su Wuqiu's mind of the red-clad maiden's expression as she etched those words. Recalling the moments spent with Yang Buhui, she was meticulous in her endeavors, exuding an air of composure. Reflecting on her youthful visage, he felt a stark contrast. After a prolonged silence, Su Wuqiu's smile faded, and his gaze dimmed. How wonderful it would be if she were still here, aware of his current prowess. Xiaoyao Mountain. A regiment of men clad in crimson armor stood with solemn expressions, arranged neatly along the temporary thoroughfare. The atmosphere was eerily silent, yet a palpable aura of menace enveloped the area, driving away countless beasts. The surrounding mountains echoed with a haunting stillness, devoid of even a single roar from the creatures. From the base to the peak of Xiaoyao Mountain, these warriors were present, numbering no less than 100,000. For those with keen eyesight, it would be evident that some figures in dark attire were concealed among the towering trees nearby. At this moment, a sound began to emerge from the tranquil vicinity of Xiaoyao Mountain. A tall woman, draped in a red robe and adorned with a dragon crown, gracefully stepped forth from the depths of the forest. The woman possessed a visage as exquisite as jade, with brows and eyes that resembled finely drawn artistry. Her skin fairer than snow, embodying a graceful allure as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yet, the robes she donned imparted upon her a sense of formidable authority. Despite her stillness and the subtle shifts in her expression, an undeniable aura of strength emanated from her, commanding respect without uttering a word. This presence rendered the guards clad in crimson armor, stationed in the vicinity, utterly silent, their gazes fixed resolutely upon the ground, too intimidated to glance in the direction of the woman in red. This lady was none other than the illustrious new empress of the Fengyan Empire, Feng Buhui, whose renown had flourished over the past decade. As Feng Buhui traversed past the individuals in red armor, they collectively knelt in reverence. The path leading to the tranquil Mount Xiaoyao was long, and many were those who bowed in submission. Yet, whether it was Feng Buhui striding forth or the armored figures kneeling, none harbored even a shred of impatience. As she walked along the road to Mount Xiaoyao, Feng Buhui's eyes betrayed no turbulence, yet her thoughts drifted back a decade in time. Back then, she too had made her way toward Mount Xiaoyao. Step by step, the difference was that, at that time, she bore another upon her back, a soul long departed. With each step, she carried him toward Mount Xiaoyao, digging a grave, filling it with earth, erecting a monument to honor his memory. That man had been her husband for 50 years. He was not a cultivator, merely an ordinary mortal. He possessed a kind heart, but was also deeply cautious. It was his compassion that initially saved her when she was gravely injured. Yet his wariness urged her to leave. Nevertheless, he was also quite sincere. Perhaps due to his mortal nature, a mere fright from her had entirely altered his demeanor, rendering him submissive and compliant. Later, when she wished to wed him, he appeared as terrified as if faced with a flood or a beast, again attempting to send her away. She employed the same tactic once more, with marked success, and ultimately married him. She held no disdain for his humanity, nor did she care for his outward appearance. Yet, truth be told, his visage aligned perfectly with her aesthetic sensibilities. Initially, she thought it was merely a case of beauty in the eyes of the beholder, but after their union, she discovered that many mortal women frequently cast flirtatious glances his way. Though displeased, she could never voice her feelings. Whether he remained steadfast in his virtue, or the women who pursued him were of common stock, he paid them no mind. He was humorous and witty, his mind teeming with tales, often sharing stories with her during their leisure. Tales of two snakes, a scholar and a monk, of a monkey, a pig, a horse, and two monks. When intoxicated, he would recite poetry, his talent overflowing, though regrettably often incomplete. She mused that if his verses were to circulate, they might well secure a place in the literary annals of the Fengyan Empire. Yet, he seemed devoid of grand aspirations, wishing only to serve as a bookkeeper in a modest tavern in that little town of Qingcheng. But it was precisely this facet of him, this simple life, that she cherished. Alas, he was but a mortal with a fleeting lifespan. Even though she had diluted her spiritual energy within his meals in hopes of extending his years, it could not halt the gradual waning of his vitality. He had once promised never to leave her, vowing to remain by her side for eternity. At that moment, his expression was grave. My heart, like a clear mirror, still chose to believe his words. A decade ago, awakening from a grand dream, I realized that it was ultimately but a deception. He once expressed a desire for an heir, regardless of gender. Yet, I found myself utterly incapable of fulfilling that wish. Should he truly have offspring, the love and time he bestowed upon me during his finite lifespan would inevitably be divided among them. In retrospect, I see how selfish I was. His parents had passed away early, leaving him without brothers or cousins, and even distant relatives were non-existent. By marrying him, I effectively extinguished the lineage of the Su family. As I pondered this, a sudden array of voices broke through the silence, disrupting Feng Buhui's reflections, and the memories of the past dissipated like smoke. Unbeknownst to her, she had arrived at the summit of the Carefree Mountain. Every step taken a decade ago felt protracted, yet this time it transpired in the blink of an eye. Feng Buhui remained silent, raising her hand in a dismissive gesture. All those stationed on the Carefree Mountain departed at that very instant, leaving only Feng Buhui alone at the peak. Chapter 28. Another longevity, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing Feng Buhui, standing atop the lofty Xiaoyao Mountain, to feel a hint of chill. It is worth noting that she is a cultivator of considerable prowess. Under normal circumstances, such a breeze should not evoke any sensation of cold. As the wind ceased, Feng Buhui began her journey toward a location etched in her memory. Before long, a small mound of earth came into view. The mound was devoid of weeds, and the soil appeared freshly disturbed, starkly contrasting with the surrounding terrain. Before the mound stood a monument that seemed quite new, unlike the one Feng Buhui recalled. Flanking it were two trees, both red spirit trees. Gazing at the monument and mound before her, Feng Buhui trembled not from the cold, but from indignation. She was acutely aware that the remains of the individual she sought were no longer interred within the mound. The whereabouts of those remains remained a mystery to all. Her sensitivity to falsehoods allowed her to discern truth from deception, and thus, when she inquired about the disappearance of the body, she had questioned those who were likely to know. Yet, their answers were all truthful. The fate of the remains was shrouded in uncertainty, known to no one. Su Wuqiu, your fate is indeed unfortunate. I have severed the lineage of the Su family, and now, even your corpse cannot be preserved due to my actions. Feng Buhui stared at the monument, when suddenly a mist enveloped her vision, causing it to blur. Yet, she dare not blink. A moment's distraction could alter the very essence of what lay before her. As the sovereign of the Fengyan Empire, she should not allow anything to taint her sight. Even in solitude, after a considerable time, Feng Buhui crouched down, extending a hand to gently rest upon the monument, murmuring to herself, "You ought to resent me. We shared a bond of acquaintance and understanding, yet I deceived you for so long. Even until your burial, you remained unaware of my true name, my true visage, my true identity." Night fell, and the clouds dispersed, allowing the pure white moonlight to cascade down. Leaning against the monument, Yang Buhui, her eyes reddened, noticed the moonlight illuminating her form and felt a shift in her expression. Rising slowly, she brushed the dirt from her clothes and cast a lingering gaze at the freshly excavated mound. A flicker of hope within her extinguished. This grave was indeed a hollow shell. I have quelled the internal strife within the court. Though remnants persist, they pose little threat. Next, I must address the various cultivating families and sects within the realm. Those willing to submit may survive, while those who resist. Feng Buhui's demeanor shifted abruptly, her aura radiating with renewed intensity. Forgive me. Allow me to fulfill my long-held desires before I join you. With a determined grit, Feng Buhui turned and descended the mountain, her pace quickening with each step, leaving no room for hesitation. She feared that another glance at this hallowed ground would bind her to it indefinitely. At the Cold Cloud sect, outside the Defeat Sword Tower, even as darkness enveloped the sky, the throng outside the Sword Tower surpassed that of the daylight. This phenomenon was not solely attributed to the unusual occurrences within the Sword Tower, but was also linked to the radiant point of light at its pinnacle, the 81st level of the Tower of Defeat. According to the elders within the sect, only a handful have managed to ascend to this formidable height, with one remarkable prodigy having achieved this feat nearly 70 years ago. Indeed, who would have thought that today we would witness someone reach the 81st level of the Sword Tower with our own eyes? This individual must have profoundly comprehended the essence of the sword. But what does it matter to reach the 81st level? Throughout history, many have ascended to this level. Yet who has ever surpassed it? Zhang Xiaoming? If memory serves, you only made it to the 23rd level last time, didn't you? Why the bitterness in your words? I merely spoke the truth. What's the matter? Feeling defensive? Ah, indeed, the truth is a sharp blade. You obstinate fool. If you dare, meet me on a life and death platform. There, we shall determine both rank and fate. Is Su Wuqiu your parent or your progenitor? Must you go so far as to challenge me? I have no intention of stepping onto the life and death platform. The clamor outside the Sword Tower was a cacophony of admiration and envy. Yet, all eyes were predominantly fixed upon the 81st level, hardly wavering. It was evident that curiosity permeated the crowd regarding whether this individual could indeed surpass the 81st level. Among them, standing out like a moon among stars, was the enchanting Dantai Ji, who was equally eager. Unlike most, she was aware of who Su Wuqiu was, a knowledge that fueled her anticipation. I never imagined you possessed such strength. Dantai Ji's smile radiated warmth akin to a spring breeze, her expression slightly dazed. Closest to the Sword Tower, and among the foremost in the crowd, was Chun Changsheng, who, with a folding fan in hand, was engaged in a lively conversation with Feng Hua, predominantly doing the talking while she listened, offering little in return. Nonetheless, Chun Changsheng remained undeterred, his chatter unceasing, until, suddenly, a burst of white light emerged before the Sword Tower. Instantly silenced, Chun Changsheng turned his gaze towards the radiant phenomenon. It vanished. Alas, what a pity. Once again, the 81st level remained unconquered. Sigh, I wonder what secrets lie within that level, for no one has ever surpassed it. I had hoped to witness the aftermath of a successful ascent. A collective sigh erupted from the crowd, as if the light that had vanished from the 81st level took with it their hopes and dreams. With the white radiance dissipating, Su Wuqiu emerged outside the Sword Tower. In that instant, he felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. Ah, surely, this must be Su Wuqiu, my esteemed brother. A graceful figure adorned in azure robes, holding a folding fan, suddenly appeared before Su Wuqiu, a broad smile illuminating his handsome face. Brother Su may have heard of my name, or perhaps not, yet such details are inconsequential. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chun Changsheng, from the esteemed Chun family, one of the three major clans of Fengyan imperial capital. The name Chun signifies the family. Chang refers to length, and Sheng denotes life. I am honored to stand before you as the third disciple personally taught by the esteemed master of Jinxiu Peak of the Hanyan sect. As Chun Changsheng addressed Su Wuqiu, he closed his folding fan and bowed respectfully. Qingcheng? Upon hearing this, Su Wuqiu expressed mild surprise, initially thinking that the name Tianxing was rather uncommon, only to discover that another Tianxing had emerged in contemporary times. Su Wuqiu, et replied, nothing gently. After a brief hesitation, he added, I am the senior disciple of the master of Hongzhu Peak. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, especially when in the presence of someone as amicable as Qingcheng. Moreover, the title of senior disciple of Hongzhu Peak is not one to be shunned. After a moment's pause, Su Wuqiu decided to reveal this information. Chapter 29 Reunion with Dan Tai Ji outside the Sword Tower. The attention of the gathered crowd was already intensely focused on Su Wuqiu. Upon hearing Su Wuqiu's introduction of Qingcheng, their eyes widened in astonishment. Hongzhu Peak, is that not the mountain where senior brother Xiaoyao resides? Suddenly, it dawned on one disciple who had a less than stellar memory, and he exclaimed in surprise. Those who were already aware of Su Wuqiu's identity felt a twinge of discomfort, astonished that someone had only just made the connection. However, most of the disciples from Hanyun sect present had not witnessed the earlier encounter between Xiaoyao and Su Wuqiu, so upon hearing the exclamation, they too erupted in astonishment. Instantly, the previously serene atmosphere outside the Sword Tower transformed into a lively commotion. Nonetheless, these reactions did not perturb Su Wuqiu or Qingcheng. At that moment, Qingcheng had his hand resting on Su Wuqiu's shoulder as he led him toward his senior sister, Fanghua, while showering him with compliments. So, you are the esteemed and elusive disciple of Hongzhu Peak. I have long admired you. Who could have foreseen that my impulsive visit to the Sword Tower would afford me the privilege of meeting you? Truly a stroke of fate. Su Wuqiu, since we seem to resonate so well, why not stay at Jinhua Peak tonight and indulge in merriment with me over drinks? Wouldn't that be delightful? Listening to the flurry of words, Su Wuqiu politely declined with a smile. The desire for revelry had long since faded for him. Yet, Qingcheng's affable demeanor left Su Wuqiu somewhat perplexed. From Qingcheng's earlier self-introduction, it appeared that he hailed from one of the three prominent families of Fengyan imperial capital, the Qin family. Typically, signs of noble families rarely venture away from home to cultivate within sects, suggesting that Qingcheng might be a collateral descendant of the Qin family. However, merely a decade ago, Su Wuqiu would not have had the opportunity to engage with individuals of such stature. Upon this encounter, he discovered that the offspring of such esteemed families could indeed possess amiable dispositions. Undeterred by Su Wuqiu's refusal, Qingcheng continued to engage him in light conversation. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, including Su Wuqiu, a faint golden flame began to emanate from the center of Qingcheng's brow. Qingcheng harbored a secret. His eyes possessed the innate ability to perceive the fortune and fate of others. For instance, in his vision, his senior sister Fanghua was surrounded by a thin veil of purple clouds, which he categorized as a moderate level of fortune. Individuals of this caliber typically achieve considerable success, albeit not to an extraordinary extent. Conversely, most disciples of Hanyun sect, in Qingcheng's perspective, were adorned with little more than wisps of white clouds above their heads, akin to mere mist. This indicated a lower level of fortune, suggesting limited potential. Qingcheng was indifferent to whether such individuals bore animosity toward him. Even if they did, their discontent would hardly create ripples of consequence. Among them is the second disciple of Hongzhu Peak, Xiaoyao. Upon their first encounter, Qingcheng noticed a magnificent golden cloud floating above Xiaoyao's head. In Qingcheng's assessment, this golden cloud was of the highest quality, marking it as the pinnacle of his previous evaluations. Time has proven that his judgments have never been mistaken. Within a mere few years, Xiaoyao transformed from an obscure novice into a renowned prodigy within the entire Hanyun sect. It is worth noting that although Fanghua is also a genius and appears youthful, she is nearing 30 years of age. She belongs to a different cohort of disciples and has been overshadowed by Xiaoyao. Similarly, Qingcheng himself has also been surpassed by Xiaoyao. Today, he ventured into the Sword Tower merely to ascertain the extent of the disparity between himself and Xiaoyao. It turns out the difference is merely a layer or two of the tower. The reason he is so keen to cultivate a good relationship with Su Wuqiu is not overly complicated. It is simply because, in Changxing's eyes, there's a large mass of red mist hovering above Su Wuqiu's head. This is a sight he has never encountered before. The fortune could either be lower than the lowest or exceed even that of the golden cloud. However, given that Su Wuqiu has reached the 81st level of the sword tower, the nature of this red mist fortune has already been unveiled. To befriend someone with such fortune would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for oneself. Even if a close friendship cannot be established, enmity must be avoided, for otherwise, Qingcheng would surely find himself restless in the future. Of course, he would never voice these thoughts. They are his greatest secret. Sister, this is my dear friend, Su Wuqiu. Upon bringing Su Wuqiu before Feng Hua, Qingcheng took the initiative to introduce him. This left Feng Hua momentarily perplexed. Typically, Qingcheng displays indifference towards men, but now he exudes genuine warmth towards this man, even embracing him, which appears to stem from a sincere joy. In the next moment, Feng Hua's gaze towards Qingcheng held not Hu. Su Wuqiu was undeniably handsome, possessing an ethereal charm that might even eclipse Qingcheng's own allure, giving him the appearance of a celestial being. He indeed had the power to captivate a man's heart. Observing Feng Hua's lingering, peculiar gaze upon him without initiating conversation with Su Wuqiu made Qingcheng's heart tremble. Sister, this person's fortune is certainly not to be trifled with, especially not by your purple cloud fortune. Please do not provoke his displeasure. Qingcheng cautiously glanced aside, relieved to see no trace of dissatisfaction on Su Wuqiu's face. Just as he was about to continue conversing with his sister, a voice suddenly reached his ears. It truly is Brother Su. A woman clad in purple emerged from the crowd, approaching Su Wuqiu with a radiant smile that only added to her allure. Indeed, she is the direct disciple of the sovereign, Dantai Ji. Why did senior brother Su not engage in painting this time, but instead venture into the sword tower? Dantai Ji fixed her gaze intently upon Su Wuqiu. This astonished those around them, including Qingcheng, who found it somewhat unexpected. Within the cold cloud sect, the one adorned with golden auspicious clouds is not solely Xiaoyao. Dantai Ji, standing before them, similarly bears a delicate golden cloud above her head, albeit more ethereal in appearance. Consequently, Qingcheng is among the many suitors vying for Dantai Ji's affection. Yet, he had not anticipated that she was already acquainted with Su Wuqiu, addressing him as senior brother. I have met senior sister Dantai, Qingcheng said, bowing respectfully towards her, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. Dantai Ji possesses an exceptional identity, beauty, and fortune. He harbors no regrets in pursuing her. After all, among her other suitors, only a handful possess golden clouds of fortune, and theirs are even more tenuous than hers. Qingcheng is undeterred. However, should Su Wuqiu emerge as a formidable rival, he would have no choice but to relinquish this singular tree and seek refuge within the thicket. Chapter 30. The contest for Su Wuqiu, nothing much, merely a fleeting whim. Su Wuqiu replied, shaking her head. But I must ask, Miss Dantai, though you have yet to venture into the sword tower, you always seem to encounter me outside it. Alas, the path of cultivation is exceedingly monotonous, and my master forbids me from leaving the cold cloud sect. Thus, I can only come here to see my junior brothers and sisters. Su Wuqiu was somewhat astonished, realizing that the master Dantai Ji spoke of was quite strict with her, not even allowing her to step outside the sect. This was in stark contrast to the nominal master of the disciples from Hongzhou Peak, whom she last saw 2.5 years ago. Aside from occasionally providing some cultivation resources to Hongzhou Peak, there had been little guidance offered. Fortunately, her second junior brother, Xiaoyao, was ambitious, and her third junior brother, Baiming Changsheng, along with junior sister Lu Jingjing, had been helping one another, which allowed them to continuously enhance their abilities. Noticing Su Wuqiu's surprise, Qingcheng leaned closer, whispering in her ear, Su Xian. Senior sister Dantai is the direct disciple of the sect leader. Her cultivation surpasses mine. Currently, within the entire Cold Cloud sect, aside from our senior brother, Only senior sister Dantai has ascended to the highest level of the sword tower, reaching an impressive 79 floors. Upon hearing these words, Su Wuqiu cast a lingering glance at Qingcheng. At that moment, the air was suddenly pierced by a series of whooshing sounds. Several men appeared high in the sky, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing their figures to everyone below. The foremost among them was a robust, middle-aged man, appearing to be nearly 40 years of age, clad in a blue robe, suggesting he had undergone physical training. He was none other than the sect leader of Cold Cloud sect, Qingcheng. Salutations, sect leader. The gathered disciples of Cold Cloud sect outside the quest for defeat Sword Tower bowed in unison. Su Wuqiu and Dantai Ji, come with me, Qingcheng said, his calm gaze sweeping over the front row where Su Wuqiu, Dantai Ji, Qingcheng, and Feng Hua stood. After uttering these words, he ascended higher into the sky, followed by the other individuals who appeared to be elders of the Cold Cloud sect. Seeing this, Su Wuqiu felt a flicker of confusion, unsure why the sect leader had specifically called her by name. However, upon observing Dantai Ji take to the skies in silence, soaring towards the direction of Qingcheng and the others, Su Wuqiu ceased her contemplation and leapt into the air, swiftly catching up to Dantai Ji. Qingcheng sighed softly as he watched the departing figures of Su Wuqiu and Dantai Ji. He then raised his hand, gently patting senior sister Feng Hua on the shoulder. When Feng Hua cast him a curious glance, he shook his head and said, "Senior sister, you have missed a tremendous opportunity. I have done my utmost." With that, Qingcheng made his way toward the crowd, his silhouette evoking a sense of forlornness in Feng Hua's eyes. Could it be that he truly harbors feelings for someone named Su Wuqiu? At that moment, Qingcheng unfolded the folding fan in his hand once more, transforming into the image of a dashing young gentleman as he approached a group of female disciples, ultimately stopping in front of a strikingly beautiful woman with an alluring figure. Uncertain whether this beautiful junior sister would grace the splendid peaks tonight with her presence for a drink and moon-gazing with Chun, the haunting thoughts in Feng Hua's mind began to dissipate upon seeing Qingcheng's familiar demeanor. However, the cryptic words that had just escaped Qingcheng's lips remained utterly incomprehensible to her. At the Cold Cloud sect, atop the main peak, the sect leader, Qingcheng, sat in a position of prominence, flanked by the 6 esteemed elders who occupied slightly behind him on either side. Dressed in a flowing purple robe, Dantai Ji stood to the side, her captivating eyes fixed intently on Su Wuqiu, who stood before Qingcheng and the 6 elders, scarcely blinking. "You are the direct disciple of Yao Rui, the master of Red Bamboo Peak?" Qingcheng inquired, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Su Wuqiu. "Indeed, Su Wuqiu." The moment those words were uttered, Qingcheng's countenance darkened, and the expressions of the 6 elders soured as well, their lips moving subtly as if engaged in silent communication. Su Wuqiu made no effort to eavesdrop. To him, the whispers of the 6 elders were as audible as a loudspeaker in the midst of a crowd. After a brief pause, the gazes of the 6 elders returned to Su Wuqiu, and among them, an elder with flowing white hair spoke first. "So it is you, Su Wuqiu. Are you willing to take me as your master and join my Sanju Peak?" "What is Sanju Peak? Besides Zhongyu, it is hardly noteworthy," proclaimed another elder, his voice booming. "Listen here, come to my Ba Dao Peak, and within 3 years, I shall make you the most extraordinary talent in the entirety of the Feng Yin Empire, the pride of Ba Dao." Before Su Wuqiu could respond, a towering elder, whose robust physique could scarcely be concealed beneath his flowing robes, interjected. He pounded his chest with his fists, each strike unleashing a remarkable wave of energy. "What do you mean by Ba Dao Peak? It is utterly unsuitable for him. He appears ethereal and refined, clearly not someone who belongs in your Ba Dao Peak," remarked a younger-looking matron, her disdain for the brawny elder evident. Yet, when her gaze shifted to Su Wuqiu, her expression softened. "Dear child, come to my Jinxiu Peak. I cannot boast of much, but I assure you, 5 out of the top 10 renowned swords in the Feng Yin Empire originate from my Jinxiu Peak. And you may choose any that you desire." What does Jinxiu Peak even represent? The atmosphere, once amicable among the 6 elders, grew increasingly contentious as they vied to attract Su Wuqiu, their tempers flaring and the prospect of physical altercation looming on the horizon. Su Wuqiu and Dan Taiji, the two younger disciples, were left in astonishment. Dan Taiji, being the favored disciple of Qingcheng, possessed some understanding of the six elders, while Su Wuqiu remained perplexed. Enough! Qingcheng finally interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. He struck the armrest of his chair with a resounding thud. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from his being, creating gusts of spiritual wind around him. The six elders, who had been fervently debating which peak Su Wuqiu should join, fell silent in unison at that moment. It is evident that Qingcheng, the sect master, possesses a considerable degree of authority. As the spiritual winds dissipated, Qingcheng rose from his seat, his expression softening somewhat. Before the two younger disciples, he displayed such demeanor without fear of ridicule. In this manner, the disciples of my main peak are not excessively numerous. Let Su Wuqiu take his place among us and become a disciple of the main peak. Upon the utterance of these words, the gazes of the six elders converged upon Qingcheng, and the muscular, imposing leader of the Ba Dao peak twitched his face in surprise. No one had anticipated that Qingcheng, as the sect master, would audaciously intervene and vie for disciples alongside them. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Dan Taiji blinked her beautiful eyes, her gaze towards Su Wuqiu infused with newfound interest. For reasons unknown, the third disciple of the Hongzhou peak, Baiming Changsheng, had always harbored an unkind disposition toward her. Now, should Su Wuqiu become a disciple of Qingcheng, he would also become her junior brother, sparing her from future misfortunes at the Hongzhou peak. However, at that moment, Su Wuqiu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Chapter 31. Cursing with great respect, Cheng Zongzhu, I must decline your generous offer. I already have a master, and since my master has not returned to the sect, it will be inappropriate for me to change my allegiance. Su Wuqiu bowed with grace, maintaining a dignified composure. This unexpected response left Qingcheng momentarily stunned, his eyebrows nearly merging into a single line of disbelief. It appeared he had not anticipated such a reply from Su Wuqiu. Meanwhile, the six esteemed elders, who had previously expressed dissatisfaction with Qingcheng's intentions towards Su Wuqiu, now rallied to persuade him to join Qingcheng's tutelage. Rest assured, none within the sect will speak ill of you, nor will those outside dare to utter a word against you. Although Xiao Rui possesses the ability to be your mentor, her experience is still lacking, and her youthful temperament may not be conducive to your growth. With your exceptional talent, you should not be confined to the Red Bamboo Peak. Indeed, the main peak offers far greater opportunities, especially with the guidance of the sect leader. Your path to cultivation would be considerably less convoluted. The sudden unity of the six elders and their encouragement left Su Wuqiu feeling a sense of helplessness. He understood their shift in attitude. After all, his somewhat unreliable master, Yao Rui, had proven to be less than adequate. Had it not been for the system, he might have long since fallen into the abyss of obsession with self-cultivation. With Yao Rui as a point of comparison, it was evident that Qingcheng's conditions were far superior, and the elders naturally wished for Su Wuqiu to join the main peak. This realization brought a tinge of regret to Su Wuqiu's heart. Perhaps he should not have caused such a stir within the sword tower. The scene of him breaching the 81st floor had undoubtedly been witnessed by Qingcheng and the others, who had arrived unbeknownst to him. Yet, if given the chance to return to the moment he first entered the sword tower, he would undoubtedly make the same choice again. After all, it was a youthful young Buhui he had encountered. What harm was there in meeting a few more times? Just as Su Wuqiu prepared to further decline, an irate voice suddenly echoed through the hall. How dare you, old fools, shamelessly attempting to poach my esteemed disciple in my absence? A girl, clad in a flowing green dress and appearing around 13 or 14 years of age, abruptly materialized at the entrance of the hall. Her cherubic face was flushed with anger as she strode towards Su Wuqiu and the others with an air of indignation. However, she did not seek trouble with Su Wuqiu. Instead, she bypassed him directly and approached Qingcheng, who stood at the head of the hall. In no time, the girl stood before Qingcheng, raising her finger to point accusingly at his face. You, Qingcheng, you treacherous wolf. Are you the one leading the charge to steal my disciple? The girl was none other than Yao Rui, Su Wuqiu's master, whom he had not seen for a full 2.5 years. Qingcheng, taken aback by Yao Rui's pointed accusations, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet he remained composed. Shaking his head, he replied, Senior sister, I assure you, I am not the one leading this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Yao Rui furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Qingcheng carefully. Noticing the lack of any deceit in his eyes, she let out a cold huff and redirected her focus towards the 6 elders standing nearby. And you, bearded one? Is it you? Absolutely not. The elderly man, known as Xiao Rui, is aware of his own character and would never stoop to such actions. It must be you, old woman. Humph. If I were to take the lead, I would surely meet my demise. So it is you, muscle-bound old man? Cough, cough, cough. How could it possibly be me? You know, I have always looked down upon individuals with a physique akin to a bamboo pole, of course, with the exception of women. Under the inquiries of Yao Rui, the 6 elder leaders were unusually compliant, eliciting a sense of discomfort in Su Wuqiu and Dantaiji. They had not anticipated that especially the head of the Blade Peak, who had previously boasted with extreme arrogance, would now appear as docile as a toothless tiger before Yao Rui. Even when the sect leader, Qingcheng, proposed to take Su Wuqiu into the main peak, the other elders merely displayed mild dissatisfaction, while the head of the Blade Peak dared to glare fiercely at Qingcheng. However, in the presence of Yao Rui, he became immensely submissive. Each one of you dares to act without accountability, does you? After questioning everyone without uncovering the individual who instigated the disruption among her disciples, Yao Rui, hands on her hips, seethed with fury that she could not express. Eventually, she became too weary to care who had led the charge. She chastised one if she caught sight of them, and 2 if she encountered a pair. Without repeating a single word, Su Wuqiu witnessed the expression of the head of the Blade Peak transform from calm to crimson, but did not utter a word in retort to Yao Rui. Even Qingcheng, the sect leader, was left with flushed ears after a tirade, leaving Su Wuqiu and Dantaiji utterly astonished. Finally, it appeared that she had chastised enough. Or perhaps due to the absence of any rebuttal, Yao Rui swiftly approached Su Wuqiu, grasping his hand and striding purposefully towards the hall's exit, leaving behind a bewildered Qingcheng and the 6 elder leaders. On the journey back to the red bamboo peak, Yao Rui remained visibly indignant, her words still laced with fury, causing Su Wuqiu to feel somewhat embarrassed. However, her expressive demeanor also clarified her identity to him. She was the daughter of the previous sect leader of the Cold Cloud sect. The current sect leader, Qingcheng, was the direct disciple of her father, thus making him her junior. The 6 elder leaders were also disciples of her father, placing them in a higher rank than Yao Rui. While it was understandable for Qingcheng to receive her scolding with a smile, it puzzled Su Wuqiu that the 6 elder leaders, as her father's peers, could endure being chastised so readily. You deceitful, white-eyed wolf. 10 years ago, you sought to ruin my red bamboo peak, and now you dare to encroach upon my territory. You infuriate me. I should have struck him twice on the face just now. No, 4 times. Upon reaching the foot of the red bamboo peak, Yao Rui continued to voice her grievances, perhaps due to Su Wuqiu's silence throughout their journey, which allowed her ire to spill over onto him. Why didn't you say a single word just now? Don't be afraid. You are my esteemed disciple, your status only slightly inferior to that of the treacherous white-eyed wolf. Uttering a few scathing remarks about him is of no consequence. Upon hearing this, Su Wuqiu merely smiled in silence. This provoked a sense of frustration within Yao Rui, igniting an impulse to tear Su Wuqiu's face apart. Yet, she ultimately relinquished this thought, letting out a sigh. With a casual gesture, a snow-white rabbit materialized in the palm of Yao Rui's hand. Behold, this should be the Sword Moon Rabbit, a gift for you. Without hesitation, Yao Rui tossed the rabbit aside and strode purposefully towards Red Bamboo Peak. Su Wuqiu instinctively caught the thrown rabbit, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Yao Rui's retreating figure. The sword moon rabbit was a rare and exquisite creature that Yang Buhui had once mentioned to Su Wuqiu, indicating it as one of her favorites. Over 2 years ago, Yao Rui had inquired about Su Wuqiu's preferred magical beasts, and at that time, he had thought of this particular creature and casually remarked upon the sword moon rabbit. Little did he anticipate. Chapter 32. Senior brother, I hope I haven't offended you. To my surprise, Yao Rui has indeed taken it to heart and has managed to retrieve the exquisite beast-slaying sword, the moon rabbit, and presented it to me. Observing Yao Rui's oddly peculiar gait, one might find it curious that despite her petite stature, she appears somewhat imposing from behind. Having traversed the Tianxing Continent alone for over 60 years, my former home vanished completely a decade ago. During those first 50 years, I was engulfed in despair. But after dedicating myself to painting and cultivation, I began to find solace. Now, I feel as though I found a second home. What are you standing there for? Do you truly intend to become an apprentice to that treacherous, white-eyed wolf? Yao Rui turned back, her gaze towards Su Wuqiu growing increasingly hostile upon seeing him still lingering at the base of Red Bamboo Peak. Let me warn you, if you dare to betray your teacher or forsake your roots, the power I have amassed over these 1,000 years will be far beyond what you can withstand. 10 years ago, you were already 999 years old. This year, you must be 1,009. Indeed, the might of my 1,009 years is something you cannot endure. Very well. With a swift motion, Su Wuqiu was already by Yao Rui's side, playfully ruffling her hair before hastening up the Red Bamboo Peak. Stunned by the unexpected gesture, Yao Rui realized that no one had dared to touch her head since her father's passing. To have her disciple do so was utterly shocking, akin to disturbing a deity or lighting a lamp in a lavatory for mischief. Su Wuqiu, you disrespectful, uncouth wretch. I shall teach you a proper lesson today. Once she regained her composure, Yao Rui shouted after Su Wuqiu and pursued him up the mountain. Yet, despite her fierce threats, Su Wuqiu remained unperturbed, a smile still gracing his handsome features. Cradling the moon rabbit in one hand and gently stroking its little head with the other, he ascended the mountain at a leisurely pace. Though his speed seemed slow, Yao Rui struggled to keep up even with her swift movements, her expression one of disbelief. Before long, Su Wuqiu's figure vanished from the mountainside, and Yao Rui, undeterred, exerted herself, propelling through the hillside with ease. You may escape the monk, but not the temple. Little Su, today you shall truly learn the meaning of the sect's rules. As she beheld the familiar yet strange scenery before her, Yao Rui's voice grew fainter, her eyes widening in astonishment. Thinking there might be something wrong with her vision, she rubbed her eyes, and upon focusing again, lo and behold, the view before her was still that of the base of Red Bamboo Peak. Beneath a grand tree, there stood a large round stone table accompanied by several stone benches, where a pair of young individuals sat facing each other. The girl, appearing around 15 years of age, donned a green attire, resting her hands on the table, her index fingers supporting her chin. She seemed somewhat melancholic. Seated opposite the young girl was a youth of 17 or 18, his pallid complexion accentuated by deep, dark circles beneath his eyes, presenting the unmistakable visage of one destined for an early demise. Brother, can your medicinal garden still truly be deemed a garden? It barely deserves to be called a forbidden ground, Lu Qingcheng exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Biming Changsheng offered no response, his focus unwaveringly fixed upon the jade tablet in his hands. This left Lu Qingcheng feeling as though her punch had landed upon a pillow, leaving her utterly deflated. With a resigned sigh, she shifted the topic. Let us not discuss the garden, brother. What were you doing with the compass earlier at the mountainside? The formation was disrupted by second brother, so I went to amend it to prevent any further breaches. Biming Changsheng replied without lifting his gaze. Instantly invigorated, Lu Qingcheng's curiosity piqued. What alterations did you make? Oh wait, that won't do. First brother is still at the base of the mountain. If he accidentally steps into the formation, wouldn't he dismantle it again? I am not foolish. Biming Changsheng rolled his eyes, as if a floodgate of conversation had been opened. You see, the illusionary formation can be forcibly breached due to the presence of individuals within it, correct? Thus, I repaired the damaged illusion and, upon its foundation, added a teleportation array. This way, that vile enemy, with malicious intent, attempting to assail Hongzhou Peak, would find themselves teleported away upon entering the illusion. How could they possibly breach the formation then? But what if they are teleported away only to return? Choosing to attack the formation from outside, Lu Jingjing inquired, her intrigue unabated. Do you think your brother is idle? I anticipated this very scenario. Thus, I have also laid down a defensive formation alongside the illusion and teleportation array to preempt such an occurrence, Xiaoyao replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he gently shook his head. The formation's core lies within. Those knowledgeable in formations can only breach it by entering. Yet they would be teleported away upon doing so. As for those lacking such knowledge, they would find it even more impossible to breach, unless their strength is so formidable that they could dismantle the formation from outside. But that is an entirely different matter. Listening to Xiaoyang's explanation, Lu Jingjing's eyes widened, and her mouth fell slightly agape. After a brief pause, she murmured, "What curious thoughts occupy your mind, brother? This is the first time I have encountered such peculiar formations. Too bad they cannot eliminate foes." At this remark, Xiaoyao crossed his arms in displeasure. "Little sister, why do you persist in underestimating me, when both first brother and second brother display admiration in their gazes? Besides, who says it cannot defeat enemies? If I were to secretly place the teleportation point in the lair of a ferocious beast, employing a strategy to drive wolves and engulf tigers? What if I were to set traps filled with razor-sharp blades, each coated with deadly poison, and position the teleportation point above those traps while laying down a nullifying array? It is merely that my current cultivation is insufficient, limiting the teleportation range and the formations I can deploy. However, tomorrow, if time permits, I could casually dig a pit at the foot of the mountain, fill it with excrement and urine, and ultimately set up a small forbidden array to alter the teleportation point to that very pit. While I may not be able to kill her, I can certainly disgust her." Listening to the words of Xiaoyao, Lu Jingjing instinctively rose to her feet, distancing herself from him. It was the first time she felt such terror emanating from Xiaoyao. Finally, a thought crossed her mind, and she timidly inquired, "Third senior brother, I hope I haven't offended you?" After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyao expressionlessly shook his head. "Then you must tell me how to break the array. Furthermore, I need to discuss this with the first and second senior brothers, lest one day you inadvertently lead us into a trap." "Rest assured," Xiaoyao replied, raising the jade token in his hand, a smirk gracing his lips. The first senior brother has already anticipated this, which is why we have all placed a forbidden array on our identity tokens. As long as you keep your identity token with you, those arrays will remain dormant. After saying this, upon noticing the increasingly nearby glimmering light on the token, Xiaoyang's smile grew wider as he pointed towards the mountain path. "Look, hasn't the first senior brother ascended the mountain unscathed?" Chapter 33, I Swear to Heaven. "Look, Master Brother has ascended the mountain unscathed, has he not?" Xiaoyao raised his hand, pointing towards the direction of the mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingjing instinctively gazed in the direction Xiaoyao indicated, and sure enough, within moments, the figure of Master Brother Su Wuqiu appeared atop Hongzhou Peak, cradling a snow-white rabbit in his arms. This sight instantly imbued Lu Jingjing with a sense of reassurance, prompting her to employ her agility to swiftly traverse the distance, reaching Su Wuqiu in but a few breaths. A gust of wind surged forth, yet Su Wuqiu seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, shielding the rabbit with one hand in anticipation. Despite the might of the wind, it could not breach Su Wuqiu's protection over the rabbit. "Master Brother, something terrible has happened," Lu Jingjing exclaimed, her face a mask of terror, as though she had encountered ghosts. Observing her distress and recalling her earlier words, Su Wuqiu, driven by an inexplicable impulse, inquired, "Has Master been captured by a monster?" "Huh?" Lu Jingjing's eyes widened in confusion, struggling to comprehend what Su Wuqiu meant by monster. Was he referring to a demonic beast? Yet considering Master's prowess, it was unlikely that a mere beast could capture him. Any creature capable of doing so would likely prefer to eliminate Master outright, would it not? Fear not. Su Wuqiu reassured her, gently patting her head twice. Lu Jingjing responded with an "oh," and after recalling the gravity of the situation, she hurried to Su Wuqiu's side, tiptoeing to whisper in his ear. The smile that had graced Su Wuqiu's face vanished upon hearing the words of his junior sister, replaced by a peculiar expression. No wonder Master Yao Rui had yet to arrive. Su Wuqiu had initially thought she was engaged in another verbal spar with sect leader Qingcheng. It seemed there was more to this matter than met the eye. Suddenly, Beiming Changsheng appeared beside Lu Jingjing, his hands clapping down on her shoulders, causing her to jump in fright. Is the junior sister once again speaking ill of Master Brother? Beiming Changsheng leaned closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. No, absolutely not. You know, Master Brother, among all those on Hongzhou Peak, you are the one I admire and respect the most. How could I possibly speak ill of you? Oh, is it that you would not speak ill, or rather that you dare not? I swear to heaven, I would never utter a single word against Third Master Brother. Should I betray this oath, let me be punished to go 3 years without bathing. Lu Jingjing raised her hand to her ear, making a gesture of swearing, and then spoke earnestly. Yet in her heart, a thought lingered. What harm would it do to refrain from saying merely a half sentence, or perhaps even a full sentence or two of disparagement? That surely would not violate her vow. Unbeknownst to Beiming Changsheng, who perceived Lu Jingjing's earnestness as commendable, he felt quite pleased with her understanding. All right, junior brother, do not torment the little sister any further, Su Wuqiu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Beiming Changsheng, whose amusement was barely concealed. Very well, very well. I shall let her be, Beiming Changsheng conceded. Beiming Changsheng gently released his hands, resting on Lu Jingjing's shoulders, granting her a sense of liberation akin to a pardon. She hastily retreated to the other side of Su Wuqiu, evading Beiming Changsheng as though a timid lamb fleeing from a ravenous wolf. Su Wuqiu pondered what Beiming Changsheng must have instilled in his junior sister during his absence, causing her such trepidation towards him. Yet, recalling the words Lu Jingjing had recently shared with him, a peculiar smile surfaced on Su Wuqiu's face. He reached out and lightly patted Beiming Changsheng on the shoulder. Meeting the puzzled gaze of his third junior brother, he finally spoke. Forget it. May you find your own fortune. With that, he bestowed 2 more gentle pats upon Beiming Changsheng's shoulder before striding towards the hall, leaving Beiming Changsheng in a state of bewilderment as he watched Su Wuqiu's retreating figure. He had yet to inquire whether Su Wuqiu had encountered that wretched woman, Dan Taiji, at Hanyin's sect, so why was his senior brother instead advising him to seek his own fortune? Could it be that the events of that night concerning Dan Taiji had come to light? Yet that made little sense. Had the truth truly emerged, then not only would his senior brother have returned, but Dan Taiji and even the sect leader ought to be approaching Hongzhou Peak by now. As Beiming Changsheng continued to ponder the implications of Su Wuqiu's words, a sudden gust of wind swept through the heavens, causing the garments of both Beiming Changsheng and Lu Jingjing to flutter wildly. Once the wind subsided, a girl, seemingly of the same age as Lu Jingjing but significantly shorter, suddenly appeared atop Hongzhou Peak. Where has that wayward disciple gone? Her youthful voice rang out, piercing the ears of Beiming Changsheng and Lu Jingjing. Upon seeing the girl, Lu Jingjing's eyes brightened instantly. Master, you're back, she exclaimed, rushing to embrace Yao Rui, her cheek pressed against Yao Rui's face. Yao Rui, however, was far from pleased, struggling slightly until she freed herself from Lu Jingjing's grasp, standing before the Grand Hall. Initially intending to confront Su Wuqiu about the recent tap on her head, she hesitated as thoughts of the formation at the mountainside crossed her mind. Turning her gaze towards Beiming Changsheng, she questioned, Changsheng, did you set the formation at the mountainside? Within the confines of Hongzhou Peak. The only individual skilled in formation was Beiming Changsheng, whose expertise was profound. Yet, at that moment, he appeared dazed, seemingly oblivious to her inquiry, offering no response. Observing this, a glint of mischief flashed in Lu Jingjing's eyes. She stealthily approached Yao Rui and whispered, Master was third senior brother who, at that moment, Beiming Changsheng was lost in the vision of Yao Rui descending from the heavens. Yesterday, he had toiled endlessly to devise such a malicious formation. But upon seeing Yao Rui, he realized that no one needed to break the formation. One simply needed to leap towards the peak from the mountainside or even ascend directly from the base. Damn it, how could I forget to establish a forbidden air array atop Red Bamboo Peak? If the individual who recently arrived was not my esteemed master, but that wretched person, wouldn't it be a familiar scenario once again? Fortunately, I shall promptly devise a colossal forbidden air array. Let me ponder her cultivation level. She certainly hasn't reached the 6th realm. Regaining my composure, Beiming Changsheng gently patted his chest and made his way towards the medicinal herb garden. I aimed to seize this opportunity to lay down the forbidden air array on Red Bamboo Peak, preventing that wretched person from seeking out my senior brother. However, just as I took a couple of steps, Yao Rui appeared before me with a notably displeased expression. Encountering Yao Rui's demeanor, an ominous sensation swiftly blossomed in my heart. Reflecting on the final words my senior brother uttered before entering the hall, Beiming Changsheng forced a smile onto his face. Esteemed master, one should not strike a smiling face. One may strike, but not the face. Chapter 34. Disguise in the chamber. A series of anguished cries suddenly echoed from outside, and a smile crept onto Su Wuqiu's face. It was highly likely that the third junior brother had just received a thorough thrashing from Master Yao Rui. To Su Wuqiu's surprise, Beiming Changsheng had swiftly set up a formation on the mountainside. Fortunately, this young man had the sense to avoid ensnaring Su Wuqiu in the trap as well. Remembering what his junior sister had told him, that if one inadvertently entered the formation, they would be transported to a pit filled with filth, Su Wuqiu shuddered at the thought. Having spent 5 years in the company of his third junior brother, he had never suspected that Beiming Changsheng harbored such a sinister side. Shaking his head, Su Wuqiu's gaze fell upon the table, where the Jianwei rabbit was playfully colliding its head with that of Little White. The Jianwei rabbit was not particularly large, about the size of an adult's outstretched hand. Its body was entirely white, and its eyes were slightly curved, resembling a crescent moon, giving it an appearance that was less than endearing. In truth, it was not a benign creature at all. According to Yang Buhui, the Jianwei rabbit was a rare beast with a gentle disposition, appearing much like an ordinary rabbit and less provoked. However, should it become displeased or enraged, it could become a terrifying force, with a speed akin to lightning. The magical power within it could manifest as a divine weapon. Such velocity, combined with that formidable power, made the Jianwei rabbit a formidable adversary. Should one be struck in the heart, it would surely result in a shattered heart and a fatal outcome. In ancient times, Jianwei rabbits were relatively abundant, not considered particularly rare. However, a certain individual later emerged, raising one as a pet. How he achieved this transformation, allowing the rabbit to become a divine blade, remains a mystery. The spirit weapon was no match for that blade. A mere touch would shatter it, leading to that person's growing arrogance. Initially, the world was unaware that the divine blade was merely a common Jianwei rabbit transformed. However, that individual became overly boastful and, in a drunken stupor, dared to tarnish the reputation of a beloved princess from an ancient dynasty. The consequences were dire. Despite the strength of the divine blade, the individual's cultivation was not formidable, and the ancient dynasty's powerful beings did not intervene. Merely deploying 100,000 soldiers exhausted him, and the Jianwei rabbit lost the magical power necessary for its transformation. Ultimately, both met a tragic end. Subsequently, the emperor ordered the extermination of the Jianwei rabbit, and other ancient dynasties, eager to curry favor with him, issued similar decrees. Due to the triviality of the matter, it led to wars among several major dynasties, and the order was never rescinded. Within a mere few decades, the once common Jianwei rabbit became an endangered species throughout the Tianxing Continent. The truth of the divine weapon being a transformed Jianwei rabbit gradually became known to the public. Even today, despite the passage of time, the population of Jianwei rabbits remains exceedingly scarce, gradually evolving into a rare and precious beast. Among the descendants, many yearn to possess a formidable weapon. Yet despite their close relationship with the sword moon rabbit, None have ever encountered a second creature that could transform into such a divine blade. It remains a mystery from whence she procured it. Su Wuqiu extended his hand, gently patting the heads of both Xiaobai and the sword moon rabbit. He casually lifted the sword moon rabbit, meeting her crescent-shaped eyes, and raised an eyebrow in curiosity. At that moment, the enchanting eyes of the sword moon rabbit suddenly shifted, becoming indistinguishable from those of an ordinary rabbit. If placed alongside a common rabbit, who could discern which one was the sword moon rabbit? Xiaobai had already become her name. It was a pity. Observing the pure white fur of the sword moon rabbit and glancing at Xiaobai, Su Wuqiu shook his head. After a moment's contemplation, inspiration struck him. He raised the sword moon rabbit high, declaring, "Since you can disguise yourself as an ordinary rabbit, from henceforth, you shall be called Disguise." The sword moon rabbit seemed to comprehend Su Wuqiu's words, nodding her little head in response, filling him with joy. Yet soon after, a subtle sorrow began to creep into his heart. Although Disguise was a cherished and extraordinary beast, now that he possessed her, he could not share her beauty with her. After a considerable time, Su Wuqiu sensed an unsettling emotion within himself and promptly placed the sword moon rabbit on the table. With a mere thought, he retrieved a scroll and brush from his storage ring. For cultivators, harboring unresolved emotional images is a grave taboo, and the higher their cultivation, the greater the potential harm such emotions can inflict upon them. Many cultivators have fallen into madness, with half of them succumbing to the turmoil of unresolved emotional imagery. In recent years, Su Wuqiu himself narrowly escaped this fate, thanks to his diligent cultivation and the elevation of his mental state. Otherwise, he would have long lost himself, leaving only a soulless body behind. 7 days later, in the Phoenix Yen Imperial Palace, the resplendent figure of Feng Buhui sat within the imperial study, setting aside the official documents in his hands, leaning back and slowly closing his eyes. How goes the progress of the cleansing plan? The empty study echoed only with the voice of Feng Buhui, reverberating through the stillness. Once the echoes faded, another voice abruptly responded, "Your Majesty, within the past 7 days, over a dozen sects have expressed their willingness to submit, and 9 sects have already vanished from the imperial territory. Are they merely feeble prey? Is there not a single resolute force willing to yield?" Presently, no news had returned, but it was anticipated that the Black Flag Army must now be near the formidable sects of Haoyue, Tianmin, Jingge, and Hanyan, and it would not be long before news would arrive. Feng Buhui remained silent in his seat, and the imperial study fell into silence once more. After a long while, a figure clad in purple appeared at the entrance of the study, bowing slightly to Feng Buhui. "Did you not say you would bring back a sword moon rabbit half a month ago? How is it that I have returned to the palace for so long without even a trace of it?" Feng Buhui gazed at Zi with an expressionless visage. Even in silence, the regal aura she emanated was sufficient to instill a profound tremor in Zi. Ultimately, Zi could not endure even 5 breaths. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, her forehead pressed firmly against the floor, trembling as she uttered, "Zi is guilty. I failed to keep watch over the Jinhua rabbit, allowing it to escape." Although she served as Feng Buhui's closest sword attendant and confidant, capable of sharing heartfelt conversations with her, such bonds could not mitigate her culpability when a grave error was made. In the vast expanse of the imperial palace, how could it have fled? Zi was unaware. It had suddenly bolted from her arms as she approached the sovereign, vanishing around a corner, leaving no trace. As she recounted this, perspiration beaded on her forehead, soaking the ground beneath her. Feng Buhui's eyes flickered slightly. The time was nigh to confront those formidable adversaries, yet a troubling incident had arisen within the palace. An unsettling sense of impending turmoil lingered in the air. Chapter 35. Secrets of the Heart upon the Red Bamboo Peak. The enigmatic Bei Ming Changsheng paced restlessly before the hall, clad in a tattered garment that bore countless patches, emanating an unmistakable odor of age. His expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness as he occasionally cast glances towards the interior of the hall and then towards the mountain path. Those unaware of the circumstances might easily mistake him for an intruder lurking in the shadows of Red Bamboo Peak, oblivious to the thoughts that consumed his mind. After a prolonged period of restless wandering, Beiming Changsheng clenched his teeth in determination. Today his master, Yao Rui, had departed the peak accompanied by the second senior brother and the junior sister, ostensibly to broaden their horizons. Naturally, both he and Su Wuqiu had been invited, yet they had categorically declined the offer. As for where they were to expand their perspectives, Beiming Changsheng was acutely aware. This day marked the occasion of the Haoyu sect bringing its distinguished disciples to the Han sect for a friendly exchange. Though termed as an exchange, it was, in truth, a means to establish superiority between the two sections. The Haoyu sect, Tianmen Jinga, and Han sect were collectively known as the four paramount forces within the realm of the Feng dynasty. Despite their equal standing, each faction harbored a sense of superiority, believing the others unworthy of their rank. However, none wished to incite a large-scale conflict among the sections. Ultimately, the leaders of the four factions, each with their own ulterior motives, convened and reached a consensus, a decennial event wherein disciples under the age of 25 would engage in martial contests to determine their standings, commonly referred to as the four-sect martial meet. Thus, without the need for open warfare, they could maintain a semblance of harmony, ensuring that the factions appeared united against the predatory gaze of rival sections. To date, the four-sect martial meet had been held 99 times, with this year marking the centennial event. In the previous meet, the disciples of the Han sect had performed rather poorly, resulting in their placement at fourth, which had led to derision from the other forces within the Feng dynasty, speculating that the Han sect was in decline and soon to be supplanted by another faction. However, this year, both sect leader Qi Xinghe and the six elders, along with Master Yao Rui, were brimming with confidence regarding their champion. Over the past decade, the Han sect had produced numerous talented disciples, such as the remarkable Dan Taiji from the main peak, Xiao Yin from Red Bamboo Peak, and Qingcheng and Fanghua from Jinqiu Peak. These promising individuals had instilled a strong sense of hope within the higher echelons of the Han sect. Nevertheless, Beiming Changsheng was presently indifferent to such matters. Otherwise, he would not have rejected Yao Rui's invitation in favor of remaining on Red Bamboo Peak. Lately, he had observed that Dan Taiji seemed to cling to the senior brother Su Wuqiu like a persistent adhesive. What was particularly disconcerting was that Su Wuqiu appeared to harbor no ill will towards Dan Taiji, often treating her with kindness and warmth. Despite Beiming Changsheng's continuous presence behind Su Wuqiu, preventing any meaningful connection between the senior brother and that insufferable woman, he feared that if this continued unchecked, Dan Taiji might inadvertently become Su Wuqiu's confidant, leading to a repetition of past mistakes. As for the reason behind the repetition of past mistakes, Beiming Changsheng harbors a monumental secret within his heart. A decade ago, he was merely a child of nearly 10 years, uncalled by his master Yao Rui to the Han sect, just an ordinary boy from a small village. One fateful night, he suddenly had a dream. In this dream, he underwent a myriad of experiences and witnessed numerous events. The village he inhabited was devastated by an unexpected surge of beasts, leaving him homeless. His parents, along with his younger sister, 2 years his junior, perished in the chaos. He was among the fortunate few who survived the beast tide, fortuitously discovered by Yao Rui, who saw potential in him and brought him to Han sect, specifically to Hongzhou Peak. Without regard for his aptitude, Yao Rui immediately accepted him as a direct disciple. At Hongzhou Peak, Beiming Changsheng encountered his elder brother, Su Wuqiu, who spent his days idly residing at the peak. He also met his second brother, Xiao Yun, a prodigy of extraordinary talent and a fervent practitioner of cultivation. Furthermore, he came across the adorable junior sister, Lu Jingjing, who was later brought back to Hongzhou Peak by Lu Jingjing herself. At that time, although Beiming Changsheng held a certain respect for his elder brother Su Wuqiu, who was content with mediocrity, he could not help but look down upon him for his lack of ambition. Instead, he admired the remarkable talent of his second brother Xiao Yun. In pursuit of catching up to Xiao Yun, he diligently immersed himself in his training. Whenever Xiao Yun had a moment to spare, Beiming would persistently seek him out for sparring, striving to enhance his swordsmanship and grasp his own sword intent. Inspired by the fervor of Bei Ming Changsheng and Lu Jingjing, the entire Hongzhou peak, with the exception of Su Wuqiu, became engulfed in a fervent atmosphere of cultivation. Perhaps spurred on by their relentless pursuit, Xiaoyao trained with even greater intensity, advancing at an astonishing pace, which only widened the gap between him and Bei Ming Changsheng, as well as Lu Jingjing. This disparity was also due to the relatively modest talents of both Bei Ming Changsheng and Lu Jingjing. Despite utilizing the same cultivation resources, they simply could not match Xiaoyan's prowess. Later, the Fengyin dynasty suddenly launched an assault on all sects and powerful families within its domain. And as one of the four major sects of the dynasty, Hanyun sect was inevitably drawn into a fierce conflict. The disparity between the dynasty and the sects was substantial, even though most of the troops consisted of cultivators at the first to third realms. Their sheer numbers and the synergistic power of their formations rendered them formidable. Like a scattered sand, the sects and powerful families could not withstand the onslaught of the Fengyin dynasty, leading many forces to vanish from history. Although Hanyun's sect was strong, it could only endure for 4 to 5 years. After subduing other sects, the Fengyin dynasty mobilized a vast army to target the more formidable sections. The casualties within Hanyun's sect were severe, with many dead and injured. It was during this tumultuous time that Bei Ming Changsheng, nearing the 7th realm of Dan, found himself on the brink of death. Just when he believed his life was about to end, his elder brother Su Wuqiu, who had been expelled from Hongzhou Peak and the confines of Hanyun sect under the pretext of safety, unexpectedly returned. That day marked the first time Bei Ming Changsheng witnessed Su Wuqiu in action. With but a single stroke of his sword, a multitude of troops from the Phoenix Flame dynasty were sent retreating in fear. Just one sword strike left a scar upon the heavens above the Cold Cloud sect, a mark that endured for nearly a decade before it finally healed. That solitary sword transformed the once obscure name of Su Wuqiu into a legend, echoing throughout the entire Phoenix Flame dynasty and propelling him to the status of one of the preeminent powerhouses on the Tianxing Continent. Bei Ming Changsheng could never forget the moment Su Wuqiu approached him, regarding him with an extraordinarily gentle gaze, filled with the concern one might show a beloved kin. "Junior brother, are you hurt?" In that instant, Bei Ming Changsheng was consumed by a wave of guilt, ashamed for the unkind thoughts he had harbored towards Su Wuqiu deep within his heart. In the aftermath, the Phoenix Flame dynasty persisted in their campaign to eradicate the Cold Cloud sect, with even the dynasty's sovereign, the unmatched Princess Fengbu, personally leading the troops into battle. Chapter 36. Have I been robbed of love? At that time, the esteemed Lord Fengyin was not at the pinnacle of her cultivation, merely at the 10th realm of freedom. However, the crux of the matter lay in her identity. How profoundly unfair is the world, harboring the path of destiny. As the sovereign of a dynasty, Fengbu, even in the farthest reaches from the imperial capital, was still accompanied by the auspicious dragon vein of her nation. Though she was only at the 10th realm, she could unleash the terrifying strength of an 11th realm. Had she been in the imperial capital, the might she could have conjured would have been even more formidable. Moreover, with Lord Fengyin present, the loyal soldiers of the Fengyin dynasty were imbued with an additional thread of national fortune. Even if minimal, this could trigger numerous chain reactions. The already diminished strength of the Hanyun sect was no match for the Fengyin dynasty. 90% of its members perished beneath the feet of the dynasty's warriors. At that crucial juncture, Master Brother Su Wuqiu was absent from his sect, yet he arrived just in time to rescue a handful of individuals, including Xiaoyao, Bei Ming Changsheng, Yao Rui, and Lu Jingjing. However, the Hanyun sect had effectively ceased to exist. It was only later, through subtle inquiries, that Bei Ming Changsheng uncovered the reason for Master Brother's late return to the Hanyun sect. To his dismay, it was due to the scheming of that vile woman, Dan Taiji, who feared that Master Brother would no longer harbor space in his heart for other women upon meeting Fengbu. Thus, she devised a plan to leave the sect with Master Brother, had he not learned of the Fengyin dynasty's movements en route. It is likely that Bei Ming Changsheng and the others would have perished long before. Upon learning the truth, Bei Ming Chong Sheng. Though resentful towards Master Brother and loathing the Feng Yin dynasty and Feng Buhui, redirected all his grievances towards Dantai Ji due to an affinity for the one he loved. Subsequently, he remained puzzled as to why Master Brother and Feng Buhui were perpetually at odds, harboring an unspoken rift. He was certain that all of this had to be connected to Dantai Ji, until Dantai Ji met her demise at the hands of Feng Buhui. The rift between Master Brother and Feng Buhui could never be mended. In the decade following Dantai Ji's death, Master Brother, for reasons unknown, ventured alone into the Feng Yin dynasty. Few were aware of the trials he endured within the dynasty, and it was through extensive inquiries that Bei Ming Chong Sheng eventually learned that Master Brother had also fallen at the hands of Feng Buhui. While this revelation appeared unexpected, upon reflection, one could easily surmise that Feng Buhui had entered the Han Yun sect at the 10th realm and, even from such a distant location, could unleash an 11th realm's power. With the passage of years, how could Feng Buhui's cultivation possibly remain stagnant at the 10th realm? Furthermore, she resided within the imperial capital, the heart of the dragon vein and national fortune, where her power was most resplendent, rendering it unlikely that Su Wuqiu would secure a definitive victory over her. Not to mention, Master Brother might have harbored feelings for Feng Buhui, which would have influenced his actions with subtlety and restraint. In Bei Ming Chong Sheng's view, Master Brother, without informing anyone, ventured into the Feng Yin dynasty alone, seemingly with a death wish. However, these remained mere conjectures. The specifics were known to no one, not even to Master Brother himself, who could not possibly fathom the truth. In time, under the leadership of Feng Buhui, the Feng Yin dynasty expanded its dominion, engulfing nearly all surrounding dynasties in its wake. Bei Ming Chongsheng could no longer return to the former glory of the Cold Cloud sect. His innate talent had confined him to the 8th realm, beyond which further advancement seemed implausible. However, upon reaching the age of 400, he unexpectedly discovered a remarkable aptitude for formations and devoted himself to their study. In a mere century, he ascended to become one of the few 10th realm formation masters on the Tianxing Continent. Yet, before he could further refine his skills, calamity struck. A world beyond Tianxing Continent emerged, inhabited by beings with wings who claimed to be of the divine race and launched an invasion. The first to bear the brunt of this assault was the formidable Feng Yin dynasty. How could a single dynasty withstand an entire world of alien races? The Feng Yin dynasty fell, and Feng Buhui perished in battle. This led to widespread devastation across Tianxing Continent, with only a handful of survivors clinging to life. Bei Ming Chongsheng too succumbed in that cataclysm. Fortunately, it turned out to be merely a fleeting dream. Yet, due to its vividness, upon awakening, he struggled to discern whether he had truly vanished or entered another dream. As time unfolded, the events of the dream began to manifest, convincing Bei Ming Chongsheng of their authenticity. Indeed, his choices had been sound. Under his guidance, although the village fell to a beast tide, its inhabitants survived. He encountered Yao Rui as in his dream, who brought him to the Cold Cloud sect, where he became her direct disciple. He met the seemingly indifferent senior brother, who appeared to drift through life, and the exceptionally gifted second brother. In a casual moment, he disclosed to the second brother, Xiaoyao, that he had witnessed the senior brother cleave a towering peak with a single sword strike. True to his character, the second brother became fervently excited and challenged the senior brother to a duel, which the latter predictably declined. Yet, the second brother, ever the naive youth, took his words to heart and initiated the confrontation. Thus began a series of defeats for him, one after another. Now, not only had the second brother grown stronger than in the dream, but the senior brother also exhibited a more carefree demeanor and had already descended from the mountain, stealthily infiltrating the sword tower, an endeavor the senior brother had never undertaken in the dream. Moving forward, he merely needed to eliminate all potential variables that could affect the relationship between the senior brother and Feng Buhui. If all went well, once the Feng Yin dynasty made their presence known, they would simply need to convey the name Su Wuqiu back to the capital. As long as Feng Buhui became aware of this name, she would likely, as in the dream, personally visit the Cold Cloud sect. At that moment, he could casually ask the senior brother, "Hey, Senior brother, do you desire a wife? The mere thought ignited a sense of anticipation regarding the senior brother's expression. Surely, this would lead to a reconciliation between him and Feng Buhui. Ultimately, the senior brother would become the husband of the what was the term for the queen of the Fengyan dynasty? Never mind. By then, with the senior brother as status, I could also visit the treasure vault of the Fengyan capital and explore the array formations housed within. Perhaps it would deepen my own understanding of formations. As for the other sects and powers, what does it matter? As long as the Hanyun sect remains unaffected, that is all that counts. Ultimately, we shall unite our efforts to confront those foreign tribes. While envisioning the character of Baiming Changsheng in his mind, he suddenly felt something persistently nudging at his feet. Curiously, he lowered his gaze to investigate. It was none other than the little white creature that often clung to the side of his senior brother. Senior brother, murmured Baiming Changsheng, lifting his head to search for Su Wuqiu's figure. Yet, he beheld not a single soul. This revelation left Baiming Changsheng slightly astonished. He had not anticipated that his senior brother would not accompany the little white creature. Reflecting on this, he recalled that just a few days prior, their master had gifted Su Wuqiu an adorable rabbit, aptly named Disguise. Alas, has little white been unfairly deprived of affection? However, Disguise is unlike a human. There is little I can do to assist you. Lost in thought, Baiming Changsheng let out a deep sigh and gently lifted the little white creature into his arms. Chapter 37. What choice shall be made? After soothing the little white creature outside the hall, Baiming Changsheng's gaze returned to the interior, his heart fluttering with unease. He was uncertain whether he should confide in his elder brother about such a pretext, and whether his brother would even believe his words. If his brother dismissed his statements as mere jest, what then? The subsequent plans for a counterattack that Baiming Changsheng envisioned would likely falter, leaving him unable to deceive his elder brother. A hint of doubt crept in regarding the feasibility of such a ruse. Little White, do you think I should go in and speak with my elder brother? Baiming Changsheng inquired, lowering his head towards the creature. Upon hearing this, the relatively calm little white creature began to struggle, and as Baiming Changsheng released it, it soared into the air and departed towards the base of Hongzhou Peak. It was time for the little white creature to join its companions. However, Baiming Changsheng's eyes brightened as he suddenly clapped his thigh, whispering, I understand. You mean I should be brave and take the plunge, correct? With that realization, he turned and strode into the hall, heading directly towards Su Wuqiu's chamber. Meanwhile, Su Wuqiu sat at a wooden table, brush in hand, diligently applying strokes to the canvas. The portrayal of the sword moon rabbit in disguise had already manifested in 4/5 of its form on the scroll, merely lacking some details, including its hollow eyes yet to be depicted. The disguised rabbit was languidly resting by the edge of the canvas, its seemingly spirited eyes fixated intently on Su Wuqiu, blinking intermittently, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied its mind. Knock, knock, knock. Elder brother, may I enter? The sound of knocking accompanied Baiming Changsheng's voice, interrupting the fluidity of Su Wuqiu's brushwork. Taking a deep breath, Su Wuqiu gently placed the brush in the pen holder and casually replied, Come in. Footsteps approached, and soon Baiming Changsheng stood behind Su Wuqiu, his eyes surveying the room's decor. Everything appeared unchanged, still remarkably minimalist. It seemed that his elder brother and Dantai Ji had made no progress, at least not to the extent of sharing a connection as they had in dreams. Noticing that Baiming Changsheng had been silent for a while, Su Wuqiu felt a twinge of curiosity. Junior brother, are you not attending the sect's martial arts competition, but rather choosing to linger in your elder brother's room? That is not the case. Baiming Changsheng quickly refuted, then cautiously began to gauge Su Wuqiu's expression. Elder brother, I have some matters I wish to discuss, yet I fear you might think I am merely fabricating tales. Oh, at these words, Su Wuqiu's attention shifted from the canvas to Baiming Changsheng. His curiosity piqued. Speak freely, junior brother. Su Wuqiu maintained a strong trust in Baiming Changsheng, for despite the latter's apparent indulgence in life, he still exhibited a level of respect towards his elder brother. In matters of action, Baiming Changsheng was indeed more reliable than their second brother, Xiaoyun, their junior sister Lu Jingjing, and even their master, Yao Ru. Under the curious gaze of Su Wuqiu, Baiming Changsheng gritted his teeth and began to recount the events of his dream. Naturally, he refrained from providing excessive detail, opting instead to conceal certain aspects. After all, it was merely a dream. Divulging too much or delving into intricate particulars would render others skeptical. Thus, Baiming Changsheng selectively shared only those elements that he believed Su Wuqiu would find credible. Upon hearing his words, Su Wuqiu stood up in astonishment, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The Cold Cloud sect was about to confront the formidable Phoenix Flame Empire? Most significantly, Yang Buhui was alive. She had transformed into Feng Buhui, the sovereign of the Phoenix Flame Empire. Junior brother, is this truly the case? Su Wuqiu grasped Baiming Changsheng's shoulders, an overwhelming sense of joy flooding through her. Feeling the pressure of her grasp intensifying, Baiming Changsheng felt as though his body might be fractured. It must be true. I have verified the events of my dream one by one over the past few days, including the recent matter of our senior brother entering the Sword Tower in secrecy, which had also appeared in my dream beforehand. Baiming Changsheng nodded rapidly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Therefore, senior brother's wife must also be as I envisioned in my dream, right? He did not explicitly articulate his thoughts, leaving room for Su Wuqiu to discern the truth for herself. So, she should currently be in the Phoenix Flame Empire? It is likely. Has she ascended to the position of the Phoenix Flame Sovereign? That seems probable. Su Wuqiu suddenly released her hold on Baiming Changsheng's shoulders, transforming into a streak of light that darted out the window. In the span of mere breaths, she vanished completely from Baiming Changsheng's sight, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had merely intended for Su Wuqiu to believe his words, to proceed methodically, making only slight adjustments as necessary. However, if changes were made too drastically, it might incite numerous butterfly effects, leading to significant deviations from the reality of the dream's subsequent events. After a prolonged silence, Baiming Changsheng shook his head with a resigned smile. Well, as long as senior brother is happy, that is what matters. After all, the changes would only pertain to minor events. The major ones would remain unaffected, allowing for preparations to continue. Having reconciled his thoughts, Baiming Changsheng soon departed from Su Wuqiu's chamber and returned to the front of the main hall. Gazing at the white clouds in the sky, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the lingering gloom of earlier. He had been quite concerned that Dan Taiji would fret excessively. Now, with senior brother Su Wuqiu aware that Feng Buhui was still alive, Dan Taiji would naturally become less significant in senior brother's eyes. However, senior brother's acceptance was even more profound than he had anticipated. Without a trace of doubt, he accepted it outright. Unbeknownst to Baiming Changsheng, Su Wuqiu had traversed time and space. Having personally experienced such a journey, what was so implausible about the prophetic nature of another dream? On the other side, high above the sea of clouds, Su Wuqiu's heart surged with excitement, yearning to arrive at the capital of the Phoenix Flame Empire and uncover the truth. Yet gradually, the tumultuous emotions within him suddenly diminished, allowing him to regain a semblance of calm. Ultimately, he found himself aloft on a cloud, his expression a canvas of shifting emotions. According to his junior disciple, Yang Buhui had risen to become the sovereign of a new era, poised to rule the Tianxing Continent, thus achieving a semblance of unity across the realm. It appeared that her ambitions were vast, her strategies formidable, and the individuals under the Fengyan dynasty were indeed formidable. However, this was all due to his absence from her side. If he were to unexpectedly appear before her, would her ambitions and desires undergo a transformation? If they were to change, would he, in a certain sense, disturb the tranquility of her mind? Conversely, if they remained unchanged, would she still be the person he had come to know so intimately? The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. He felt an overwhelming urge to see Yang Buhui at once. Yet amidst this impulse, a measure of composure emerged, as he envisioned the myriad outcomes of their potential meeting or the lack thereof. What choice should he make? Chapter 38, General Pan Feng go on. After all, we have shared a lifetime together. Can such feelings simply vanish? Bah, do you think this is a fairy tale? Cultivators are inherently ruthless. especially those who are both cultivators and emperors. In our world, what emperor is not a heartless tyrant? Suddenly, two figures that bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Wuqiu appeared before him. The figure on the right was enveloped in a radiant white mist, exuding an ethereal aura. In stark contrast, the figure on the left was shrouded in ominous black mist, its eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light, emanating a sinister demeanor that was unmistakably malevolent. The figure on the right spoke first, followed by the one on the left. "Must you speak so ill of our unwavering bond? After all these years, do we still fail to comprehend her heart?" The ethereal figure exclaimed, indignant. "Ah, to know a person's face, but not their heart. Who can truly fathom her thoughts?" retorted the dark figure, arms crossed, an expression devoid of emotion. "Moreover, even if she still harbors feelings for me, my appearance before her would only ruin." Before the dark figure could finish, Su Wuqiu abruptly raised his hand and swept it across, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy. The clouds beneath him were scattered, disrupted by this force. The ethereal and dark figures, who seemed poised for further debate, vanished without a trace in the wake of the tempest. Su Wuqiu pressed his forehead, feeling an excruciating pain, as though his head were on the verge of bursting. Fortunately, the sensation did not linger for long, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, although a heavy weight settled in his heart. The reward from the system, the carefree immortal, was indeed splendid, granting him a meteoric rise from a mere mortal. Yet, the disparity between his state of mind and his cultivation level posed a significant dilemma. It was akin to a beggar winning a lottery worth millions, suddenly thrust into wealth without the accompanying mindset or demeanor. Standing amongst the affluent, the difference was glaringly apparent. While this analogy may not be perfectly fitting, the essence remained the same. Su Wuqiu pondered what kind of mindset could truly match his formidable cultivation. Su Wuqiu's gaze shifted, his hand falling from his forehead as he directed his attention downward. There, approximately 500 miles north of the Hanyan sect, a group of men clad in black light armor rode mysterious demonic steeds, forming an orderly procession that charged towards the Hanyan sect with a menacing intent, appearing anything but welcoming. In that instant, Su Wuqiu recalled the words shared earlier with Bei Ming Changsheng in his chamber. The onset of the Feng Yin dynasty's aggression towards the Hanyan sect had begun. As he beheld the approaching figures, a compromise began to take shape in his mind. On the vast plain, the ground trembled slightly as steeds radiating demonic energy surged forward, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. Above their heads, a dense black mist began to coalesce, mirroring the movement of the demon steeds below. More precisely, it followed the individuals atop the demon steeds. These riders donned identical black light armor, wielded long spears, and each bore a small black banner upon their backs. Their expressions were grim, and an air of lethal intent permeated this formidable assembly. At the forefront stood a man appearing to be in his 30s, clad in black light armor, distinguished by a flowing black cloak. He was none other than Pan Feng, one of the 4 great generals of the Black Flag Legion of the Fengyan Empire. To ascend to the rank of general within the Black Flag Legion, one must not only possess remarkable military achievements, but also attain a minimum cultivation level of the 7th realm. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to support the intricate killing formations employed by numerous soldiers. Pan Feng's cultivation was indeed formidable, being at the late stage of the split body realm, 8th realm. General Pan, although Qi Xinghe, the sect master of the Cold Cloud sect, is merely at the initial stage of the carefree realm, he is ultimately at the 10th realm. Can our 100,000 Black Flag soldiers truly contend with the Cold Cloud sect? A seemingly youthful man, riding behind Pan Feng, expressed his concerns in a hushed tone. Upon hearing these words, Pan Feng cast a sidelong glance at the young man, feeling a twinge of irritation. The young man's name was Zhou Yi, the grandson of the esteemed General Zhou Lu. He had been entrusted to the Black Flag Legion by his grandfather for training, under the pretext of honing his skills amidst the sects within the empire before the impending war erupted, ensuring he would not be caught off guard. However, Pan Feng, if given a choice, would prefer not to have Zhou Yi by his side. The young man's reputation in the imperial capital was notoriously poor. He was widely regarded as a second-generation heir, a scion of privilege. And keeping him close would not only be a nuisance, but also distract Pan Feng from his duties to protect him. Should anything happen to Zhou Yi, the situation would become even more complicated. With a sigh, Pan Feng remarked, "Though Qi Xinghe is formidable, he remains but one man. Even if we were to falter, the Cold Cloud sect lacks the strength to impede our retreat." Pan Feng's reply, however, seemed somewhat dismissive to Zhou Yi, who yearned for further clarification. Yet, sensing Pan Feng's growing impatience, he suppressed his desire to inquire further and continued to guide his demon steed toward the Cold Cloud sect. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted. A series of piercing sounds pierced the air, startling Pan Feng, Zhou Yi, and the rest of the Black Flag soldiers. Suddenly, a tempest materialized on the road ahead. In an instant, the winds howled ferociously. The unleashed force even instilled fear in Pan Feng's demon steed, causing it to halt instinctively. If Pan Feng's steed reacted this way, it was only natural that the other demon steeds would follow suit. The once orderly formation descended into chaos. Fortunately, the seasoned Black Flag soldiers quickly regained their composure and reformed their ranks. However, Zhou Yi was an exception, unprepared for the unexpected upheaval of his steed. He lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. This caused Pan Feng to cast a blank glance at him, signaling the two soldiers behind him with a subtle gesture. And he chose to disregard Zhou Yi entirely. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the swirling gale tornado ahead. Unbeknownst to him, the periphery of the tornado was already enveloped in dust particles, grass, and leaves, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the inner workings of the vortex with the naked eye. Within Pan Feng, spiritual energy surged, and a flicker of flame ignited in his eyes. In an instant, the dust and debris surrounding the tornado appeared as inconsequential in his vision. He was finally able to discern the situation within the whirlwind. A man clad in white stood amidst the tornado, meticulously examining a section of red bamboo in his hand, his expression tranquil. It seemed as though he remained oblivious to the presence of the Black Flag soldiers outside the vortex. Strangely, this white-clad man emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy, appearing to be nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Yet, could an ordinary mortal truly summon such a tempest? Pan Feng's brow furrowed tightly as he raised one hand and commanded, "Formation, arise." Chapter 39 The Might of a Sword Formation Arise. With a commanding shout from Pan Feng, a dense black mist simultaneously erupted from the soldiers mounted on the demonic steeds. The small black flags behind them began to sway violently, their movements intensifying. Pan Feng seized the small black flag from his waist, and a surge of golden spiritual flame emanated from within him, enveloping him entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast the black flag to the ground, and the flagpole instantaneously sank into the earth. A roar, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, suddenly resounded, causing the ground to tremble. With fissures appearing in various places, a shadowy black dragon coiled above the ranks of the black-flagged army, its form writhing and summoning gusts of black wind. "Zhou Yi, if you wish to survive, stay close behind me." Pan Feng called out to Zhou Yi, who was still somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events. He then turned and bellowed to the soldiers of the Black Flag army, "Charge with me." With that, Pan Feng tightened his legs around the steed, which instinctively responded, its previously faint demonic energy igniting into fierce flames as it surged forward. The Black Flag army followed closely, their long spears gripped firmly, not a single face betraying fear. Instead, a resolute determination to face death reigned among them. This steadfastness quelled Zhou Yi's initial trepidation, as he too spurred his demonic steed, trailing closely behind Pan Feng. Even as sweat trickled from his palms clutching the spear, he felt the weight of his first real battle pressing upon him, igniting a profound sense of anxiety. The entire force charged boldly into the swirling tempest ahead. In a brief moment, the seemingly unstoppable tornado was rent asunder by the advancing Black Flag army led by Pan Feng, creating a gaping chasm. The ferocity of the winds diminished significantly as the gap widened, rapidly dispersing outward, even without the continued momentum of Pan Feng and the Black Flag army. The tornado could not sustain itself. As the Black Flag army plunged into the vortex, they finally beheld the architect of the tempest. Clad in white robes and wielding a segment of red bamboo, the figure stood resolutely atop a protruding rock. Despite the howling winds of the tornado, neither his garments nor a single strand of hair was disturbed. He appeared as if frozen in time. When the Black Flag army, led by Pan Feng, caught sight of Su Wuqiu, he too recognized the formidable Black Flag army surging into the maelstrom. They exuded an imposing aura. A mere glance would intimidate the faint-hearted, rendering them incapable of unleashing their full potential. Fortunately, Su Wuqiu remained undaunted, a flicker of eagerness igniting within him. Over the past decade, though Su Wuqiu was acutely aware of his formidable strength, he had seldom engaged in combat, with most of his practice limited to sparring with his second junior brother, Xiaoyao. Consequently, he had not truly tested his capabilities, leaving him with a rather limited understanding of his own prowess. One must exercise careful control, lest they bring about their own demise, Su Wuqiu mused inwardly. This was the Black Flag army of the Fengyan dynasty, and Yangbu Hui was still the sovereign of that realm. In truth, they could be considered allies. If possible, Su Wuqiu wished to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. However, Pan Feng and the others of the Black Flag army were oblivious to Su Wuqiu's contemplations at that moment. Upon seeing Su Wuqiu, Pan Feng wasted no time and charged directly toward him with murderous intent. They were near the Cold Cloud sect, and this man had suddenly appeared, precisely obstructing their path. It was highly likely he had some connection to the Cold Cloud sect. Their mission was clear: to confront the Cold Cloud sect. They would attack without hesitation. At that moment, the black dragon above the Black Flag army surged into the tempest, rushing towards Su Wuqiu alongside Pan Feng. As they closed the distance, the black dragon opened its massive jaws, seemingly intent on swallowing Su Wuqiu whole. Pan Feng's gaze was fixed intently on Su Wuqiu, a flicker of unease stirring within him. The Black Flag army had encountered many formidable cultivators, yet never had they faced one so composed in the presence of their lethal formation. They had already reached the white-clad man, and yet he remained utterly unfazed, standing atop a protruding rock like a mere statue. Such a person could either possess immense strength and confidence, or be a fool, flaunting an air of superiority. At that moment, Su Wuqiu, who had remained motionless on the rock, suddenly leaped down, grasping a segment of red bamboo. He strode toward the Black Flag army, led by Pan Feng, causing the latter's brow to arch in surprise. He felt a chill run down his spine. Was this man genuinely powerful, or merely a fool? To confront 100,000 soldiers alone and approach them with such swagger. Had the world gone mad? Attack! Pan Feng shouted, aiming his spear at Su Wuqiu, unleashing the full force of his 8th-level spiritual energy, augmented by their lethal formation. In a heartbeat, a colossal black spear materialized, enveloping the entire Black Flag army. Its tip trained on Su Wuqiu. From a distance, Su Wuqiu appeared as insignificant as an ant against the massive spear. The sounds of hooves, howling winds, and voices all reached Su Wuqiu's ears. Yet, his striking visage remained unperturbed as he continued his advance toward the Black Flag army. It was only when he was within 10 paces that he raised his hand, lifting the segment of red bamboo to stand before him. To his astonishment, the red bamboo emitted a piercing sound, akin to a sword's cry. Accompanied by Su Wuqiu's decisive slash, the air crackled with tension. A pale sword light suddenly manifested before the eyes of Pan Feng and all the soldiers of the Black Flag army. With this stroke, the tempest receded. With this stroke, the black dragon was vanquished. With this stroke, even the colossal spear was shattered. The once invincible Black Flag killing formation was, for the first time, cleaved asunder by a single sword strike. As Pan Feng and his comrades surged towards Su Wuqiu, they felt an irresistible force confronting them. In an instant, their steeds bolted in all directions, trampling numerous comrades and stirring up clouds of dust. In that moment, the originally orderly formation of the Black Flag army descended into utter chaos. Pan Feng gazed at the sudden crack that appeared on his light armor's chest, and his pupils constricted sharply. With his formidable prowess, he could certainly sense that the power unleashed by that sword was sufficient to cleave him in twain. Yet, inexplicably, the majority of that force passed through him, surging towards the soldiers behind. Even in the distribution of that power, the might of the sword remained capable of ravaging his battle attire. Chapter 40. Repairing and returning as he observed Su Wuqiu approaching his direction, Pan Feng found it somewhat arduous to swallow. The immense power displayed surpassed Pan Feng's comprehension, far exceeding that of any 10th realm expert he had encountered. Did the Cold Cloud sect truly possess such a formidable figure? This was indeed troubling. General Pan, what is the current situation? Zhou, he stammered, his mind a blank canvas. Hadn't it been said that the Black Flag Army was invincible? Wasn't it promised that even if they faced defeat, they could not be hindered in their retreat? How could a mere moment's encounter lead to the collapse of their formation? Would they truly be able to withdraw safely? Pan Feng, preoccupied, raised a hand in a gesture to retreat. Instantly, the entire Black Flag Army began to withdraw, though their progress was hindered by their overwhelming numbers. Fortunately, Su Wuqiu's pace was equally measured, nearly matching that of the Black Flag Army's retreat. Thus, it appeared as though with each step Su Wuqiu took forward, the Black Flag Army retreated a step back. This situation persisted for quite some time, with the Black Flag Army retreating approximately 100 zhang. Pan Feng's heart sank to the depths of despair, regretting his order to withdraw. Prior to the retreat, although the Black Flag soldiers had suffered some setbacks, the Black Flag killing array was not a one-time affair. It could be reformed after being disrupted. Yet, after issuing the command to retreat, this man in white made no attempt to strike them, but simply continued to approach, as if leisurely strolling through his own estate. As time elapsed, the morale of the Black Flag Army plummeted. Even if they now wished to reform the Black Flag killing array and charge at this man, the effectiveness would undoubtedly pale in comparison to before. At this juncture, Pan Feng felt trapped, unsure whether to halt or continue retreating, caught in a dilemma. Clenching his teeth, Pan Feng prepared for a retreat, recognizing it as the safest course of action. Otherwise, should other powerful figures from the Cold Cloud sect arrive, the losses for the Black Flag Army would be catastrophic. This thought left Pan Feng feeling frustrated. When he had come to the Cold Cloud sect, he was brimming with confidence, having recently vanquished numerous reluctant sections. Yet now, having not even glimpsed the gates of the Cold Cloud sect, he found himself forced to consider retreat. Just as Pan Feng was about to issue the order to withdraw, Su Wuqiu, who had been steadily advancing towards them, suddenly halted. This left Pan Feng astonished. Without uttering a word, Su Wuqiu brandished a segment of red bamboo, drawing it across the ground before him. In an instant, a longsword mark appeared on the earth, forming a barrier between Su Wuqiu and the Black Flag Army. Turning to meet Pan Feng's gaze, Su Wuqiu spoke in a calm voice. Those who cross this line shall perish. With that, Su Wuqiu turned and began to walk towards the Cold Cloud sect, his words continuing to resonate in the ears of Pan Feng, Zhou Yi, and all the soldiers of the Black Flag Army. I am Su Wuqiu. Those with the audacity may cross this line. Gazing at the retreating figure of Su Wuqiu until he vanished from sight, Pan Feng remained silent. Several young generals nearby rode their demonic steeds and gathered around Pan Feng, inquiring with urgency. What shall we do, General? He is intimidating us. How dare he humiliate the Black Flag Army in such a manner? This man is utterly audacious. General, give the word, whether to fight or to kill. We shall face death without fear. Enough. Pan Feng's expression darkened progressively, and he could no longer refrain from interjecting. This man possesses at least the mastery of the 10th realm. Even if we wager our lives, we may not be able to harm him. We would only meet our demise in vain. Shall we allow him to humiliate us thus? He has even drawn a line. A young general's face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, I refuse to believe this man is so formidable that crossing the line would cost us our lives. With that, he urged his demonic steed forward, charging toward the sword mark left by Su Wuqiu. Pan Feng shouted in vain, unable to call him back. He could only watch helplessly as the young general crossed the drawn line. Suddenly, a flash of cold light surged forth. The demonic steed was severed in half, and the young general atop, it met the same grim fate. Blood splattered forth. observing the expressions of the Black Flag soldiers. Some instinctively retreated further away from the ominous sword mark. The already faltering morale of the Black Flag army plummeted to an all-time low. Due to inertia, the bodies of the young general and his steed lay on the other side of the sword mark. Pan Feng dared not send anyone to retrieve the corpses. Even if he issued the command, it was unlikely anyone would muster the courage to comply. This only served to deepen the scowl on Pan Feng's face. Su Wuqiu. Pan Feng gritted his teeth, the name escaping his lips like a curse. Retreat. Meanwhile, at Hongzhou Peak, Bei Ming Changsheng, who was playfully toying with his disguise, suddenly perked up, his ears twitching. He looked up in astonishment just in time to see Su Wuqiu descend from the sky. This sight prompted Bei Ming Changsheng to abandon his disguise and hasten to meet Su Wuqiu, questioning with confusion, "Elder brother, you have returned from Fengyan Imperial City so soon?" Fengyan Imperial City was not near Han Yun's sect, and even with Bei Ming Changsheng's unwavering confidence in Su Wuqiu's abilities, he found it hard to believe that Su Wuqiu could have traveled to the city and returned in such a short span of time, especially considering the reunion he had with Feng Buhui. It seemed implausible that such a feat could be accomplished in so little time. Su Wuqiu merely shook his head in silence, seizing Bei Ming Changsheng's ear and leading him into the hall, leaving only a silhouette behind. This left Bei Ming Changsheng perplexed. Moments ago, Su Wuqiu had been brimming with excitement to rush to Fengyan Imperial City. How could he now seem like an entirely different person after such a brief interval? However, noting Su Wuqiu's demeanor, which suggested he had no intention of sharing his thoughts, Bei Ming Changsheng refrained from pressing the matter and returned to his medicinal garden. In the evening, Yao Rui, radiating with triumph, descended from the heavens alongside Xiaoyao and Lu Jingjing, and upon arrival, she called out, "Little Su, little Bei Ming, come forth and join in the celebration for Xiao and Qingcheng." Yao Rui's voice resonated throughout the entire Hongzhou Peak. However, after waiting for a considerable time, the figures of Su Wuqiu and Bei Ming Changsheng were still nowhere to be seen, causing the triumphant expression on Yao Rui's face to wane. With one hand resting on her waist, she exclaimed, "These unruly disciples. They are increasingly disregarding their master." With that, Yao Rui raised a hand and pointed at the tall and robust Xiaoyao, "Xiao, bring those two unruly disciples to me. Today, if I do not teach them a lesson, they shall surely wreak havoc in the future. If possible, it would be best to give those two miscreants a thorough reprimanding before bringing them here." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao was taken aback and hesitantly pointed to his own face. "Me?" Despite having made a remarkable entrance by ranking among the top 16 in the sects martial competition today, he felt insignificant on Hongzhou Peak. There was no need to speak of his senior brother Su Wuqiu, and even the peculiar formations of his junior brother Bei Ming Changsheng were quite challenging for him to dismantle. He possessed little confidence in his ability to subdue those two. Chapter 41. Are you really feeling drowsy? Master brother, we have returned. Suddenly, Su Wuqiu, who was seated at the wooden table engrossed in his painting, heard a voice nearby. Instinctively, he lifted his head. Outside the window, his mischievous junior sister, Guling, was perched on the windowsill, playfully winking at him, wearing an expression of evident delight. Beside her, Xiaoyao maintained his usual serious demeanor, concealing the thoughts that swirled in his mind. However, given Su Wuqiu's understanding of Xiaoyao, he could discern a hint of joy in his eyes. It appeared that the second junior brother and junior sister had excelled in the sect martial competition. How did the sect martial competition go? Did you make into the top 16? Su Wuqiu inquired. Though he harbored suspicions, he felt it necessary to ask. As expected, upon hearing Su Wuqiu's question, Lu Jingjing's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile radiant. Of course, our Hongzhou Peak is teeming with talent. It was merely a competition among 4 sections. Entering the top 16 was a breeze. She waved her hand dismissively, as if belittling the achievement. In stark contrast, upon hearing Lu Jingjing's words, Xiaoyan's brow furrowed in concern. Do not let arrogance take hold. The disciples who made it into the top 16 today are formidable opponents. Take Yi Chun from the inner sect of the Hao Yue sect, for instance. He may appear to possess only early-stage broken flow cultivation, yet his true strength remains concealed. I suspect he is hiding his true abilities. Huh? Lu Jingjing's expression fell. Her earlier joy dampened as if doused with cold water. She immediately became despondent. Observing this, both Su Wuqiu and Xiaoyao understood the outcome of the draw. Do not be too disheartened. I, too, did not expect you to reach the top 16. Just give it your all tomorrow. If you lose, it is no loss. And if you win, it will be a great gain, Su Wuqiu reassured her with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingjing, who had appeared somewhat downcast, instantly regained her vitality, enthusiastically spouting words of encouragement and determination, expressing her desire to show Yi Chun of the Xiaoyao sect what she was capable of. After some light-hearted chatter, Xiaoyao and Yao Rui recalled the matter at hand. By the way, Master Brother, Master mentioned that there is something important to discuss, and he wants us to go to the main hall. All right, I will tidy up and join you shortly. You two go ahead, Su Wuqiu replied with a smile. Xiaoyao and Lu Jingjing did not hesitate, notifying Su Wuqiu before heading toward the main hall. After they had walked some distance, Lu Jingjing suddenly leaned closer to Xiaoyao, lowering her voice significantly. Second brother, have you noticed that Master Brother seems to have changed? Now that you mention it, there does seem to be some change. However, what exactly has changed? Xiaoyao paused, resting his hand on his chin as he pondered. He had sensed something amiss while conversing with Su Wuqiu moments ago. What precisely seems amiss? He truly cannot pinpoint it at the moment. The elder brother's mere utterance of a few words elicits an involuntary smile. In days gone by, such a reaction would have been utterly unthinkable. Lu Jingjing's gaze grew increasingly astute, her tone imbued with unwavering conviction. Indeed, the former Su Wuqiu, though not entirely devoid of humor, never exhibited such an affinity for laughter as he does now. As Lu Jingjing continued onward, her mind buzzed with speculation, particularly about the paintings the elder brother had created today, largely featuring women. Strangely, these women lacked distinct facial features. What could be the reason for this? With a gentle tap on Lu Jingjing's head, Xiaoyao met her eyes, which brimmed with curiosity, and calmly advised, "Do not be overly inquisitive. It suffices to know that this is a positive development." Observing Xiaoyan's retreating figure, Lu Jingjing pouted, unconvinced that he harbored no curiosity within. Upon Su Wuqiu's arrival at the main hall, Xiaoyao, Baiming Changsheng, and Lu Jingjing had already assembled within. Yao Rui occupied the seat of honor, silently observing the trio. A stark contrast to the Yao Rui Su Wuqiu was familiar with. Only when Su Wuqiu entered did Yao Rui rise from her seat, her gaze sweeping over Su Wuqiu. Xiaoyao, Baiming Changsheng, and Lu Jingjing, before she spoke gravely, "Today, representatives from Xiaoyao sect, Tianmin, and Jingga have come to our Hanyuan sect for the martial arts conference. However, this year's gathering bears unexpected complications." As she spoke, Yao Rui's countenance grew increasingly somber, causing a sense of unease to settle in the hearts of Xiaoyao and Lu Jingjing. The Fengyan dynasty has grown increasingly audacious in recent years, the newly enthroned sovereign, having only recently stabilized the court, now hastens to exert influence over various factions within the dynasty. To date, dozens of minor sects and families have been obliterated, and half of the sects have defected to the Fengyan dynasty. As one of the four major powers within the Fengyan dynasty, how could our Hanyuan sect evade such calamity? From the trajectory of events, it appears that individuals from the Fengyan dynasty have already approached the vicinity of Hanyuan sect. It is only a matter of time before they launch an assault. Yao Rui approached Su Wuqiu and the others, her expression tinged with regret. What a pity. Just as I have guided you to such excellence, this misfortune descends upon Hanyuan Peak. Were it not for this predicament, each of you would undoubtedly become a paragon within the Fengyan dynasty, or even the entire Tianxing Continent. Upon hearing Yao Rui's assertion that she had cultivated their exceptional talents, Su Wuqiu's lips twitched, Baiming Changsheng smirked, and Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Jingjing regarded Yao Rui as though she were a stranger. They could hardly fathom that Yao Rui would audaciously claim credit for their current prowess. After being scrutinized by the four for an extended period, Yao Rui felt somewhat flustered. She cleared her throat and added, "Although I seldom reside on Hongzhou Peak, am I not the one who allocates your monthly cultivation resources?" Before Su Wuqiu and the others could utter a word, Yao Rui redirected the conversation towards the matters concerning the Fengyan Empire. The Fengyan Empire now casts a vigilant eye upon all sects within its borders, heightening the dangers from outside the sect. Therefore, it is advisable to refrain from venturing out unless absolutely necessary, to avoid encounters with the agents of the Fengyan Empire. Subsequently, Yao Rui began to impart information regarding the Fengyan Empire to Su Wuqiu and his companions. Xiao Yun and Lu Jingjing wore expressions of grave concern, while Su Wuqiu appeared somewhat out of sorts, seemingly at a loss for the appropriate response. Consequently, he cast a sidelong glance at Baiming Changsheng, only to discover that Baiming Changsheng's eyelids were beginning to flutter uncontrollably. It was as though Yao Rui was not offering them a warning, but rather reciting a scripture. It seemed rather excessive. Third junior brother, can you truly find this dull? Chapter 42. The transformation of Xiao Yun after admonishing Su Wuqiu. Xiao Yun and the others had nearly concluded their discussions. It was only then that Yao Rui waved her hand grandly, permitting the four to return and rest, instructing them to accompany her to the martial arts assembly of the four sects the following day. This was a mandatory affair. Even though Su Wuqiu and Baiming Changsheng attempted to make excuses, Yao Rui resolutely dismissed their objections. With the impending clash between the dynasty and the sects, how could they, as disciples of the Hanyun sect, especially her personally trained disciples of the Hongzhou Peak, miss such a grand occasion? Thus, Su Wuqiu and Baiming Changsheng found themselves devoid of further excuses and reluctantly acquiesced. Upon exiting the hall, junior sister Lu Jingjing noticed the weary appearance of her senior brothers and approached Su Wuqiu. "Is something troubling you, senior brother?" she inquired. "Not at all," Su Wuqiu replied softly, then turned to Baiming Changsheng, saying, "Junior brother, I would like to visit your medicinal garden, if it is convenient." "Absolutely. It would be my pleasure." Baiming Changsheng promptly moved to Su Wuqiu's side, deliberately bumping into Lu Jingjing, causing her to nearly lose her balance. Unfazed, he continued towards the medicinal garden with Su Wuqiu, leaving Xiao Yun and a bewildered Lu Jingjing behind. Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, pondering the apparent shift in the dynamic between the two brothers. After a moment of contemplation, a light flickered in his eyes as he exclaimed, "I understand now. Previously, the relationship between junior brother and senior brother seemed amicable. Yet there was always an underlying respect from junior to senior and a decorum from senior to junior. Now, however, it appears they are in collusion, indistinguishable from partners in crime." Lu Jingjing, taken aback by the usually composed and reticent second brother suddenly expressing such a cascade of thoughts, wore an exceedingly peculiar expression. What could have led to this transformation? She mused, though she quickly dismissed the notion that he had undergone any significant ordeal. Yet, she couldn't help but feel that Xiao Yun's observations held merit. The current demeanor of senior brother and junior brother indeed resembled that of conspirators. Whether it was their earlier interactions with Master Yao Rui or their present behavior, the signs were unmistakable. "By the way, junior sister, you usually enjoy exchanging banter with junior brother. Why have you suddenly changed your tune today? You seem more inclined to heed his words," Xiao Yun remarked, resting his chin in contemplation, gradually articulating his conclusions. Lu Jingjing's forehead creased with a few lines of exasperation. After witnessing the cunning nature of her third senior brother, she had become exceedingly cautious and avoided provoking him. Even after being deliberately bumped by him moments ago, she refrained from expressing her displeasure, fearing the consequences of inciting his ire, imagining him setting up a teleportation array on her bed, transporting her directly to a latrine. Given his devious temperament, she knew such a feat was well within his capabilities. "Second brother, you have changed too," Lu Jingjing pouted, reflecting on how her second senior brother had never been so talkative before, nor had he indulged in gossip about others. After speaking, Lu Jingjing seemed anxious about how Xiao Yun might react, swiftly slipping into the hall and vanishing from his sight. Standing alone, Xiao Yun gazed at the empty expanse of Hongzhou Peak, a bitter expression creeping onto his face. In the past, his senior brother preferred to sit alone at the cliff's edge, watching the sun set over the western mountains, where he would seclude himself in the wooden cabin, immersed in painting. The third junior brother, Baiming Changsheng, enjoyed solitary hours in the herb garden, engaging in unknown pursuits, while the intricate array surrounding the garden deterred Xiao Yun from intruding. Their master, Yao Rui, was as elusive as a dragon's tail, rarely seen over the years. The only familiar presence was Lu Jingjing, but as a man, Xiao Yun found it challenging to engage in conversation with a girl. Thus, he devoted himself to diligent practice. Fortunate to possess considerable talent, gradually growing fond of the solitary path of cultivation. However, recently, his senior brother Su Wuqiu, who used to confine himself to painting or daydreaming at the cliff's edge, had undergone a transformation. No longer content to remain secluded, he ventured down the mountain to brave the tower and had gained considerable fame within the Hanyan sect. The third junior brother, Baiming Changsheng, had also abandoned his reclusive habits, choosing instead to closely follow Su Wuqiu's footsteps, their bond appearing akin to that of brothers. This development stirred a desire in Xiao Yun to initiate a similar change within himself. He longed to escape the monotony of his cultivation and to connect with the camaraderie of his fellow disciples on Hongzhu Peak. Yet, this minor shift in his demeanor had inadvertently drawn the ire of his junior sister, prompting Xiao Yun to cover his face with one hand in exasperation. After a lengthy silence, he finally sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, "I suppose I should return to my practice and strive to excel at tomorrow's martial arts competition among the 4 sections." In the herb garden, Su Wuqiu surveyed the meticulously tended and vibrant array of spiritual herbs and plants, casting a glance at Baiming Changsheng. His third junior brother was quite remarkable. Not only was he adept in arrays, but he also exhibited profound knowledge of spiritual herbs, perhaps even possessing hidden skills in alchemy. However, Su Wuqiu refrained from voicing these thoughts. If Baiming Changsheng wished to share, he would do so without needing to pry. "I had initially planned to visit the Fengyan imperial capital to see her," Su Wuqiu remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Baiming Changsheng's interest piqued, and he eagerly inquired, "And then what? If his senior brother met Fengbu Hui, the challenges facing the Hanyan sect would surely dissipate." Su Wuqiu did not hesitate. In fact, he had already made his decision when he chose to seek out Baiming Changsheng. He confided his concerns to him fully. After listening to Su Wuqiu's apprehensions, Baiming Changsheng's mouth fell open, his eyes betraying his astonishment. He had never anticipated that his senior brother possessed such remarkable patience, enduring a long separation that had even led him to believe the other had perished. Upon learning that his counterpart was alive and aware of his current situation, should he not cast aside any so-called impulse and recklessly pursue the truth? In a surprising turn of events, Su Wuqiu's rationality triumphed over all impulsive thoughts, prompting her to consider the perspective of Fengbu Hui. Were their identities to be swapped, even Baiming Changsheng would hesitate to claim he could emulate Su Wuqiu's actions. Upon voicing her concerns, Su Wuqiu, who had previously been burdened with a heavy heart, felt a considerable lightness. Gazing towards the horizon, she pondered, "Am I truly making the right choice? Repelling the vanguard of the Fengyan dynasty from the Hanyan sect and ensuring that her elder brother's name was reported seemed feasible. If Fengbu Hui could hear her elder brother's name, she would undoubtedly be curious whether this Su Wuqiu was indeed the same person she remembered. Although convoluted, this method served as a subtle approach to ascertain Fengbu Hui's current feelings towards her elder brother. After further contemplation, Baiming Changsheng nodded thoughtfully. This course of action should not incite a significant butterfly effect, and the events should closely mirror those experienced in her dreams. Chapter 43. The 4 sects martial arts competition the following noon at the Cold Cloud sect's main peak. All disciples possessing a modicum of strength and renown within the sect had gathered at the summit. At the midsection of the peak, a vast platform lay, its center recessed to form a dual arena. Surrounding this platform, stone seats were filled to capacity, the air vibrant with animated discussions and cheers. The attendees were dressed in a variety of garments, as this gathering included not only disciples from the Cold Cloud sect, but also those from the Bright Moon sect, the Heavenly Gate, and the Mirror Pavilion. Nonetheless, the majority were disciples of the Cold Cloud sect, for this was their domain, their home ground. Hence, The loudest shouts and encouragements came from the Cold Cloud sect as they rallied behind their participants in the four sects martial arts competition. Brother Xiao, renowned for his 7th rank on the sword steel, did you witness yesterday's match? It was a complete domination. With merely 3 strikes, he defeated a prodigy from the Mirror Pavilion. It was evident that Brother Xiao's strength had escalated to a level akin to that of the top 5 on the sword steel after his retreat. Alas, he refrained from challenging the sword steel. Otherwise, his ranking might have soared even higher. Indeed, Brother Xiao is formidable, but it is certain that Sister Dantai is even mightier. She simply faced a powerful opponent yesterday, which prevented her from showcasing the same overwhelming prowess. Speaking of strength, if Brother Xiao is so powerful, how formidable must a master brother from Red Bamboo Peak be? He has ascended to the pinnacle of the Sword Tower. Who knows? Unfortunately, that master brother from Red Bamboo Peak is not participating in the 4 sects martial arts competition. What a pity. Disciples from the Bright Moon sect, the Heavenly Gate, and the Mirror Pavilion were engaged in lively discussions about the events of the previous day's competition, while the disciples of the Cold Cloud sect speculated on which of their own would emerge as the strongest. At that moment, several streaks of light descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon the elevated platform, clearly visible to the assembled disciples below. There were 4 individuals atop the platform. At the forefront stood a man in a blue robe, appearing nearly 40 years of age, with a robust physique exuding an air of transcendence. He was none other than the sect leader of the Cold Cloud sect, Qingcheng. Slightly behind him was a woman adorned with a white veil and a flowing white gown, a hint of red at her brow. Though her face remained obscured, her eyes revealed that she was undoubtedly a beauty. She was none other than the leader of the Mirror Pavilion, Chen Miao. Next to Chen Miao stood a man clad in black robes, seemingly in his 30s, his long sword fastened at his waist, his countenance stern and unapproachable. He was the leader of the Bright Moon sect, Qingcheng. On the opposite side of Qingcheng stood a captivating young woman, appearing in her 20s. Her enchanting features graced with a soft smile that captivated at least 70% of the spectators, regardless of gender. She was the deputy leader of the Heavenly Gate, Zhao Qinghan. Upon the sight of Qingcheng and the 3 others, the previously boisterous crowd fell into complete silence. Qingcheng surveyed the vast arena below, his voice resonating with gravitas as he declared, "Days have passed, and the 4 sects martial arts competition approaches its climax. Today, we shall determine the foremost disciple among the 4 sects. I invite the 16 strongest disciples to enter the arena." As soon as the words were spoken, the martial arena erupted with thunderous applause, akin to the roar of a tidal wave. Men and women alike emerged from the periphery of the arena, with a young man at the forefront striding with the poise of a dragon and tiger. A faint smile graced his resolute face as he continually waved to the disciples in the viewing area. He was Yi Chun, a core disciple of the Haoyue sect. Yi Chun, Yi Chun, Yi Chun. The disciples of Haoyue sect bellowed in unison upon spotting Yi Chun leading the procession. This incited displeasure among the disciples of Hanyun sect, who found themselves outnumbered in their own territory. How could they allow an outsider to steal their thunder? Xiaoyun, 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 Dantaiji, Dantaiji, Dantaiji. The female disciples of Hanyun sect fervently chanted the name of Xiaoyun, while the male disciples erupted into a frenzy at the mention of Dantaiji, their faces flushed with excitement. Their voices quickly drowned out those of the disciples from the other 3 sects, leaving only the names Xiaoyun and Dantaiji echoing through the arena. This spectacle piqued the curiosity of those entering the martial arena, who were taken aback by the evident popularity of these 2 disciples from Hanyun sect. At that moment, Xiaoyun, clad in a sleek black sword robe, exuded an air of competence. His previously stern demeanor softened upon hearing the cheers and feeling the gazes of the disciples from the 3 sects upon him, resulting in a somewhat awkward expression. Beside him, the petite and delicate Lu Jingjing covered her mouth, her eyes curving into crescent shapes in amusement. So this was Xiaoyun. Yi Chun, leading the way ahead, caught a glimpse of Xiaoyun, who was slightly more robust than himself, and silently committed his appearance to memory. Just then, A figure clad in purple suddenly brushed past Yi Chun and moved to the forefront, causing his heart to skip a beat. Was someone attempting to eclipse his presence? The individual at the front was a woman, elegantly draped in a flowing purple gown that resembled the hues of deep valley blossoms, mysterious and refined. The soft fabric clung to her graceful form, swaying gently in the breeze as it subtly outlined her exquisite curves. Her visage resembled a meticulously carved jade, her fair skin appearing even more delicate and luminous against the backdrop of her attire, as though it would leave an imprint with the slightest touch. Her brows arched like distant mountains, long and gracefully curved, while her delicate nose stood proudly. Her eyes resembled tranquil pools, sparkling with a mesmerizing allure, and her lips bore an enigmatic smile that exuded an indescribable charm. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, with a few rebellious strands playfully framing her cheeks, lending her an air of languid seduction. The disciples from the four sects seated in the viewing area were momentarily transfixed, forgetting even to cheer. At that moment, the woman in purple spoke, her voice enchanting yet refined, enough to send shivers down the spine of those who heard it. Why does senior brother Su not cheer for his junior sister? Amplified by her spiritual energy, her voice resonated widely, reaching the ears of most within the martial arena. Upon hearing her words, many hearts shattered, and gazes fervently followed the direction of the purple-clad woman as they turned towards a certain area in the viewing seats. That is the northeastern direction, situated above the topmost row of seats. Many disciples seated there felt the gaze directed towards them and instinctively leaned forward. The majority present were disciples of the Hanyun sect, fully aware of the identity of the so-called brother, Su, referred to by the woman in purple. Soon, a young man was completely exposed to the scrutiny of the others. He appeared to be around 21 years of age, with eyebrows as delicate as willow leaves and a physique reminiscent of a jade tree, clad in a pristine white sword robe. His long black hair cascaded down his snow-white neck. Notably, he emanated a unique aura, akin to a celestial being concealed within a mortal realm, further enhancing his already extraordinary visage with an ethereal filter. He was extraordinarily handsome. Sensing the multitude of gazes converging upon him, Su Wuqiu shook his head with a smile and called out to the arena. Sister Dantai, junior brother Xiao, little junior sister, do your best. Chapter 44. The contest for the dragon's head. Upon hearing Su Wuqiu's encouraging words, a glimmer of joy appeared on Dantai Ji's face, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. The joy stemmed from the fact that Su Wuqiu genuinely offered her support. The disappointment arose from the realization that his encouragement was not solely directed at her, but extended to Xiao Yun and the others as well. Unlike Dantai Ji's intricate motives, both Xiao Yun and Lu Jingjing responded earnestly to Su Wuqiu's words. Xiao Yun nodded gravely at Su Wuqiu, exuding a sense of determination, suggesting that he would put forth his utmost effort to ascend the rankings today. Lu Jingjing, on the other hand, waved enthusiastically in Su Wuqiu's direction, exclaiming, Senior brother, third senior brother, I shall get my all. Beside Su Wuqiu sat Beiming Changsheng, the third disciple of Hongzhu Peak, who was currently with his eyes tightly shut and draped in a blanket, appearing to be asleep. He offered no response to Lu Jingjing's exuberance. Isn't Su Xiong going to cheer for Changshen? At that moment, a handsome young man, wielding a folding fan, strode briskly to Lu Jingjing's side. With a flourish, he opened his fan and smiled at Su Wuqiu. Through the enhancement of his spiritual power, his voice resonated clearly in Su Wuqiu's ears, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Thus, he added, Chen Xiong, best of luck. Internally, he found it perplexing that everyone seemed to wish for his support. Could they not hear the deafening cheers from the other disciples of the Hanyun sect? The dashing young man was none other than Chen Changsheng, a distinguished disciple of the Hanyun sect and the direct disciple of the prestigious Jinxiu Peak. In this year's sect competition, the Hanyun sect boasted 4 disciples in the top 16, Dantai Ji, Xiao Yun, Chen Changsheng, and Lu Jingjing. While Dantai Ji and the others advanced through sheer prowess, Lu Jingjing's advancement was largely attributed to fortune, having benefited from 2 fortunate draws that allowed her to bypass rounds. Without such luck, her current abilities would scarcely suffice to breach the top 16. Among the top 16, the Hanyun sect had 4 representatives, the Tianmin sect had 3, the Jingha sect had 2, and the Haoyue sect had a remarkable 7 disciples. On the elevated platform, Qi Xinghe and the leaders of the other 3 major factions had taken their seats. Chu Zheng, the sect leader of Haoyue, wore a beaming smile, clearly pleased to see so many talented disciples from his sect in this year's competition. In contrast, Chen Miao, the leader of the Jingha sect, who had the fewest disciples in the top 16, felt a twinge of displeasure at his remarks. The number of disciples does not necessarily reflect the presence of talent. She interjected, after all, the selection was based on a lottery system, and some have advanced purely by chance. What of luck? Chu Zheng retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Miao. Luck is also a facet of strength. Throughout history, countless disciples have achieved greatness through fortunate encounters, crafting legendary tales. Beneath her veil, Chen Miao's expression dimmed with a touch of seriousness as she observed a young man in a blue robe, positioned at the back of the 16 participants entering the arena. The head must surely belong to the one with the greatest strength, she mused, her keen eyes locked on her target. Thus, it seems that Sister Miao possesses considerable confidence regarding the leader of the 4-sect tournament, remarked a woman quietly from the adjacent seat. She was none other than Zhao Qinghan, the deputy leader of the Heavenly Gate. Chen Miao cast a glance at Zhao Qinghan, remaining silent. Yet the confidence emanating from her gaze was strikingly evident. This piqued the curiosity of Qi Xinghe, Chu Zheng, and Zhao Qinghan, as they pondered which disciple from the Mirror Pavilion could instill such immense confidence in Chen Miao. The present circumstances are markedly different from those of the past. The realm of the Fengyan dynasty is currently rife with turmoil, and various factions are engulfed in trepidation. Recently, Qi Xinghe and his companions have received numerous requests for refuge from other sections. The Fengyan dynasty, being a sovereign power, cannot be swayed by the influence of sects or familial factions. Only through solidarity can they hope to withstand the might of the Fengyan dynasty. However, this raises a crucial dilemma. A multitude of dragons cannot exist without a leader. A collective without a guiding force remains fragmented and ineffectual against the Fengyan dynasty. Yet, in such extraordinary times, depleting one's strength in a bid for leadership would be exceedingly foolish. Consequently, the 4 major sects within the Fengyan dynasty have unanimously resolved that the outcome of the 4-sect tournament will determine which faction shall ascend as the leader. This signifies that today's tournament is not only to establish the foremost disciple, but also to determine the leadership hierarchy among the various factions united within the Fengyan dynasty. The stakes are indeed high. Qi Xinghe naturally desires for the Hanyun sect to emerge as the leader, yet he harbors little expectation for Dan Taiji, Xiaoyun, Chen Changsheng, and Lu Jingjing. The brilliance displayed by the talented disciples from the Heavenly Gate, Mirror Pavilion, and even the Haoyue sect far surpasses that of Dan Taiji and her companions. Soon, as all 16 disciples from the 4 sects entered the arena, a middle-aged man materialized above the martial stage, none other than the peak master of the Hanyun sect's Bidao Peak. The first match was to feature Lu Jingjing from the Hanyun sect against Yi Chun from the Haoyue sect. The peak master's eyes widened as his voice boomed like thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jingjing took a step forward, leaping gracefully onto the martial platform. Go, junior sister Lu. It's all right even if you don't prevail. Just do your best. No one will hold it against you. Steady now. There's even a late-stage Mount Shanshan disciple. Brother Yi is unperturbed. Haha, I know that person. He has been fortunate enough to skip 2 rounds. And in the final round, he faced junior Brother Li. Pure luck, really. Brother Yi Chun, give it your all. Upon witnessing Lu Jingjing gracefully landing on the martial platform and sensing the surge of spiritual energy emanating from her, the disciples from both the Hanyun sect and Haoyue sect reacted with great fervor. Yet, without exception, they believed that Yi Chun would emerge victorious in this contest, leaving Lu Jingjing biting her lip in frustration, even though she was aware that they spoke the truth and it would be difficult for her to surpass Yi Chun. It was a matter of principle. The martial competition had yet to conclude, and to act in such a manner was rather disconcerting. Who could bear this? In contrast to Lu Jingjing's graceful leap onto the martial stage, Yi Chen appeared somewhat understated, advancing steadily toward the arena with measured steps. How pretentious! As Su Wuqiu assessed Yi Chen, contemplating Lu Jingjing's chances of victory and her potential strategies, a voice suddenly broke through her thoughts, drawing her attention to the side where Bei Ming Changsheng was seated. The seemingly slumbering Bei Ming Changsheng had awakened. Noticing the hostility directed at Yi Chen, Su Wuqiu could not help but inquire out of curiosity. Was it possible that he viewed his junior brother as an adversary in his dreams? No, no. Bei Ming Changsheng quickly shook his head and scoffed, stating that his junior brother merely found his pretentiousness irksome, and there was no need for the elder brother to take it to heart. Chapter 45. The senior brother and his unequal rival upon hearing the words of Bei Ming Changsheng and observing Yi Chen, who had just stepped onto the martial stage. Su Wuqiu inexplicably sensed a hint of pretension in Yi Chen's demeanor, perhaps due to his own subjective thoughts. However, he acknowledged that Yi Chen, at the mid-stage of the Wanxiang realm, indeed possessed the qualifications to put on such an act. This revelation caused Bei Ming Changsheng's eyelids to widen in astonishment, his expression transforming into one of keen awareness. He had concealed his true strength so well that even the second senior brother had misjudged his capabilities. It seemed that this time, the junior sister would face a setback. A smile of schadenfreude crept onto Bei Ming Changsheng's face, prompting Su Wuqiu to shake his head in disapproval. He wondered when the junior sister had incurred the displeasure of the third junior brother, to the point that even he found amusement in her impending misfortune. While Su Wuqiu and Bei Ming Changsheng engaged in their casual conversation, Lu Jingjing and Yi Chen had already arrived at the martial stage. As the leader of the Bidao Peak concluded his remarks, Yi Chen calmly placed one hand behind his back and gently raised the other, exuding an air of tranquility as he addressed Lu Junior's sister. Please, make your move. The four major sects often found themselves in competition, and, aside from a select few, most disciples bore no profound enmity towards each other, save for instances involving the pursuit of opportunities or treasures. Over time, the relationships among disciples from the four sects became relatively amicable, making it customary to address one another as senior brother or senior sister upon encountering each other, despite their differing affiliations. Upon hearing Yi Chen's invitation, Lu Jingjing swiftly drew her sword from its sheath, her feet dancing lightly as she moved with remarkable grace across the martial stage. In an instant, she lunged toward Yi Chen, her blade glinting coldly as it approached his throat, seemingly poised to pierce through him in the next heartbeat. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Chen's hand, which had been lightly raised, suddenly gripped Lu Jingjing's sword firmly. The strength in his grasp was formidable, rendering her blade immobile and preventing her from either retracting it or inflicting harm upon him. Junior sister Lu's speed is commendable, but her strength is somewhat lacking, Yi Chen remarked with a smile. With a sudden surge of force, he lifted Lu Jingjing, who was still gripping the hilt, into the air, spinning her several times before sending her flying with a palm strike, crashing against the barrier of the formation at the edge of the martial stage. Feeling the tumultuous energy surging within her, Lu Jingjing gritted her teeth, channeling her spiritual power as she charged toward Yi Chen once more. Although her wind-riding technique was indeed impressive and her sword's spiritual techniques possessed considerable might, the gap between her and Yi Chen remained substantial. Her techniques faltered in the face of Yi Chen's prowess, and as he began his counteroffensive, she found herself retreating step by step. Ultimately, Yi Chen's palm struck her abdomen, generating a powerful gust of wind that erupted from behind her. Lu Jingjing was propelled backward once again, crashing against the formation barrier, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her breath weakened for several moments, with her internal spiritual energy depleted by about 60 to 70%. In contrast, Yi Chen remained as steadfast as when he had just ascended the martial stage. This caused Lu Jingjing's gaze to flicker slightly. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and a surge of black-red flame energy suddenly emanated from her body, only to vanish completely in the blink of an eye. You win, Lu Jingjing sighed, murmuring softly before taking the initiative to descend from the martial stage. The master of the dominant blade, Peak, observed this and lifted the formation enveloping the stage, solemnly announcing the result of the first match. Disciple Yi Chun of the Xiaoyao sect wins. He enters the top 8 of the martial competition. Yi Chun, Yi Chun, Yi Chen. The Xiaoyao sect disciples in the viewing area erupted into cheers, while the disciples of the Tianmen and Jingga sects shook their heads. Many disciples from the Hanyun sect continuously offered words of comfort to Lu Jingjing. Most did not find this outcome surprising. Even the disciples of the Hanyun sect shared this sentiment. After all, Lu Jingjing could hardly be regarded as a top genius disciple of the Daojian sect. From the outset of this four-sect martial competition, the disciples of the Hanyun sect had believed that Dan Taiji and Xiaoyao were the ones truly worthy of claiming the title of champion. However, as Lu Jingjing listened to the voices around her, they felt somewhat grating, and her heart ached unbearably. Her grip on the sword hilt tightened noticeably. If it weren't for the fear of exposing, you might not have been able to defeat me. Is the junior sister all right? A concerned voice reached Lu Jingjing's ears, startling her. Before she could raise her head, a radiant smile appeared on her face. Second senior brother, I'm fine. Losing to him was unavoidable. I'll just win back next time. Lu Jingjing sheathed her sword, her face beaming with joy. Seeing this, Xiaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief and encouraged her. There is plenty of time ahead. There is no need to be fixated on the present. It's commendable that junior sister possesses such a mindset. Lu Jingjing nodded repeatedly, then added, Second senior brother, you must work hard, break into the top 8, advance to the top 4, and seize the championship. If you happen to face that Yi Chun, please teach him a lesson for me, okay? As she said this, Lu Jingjing leaned a little closer to Xiaoyao, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Xiaoyao readily agreed, prompting Lu Jingjing to clap her hands in delight. Before long, Lu Jingjing, now firmly positioned among the top 16, made her way to the viewing area and sat down in an empty seat beside Su Wuqiu. Supporting her forehead with one hand, she chuckled softly, Alas, I couldn't defeat him. With that, Lu Jingjing stuck out her tongue playfully. Su Wuqiu slightly turned towards Lu Jingjing, wearing a gentle smile, and said softly, Junior sister, Yi Chen's strength is indeed formidable. His mid-stage cultivation in the Wuxiang realm is evident. To be able to engage him for over 30 exchanges is already remarkable. Baiming Changsheng, stretching his neck, remarked with a hint of amusement. Those 30 exchanges were all initiated by junior sister. Indeed, that is exceptional. Hearing Baiming Changsheng's words, Su Wuqiu cast him a sidelong glance, causing Baiming Changsheng to retract his neck slightly. It turns out to be the boundless realm. No wonder my sword techniques were ineffective against him. Lu Jingjing pursed her lips, perhaps concerned that Lu Jingjing might be affected by Baiming Changsheng's previous remarks. Su Wuqiu promptly placed his hand gently upon her head, soothingly saying, Every failure presents an opportunity for growth. There is no need to dwell on this defeat. If you can identify your shortcomings from this contest, that itself is a gain. Then, senior brother, if Yi Chun were to engage in battle with you, who would emerge stronger? Lu Jingjing inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Before Su Wuqiu could respond, Baiming Changsheng, seated beside him, scoffed. To put it conservatively, it would be a close call, perhaps a 70-30 split. What? Lu Jingjing gasped, her mouth agape. Is Yi Chen truly that formidable? Even senior brother, in just 3 breaths, I could defeat him 7 times. Baiming Changsheng interjected nonchalantly, stretching as he spoke. Is that what you call a 70-30 split? Chapter 46. The duel between Xiaoyao and Yi Chun. As Su Wuqiu, Baiming Changsheng, and Lu Jingjing engaged in casual conversation in the spectator area, the martial contest continued to unfold. The second round did not feature disciples from the Cold Cloud sect, but rather those from the Heavenly Gate and the Mirror Pavilion, with the latter emerging victorious. The disciple from the Mirror Pavilion who claimed victory in this round donned a blue robe. Though their appearance was rather unremarkable, their mastery of spiritual techniques was astonishing. Effortlessly wielding techniques of the Earth rank. The ranks of spiritual techniques and artifacts are categorized into 6 tiers: ordinary, mysterious, Earth, Heaven, Emperor, and Saint. With each tier further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. As the four prominent powers within the Fengyan Empire, Cold Cloud Sect, Mirror Pavilion, Heavenly Gate, and Xiaoyao Sect, possess Earth-rank spiritual techniques, they are scarce in number. Heaven-rank techniques, however, are exceedingly rare, even among these four formidable sects. Only one heaven-rank technique or artifact exists, revered as a treasure of the sect. The higher the rank, the more challenging it is to master. Thus, the Mirror Pavilion disciples' ability to cultivate numerous Earth-rank techniques to a foundational level speaks volumes about their exceptional comprehension, far surpassing that of ordinary prodigies. From Su Wuqiu's perspective, had Lu Jingjing faced that disciple from the Mirror Pavilion, she would have stood no chance. Against Yi Chun, while the challenge would be significant, victory was still within reach. Zhongqing, the disciple from the Mirror Pavilion, secured a place among the top 8. The booming voice of the Master of the Blade, Peak, resonated throughout the arena, prompting the crowd to cheer for Zhongqing. Even those who were not disciples of the Mirror Pavilion were captivated by Zhongqing's displayed prowess. As the sounds of applause filled the air, a smile graced Zhongqing's face, and he bowed deeply to the audience from the martial platform. Under Su Wuqiu's watchful gaze, the top 8 contenders from the 4 sects were soon determined. Among them, Dan Taiji, Xiao Yun, and Qingcheng successfully made the cut, while Zhongqing remained the sole representative from the Mirror Pavilion. The Xiaoyao sect also secured 3 spots in the top 8, with only one disciple left from the Heavenly Gate. Witnessing this scene, both Chun Miao, the leader of the Mirror Pavilion, and Zhao Qinghan, the deputy leader of the Heavenly Gate, wore expressions of discontent. Particularly for Zhao Qinghan, the previous match between her disciple and one from the Xiaoyao sect was fiercely contested. Fortunately, they narrowly triumphed, securing a spot in the top 8, a close call that nearly saw the Heavenly Gate lose its place among the elite. Qi Xinghe and Chu Zheng, however, were beaming with delight as disciples from the Cold Cloud sect and Xiaoyao sect held half of the top 8 positions, significantly increasing their chances of claiming the championship. With the draw of lots underway, as Dan Taiji, Xiao Yun, and the other 6 contenders selected their respective lots, the Master of the Blade, Peak, declared, one character against another. Observing the character etched on his lot, Xiao Yun inhaled deeply and made his way to the martial platform. As he took action, the disciples from the Cold Cloud sect in the spectator area erupted in exclamations, fervently chanting his name. Hearing the cheers surrounding him, Yi Chun shook his head, crushing the lot in his hand before striding towards the martial platform as well. Upon witnessing Yi Chun's actions, Lu Jingjing, seated beside Su Wuqiu, suddenly brightened with enthusiasm and exclaimed, "Second senior brother, give it your all. Trample Yi Chun beneath your feet." Following her words, she animatedly gestured to emphasize her encouragement. This spectacle caught the attention of Xiao Yun, who, despite feeling helpless, nodded in acknowledgement when Su Wuqiu glanced his way, prompting him to return a decisive nod. In a brief moment, both Xiao Yun and Yi Chun ascended the martial arts stage, locking eyes in a tense confrontation as a faint aura of spiritual flame began to emanate from both of them. This unexpected development astonished many onlookers. While it was a well-established fact that Xiao Yun possessed the cultivation of the Wanshi realm, 5th stage, Yi Chun had not previously revealed such prowess during earlier competitions. Thus, the emergence of spiritual flame from Yi Chun sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd, igniting their anticipation for the unfolding duel between 2 prodigies of the Wanshi realm. With a sudden burst of energy, Xiao Yun surged forward like a rabbit, charging directly at Yi Chun while his hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. In mere moments, he closed the distance, startling Yi Chun with his astonishing speed. A sharp clang resonated as Xiao Yun unsheathed his sword, unleashing a powerful strike aimed squarely at Yi Chun, with an aura of sword intent locking onto him. Yi Chun's pupils contracted as he sensed the lethal force behind the strike. He dared not underestimate it. In a swift motion, he evaded, retreating like a specter while simultaneously launching a palm strike toward Xiao Yun. A pale azure hand, conjured from spiritual energy, formed before Yi Chun, effectively intercepting Xiao Yun's assault. The clash of blade against ethereal palm produced a crisp sound, momentarily halting Xiao Yun's advance. Yet, he did not relent. with a flick of his wrist. The sword deftly maneuvered along the edge of the azure hand, striking again at Yi Chun with renewed ferocity. Taken aback by Xiaoyun's rapid response, Yi Chun barely managed to sidestep the incoming strike. As Xiaoyun pressed forward, determined to continue his assault, Yi Chun swiftly channeled his energy, causing the spiritual force within him to surge. He unleashed a barrage of azure wind blades, hurtling toward Xiaoyun. In a display of agility, Xiaoyun leapt into the air, effortlessly evading the wind blades. As he somersaulted midair, his sword descended like a shooting star aimed at Yi Chun, radiating an overwhelming pressure that signified his formidable strength. Feeling the weight of the challenge, Yi Chun clenched his fists tightly, channeling his energy into a powerful strike aimed at Xiaoyun's descending blade. The resulting collision erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing a tempestuous gust that forced both combatants to stagger back in its wake. Xiaoyun regained his footing first, his aura still formidable and unyielding. Reflecting on Yi Chun. Once he steadied himself, he staggered, nearly toppling onto the martial arts platform, his internal organs roiling tumultuously. A sweet taste flooded his mouth. Had he not swallowed it in time, he might have spat blood. Once more, Xiaoyun raised his sword anew, issuing a low command. Yi Chun, suppressing his discomfort, replied in a deep voice, "Do you think I fear you?" With that, the two men charged at each other once more, engaging in a fierce battle. The shadows of their swords intertwined with their spiritual energies, illuminating the martial arts platform in a dazzling display, overwhelming the senses. The disciples of the four sects watching from the sidelines were captivated by this spectacular duel, holding their breath, their eyes fixated on the two combatants. Not daring to utter a word, their eyelids barely blinking, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. Chapter 47. Has she arrived? Xiaoyun's swordsmanship grew increasingly fierce, her strikes akin to a tempest, relentlessly assailing Yi Chun without affording him a moment's respite. Yet Yi Chun, employing his agile movements and formidable spiritual power, deftly evaded Xiaoyun's onslaught while seeking an opportunity for counterattack. After 30 exchanges, Xiaoyun's eyes narrowed, seizing upon a moment of vulnerability as Yi Chun shifted, her sword darting towards his chest like a bolt of lightning. Alarmed, Yi Chun realized that even the thought of evasion was futile. He could only summon his spiritual energy to form a barrier around himself. With a piercing thrust, Xiaoyun's blade pierced through Yi Chun's protective shield, striking his chest. A muffled groan escaped Yi Chun's lips as a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth against the pain, grasping the blade of Xiaoyun's sword with both hands, attempting to wrench it from her grip. Unfortunately, Xiaoyun's hold was unwavering. Despite Yi Chun's sudden move, she did not relinquish her weapon. "It's over," observed Su Wuqiu from the spectator's platform. Had Yi Chun chosen to evade first and then exploit Xiaoyun's weaknesses, he might have prolonged the contest. As anticipated, Xiaoyun exerted force, yanking her sword from Yi Chun's grasp and swiftly pivoting it to strike him. The tremendous force sent Yi Chun hurtling backward, crashing against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. When Yi Chun landed back on the arena, struggling to rise, a sharp blade remained poised against his forehead. Xiaoyun, having approached him unperceived, loomed over him, sword in hand, her gaze instilling an acute sense of dread within Yi Chun. It felt as though any further act of defiance would result in her blade piercing through his brow. "I concede," Yi Chun exclaimed hastily. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun withdrew her sword from his forehead and descended from the arena. Gazing at Xiaoyun's retreating figure, Yi Chun's heart still raced with trepidation. He had not anticipated such a prodigious talent emerging from the Cold Cloud sect. The presiding master of the Blade Peak, with a smile illuminating his face, proclaimed the outcome. Xiaoyun of the Cold Cloud sect is victorious. She enters the top 4 of the tournament. This announcement elicited jubilant cheers from the disciples of the Cold Cloud sect in the audience, their voices rising in exuberance as they hailed Xiaoyun's name. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Su Wuqiu also bore a smile, proud of his junior brother's burgeoning strength. Despite both being at the same realm, Xiaoyun had dominated the match, leaving Yi Chun utterly defenseless. "Yi Chun is hardly formidable," Lu Jingjing remarked with a laugh, clearly pleased with how Xiao Yuan had bested him. Listening to Lu Jingjing's laughter, Beiming Changsheng appeared somewhat irked, pressing his hands to his ears with a sigh. Upon noticing this, Su Wuqiu found himself puzzled and inquired, "What is the matter, third junior brother?" After a moment of hesitation, Beiming Changsheng leaned closer to Su Wuqiu's ear to disclose the outcome of the martial arts meeting he had witnessed in his dreams. Unexpectedly, the smile on Su Wuqiu's face suddenly faltered. Rising from the spectator's seat, his figure gradually faded into a pale hue, ultimately vanishing before the eyes of Beiming Changsheng and Lu Jingjing. This left Lu Jingjing utterly bewildered and profoundly astonished, murmuring, "What kind of body technique does senior brother practice? Is his speed truly so remarkable?" Beiming Changsheng, meanwhile, appeared contemplative. Today marked the final day of the four-sect martial arts meeting, and Master Yao Rui had specifically instructed both Su Wuqiu and himself to observe the event thoroughly and glean wisdom from it. Yet, senior brother had departed unexpectedly, which suggested that perhaps unforeseen circumstances had arisen elsewhere. Two character sign versus two character sign. At that moment, the voice of the master of Bada Peak reverberated once more across the martial arena. Dressed in elegant purple, Dantai Ji brushed aside the strands of hair that clung to her cheek and strode purposefully toward the competition platform, capturing the attention of nearly all the male disciples from the four sections. Aware of the multitude of gazes directed at her, Dantai Ji's lips curled upward, her exquisite visage graced by a captivating smile. Turning her gaze toward the northeast spectator-s area, she found herself unable to locate that familiar figure, causing her smile to wane slightly. How peculiar. Just moments ago, senior brother Su had been seated there. How could he have vanished so suddenly? At that moment, Dantai Ji caught sight of Beiming Changsheng, whose disheveled hair, pallid complexion, and prominent dark circles prompted her surprise. Truth be told, she could not fathom why the third disciple of Hongzhu Peak seemed to harbor animosity toward her, having never had any prior conflict with him. In fact, before her acquaintance with Su Wuqiu, she had not even laid eyes on him. His inexplicable hostility was utterly baffling. "Sister Ji, go for it." At the sound of Lu Jingjing's encouragement, Dantai Ji finally diverted her attention from Beiming Changsheng and nodded with a smile toward Lu Jingjing. What a pity. Senior brother Su would not witness her capabilities firsthand. With this thought, Dantai Ji found the cheers around her to be somewhat lackluster. Her opponent was the final talented disciple from the Tianmin sect, who had barely made it into the top 8. Dantai Ji felt confident in her ability to triumph over him. Meanwhile, having departed from the four-sect martial arts meeting, Su Wuqiu was now traversing the clouds, transforming into a streak of light as he surged toward the outskirts of Hanyan sect. He had sensed that numerous individuals were approaching from the sword scars he had recently inflicted. Most of them, he surmised, were likely from the Fengyan dynasty. Is she coming? The thought evoked a mix of trepidation and anticipation within Su Wuqiu, prompting him to quicken his pace once more. Soon, descending from above the clouds, a multitude of shadowy figures emerged upon the ground, capturing Su Wuqiu's attention. Countless demon steeds, exuding an aura of malevolence, stirred up clouds of dust in their wake, while a dense, ominous black mist coalesced above their heads, trailing closely behind them. Mounted upon these demonic horses were individuals clad entirely in sleek black armor, brandishing long spears, each bearing a small black banner on their backs. Their expressions were stern, and an air of grim determination permeated this assembly. This was none other than the Black Flag Army of the Fengyan dynasty, previously repelled by Su Wuqiu's sword. Although Su Wuqiu could not recall the leader's name, his visage remained etched in her memory, the same figure as before. At that moment, a golden bridge, seemingly materialized from nowhere, spanned across the scarred ground, allowing the Black Flag soldiers to ride their demon steeds across. Su Wuqiu's gaze turned icy, and in an instant, she descended from the sky to the earth below, conjuring a tempest of fierce winds and swirling dust. Chapter 48. The Return of the Prodigal perched upon the demon steed. Zhou Yi peered through the golden bridge below, his gaze fixated on a long scar etched into the ground, a sight that sent a shiver down his spine. Just the previous day, This very sword mark had instilled terror in an entire battalion of the Black Flag Army, leading to the demise of those who dared to cross it. How could Zhou Yi not feel apprehensive, even though he had witnessed numerous individuals traversing the Golden Bridge and crossing the scar? An unsettling thought lingered in his mind. What if, just as he stepped over the mark, its power were to manifest? What if an unforeseen calamity were to befall the Golden Bridge? Amidst these anxious musings, it was only after he had completely crossed the ominous scar that Zhou Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Riding alongside him, Pan Feng observed with a hint of disdain in his eyes, perceiving Zhou Yi as a sheltered scion, unfamiliar with the brutalities of the world. "Fear not, young Master Zhou," Pan Feng reassured. "While the combat prowess of the Golden Phoenix Army may not rival that of our Black Flag Army, their mastery of formations is unparalleled, and you need not worry about any unforeseen events." Upon hearing Pan Feng's words, Zhou Yi instinctively glanced back at the dense ranks of the Black Flag Army, who were flanked by individuals clad in golden light armor, each wielding a golden banner. These warriors were members of the renowned Golden Phoenix Army, a newly formed legion of the Fengyan dynasty, established by the reigning monarch. Although not yet recognized among the dynasty's top 10 legions due to certain imperfections, their effectiveness as auxiliary forces was undeniably significant. It was said that any of the top 10 legions would gain the upper hand with the Golden Phoenix Army as their ally, which explained Pan Feng's decision to return. Indeed, Pan Feng had initially intended to return to Lin City for rest, awaiting news from the imperial capital before making further plans. However, upon encountering the Golden Phoenix Army and engaging in discussions with its commander, he was compelled to return with renewed vigor, momentarily forgetting the dread instilled by the sudden appearance of the formidable figure who claimed to be Su Wuqiu the day before. This was the confidence that the Golden Phoenix Army instilled in Pan Feng. Just as Pan Feng was about to enlighten Zhou Yi further, a streak of light suddenly appeared in the sky, resembling a meteor hurtling towards the earth. In an instant, a massive crater erupted on the distant plain, and a fierce wind began to swirl. Dust and debris were swept up violently, blinding the soldiers of the Black Flag Army atop their demon steeds, forcing them to squint against the onslaught. Seeing this, Pan Feng's heart tightened. He quickly placed a hand on the scabbard of his sword at his waist, his expression grave, commanding, "Sound the drums and prepare the formation." In response, a dozen soldiers of the Black Flag Army, also mounted on demon steeds, raised their drumsticks and began to strike the small black drum atop their steeds' heads with urgency. The rhythmic sound of drums resonated continuously, creating a series of pulsating echoes. The remaining soldiers of the Black Flag Army, upon hearing the drums, felt their internal spiritual energy begin to circulate, and they waved their black banners fervently. In an instant, ominous black clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above the Black Flag Army, completely obscuring the sunlight and plunging the ground below into darkness. The clouds roiled ominously. A massive black dragon abruptly emerged from the darkened skies, its mouth agape, emitting a low growl. A faint aura of dragon might enveloped the earth below. As the black dragon materialized, the fierce winds that had swept towards the soldiers of the Black Flag Army were entirely repelled, allowing their previously narrowed eyes to widen in astonishment once more. Gazing towards the source of the rising tempest, many soldiers felt a twinge of trepidation. This scene felt eerily familiar, like a déjà vu of the recent past. "Those who cross the line shall perish. Have you forgotten my words?" A voice suddenly pierced through the howling winds. The tempest subsided at the sound of this proclamation. Clad in white, with flowing black hair unbound by the winds, Su Wuqiu appeared before Pan Feng and the others of the Black Flag Army. The moment they laid eyes on Su Wuqiu, Zhou Yi felt a chill run down his spine, instantly recalling how the individual had shattered the Black Flag Army's formation with a mere segment of red bamboo. He had indeed returned. "I am Pan Feng, one of the 4 great generals of the Black Flag Army." Pan Feng grasped the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze fixed resolutely on Su Wuqiu. "Do you truly wish to oppose the Black Flag Army and the entire Fengyan dynasty?" This time, Pan Feng opted for intimidation. The land within the Fengyan dynasty is imperial soil. Even ancient beings lurking in the shadows would hesitate to provoke the entirety of the Fengyan dynasty. Su Wuqiu raised an eyebrow, lifting his left hand to reveal a segment of red bamboo firmly gripped in his palm, while opposing the Black Flag Army. "Can you truly slay me, Su Wuqiu?" He deliberately invoked his name. He had scrutinized the throng before him, noting the vast number of individuals present, along with the golden-armored figures trailing the Black Flag Army. Their ranks swelled to nearly 200,000. Yet, there was not a trace of Yang Buhui to be found. Initially, Su Wuqiu had harbored some anticipation of encountering Yang Buhui this time. Alas, was it because his previous mention of his name had left a lackluster impression? Or had they miscommunicated when reporting to Yang Buhui? Regardless of the reason, as long as he instilled fear in them this time, his objective would surely be achieved. With this thought, a surge of sword intent began to emanate from Su Wuqiu's being, manifesting invisible blades around him. The sound of swords resonated incessantly. Upon hearing Su Wuqiu's words, Pan Feng was both astonished and enraged. He could hardly believe that Su Wuqiu would so brazenly disregard the Black Flag Army. The Black Flag Army, a formidable force and one of the 10 legions of the Phoenix Flame dynasty, possesses the power to sweep away any sect beneath the 4 major sects. Such audacity! Pan Feng unsheathed his sword with fervor, and the demon steed beneath him seemed to sense its master's wrath, rearing up as a faint black flame emanated from its being. With Pan Feng at the helm, it charged fiercely towards Su Wuqiu. The soldiers of the Black Flag Army, following closely behind Pan Feng, mounted their steeds in unison. Observing the movements of the entire Black Flag Army, the commander of the Golden Phoenix Army raised his hand abruptly, signaling a swift descent. In an instant, a volley of golden arrows soared into the sky before plummeting back down like a torrential rain, targeting the very position occupied by Su Wuqiu. They appeared like golden raindrops, densely packed, creating a symphony of piercing sounds as they sliced through the air. Chapter 49. Suppressing the 2 Great Legions. As he gazed at the rain of arrows descending from the sky and then at the approaching Pan Feng, Su Wuqiu's lips curved into an elegant smile. Such an onslaught posed little threat to him. With a mere thought, the invisible blades surrounding him surged forth, clashing with the golden arrows overhead, producing a series of thunderous roars. The golden arrows shattered under the impact of the ethereal blades, dispersing into specks of golden light in the air. Not overly concerned with the arrows above, Su Wuqiu's attention shifted to Pan Feng. With a swift movement, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of white light that surged towards the galloping Pan Feng. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself right in front of Pan Feng, causing the latter's eyes to widen in disbelief at Su Wuqiu's astonishing speed. Pan Feng immediately swung his sword, aiming a strike at Su Wuqiu. In response, Su Wuqiu met the attack with a segment of red bamboo, twisting his wrist so that it danced like a nimble serpent, deftly avoiding Pan Feng's blade and striking decisively at his chest. Pan Feng felt an overwhelming force surge through him, and he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding across it, leaving a long mark that toppled several of the pursuing demon steeds and Black Flag soldiers. "General," the soldiers of the Black Flag Army gasped in shock, unable to fathom how easily Pan Feng had been dispatched by Su Wuqiu. Struggling to rise, Pan Feng pressed a hand against his chest and barked at the remaining soldiers. "Do not lose your composure." At his command, the previously startled Black Flag soldiers regained their composure, rallying around their black banners. Above them, the Black Dragon roared once more, descending from the heavens to launch an assault on Su Wuqiu. Reflected in Su Wuqiu's eyes was the shadow of the Black Dragon, yet his smile remained, and he murmured, overestimating oneself. With a sudden flourish of his hand gripping the red bamboo, a massive sword aura materialized, hurtling towards the descending dragon. With a thunderous crash, the diving Black Dragon convulsed, emitting a painful roar before dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. The soldiers atop the demon steeds felt a tremor, their faces paling as their breaths grew weaker. Witnessing the Black Dragon vanish under Su Wuqiu's single strike left Pan Feng shaken. his complexion paling as he pondered the origins of this formidable foe. How could someone so terrifying emerge? Even the deadly formation of the Black Flag Army could not contend with him. As Su Wuqiu swung the bamboo staff, he no longer cast a glance at the scene above, as if he had foreseen the outcome. In a swift motion, he appeared amidst the ranks of the Black Flag Army, wielding the crimson bamboo with a flourish. One by one, the soldiers of the Black Flag Army were sent flying, while the demon steed was engulfed by the earth beneath. Even when confronted by dozens of foes, Su Wuqiu moved as though in a realm untouched by others, effortlessly dispatching his adversaries and weaving through the throng. Where he passed, the soldiers of the Black Flag Army and their demon steeds fell to the ground, stripped of their will to fight, their cries echoing in despair. Witnessing Su Wuqiu descend upon them like a deity, Zhou Yi's eyes filled with terror, instinctively urging his steed to retreat from Su Wuqiu's position. However, whether due to Zhou Yi's panic or a misunderstanding by his mount, the demon steed charged towards Su Wuqiu instead. As the distance between them dwindled, despair gripped Zhou Yi's heart, his mind conjuring images of his own decapitation at the hands of Su Wuqiu's bamboo. The Black Flag soldiers, who had nearly been paralyzed by fear, could not help but entertain a thought. If even a second-generation heir like Zhou Yi displayed such valor, were they, seasoned veterans of countless battles, to fall short? As this notion ignited within them, the soldiers' eyes ignited with murderous intent. Once more, they spurred their demon steeds, brandishing their spears, and charged towards Su Wuqiu. Seeing the increasing number of Black Flag soldiers rushing towards him, undeterred by death, Su Wuqiu was taken aback. Was the Black Flag Army truly this fierce? No wonder they were the trusted warriors of Buhui. With this thought, Su Wuqiu regarded Zhou Yi and the advancing soldiers with newfound admiration. An immense surge of spiritual power erupting within him, intensifying his strikes. The thunderous sounds of combat echoed relentlessly. Within a 10-meter radius of Su Wuqiu, the number of Black Flag soldiers dwindled, while those lying on the ground multiplied. Pan Feng, shielded by a dozen Black Flag soldiers, witnessed this scene with a pallid expression. Was this man's spiritual power truly inexhaustible? With nearly 100,000 soldiers, approximately 30,000 had already fallen to Su Wuqiu. Yet, the spiritual flames emanating from him not only failed to dim, but seemed to grow ever brighter, chilling Pan Feng to his core. Meanwhile, the commander of the Jin Feng army, Gu Xingsan, observed the commotion among the Black Flag soldiers and the cacophony of their cries, his brow furrowing deeply. Was this individual truly so formidable? How could so many Black Flag soldiers fail to subdue him after such a prolonged engagement? Was it that this man was exceptionally difficult to contend with, or had the Black Flag Army lost its effectiveness? With narrowed eyes, Gu Xingsan raised a hand, issuing commands, "Advance." In an instant, the soldiers clad in golden armor of the Jin Feng army quickened their pace, forming a cohesive line as they advanced toward the Black Flag Army. From a distance, the golden-clad warriors were a conspicuous sight. The sound of their light armor clattering was not insignificant, and this movement immediately drew the attention of Pan Feng and the members of the Black Flag Army. Pan Feng, demonstrating remarkable decisiveness, ordered a retreat to the rear of the Golden Phoenix Army, intending to allow them to engage Su Wuqiu momentarily. Once the Black Flag Army re-established their formation for a killing strike, they would once again charge forth to reclaim the battlefield, enabling the Golden Phoenix Army to deploy their formations and enhance the potency of their assault. At that juncture, they should be able to subdue Su Wuqiu. However, what Pan Feng could never have anticipated was that as he commanded the retreat and the Black Flag Army steered their demonic steeds back toward the Golden Phoenix Army, Su Wuqiu suddenly soared into the sky. Positioned high above, beneath the clouds, he pointed his sword forward, while the other hand, grasping a red bamboo, was raised triumphantly overhead. Waves of faint crimson sword energy abruptly materialized beneath the clouds. An overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, bearing down upon the soldiers of both the Black Flag and Golden Phoenix armies, ensnaring them as if they were mired in a quagmire, causing the ground beneath their feet to sink slightly. Chapter 50. The quality of the golden armor is exceptional. Gazing at Su Wuqiu, high above in the sky, and the extraordinary phenomena he had evoked. The general of the Black Flag Army, Pan Feng, and the commander of the Golden Phoenix Army, Gu Xingzan, felt a tremor in their hearts. Especially after sensing the ground beneath their feet sinking significantly, fear filled the eyes of both armies' generals and the soldiers of the two legions. What a terrifying aura of intimidation! In the Fengyan dynasty, there were indeed existences of the transcendent realm, and many soldiers had previously marched into battle alongside such powerful figures. However, at that time, the transcendent being was on their side. Although they could feel some pressure, it was nothing compared to the palpable dread they experienced now. As if any slight movement at this moment would result in being pierced by the myriad of sword energies raining down from above. Chide formation. Gu Xingzan, suppressing the fear within, seized a golden banner from behind and firmly planted it into the ground beside him. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated throughout the ranks of the Golden Phoenix Army, compelling them to quell their trepidation and swiftly plant their own golden banners into the earth. Observing the scene below, Su Wuqiu was utterly astonished. Could it be that these individuals were actually disregarding his initiation of the formation? If he wished, he could take this opportunity to unleash a torrent of sword energy infused with a hint of the intent to defeat descending upon them. He was confident that he could annihilate a significant portion of those below, even while holding back. However, if he were to truly slay these individuals, it would surely inflict grievous harm upon the Fengyan dynasty, perhaps even more than he anticipated, as his understanding of the situation in the dynasty was not particularly profound. Taking a deep breath, Su Wuqiu began to draw the spiritual flames back into his body, causing the sword energy beneath the clouds to dissipate considerably. It was best to avoid future repercussions from the likes of Buhui. Meanwhile, Gu Xingzan, who had been extremely anxious with twitching eyelids, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing that Su Wuqiu was merely gathering his strength. Fortunately, his gamble had paid off. He had wagered that this individual would be unable to manifest such a wide-ranging offensive in such a short span of time, and that the overwhelming sensation earlier was merely an illusion. Thus, the Golden Phoenix Army still possessed the capability to fight. As the Golden Phoenix Army formed their array, the golden light armor they donned began to radiate a resplendent golden glow. From Su Wuqiu's perspective, a massive golden shield suddenly emerged above the Golden Phoenix Army, enveloping their figures entirely. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Flag Army, mounted on their demonic steeds, retreated to the rear of the Golden Phoenix Army under Pan Feng's command, yet remained outside the protective range of the Golden Shield. This caused Su Wuqiu to raise an eyebrow. These two legions displayed a complete lack of coordination. Was this their first collaboration? Previously, when he had engaged the Black Flag Army, the Golden Phoenix Army had offered no assistance beyond their arrows. However, the Black Flag Army's killing formation was executed with remarkable skill, and the leading general remained calm under pressure. It was the commanders of those clad in golden light armor whose decisions seemed somewhat lacking. Well then, let the slaughter commence. Upon considering the situation, Su Wuqiu's gaze sharpened, and a palpable aura of menace began to emanate from him, causing Gu Xingzan to shudder involuntarily. A chilling sensation inexplicably burgeoned within his heart, swiftly radiating throughout his entire being. With a sudden, forceful motion, Su Wuqiu brought his hand crashing down, the crimson bamboo in his grasp following suit. Swords of energy cascaded down from the clouds above, flooding the sky with a dazzling array of sword light and shadow, distorting the very atmosphere with a sense of violent rupture. The sound of the air being sliced through reverberated continuously. Within mere moments, the golden shield above the Jin Feng army began to fracture, and many soldiers felt their insides roil, their legs growing weak beneath them. With a thunderous roar, the magnificent golden shield succumbed to the relentless barrage of sword energy, shattering into countless fragments that scattered into the air. A multitude of Jin Feng soldiers staggered backward, many collapsing to the ground, their faces drained of color. Yet the sword energy remained relentless. Fortunately, its accuracy was somewhat lacking. Some energies merely grazed by, while others dissipated upon striking their light armor. Survivors instinctively began to caress their armor, feeling the various marks left upon it, relieved to find themselves unharmed. They were grateful for the high quality of their protective gear. General, General, as more and more Jinfeng soldiers discerned Gu Xingsan's dire plight, cries of alarm erupted among them. In stark contrast, Gu Xingsan's armor had utterly failed to withstand the onslaught of sword energy. His armor lay in tatters, and his body was left a gruesome mess devoid of life. This sight tore at the hearts of his subordinates, igniting a burning animosity not towards Su Wuqiu above, but towards the officials responsible for providing Gu Xingsan with such inadequate armor. To most of the Jinfeng soldiers, if their own light armor could withstand the assault, then surely their commander should have fared better. Yet the outcome was tragically different. It was impossible to dismiss the notion that the creator of the commander's armor harbored ill intentions. Su Wuqiu, however, paid little heed to the plight of the Jinfeng army. Having shattered their formation, his gaze shifted toward the Black Flag army, his sword pointing forth. An invisible, colossal red sword manifested abruptly, plummeting like a meteor into the heart of the Black Flag army, unleashing a resounding explosion that sent dust and debris spiraling into the air, enveloping both the Black Flag and Jinfeng armies alike. Consider this a warning. A second transgression will result in bloodshed, and a third will see you all consigned to the underworld. Su Wuqiu spoke in a chilling tone. With the swing of the crimson bamboo, a tempestuous wind surged forth, sweeping away the throngs of soldiers engulfed in the dust, transporting them to safety beyond the sword's reach. Soon after, tranquility returned once more. Cough, cough, cough. Pan Feng staggered to his feet amidst the swirling smoke and dust, appearing disheveled and utterly wretched, gazing at the horizon where Su Wuqiu had long vanished, only to be met once more by the unmistakable sword marks. Pan Feng's complexion turned pale, and his heart brimmed with an overwhelming dread toward Su Wuqiu. This individual possessed formidable power, indeed. Fortunately, a tinge of mercy had spared him, allowing him to reclaim his life. Contemplating this, Pan Feng fell into a daze, weakly addressing the soldiers of the Black Flag army who had gathered around him. Let us assess our losses. Though he had survived, the fate of his comrades was far graver. They were brothers with whom he had shared many years, and how could he not feel profound sorrow? Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. Several trusted aides returned, their faces alight with joy, and they reported to the still grimy Pan Feng, "General, only a handful of demon steeds and one person perished. The rest of our brothers sustained only minor injuries." As he concluded, the aide's expression shifted to one of peculiarity, and he leaned in to whisper into Pan Feng's ear, "We have already coordinated with the Jinfeng army. The deceased individual is General Gu, the commander of the Jinfeng army." "What did you say?" Pan Feng's eyes widened, as if they might leap from their sockets. Chapter 51. The capricious Feng Buhui before the star-picking platform. Several stout incense candles were arranged upon a table, their golden flames casting a gentle, golden mist into the air. This mist enveloped the entire star-picking platform, rendering it as dark as night, shielding those within from the sunlight. Suddenly, a deep crimson, spiritual flame emerged from the golden haze, its searing heat radiating outward, yet it could not disperse the surrounding mist. However, this spiritual flame seemed to possess a captivating force. Once it appeared, it drew all the golden mist towards itself, forming a swirling vortex that caused the platform to hum with energy. At the center of the star-picking platform sat a woman clad in a vibrant red robe, the deep crimson flame originating from her being. As the golden mist surged forth, the flame upon her intensified, generating increasingly formidable waves of heat. Dingling, a sound akin to wind chimes suddenly resonated from outside the star-picking platform, prompting the red-robed woman to slowly open her eyes and rise to her feet. The waves of heat dissipated entirely, and the swirling vortex ceased to exist. Her robe billowed gently with the breeze, the exquisite embroidery of gold threads intricately woven, depicting a lifelike golden-edged red phoenix upon the fabric. As the wind swept by, the robe fluttered, and the phoenix appeared as if it were about to take flight from her attire. This was the newly crafted phoenix robe of the Fengyan dynasty, worn by only one person throughout history, the current sovereign, Feng Buhui. What is it? Feng Buhui inquired, directing her gaze beyond the star-picking platform. Her tone was calm, yet imbued with an innate authority that commanded silence from those present. Your Majesty, the commanders from the 4 strongholds have reported back with news. 2 successes and 2 challenges. The golden mist began to clear. A woman in purple garb knelt upon a small platform outside the star-picking platform, her eyes fixed upon the ground. Successes? Feng Buhui approached the edge of the star-picking platform, her steps graceful, the pearls of her phoenix crown shimmering as they clinked together, producing a sound reminiscent of sharp blades encircling the purple-clad woman. It was as if a single misstep in her words could result in 100 wounds upon her being. This left the woman in purple trembling in trepidation, striving to steady her voice. The Tianmen and Jing'er regions have each captured 1/3 of their territories. If they lack formidable reinforcements, it should be possible to conquer them within half a month. Proceed. Feng Buhui passed by the woman in purple, her lithe figure descending the stone steps as sunlight cascaded upon her. The woman in purple understood the cue, quickly rising to follow, adeptly grasping the sweeping train of Feng Buhui's robe trailing down the steps. One challenge lies in the magnificent Moon Sect's moon sword array, a formation that the fierce Tiger Army cannot breach. General Qi wishes to petition the monarch for the support of a 10,000-strong Golden Phoenix army. For only with such aid might they have a chance to dismantle the moon sword array. Feng Buhui paused momentarily, while the one in purple hurriedly lowered her gaze, her attention fixed on her own hands. Might there truly be a chance to break the formation? Feng Buhui echoed, her tone growing colder. It seems General Qi has grown weary. The fierce Tiger Army, under his command, has lost its former valor. He should return. Indeed, the one in purple nodded earnestly, and upon seeing Feng Buhui descend the stone steps, she followed suit, adding, the next challenge arises from the Cold Cloud sect. The Moon sect stands as the foremost among the 4 major sects, its foundation formidable. As long as the moon sword array remains, it is understandable that the fierce Tiger Army struggles to breach it. But what the Cold Cloud sect? Before the one in purple could articulate her thoughts further, Feng Buhui interjected, her tone deceptively calm, so much so that an untrained ear would perceive no change in her demeanor. Yet the one in purple, who had stood by Feng Buhui's side for a decade, understood all too well that this was a sign of the monarch's wrath. The one in purple hastily knelt upon the stone steps, her heart racing with anxiety as she reported. General Pan has relayed word that formidable warriors of at least the transcendent realm or above have emerged from the Cold Cloud sect. With a single sword strike, they shattered the black flag killing array and even carved a lethal sword mark with a fragment of red bamboo. Death awaits those who cross the line. This makes approaching the Cold Cloud sect utterly perilous. To accompany the monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. This monarch does not solely refer to men. Whether male or female, all who assume the mantle of leadership embody this truth. At this moment, Feng Buhui was clearly enraged. Even though this matter bore little direct consequence for the one in purple, should she provoke Feng Buhui's murderous intent, she would likely face dire repercussions. Previously, even when the monarch harbored murderous thoughts, the one in purple had not feared to such an extent. After all, the monarch rarely directed their ire towards those close to them. However, since the monarch's recent visit to the so-called Leisure Mountain, they had undergone a profound transformation. Thus, after uttering these words, the one in purple felt an unusual unease, as though her heart might leap from her chest. Formidable warriors of at least the transcendent realm. Upon hearing the one in purple's report, Feng Buhui pressed a hand to her brow, gently massaging it. Indeed, recent events have been fraught with misfortune. After a brief pause, Feng Buhui continued down the stone steps, while the one in purple carefully followed, lifting the hem of her long robe. Only upon exiting the star-gathering terrace and stepping into the Phoenix Flame Great Hall did Feng Buhui finally speak after a prolonged silence. And what of her? Is her illness resolved? Your Majesty, Marshal Feng remains bedridden. Ah, very well. Send someone to her residence to collect some of her convalescent blood and deliver it to General Pan. Let him find an opportunity to offer it to that formidable warrior of at least the transcendent realm. Perhaps that warrior may fall ill as well. With a casual gesture, Feng Buhui sent the long hem of her robe flying from the grasp of the one in purple, striding purposefully toward the gilded phoenix throne at the head of the hall. This left Zi in a state of profound confusion, utterly unable to discern whether the monarch's words were uttered in earnest or jest. If taken seriously, they did not seem particularly sincere, yet if considered as a jest, it was hard to overlook the fact that the monarch had just been enraged, a fury that could easily lead to bloodshed. Certainly not the demeanor of one merely jesting. However, if Zi were to remain inert, that would be an even greater folly. At your command. Zi bit her silver teeth and promptly bowed, ready to depart the hall. She intended to gather a few individuals and venture to General Feng's residence to procure some blood. Yet, the cold and incisive words of Feng Buhui pierced through the air, plunging Zi into an icy abyss. What are you going to do? Return to the monarch. 2. To procure blood. Zi fell to her knees, her eyes glistening with tears. This sight did not escape Feng Buhui, who had just taken her seat upon the golden phoenix throne. With a slight arch of her brow, she remarked, Zi, there is no need for such formality. Do you truly believe I would harm you? Then must we still procure the blood? Zi murmured, if you are unwilling to assist the monarch, then so be it. Feng Buhui's gaze sharpened, a formidable aura instantly enveloping the grand hall of Fengyan, summoned the other 3 generals of the Black Flag Army to the palace. If 100,000 Black Flag soldiers cannot contend with that formidable foe, then let it be 200,000, 300,000, or even 400,000. Chapter 52. The Champion of the Martial Gathering at Dusk. The moon has quietly risen, vying with the sun for the last rays of twilight. Outside the peak of the cold cloud sect, beneath a grand tree, a young woman gazes intently at the summit, particularly at the main path winding down. One hand rests over her heart as she inhales deeply, exhaling with a gentle sigh. After another deep breath and a soft release, a radiant smile begins to grace her fair visage. She raises one hand, addressing the empty road in the distance with a playful tone. Greetings, Senior Brother Xiao. I am Zhongyu, a direct disciple of the 3 Absolutes Peak. I have long admired your esteemed name. However, Zhongyu's smile fades, her expression turning despondent. Moments later, she suddenly shakes her head vigorously, a faint smile re-emerging at the corners of her lips. Xiaoyan, it has been quite some time. Oh no. This demeanor makes it seem as though we are intimately acquainted, which may be counterproductive. She hastily shakes her head again, pacing restlessly beneath the tree, akin to an ant on a hot pan. At that moment, a cacophony of voices emanates from the summit, echoing downwards and prompting Zhongyu to swiftly hide behind the tree, revealing only her eyes as she continues to peer upward. I never anticipated such an outcome. Our heavenly gate was either second or third among the 4 great powers, and now we find ourselves at the very bottom. It is not that our participating seniors are weak, but rather that the disciples from the other 3 sects are overwhelmingly strong. Upon returning to the heavenly gate, I can only imagine that the sect leader will make us remember this 100th martial gathering of the 4 sects. A group of men and women clad in heavenly gate attire descends from the peak, their conversations drifting into Zhongyu's ears. The summit is protected by a spatial restriction array, which prevents flying even for those who possess the ability, while some elder-level figures might withstand the array's constraints. This is the domain of the Cold Cloud sect, and thus, visitors must adhere to their rules. Why did Senior Brother Yi have to face off against Xiaoyan? Alas, such ill fortune. Otherwise, we could at least secure a spot among the top 4. Enough of that. Senior Brother Yi's ears will soon develop calluses. Amidst the throng of disciples, Yi Chun of the Radiant Moon sect descends from the peak, surrounded by admirers like stars encircling the moon. Sensing something, he suddenly shifts his gaze toward a distant tree along the main path. Yet, he sees no one. Shaking his head, he strides forward with purpose, accompanied by the Radiant Moon disciples, remarking, the Cold Cloud sect is indeed a gathering of talents, and there are many beauties as well. Observing the procession of Radiant Moon disciples, Zhongyu snorts softly to herself. They are merely defeated subordinates of Xiaoyan, What is there to be proud of? Unexpectedly, she hears, to her surprise, senior brother Zhong truly claimed the championship. Haha! Our mirror pavilion has also risen to the foremost position among the four great powers. Startled by the exclamation, Zhongyu quickly retreats behind a tree. The disciples of the mirror pavilion beam with joy, their gazes filled with admiration for the young man in blue robes leading the way. The prodigious disciple of the mirror pavilion, renowned as the champion of the 100th Grand Martial Assembly of the Four Great Powers, Qingcheng, remained indifferent to the accolades and reverence expressed by his fellow apprentices. With an air of tranquility, he descended the mountain, lost in his own thoughts. In his wake, the other disciples of the mirror pavilion followed, engaged in lively discussions about the events of the day's assembly. To be candid, this year's gathering was indeed a showcase of exceptional talent from the Cold Cloud sect. That Tianxing appeared to possess formidable strength. Had it not been for the draw, I dare say he would have secured a place among the top four. Qingcheng, the dashing lad with the fan, his prowess seems rather mediocre. Under Brother Zhong's hand, he couldn't last beyond 100 moves. And then there's Dan Taiji, my word, a paragon of strength, beauty, and form. As the conversation shifted to Dan Taiji, the chatter among the disciples grew more animated, prompting Zhongyu to scornfully spit at the retreating group of Mirror Pavilion disciples. Had it not been for the substantial exhaustion endured by Xiaoyao and Dan Taiji, one could only wonder who might have claimed the title of champion in this 100th Grand Martial Assembly. As the disciples from the Heavenly Gate, the Radiant Moon sect, and the Mirror Pavilion departed, the largest contingent, the Cold Cloud sect, finally made their appearance on the main summit's descent, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. The path was filled with those lamenting their ill fortune, while others encouraged that they could always try again in the next assembly, urging them not to dwell on the current outcome. Some expressed contentment, asserting that finishing in second place was already commendable, and that their ranking among the four great powers had improved from fourth to second. Upon hearing the discourse of his fellow sect members, Zhongyu pursed his lips. This assembly had, in truth, been quite favorable for the Cold Cloud sect. The disciple Qingcheng from the Jinxiu Peak drew a 4 in the draw, directly pitted against the Mirror Pavilion's foremost talent, Zhongqing. He was defeated within 100 moves, halting his progress in the top 8. Dan Taiji, a disciple from the main peak, entered the top 4 with an impressive display, yet drew a 1 against the equally matched disciple Xiaoyao from the Red Bamboo Peak. Though Dan Taiji's paper strength surpassed that of Xiaoyao, she succumbed to the mastery of sword intent. Xiaoyao had, unbeknownst to many, grasped the concept of sword intent and achieved a level of minor mastery, turning the tide of battle. Ultimately, Dan Taiji's journey concluded in the top 4. Zhongqing of the Mirror Pavilion faced off against Xiaoyao of the Cold Cloud sect's Red Bamboo Peak. Alas, Xiaoyao fell short. Surely, the second brother had not fully recovered from his battle with Sister Ji. Otherwise, no matter who Zhongqing may be, he would have fled like a startled hare before the might of the second brother. A playful remark reached Zhongyu's ears, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly retracted his thoughts, holding his breath and peering out cautiously, his eyes fixed on the 4 figures descending the main peak along the path. 3 men and 1 woman. They moved gracefully in a line, laughing and conversing, while the disciples of the same sect found it impossible to intrude upon their circle. Zhongyu had meticulously gathered information about the Red Bamboo Peak and felt no unfamiliarity with the quartet. The gentleman on the far left is attired in a rather indescribable manner. He dons a light crimson robe, adorned with several azure streaks on the sleeves, and the fabric appears to be of commendable quality. Yet, one cannot help but wonder why such garments are embellished with so many patches. His hair is disheveled, exuding a certain charm, while the pronounced bags under his eyes reveal a depth of fatigue. His dark circles are even more pronounced than his hair. Strikingly, his complexion is exceedingly pale, devoid of any hint of color, as if he were on the brink of collapse at any moment. This peculiar individual is none other than Baiming Changsheng, the 3rd disciple of Hongzhu Peak. Though information about him is scarce, his distinctive attire renders him unforgettable. On the far right stands Lu Jingjing, the 4th disciple of Hongzhu Peak and the last pupil accepted by the Peak's master. She is clad in a blue garment and appears to be around 14 or 15 years of age, with a petite frame that gives her an overall diminutive presence. Delicate and charming, she possesses a sweet smile. Much of the information regarding Hongzhou Peak has been conveyed to Zhongyu through Lu Jingjing. Chapter 53. Admiration. To the left of the middle, beside Baiming Changsheng, stood a figure taller by half a head, strikingly handsome. It would be no exaggeration to say that anyone who cast their gaze upon this quartet would undoubtedly be drawn to him first, especially in a different guise of Baiming Changsheng. What set him apart was his extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a celestial being that had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm. At a mere glance, even the scenery behind him appeared as a picturesque landscape from which he gracefully emerged. The once silent yet recently renowned disciple of Hongzhou Peak, Su Wuqiu. To the right, a tall man donned in a crisp black robe exuded a sense of righteousness, appearing to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. Judging by his exterior, it was challenging to associate him with villainy or treachery. He was the second disciple of Hongzhou Peak, Xiao Yun. The moment Xiao Yun was spotted, Zhongyu instinctively held her breath, her pulse quickening, as she clenched her fist and gently tapped it against her chest. If only the senior brother were here, the title of champion would undoubtedly belong to our Hanyan sect. What a pity. Xiaoyan sighed with regret. This elicited a hint of concern from Su Wuqiu, Baiming Changsheng, and Lu Jingjing, with Su Wuqiu asking earnestly, "Junior brother, are you truly all right?" "It's nothing. Winning or losing is merely a matter of reputation. Zhongqing indeed possesses remarkable skills." Xiaoyan replied with a gentle shake of his head. Had the senior brother participated in the contest, the title of champion would surely have been ours. After resolving the issues with the Black Flag Army, Su Wuqiu returned to observe the tournament among the four sects, where he witnessed Xiao Yun's duel with Zhongqing. Despite being young, Zhongqing had already reached the late stage of the Wanxiang realm, coupled with various advanced spiritual techniques. Even with Xiao Yun's comprehension of sword intent, he could not emerge victorious. Ultimately, Xiao Yun's spiritual energy was exhausted first, leading to his defeat against the disciple of the Jinga, Zhongqing. Once Xiao Yun had recuperated, he would often express his feelings of regret upon hearing the comforting words of Su Wuqiu, Baiming Changsheng, and Lu Jingjing, frequently lamenting, "If only the senior brother were here." This repetition left Su Wuqiu, Baiming Changsheng, and Lu Jingjing feeling somewhat exasperated. Baiming Changsheng covered his face with one hand, leaning back at an angle, muttering, "Surely this won't last for several days?" Just as he finished, he felt Su Wuqiu's gaze upon him and discreetly pointed at Xiao Yun. This gesture led Su Wuqiu to instantly grasp Baiming Changsheng's implication. Would the second junior brother remain in this state for days? The thought of hearing Xiao Yun's nonsensical remarks about the senior brother while engaging in painting sent a shiver down Su Wuqiu's spine. "Second junior brother, once we return to Hongzhou Peak, why don't we spar a bit?" Su Wuqiu suggested. Xiao Yun, who had initially seemed lackluster, suddenly brightened at these words, straightening his posture and responding with enthusiasm. "Absolutely. Let's go, let's hurry. Today, I wish to spar vigorously with my senior brother." Xiao Yun firmly grasped Su Wuqiu's arm, hastening their steps towards the base of the main peak. Lu Jingjing glanced at Baiming Changsheng, who innocently shrugged his shoulders, suggesting that it was quite fine. Every time the second senior brother and the eldest brother sparred, there was always progress. It was quite possible that in a mere 10 days or so, Zhongqing would no longer be a match for the second senior brother. As she contemplated the third senior brother, Lu Jingjing rested her chin in her hand, casting a doubtful look at Baiming Changsheng. His demeanor made Baiming Changsheng feel uneasy, prompting him to extend a hand and gently push her forehead with his index finger, exclaiming with irritation, "Speak if you have something to say. If not, kindly avert your gaze." Unfazed by his dismissal, Lu Jingjing straightened up, beaming with a sweet smile as she grasped one of Baiming Changsheng's arms and lightly shook it. "Third senior brother, how did you manage to influence the eldest brother like that?" At her address, Baiming Changsheng was overcome with goosebumps, hastily removing her hands from his arm. "What do you mean I influenced the eldest brother? Don't you think the eldest brother has shown you profound trust lately?" Lu Jingjing blinked, as if she believed that whatever the third senior brother said was the truth. She had overheard Baiming Chongqing's mumblings just moments ago and understood perfectly why the eldest brother had suddenly proposed a spar with his second senior brother. Moreover, the eldest brother had been developing a close relationship with Baiming Chongqing, even taking his peculiar insights at face value on several occasions. Trust. An unwavering trust. A blind trust. Third senior brother, do share your secret with me, Lu Jingjing insisted, reaching out once more to seize his arm. Go away. Baiming Chongqing swatted her hand away, his face expressing clear disdain. What influence? The bond between me and the eldest brother has merely deepened recently. There is no secret involved. Is it truly just that? She inquired. Otherwise, what could it possibly be? Baiming Chongqing grinned, suddenly pointing at Lu Jingjing with a mischievous smile. But little junior sister, why the sudden desire for the eldest brother's trust? Nothing much, just a tinge of curiosity. Lu Jingjing replied. Really? Baiming Chongqing squinted, clearly skeptical of her words. Just as the two were engaged in their playful banter, a melodious voice suddenly reached their ears, capturing their attention with its content. Xiao Xiao, you have admired me for quite some time. A young woman clad in a black sword robe, standing around 1 meter 67 tall, abruptly blocked the path of Xiao Yun and Su Wuqiu, gazing intently into Xiao Yun's eyes as she spoke. Su Wuqiu was taken aback, while Xiao Yun's mouth fell slightly agape, his mind momentarily blank. Meanwhile, Baiming Chongqing and Lu Jingjing swiftly moved to stand beside Su Wuqiu and Xiao Yun. Upon seeing the woman's visage, Baiming Chongqing shook his head, while Lu Jingjing gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Zhong Shiji. Suddenly, Lu Jingjing cast a look of incredulity toward Xiao Yun, her second senior brother, who typically devoted his time to cultivation, braving the sword tower, or engaging in sparring with the eldest senior brother, had never been known to harbor admiration for anyone. What was more surprising was that the object of his admiration was none other than senior sister Zhongyu, who had inquired about the disciples of Hongzhu Peak on several occasions. Xiao Yun, equally astonished, pointed at himself, and then at Zhongyu, questioning you. Admired for a long time? Zhongyu's eyes widened in realization, and unable to contain herself, she covered her face with one hand as her inner spiritual energy surged, propelling her into the woods beside the path. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from the sight of the four core disciples of Hongzhu Peak. Noticing Xiao Yun's lingering expression of shock, Baiming Chongqing smiled knowingly and remarked to Xiao Yun, Zhongyu, one of the two beauties of the younger generation in the Hanyun sect is also your. Yet, Xiao Yun interjected, that cannot justify fabricating unfounded claims. Taking a deep breath, he eagerly urged Su Wuqiu to return to Hongzhu Peak with him. Chapter 54. What if there truly lies a dead end? At the precipice of Hongzhu Peak, Su Wuqiu had already donned his crimson and white robe. Seated at the edge, his gaze fixed upon the twilight that painted the horizon. Beside him, numerous scrolls of artwork lay stacked high, nearly reaching the height of an adult's knees. A gust of wind swept through, causing the scrolls to flutter, some ascending towards the vast sky, while others drifted downward towards the cliff's base. Several scrolls depicted the silhouettes of women, yet their faces remained obscured as they floated past Su Wuqiu. He merely glanced at them before averting his gaze, neither attempting to grasp the flying scrolls nor employing his spiritual energy to reclaim the drifting artworks. He allowed them to be carried away by the wind. Master brother, why is there not a hint of progress? A pair of large hands suddenly landed on Su Wuqiu's shoulders, followed by a voice, deliberately lowered, penetrating his ear. Unbeknownst to him, his third junior brother, Baiming Chongqing, had arrived behind him. As he spoke, he settled beside Su Wuqiu, his eyes cast upon the sun, now dipping low in the sky. It's been nearly 20 days. Even if there were delays, it ought to be nearing its conclusion, shouldn't it? There should be some sign of movement. More than half a month had elapsed since the conclusion of the four sects martial arts assembly. Now, the four major sects, led by the Mirror Pavilion, had formed an alliance, with numerous smaller sects joining their ranks over the past weeks to collectively oppose the Fengyan dynasty. The Haoyues sect, being the largest and possessing the Haoyues sword array, was chosen as the alliance's headquarters. Currently, 60% of the strong practitioners from the Hanyun sect had journeyed to the Haoyues sect in Yao Rui as the Master of Peak, had naturally accompanied the sect leader Qingcheng to Haoyue. It is no exaggeration to say that with so many formidable practitioners gathered, the Haoyue sect had become the safest haven in the hearts of those from the sects within the Fengyan dynasty. In a few days, even outstanding disciples would be departing their sects for Haoyue. During this period, the alliance of sects had already engaged in several minor skirmishes with the armies of the Fengyan dynasty. Yet they had not seen the Fengyan monarch approach Master Brother Su Wuqiu. This left Baiming Changsheng in a state of anxiousness, fearing that events might unfold according to the trajectory of a dream right before his eyes, rendering his dream futile. Upon hearing Baiming Changsheng's words, Su Wuqiu shook his head, equally perplexed. Logically, even if Pan Feng had initially neglected to report his name after he had slain a military general, it would have been imperative to do so. Could it be that Feng Buhui still had not received any news? Or perhaps she was aware, yet chose to remain indifferent. Alas, how about this, Master Brother? Why not pay a visit to the Fengyan Imperial Palace? Have a word, and perhaps all will be resolved. Baiming Changsheng turned to Su Wuqiu, suddenly raising a finger, divulging his thoughts. This took Su Wuqiu by surprise, and he chuckled. Aren't you concerned that events may deviate from the course of your dream? Change occurs as it must. Events are but lifeless, while people are vibrant. What meaning is there in following a prescribed order? Baiming Changsheng likewise broke into laughter, though the pallor of his face rendered his smile distinctly peculiar. With a sudden clench of his fist, he exuded an aura of lethal intent. Regardless of how circumstances may shift, if we cannot withstand the individuals from that other realm, then all is mere empty discourse. Upon hearing Baiming Changsheng broach this subject once more, Su Wuqiu's handsome visage took on a more austere countenance. Compared to the entirety of the Tianxing Continent, the current conflicts between the Fengyan dynasty and the sects within its borders seemed rather trivial. Senior brother, are they truly formidable? Su Wuqiu inquired. Baiming Changsheng's expression faltered momentarily, his pupils constricting slightly, as if recalling many unpleasant memories. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply and nodded earnestly. Indeed, and it is not merely one among them who is strong. They all possess great strength, to speak a truth that enhances their prestige. They seem to exist on an entirely different plane than we do on the Tianxing Continent. Following this, Baiming Changsheng's expression turned bittersweet, and his smile appeared somewhat forced. Nothing is absolute. At that moment, Su Wuqiu's voice reached his ears, prompting Baiming Changsheng to instinctively glance aside. He beheld Su Wuqiu rising from the precipice, a faint smile gracing his handsome face, exuding an air of calmness. His voice seemed imbued with an enchanting quality. Heaven does not leave a person without a path. Likewise, the heavens would not confine us of the Tianxing Continent to a singular dead end. Observe, why else would the heavens grant you such a dream? It may well be an omen, Su Wuqiu remarked, unfazed by Baiming Changsheng's earlier sentiments, his words effectively dispelling the unease within Baiming Changsheng's heart. What if there truly remains but this one dead end? Baiming Chengsheng mutat, almost inadvertently. Upon hearing this, Su Wuqiu raised an eyebrow, stepping closer to Baiming Changsheng, his hands clasped behind his back, standing tall like a pine. Gazing upon the undulating peaks of the Hanyan sect, his tone was calm, yet it exuded a confidence that compelled one to believe in him. In truth, there is no road in the world, yet, as more tread upon it, it becomes a path. If it were to come to pass that only a dead end remains, then surely this dead end can be transformed into a path of life. Sudden resolve surged within Su Wuqiu as he turned to meet Baiming Changsheng's gaze, causing Baiming Changsheng's heart to tighten, and he instinctively straightened, swiftly rising from the ground. Su Wuqiu abruptly raised his hand, striking down toward the mountain peak nearest to Hongzhou Peak. A fierce sword shadow materialized from the heavens, and, in an instant, a brilliant sword light erupted from the summit of that peak. In the blink of an eye, the towering mountain split in two, rocks flying in all directions. Even in the absence of a path, one can still transform a dead end into a road of life. Such is the nature of this sword. Su Wuqiu's words echoed in Baiming Changsheng's ears for an extended while. Boom! The mountain began to collapse, sending forth a cacophony of thunderous sounds, jolting Beiming Changxing back to his senses. The seismic disturbance triggered by the mountain peak instantaneously revitalized the once quiet Hanyun sect, which had remained tranquil for over half a month, as powerful figures stationed within the sect hastened towards the source of the commotion. This sudden influx caused Beiming Changxing's expression to shift dramatically. This is not good, senior brother. That mountain peak appears to be the one where the Dan Peak cultivates its spiritual herbs. Upon hearing Beiming Changxing's words, Su Wuqiu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, overwhelmed by the dreadful realization that the sky itself might collapse upon him. The disciples of Dan Peak, along with the elders, primarily rely on those precious spiritual herbs for their alchemical concoctions, which are of considerable value. Should the entire spiritual herb garden be destroyed, the repercussions for Dan Peak, and indeed for the entire Hanyun sect, would be profoundly detrimental. Yue mistaken, Beiming Changxing interjected, playfully resting a hand on his forehead as he chuckled at Su Wuqiu. That is merely a desolate peak where our master casually raises spiritual beasts. There is no cause for alarm. Unable to suppress his amusement, Su Wuqiu pointed an accusing finger at Beiming Changxing's face, torn between laughter and exasperation. You rascal. Chapter 55. Cautionary thoughts. As Xiao Yun and Lu Jingjing emerged from the hall, they chanced upon their senior brother, Su Wuqiu, wielding a section of red bamboo, energetically brandishing it against the third junior brother. This sight prompted a tacit exchange of glances between Xiao Yun and Lu Jingjing, followed by a mutual shake of their heads, both perplexed by the recent events involving Su Wuqiu and Beiming Changxing. Just as Xiao Yun stepped forward to inquire, he noticed that Beiming Changxing's gaze had brightened considerably. He rushed towards him. Second senior brother, Beiming Changxing exclaimed, bounding up to Xiao Yun and casting him knowing looks, then dramatically proclaimed, Second senior brother, you truly are the most talented prodigy of our Hanyun sect's younger generation. You single-handedly severed that mountain peak without a soul in sight. Upon uttering this, Beiming Changxing pointed towards the distant, empty expanse, causing both Xiao Yun and Lu Jingjing to widen their eyes in astonishment. At this moment, Su Wuqiu also arrived beside them, his demeanor less than pleased. There's South no need to place this burden on the second junior brother. It's hardly a significant matter. That's not quite the case. Senior brother, Beiming Changxing countered. Although your reputation within the sect is quite high now, the junior brothers and sisters remain unaware of your true capabilities. In contrast, second senior brother, you are renowned for securing second place in the four-sect martial arts competition. Your renown is indisputable. With a mischievous grin, Beiming Changxing nudged Xiao Yun's shoulder. If not for such comments, should senior brother suddenly gain notoriety, the junior brothers and sisters would surely flock to him, seeking sparring opportunities. Indeed, senior brother, it's merely a mountain, and the junior brother can certainly fell it. Xiao Yun concurred. Lu Jingjing, overhearing this, opened her mouth to caution the second junior brother, reminding him that the mountain was a habitat for the spirit beasts nurtured by their master. However, after a moment's reflection, she chose to remain silent, recognizing that the third junior brother often provided guidance to the second junior brother, who had grown accustomed to it. Seeing the second and third junior brothers persisting in their persuasion, Su Wuqiu could only shake his head in resignation. In his view, the matter was trivial and did not warrant the second junior brother bearing the weight of it, yet the two maintained their insistence. Finding it troublesome, Su Wuqiu ultimately acquiesced. Once he agreed, Beiming Changxing took Xiao Yun aside, whispering something that kept Xiao Yun smiling. This left Su Wuqiu reflecting on the situation. The second junior brother possessed exceptional talent and strength, yet his overly righteous nature and naivety rendered him somewhat simple-minded. The third junior brother, appearing frail, was astute and full of clever ideas, demonstrating great independence of thought. As for the junior sister, her smile was sweet, akin to a joyous spirit. Their master, though aged, retained a youthful heart with a hint of childlike mischief, and her kindness towards others was genuine. Suddenly, Lu Jingjing spoke up, Master brothers, I have found this recording stone in the Master's treasury. Shall we take a picture together? Her eyes sparkled like stars, and in her palm lay a stone gleaming with a silvery white glow, capturing Baiming Chongsheng's attention immediately. "This is splendid." Baiming Chongsheng approached Lu Jingjing and snatched the recording stone, prompting a flurry of attempts from her to reclaim it. But he held her at bay with one hand. Turning to Su Wuqiu and Xiaoyao, he remarked, "It is rare for our younger sister to exhibit such sentimentality. Shall we indulge her just this once?" "Indeed." Su Wuqiu nodded in agreement. "Of course," Xiaoyan added. In a few days, the majority of the talented disciples from Hanyun sect would be embarking towards Haoyue sect. And as one of the 16 elites in the Second Martial Arts Assembly of the Four Sects, Lu Jingjing would certainly be among them. After a brief moment, the four stood before the grand hall, the doors slightly ajar, with a painting by Yao Rui hanging above, perfectly within the range of the recording stone. "Come a little closer." "I am ready," Baiming Chongsheng urged, manipulating the recording stone with his spiritual power. Lu Jingjing wrapped her arms around Baiming Chongsheng's right arm, tilting her head to rest it on his shoulder, a sweet smile gracing her delicate face. Hearing Baiming's call, Su Wuqiu reluctantly edged closer, positioning himself to Baiming's left, a faint smile appearing on his handsome visage. Xiaoyao, standing beside Su Wuqiu, whimsically drew his sword from its sheath, donning a cold expression. Surveying the three of them, Baiming Chongsheng was taken aback and exclaimed, "You all needn't harbor so many thoughts. Look at me." Dark circles, a gaunt face, disheveled hair. Before he could finish, a white crane soared out from the slightly ajar doors, followed closely by a small white rabbit with crescent-shaped eyes. As the crane took flight, the rabbit leaped after it but fell short, landing directly atop Baiming Chongsheng's head. This unexpected turn left him momentarily speechless, as the recording stone, under his control, erupted in a brilliant display of light, capturing the moment in vivid detail. "This guy's little white." Baiming Chongsheng lifted his gaze to the departing crane and the rabbit in the air, a wave of regret washing over him. This scene elicited suppressed laughter from Su Wuqiu, Xiaoyao, and Lu Jingjing. Just as Baiming Chongsheng prepared to record once more, a rumbling thunder resonated from the heavens. The previously bright sky darkened abruptly, shrouded in dense clouds. Streaks of lightning flickered from the ominous mass, and a tempest brewed, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. With a resounding crash, a pale blue barrier began to materialize over the entirety of Hanyun sect. Simultaneously, a black dragon approached from afar, its roar escalating from faint to thunderous, gradually reaching the ears of those within Hanyun sect. Suiyue's smile faded. It was peculiar. He had not sensed anyone crossing the sword mark. Could it be that they deliberately took a longer route to avoid it? Suddenly, a deep crimson pillar of fire erupted outside Hanyun sect, colliding with the dense clouds above and triggering a series of explosive reactions. The clouds transformed into a fiery spectacle. Suddenly, a resplendent golden phoenix, adorned with faint crimson flames, emerged from the fiery clouds, swooping downward. It struck the azure barrier enveloping the Hanyun sect, unleashing waves of scorching heat that relentlessly battered the sect. Even the trio on Red Bamboo Peak, Xiaoyao, Baiming Chongsheng, and Lu Jingjing, were compelled to retreat several paces before the onslaught of heat. How could such force exist while the protective formation remained unbroken? A look of astonishment graced Xiaoyan's face. Lu Jingjing instinctively moved closer to Su Wuqiu. In her eyes, in the absence of their master, her senior brother was the strongest. It was only by staying behind the mightiest that one could feel secure. The image of the golden phoenix, still assailing the Hanyun sect's formation, loomed larger in Su Wuqiu's gaze. This time, it had truly arrived. Baiming Chongsheng inhaled deeply, sensing his heart quicken, and upon noticing Su Wuqiu's breath grow hurried, he hurriedly urged, "Senior brother, remain calm. Whether reality can diverge from the trajectory of dreams rests upon today's events." Chapter 56. The Phoenix descends upon the cold cloud sect clad in a blue robe. A robust figure soared through the air, his muscular physique accentuated beneath the fabric. A middle-aged man, his face etched with worry, muttered to himself, "What shall we do now? The sect master and the others have all gone to the Bright Moon sect." This was Li Yuhong, the master of the Blade Peak and one of the 6 elders of the Cold Cloud sect. How could the Fengyan dynasty launch a surprise attack on our Cold Cloud sect? Was it not said that a general was leading 5 of the 10 legions to encircle the alliance of sects? Beside Li Yuheng, an elderly woman, her hunched back slightly straighter, expressed her concerns. She was Mu Xiao'er, the master of the Brocade Peak, and also one of the 6 elders. The other 4 elders had accompanied the sect master to the Bright Moon sect, taking with them numerous inner and outer sect elders. Now, within the Cold Cloud sect, only 2 strong practitioners above the 7th realm remained. If the opponent were different, with Li Yuheng in the mid-stage of the merging infant realm, 9th realm, and Mu Xiao'er in the late stage of the divided body realm, 8th realm, and with the sects formations and disciples joining forces, they could potentially withstand an attack from one of the forces such as the Bright Moon sect, the Mirror Pavilion, or the Heavenly Gate for a month. However, their adversary was the Fengyan dynasty. Observing the scene where the entirety of the Cold Cloud sect was besieged by the Fengyan army, which had occupied the area outside the formations, and the thousands arrayed in grand formations, Li Yuheng feared that once the protective formation was breached, the entire Cold Cloud sect will be trampled by the demonic steeds and tigers ridden by those invaders. Peak Master, Elder, we have confirmed that there are approximately 250,000 besieging us. The cavalry of the Black Flag, one of the 10 legions of the Fengyan dynasty, numbers around 100,000, led by one of the 4 great generals, Fan Feng. The riders of the Red-Winged Tigers also belong to the Fierce Tiger Legion of the Fengyan dynasty, with an equal number of 100,000, though their leader remains unknown. The Golden Armored Soldiers are the renowned Golden Phoenix Legion, numbering about 50,000. A man with eyes glowing with azure spiritual energy appeared in the air, his face equally marked with panic. Suppressing his fear, he addressed Li Yuheng and Mu Xiao'er. Upon receiving a nod from Li Yuheng, he swiftly descended, with 2 of the 10 legions pressing in and the Golden Phoenix Legion in support. There must be many formidable warriors among them. Sister Xiao, this battle is dire. Li Yuheng clenched his fists, unwilling to accept the grim outcome he had foreseen. Mu Xiao'er gazed at the enormous Golden Phoenix relentlessly crashing against the formation below, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of golden light. After a moment, she sighed and said to Li Yuheng, "Let the young ones retreat. They need not fight to the death. Allow them to go to the Bright Moon sect, where the sect master and the others are. Here, let us old bones hold the line for them." Upon hearing this, despite his inner reluctance, Li Yuheng understood that Mu Xiao'er's decision was indeed the wisest choice under the circumstances. With the 2 incomplete legions, if only the sect master Qi Xinghe were present, they might have a chance of 7 out of 10. But with just himself and Mu Xiao'er, their odds were less than 3 out of 10. Let those young and talented disciples rush to the Xiaoyao sect to ensure the continuation of our lineage. Even if we sacrifice some precious resources for cultivation, we can still rise again in the future. All right, Li Yuheng murmured, turning to summon the remaining disciples within the sect to implement the plan. However, as he turned, the sound of shattering glass suddenly filled the air. Deep crimson cracks began to appear on the protective formation, extending and spreading relentlessly. How could this be? Li Yuheng stared in disbelief at the formation. That was the protective grand formation of the Hanyan sect. While its foundation might not rival that of the Xiaoyao sect's Xiaoyao sword formation, in terms of defensive capabilities, it was undoubtedly among the best. Li Yuheng had anticipated that the protective formation would endure for at least a day or more. How could it collapse in merely the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? Suddenly, a low cry emanated from the Golden Phoenix, its fiery red wings flapping vigorously, unleashing waves of deep crimson flames that relentlessly battered against the protective formation. Simultaneously, a dreadful heat surged through the cracks of the formation into the Hanyan sect, the intertwining gold and red casting the sect in a sight of inferno. This ignited utter panic among the already anxious disciples within the Hanyan sect. Some fled in all directions, while others rushed towards Li Yuheng and Mu Xiao'er, ready to confront the Phoenix Flame dynasty. In short, chaos reigned within the Hanyan sect following the appearance of cracks in the formation. "Break!" A cold, yet melodious voice rang out, evoking a sense of serene depth. Yet, to Li Yuheng and Mu Xiao'er, It sounded like the ominous tolling of a death knell from the underworld. With a resounding crash, the massive golden phoenix transformed into a torrent of deep crimson flames, violently colliding with the protective grand formation of the Hanyan sect. In an instant, the pale blue protective formation was consumed by the flames, vanishing into nothingness within this realm. The terrifying waves of energy and sound reverberated endlessly. It's over. At the moment, the protective formation shattered. The thought struck both Li Yuheng and Mu Xiu'er simultaneously. The situation had unfolded so suddenly, and the formation had broken too swiftly. They had yet to gather all the disciples. With their numbers incomplete, their resolve faltered. Engaging the Phoenix Flame dynasty in a fierce battle seemed almost futile, especially in this dire state. They feared they would be utterly overwhelmed. As the flames in the sky subsided, a crimson figure appeared before Li Yuheng and Mu Xiu'er, startling them. Their spiritual energy surged as they struck out with fists and palms at the sudden red apparition. A golden phoenix, half the size of the one that had just assaulted the Hanyun sects formation, materialized before them. Three distinct energies clashed in midair, erupting in tremendous waves, causing the ground beneath to fracture. As a surge of deep crimson flames erupted from the golden phoenix, engulfing Li Yuheng and Mu Xiu'er, a thunderous explosion ensued. Two figures plummeted from the heavens, crashing into a towering statue below, creating two gaping holes upon impact, which manifested as deep craters in the ground. It was none other than Li Yuheng and Mu Xiu'er. "Xiu'er, are you all right?" Li Yuheng inquired, suppressing her discomfort with spiritual energy as she hastily helped Mu Xiu'er to her feet, her voice laced with concern. Mu Xiu'er raised her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth, shaking her head in a gesture of reassurance. Her gaze then shifted to the horizon, where a woman clad in red descended gracefully, her expression a mix of astonishment and confusion. "You practiced the Nine Heavens Phoenix Flame technique. You are the sovereign of the Phoenix Flame dynasty." "What?" Li Yuheng exclaimed, her garments torn by her own muscles, revealing her astonishment. "She is the sovereign of the Phoenix Flame dynasty. Feng Buhui? How can this be?" Chapter 57. Reunion in these times. Those unwilling to submit to the Phoenix Flame dynasty have banded together, forming a sect alliance led by the Mirror Pavilion to collectively resist the dynasty. Reports from 5 or 6 days ago indicated that this alliance had successfully repelled the Phoenix Flame dynasty on 2 occasions. As the sovereign of the Phoenix Flame dynasty, should she not be contemplating her next course of action in such circumstances? Regarding the recent assault on the Cold Cloud sect, she merely needed to issue commands from the palace. There was no necessity for her to personally visit the Cold Cloud sect. The risks involved were far too great. Should any member of the sect alliance become aware of her movements and act to counterbalance her, the chances of Feng Buhui being captured would significantly increase the odds against the Phoenix Flame dynasty. Yet, during such perilous times, Feng Buhui chose to confront this risk by personally visiting the Cold Cloud sect. It was almost unbelievable. This was precisely why Li Yuheng and Mu Xiu'er were astonished. Finally understanding why the protective formation of the sect was breached so swiftly, the current sovereign of the Phoenix Flame dynasty had arrived in person. Even if not within the capital, she remained within the realm of the dynasty, bolstered by the nation's fortune and the dragon vein, undoubtedly possessing formidable strength. With the backing of national destiny and the dragon vein, breaching the Cold Cloud sect's protective formation in a short span was indeed feasible. Suspended merely 10 zhang above the ground, Feng Buhui cast a glance at Li Yuheng and Mu Xiu'er, who were trapped in the pit, her crimson lips parting to utter a single word: kill. In an instant, the 100,000 Black Flag troops and the 100,000 Fierce Tiger troops surged into the Cold Cloud sect, the cacophony of battle cries echoing throughout the skies above. This caused Li Yuheng and Mu Xiu'er, who were still in the pit, to change countenance dramatically, their cultivation techniques surging as they unleashed their formidable spiritual power toward the pit's surface. However, a column of crimson flames, resembling a serpent, descended from above, hurtling directly toward Li Yuheng and Mu Xiu'er as they soared from the pit. Before it could arrive, The heat emanating from the flames enveloped them both. Feng Buhui observed Li Yuheng and Mu Xiaoer from above, her expression betraying no hint of emotion. She could not afford to linger. Swift resolution was imperative. Should the confrontation at the Cold Cloud sect prolong, it was likely that the sect alliance would respond. After all, many within the court were covertly opposing her reign as the female sovereign. It was entirely possible that information had already reached the sect alliance. Her presence at the Cold Cloud sect was connected to the retreat of the Black Flag and Golden Phoenix armies at the hands of a powerful figure half a month prior. It remained uncertain whether that individual was still at the Cold Cloud sect or had moved on to the Xiaoyao sect, the stronghold of those rabble. As Feng Buhui pondered, her eyes suddenly widened. In the next moment, a beam of sword light erupted from within the fiery serpent, accompanied by a crisp sound of a sword's cry. This unexpected turn of events astonished Li Yuheng and Mu Xiaoer, who were preparing to confront the serpent head-on. The spiritual power contained within the serpent column had long surpassed the realm of separation, and coupled with the flame capable of devouring spiritual energy. Even those at the nascent soul stage would dare not confront it head-on. Yet, this formidable strike was unexpectedly shattered by a beam of sword light. A surge of joy welled up in Mu Xiaoer's heart. Could it be that the sect master had returned? Retreat! A resonant voice echoed from all directions, and immediately, invisible sword energy coalesced beneath the fiery clouds, numbering in the dozens, hundreds, and even thousands. The speed of the manifested sword energy was astonishingly swift, carrying with it an immense sword intent that instantaneously enveloped the troops of the Black Flag Army, the Fierce Tiger Army, and the Golden Phoenix Army, who had just breached the boundaries of the Hanyan sect. Even with military formations in place, each soldier felt an inexplicable pressure weighing down upon them. In that moment, the Hanyun sect disciples, who had been thrown into disarray, were rallied into formation by a man clad in black robes, his demeanor exuding righteousness. As they advanced step by step towards Li Yuheng and Mu Xiaoer, Xiaoyun, upon seeing the black-robed figure, Li Yuheng felt a mixture of shock and joy. If anyone could restore the disheveled Hanyun sect disciples back into a cohesive force, aside from the elders, it could only be Xiaoyun, the most talented disciple of the Hanyun sect. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been met with derision and continued to hide or flee. Whoosh! A sudden sound of air being split rang out. An arrow, infused with immense spiritual energy and transforming into a black serpent, shot forth from the ranks of the Black Flag Army, aimed directly at Xiaoyun and the other Hanyun sect disciples. Yet as it approached, it was met with a barrage of lightning strikes, ultimately crashing against a pale white barrier, akin to an egg meeting a rock, leading to its own demise. From among the disciples emerged a disheveled man, his face ashen and marked by deep dark circles beneath his eyes, holding a circular disc radiating with vibrant colors. "If you wish to ambush my senior brother, you must first inquire whether my formation permits it," he spoke in a haunting tone, perched upon a demonic steed. A woman clad in purple, gripping a long bow, narrowed her eyes at the scene, tossing the bow to a nearby man. He accepted it, chuckling awkwardly. "Your Excellency's archery skills are remarkable." Yet before he could finish, he was silenced by the cold glare of the purple-clad woman, hastily retracting his words. Feng Buhui paid no mind to the surrounding distractions, her gaze fixated on the area beneath the sword energy as she sensed a profound transformation in the spiritual energy fluctuations. A chilling wind swept through, and a man in a red and white robe appeared like a specter beneath the sword energy. With a mere flick of his hand, all the sword energy swirled and gathered as if leaves floating on water, suddenly parting the fiery clouds above to form an illusory, colossal sword, which hovered majestically above his head. He appeared to be around 21 years of age, with eyebrows like willows and a figure akin to a jade tree. His long robe billowing gracefully in the wind. A cascade of black hair was elegantly gathered by a silk ribbon, revealing a remarkably handsome visage. An otherworldly aura elevated his appearance to an ethereal level, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. The moment Feng Buhui beheld his countenance, her heart fluttered, her expression momentarily faltering, and her lips subtly curved in a barely perceptible smile. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to her late father in his youth. What is your name? Feng Buhui instinctively inquired of the man above, her voice tinged with a tremor, devoid of the earlier coldness displayed towards Li Yuheng and Mu Xiu'er. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoyan noticed a smirk playing on Baiming Chongqing's lips, as if he were eagerly anticipating a certain scenario, leaving Xiaoyan astonished. Recalling Baiming Chongqing's earlier remark about a scheme that could turn the enemies of the Feng Yin Empire into allies. Third junior brother. Does this plan require the eldest brother to sacrifice his allure? Chapter 58. The path to death suspended in midair. Su Wuqiu held a colossal sword above his head, his gaze fixed intently upon the crimson-clad woman below. His heart raced uncontrollably, breaths came in rapid succession, and an overwhelming impulse surged within him to leap down and envelop her in his embrace. She appeared to be merely 21 or 22 years of age, her skin as pale as snow, and her beauty exquisite as jade, with features reminiscent of an artist's finest work. Dressed in striking red, she stood tall and elegant, gracefully captivating. A vivid red dot adorned her brow, its origin unknown, whether a deliberate embellishment or a manifestation of her cultivated powers. Her eyes, deep and chilling, evoked a sense of trepidation, while the aura she emanated stood in stark contrast to the flame she commanded, exuding an unsettling coldness that deterred any approach. She bore a resemblance to Yang Buhui, yet the demeanor and aura were entirely distinct, as if Feng Buhui and Yang Buhui were two disparate entities. Su Wuqiu, a seeker of desires, not for mere wishes, but for the essence of his being. Upon hearing Feng Buhui's inquiry, he descended a short distance, hovering in the air before responding in a measured tone. Throughout his speech, his gaze remained locked on Feng Buhui. Even the slightest shift in her expression would not evade his notice. Feng Buhui, upon hearing Su Wuqiu utter her name, found herself softly repeating it in her mind. A smile gradually illuminated her previously expressionless, stunning visage, as if warmed by the gentle caress of spring. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, lips lifted in a radiant smile, and the icy aura surrounding her dissipated entirely, revealing her unmistakable joy. She seemed enveloped in a cocoon of happiness. On the demon steed, Zi, Pan Feng, and Li Hanting, generals of the fierce tiger army, were momentarily taken aback, particularly Zi, who had long been by Feng Buhui's side. This was the first time she had witnessed such a transformation in her sovereign. Seeing Feng Buhui's reaction, a smile crept on his Su Wuqiu's lips, albeit he struggled to contain the burgeoning joy. Just as he parted his lips to speak, he noticed Feng Buhui's smile gradually fading, her crescent-shaped eyes returning to their former state, lips pressed tightly together, and her gaze hardening with resolve. In mere moments, her expression turned frigid, devoid of warmth, the corners of her mouth drooping slightly, exuding an aura that repelled all who dared approach. This sudden shift rendered Baiming Chongqing speechless, his once bright demeanor paling further. "What is happening? I shall kill you," Feng Buhui declared, her eyes locked onto the airborne Su Wuqiu, each word deliberate and calm, devoid of even a hint of malice. As if it were a casual remark. Boom! Yet, those words detonated in Su Wuqiu's mind like a bomb, leaving him in a void of thought. The heartbeat seemed to slow for a moment. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged towards Su Wuqiu, jolting him from his dazed state. Before him, the figure of Feng Buhui in her crimson attire loomed larger, as she delivered a swift kick aimed at his face. Instinctively, Su Wuqiu arched his back and bowed slightly, allowing Feng Buhui's fiery kick to pass just before his eyes. The strike missed its mark. Feng Buhui then brought her foot down with force, striking Su Wuqiu squarely in the chest. The tremendous impact tore through the fabric of his robe, creating a visible rift that extended from the sky to the ground, with fissures spiderwebbing outward from the point of contact. Amidst the chaos, the disciples of the Cold Cloud sect, led by Xiaoyao, struggled to keep their eyes open against the swirling dust. Had it not been for the timely emergence of two distinct formations that enveloped them, many disciples would have been forced to retreat under the pressure of the tempest. Senior brother, Lu Qingcheng, one of the disciples, exclaimed in alarm, attempting to rush towards the source of the turmoil, only to be halted by the protective array. This caused both Xiao Yun and Lu Jingjing to glance instinctively at Baiming Changsheng, who held a circular disc in his hands, devoid of color. The other disciples were oblivious to the origins of the formations, but Xiao Yun and Lu Jingjing understood all too well. Don't go over there. Baiming Changsheng's gaze remained fixed on the swirling dust as he spoke in a low voice. What had gone awry? Why was there a problem? They were supposed to meet. Baiming Changsheng's eyes, tinged with bloodshot hues, replayed the scenes from his dreams. The bond between the senior brother and Feng Buhui was as close as could be, and in those dreams, Feng Buhui's affection for him ran deep. Yet, misunderstandings had arisen due to the senior brother's relationship with Dan Taiji, which had been akin to that of soulmates. Now, however, their connection with Dan Taiji could barely be classified as friendship. Logically, they should have recognized one another, and Feng Buhui would take the senior brother back to the Fengyan Empire, where he would become the man of the emperor. Baiming Changsheng could then explore the formations within the palace to enhance his own mastery. What was the root of the issue? Where was it? In the blink of an eye, Baiming Changsheng's thoughts became a tangled mess. Yet, the world would not pause for his contemplation. A blade of wind erupted from the dust, dispersing it instantly, revealing Su Wuqiu once more clad in his red and white sword robes. However, he appeared somewhat disheveled, with his robes soiled and burn marks visible on his chest, while the back of his attire was torn, exposing his jade-like skin. Buhui. Su Wuqiu's gaze locked onto Feng Buhui above, yearning to convey something to her. Yet, she coldly retorted, "Seeing his face brings me joy, but your impersonation of him is a path to demise." A magnificent golden phoenix suddenly manifested as Feng Buhui struck down with a powerful blow. Its wings flared, filling the air with a dazzling golden light as it dove menacingly towards Su Wuqiu. A surge of alarm coursed through Su Wuqiu's heart. To impersonate me? I am who I am. There is no need for pretense. Li Yuheng and Mu Xiuer soared into the sky, their spiritual energy swirling as they valiantly intercepted the descending phoenix on behalf of Su Wuqiu. Li Yuheng shouted to Su Wuqiu below, urging him to flee. Su Wuqiu, the esteemed eldest disciple of Hongzhu Peak, was a prodigious talent who had ascended to the 81st level of the quest for Defeat Sword. Though he may currently fall short of his peer, Xiao Yun, the second disciple of Hongzhu Peak, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of Xiao Yun. Li Yuheng was resolute in his desire to prevent such a gifted individual from meeting an untimely demise at the hands of Feng Yanjun. Chapter 59. Are you under the influence? Feng Buhui's long hair began to billow with an unyielding force, her voice icy. No one is allowed to leave. As soon as her words echoed, the three armies of the Fengyan dynasty, which had remained dormant since entering the Hanyun sect, surged forward, pressing into the heart of the sect. The sounds of galloping hooves, fierce roars, and the overwhelming might of military formations erupted within the Hanyun sect. A conflict between the dynasty and the sect was about to ignite. However, this confrontation was one that Su Wuqiu desperately wished to avoid. The dynasty was unrelenting, while the Hanyun sect had been his foundation for the past decade. Regardless of which side triumphed, it would spell loss for Su Wuqiu. Observing the elders Li Yuheng and Mu Xiuer, who were engaged in a fierce battle against the Golden Phoenix in midair, he felt the impending approach of the Fengyan dynasty's three armies. Gritting his teeth, a swirling tempest began to rise around him, and a torrent of violent spiritual energy erupted from within his being. White spiritual flames ignited around Su Wuqiu, the flames extending from the corners of his eyes, as the cyclone burst outward, generating a colossal wave of energy. The terrifying aura of his cultivation enveloped the Hanyun sect, causing the demonic steeds and tigers beneath the black flag and fierce tiger armies to emit low growls of unease. The advancing Fengyan dynasty troops were forcefully repelled by this sudden surge of overwhelming power. Pan Feng, enveloped in spiritual energy, narrowed his eyes as he witnessed the tangible white spiritual force erupting from Su Wuqiu. The spiritual energy has materialized. I was right. This person has reached the Xiaoyao realm, the 10th realm. Not only were the Fengyan dynasty's three armies pushed back, but the disciples of the Hanyun sect, including Xiao Yun and others, were also compelled to retreat, even with the protective formations shielding them from much of the impact. Spiritual energy materialization. Brother Su is indeed on par with our esteemed master, who is of the Xiaoyao realm. The words of Dantai Ji, who had been quietly observing the unfolding situation, broke the silence, sending shockwaves through the minds of the other Han Yun sect disciples. Even Xiao Yun and Lu Jingjing, who had been in close proximity to Su Wuqiu, wore expressions of astonishment, especially Xiao Yun, having sparred with his elder brother Su Wuqiu more than 20 times. He had speculated that his brother's cultivation was likely at the 5th realm. Upon entering the 5th realm, he sensed that Su Wuqiu had reached the 6th realm, and he even entertained the notion that his brother might be a prodigy on the verge of entering the 7th realm. But the Xiaoyao realm was a level he had never dared to imagine. In the air, Feng Buhui furrowed her elegant brows upon sensing Su Wuqiu's surge of spiritual energy. She had not anticipated that this impersonator possessed such formidable strength, having already attained the Xiaoyao realm, and not just any Xiaoyao realm, but one that seemed to be on the cusp of the celestial realm. Yet, Feng Buhui remained unfazed. With her current cultivation at the split-body realm, she could contend evenly with those of the combined infant realm, even without drawing upon the national fortune and dragon vein. Previously, during the fierce confrontation with the two elder members of the Cold Cloud sect, Li Yuheng and Mu Xiu'er, she relied solely on her own formidable strength, without drawing upon the power of the national dragon veins. With her current cultivation at the split-body realm, bolstered by the national dragon veins, opposing those of the carefree realm would be a trivial task. Should she find herself in the flourishing capital of Fengyan, annihilating those of the carefree realm would hardly pose a challenge for Feng Buhui. This disparity illustrates the significant gap between the empires and sects of this world, a factor that enables the empire to maintain its dominance across the continent. A sudden sound of a sword's cry pierced the air. A brilliant sword light materialized before the golden phoenix, relentlessly assaulting Li Yuheng and Mu Xiu'er. In the next moment, the golden phoenix transformed into a myriad of golden sparks. Dissipating into the sky, Su Wuqiu suddenly appeared directly in front of Feng Buhui, wielding a segment of crimson bamboo that he pointed threateningly towards her, only to be thwarted by a surge of deep crimson spiritual energy. As their gazes locked, Su Wuqiu's eyes shimmered with warmth, while Feng Buhui's were icy cold. Buhui, listen to me. There must be a misunderstanding. Once this misunderstanding is resolved. Feng Buhui remained impassive, her gaze growing ever more frigid. This demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Yang Buhui in Su Wuqiu's memory. Whenever she was angry, she would silently fixate on him. Inquiring about her well-being or whether she was upset would elicit no response, as she would remain as still as a statue, merely observing him. In time, Su Wuqiu discerned Yang Buhui's temperament. Such a state merely indicated mild irritation or dissatisfaction, not a true flare of anger. All that was required was to approach her and silence her to restore her composure. However, the current Feng Buhui appeared far from merely annoyed. He could sense a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from her. It would be exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to quell her anger now, and even if he succeeded, he could not guarantee that the outcome would be favorable. Is the hidden card you spoke of referring to yourself? Feng Buhui remarked, flicking aside the crimson bamboo aimed at her, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. No matter how similar you may appear, it is merely superficial. To think you could deceive me so easily is rather naive. Upon hearing this, Su Wuqiu had gradually regained his composure and explained, Buhui, I am not dead. I understand that this may be difficult for you to believe, but it is indeed the truth. I have returned from death. Feng Buhui began to laugh, though this time her smile lacked the warmth of spring. Though she smiled, an unending chill accompanied her laughter. Golden light began to glimmer in her eyes, transforming her pupils to gold, as a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from within her. A sphere of golden flames materialized before Su Wuqiu, entirely eclipsing Feng Buhui's figure. Seeing this, Su Wuqiu swiftly swung the crimson bamboo, cleaving the golden flames in twain. Feng Buhui's form emerged from the severed flames. striking towards Su Wuqiu with a powerful palm. She seized the opportunity with ruthless precision, leaving Su Wuqiu with no means of escape, as he was instantly propelled away by the force of her strike. At the moment her palm connected with Su Wuqiu, Feng Buhui herself felt a moment of bewilderment, utterly unprepared for the impact. The imposter, it seemed, had nearly zero experience in close combat. What kind of elixir had he consumed to arrive at the realm of carefree existence? As Feng Buhui's thoughts surged, she transformed into a radiant stream of golden light, hurtling towards Su Wuqiu. Surrounding him, numerous sword shadows emerged, actively meeting the oncoming golden brilliance. In the skies above, a terrifying explosive force erupted repeatedly, shattering even the clouds. The vast Hanyun sect began to crack under the tumultuous clash of the two combatants, with several peaks unable to withstand the unleashed spiritual energy, collapsing spontaneously. No one could perceive the nature of their battle. All that could be seen was a dazzling array of golden light intertwined with the swirling sword shadows. Chapter 60. Feng Buhui's unwavering resolve. A deep crimson flame surged past Su Wuqiu as Feng Buhui emerged from the golden light, unleashing a flurry of punches and strikes aimed relentlessly at Su Wuqiu. Each blow was imbued with considerable spiritual power, accompanied by flickering flames of a deep fiery hue. Should one of those strikes make contact, the force augmented by spiritual energy alone would be formidable, and the flame she wielded could easily consume an adversary. Employing the cloud-soaring butterfly step, one of the two esteemed techniques of the cold cloud sect, Su Wuqiu deftly evaded Feng Buhui's onslaught while keenly observing her opponent. The strength Feng Buhui had previously displayed paled in comparison to her current prowess, instilling in Su Wuqiu a sense of confidence that she could prevail. However, upon witnessing the transformation of Feng Buhui's eyes to a striking golden hue, it became evident that her power had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. The flame she commanded now posed a genuine threat to Su Wuqiu. Was this the national fortune and the might bestowed by the dragon vein? As her third junior brother had alluded, it was indeed formidable. Despite the daunting challenge before her, a smile graced Su Wuqiu's face. With the power endowed by the national fortune and dragon vein, she felt assured of her own survival. Furthermore, as the ruler of the Fengyan dynasty, it was likely that Feng Buhui had thrived over the past decade. At that moment, Feng Buhui momentarily halted her assault, as if experiencing the recoil after a powerful strike. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wuqiu thrust her crimson bamboo directly toward Feng Buhui's left shoulder, enveloping the tip in white spiritual energy. Though the bamboo was not a blade, it possessed the capacity to pierce through flesh and inflict harm. However, with Su Wuqiu's spiritual energy cloaking it, even if it struck Feng Buhui, the energy would repel her, alleviating concerns of the bamboo penetrating her shoulder. A gust of sword-like wind surged forth, causing Su Wuqiu's expression to shift dramatically. Feng Buhui had astonishingly grasped the crimson bamboo with her bare hands, her grip powerful enough to threaten to wrest it from Su Wuqiu's hold. A mere feint, and yet, this fish was remarkably easy to hook. Feng Buhui's hand clamped down like a vice on the bamboo, and as she spoke, her other hand coalesced into a fist, driving towards Su Wuqiu with lethal intent. In this precarious situation, Su Wuqiu faced a choice: relinquish the bamboo and evade with the cloud-soaring butterfly step, or hold onto it and engage Feng Buhui in a direct confrontation. Regardless of her decision, Su Wuqiu found herself at a disadvantage in this fierce contest. Without hesitation, Su Wuqiu retaliated with a punch of her own, colliding with Feng Buhui's fist. A burst of golden spiritual energy and white spiritual energy erupted in the air, generating powerful gales that formed a massive whirlwind, the sound echoing fiercely. Su Wuqiu felt a tingling numbness throughout her arm, a dull ache radiating from her fist as she gazed at Feng Buhui with newfound astonishment. Though Feng Buhui appeared delicate and youthful, devoid of any apparent muscle, her strength surpassed Su Wuqiu's own. If she had truly intended to end Su Wuqiu's life at that moment, it seemed she could have easily done so with a single blow. How absurd! An unsettling realization struck Feng Buhui as she glanced at Su Wuqiu. sensing a moment of distraction from her opponent. In an instant, her killing intent surged, and a deep crimson flame ignited within her fist. In the blink of an eye, Su Wuqiu found herself engulfed in that inferno, as if plunged into a sea of flames, every fiber of her being ablaze with searing heat. The countenance of Su Wuqiu was tinged with a shade of anguish. A tremor coursed through Feng Buhui's heart as she loosened her grip on the crimson bamboo, transforming her fist into an open palm that struck against Su Wuqiu's chest. A surge of golden energy erupted behind Su Wuqiu, propelling him backward, causing a tumultuous upheaval within his body. Fortunately, the flames that enveloped him dissipated under Feng Buhui's palm. Otherwise, he would have endured searing pain. Once Su Wuqiu alleviated the force within him using his spiritual power, a chilling command pierced the air. You shall not display that expression upon your face. In an instant, Feng Buhui appeared before Su Wuqiu like a wraith, her hand poised like a claw, lunging toward his cheek, flames flickering in her grasp. She intended to scorch her own visage. Alarmed, Su Wuqiu's form flickered, fracturing into a multitude of shadows as he darted in all directions. Employing the fourth layer of the cloud-wandering butterfly step, he transformed into ethereal butterflies. Feng Buhui seized the cheek of the Su Wuqiu before her, the deep crimson flames consuming him in an instant. Yet, this Su Wuqiu morphed into a white spiritual butterfly, vanishing from sight, as she beheld the scattering of numerous Su Wuqiu figures. Feng Buhui unleashed her entire reservoir of spiritual energy, her eyes aglow with golden radiance. She gestured, and a magnificent golden phoenix materialized, its wings unfurling with a powerful flap, causing the myriad Su Wuqiu forms to dissolve into the ether. Only the one ascending toward the heavens remained. In a flash, Feng Buhui positioned herself atop the golden phoenix's head, which emitted a low cry, ascending into the sky with her. With Su Wuqiu above and Feng Buhui below, they pierced through the clouds, layers of mist unfolding before their eyes. Yet none paused to admire the breathtaking scenery. Feng Buhui raised her delicate hand, reaching across the void to grasp at Su Wuqiu's figure. A knot of tension gripped Su Wuqiu's heart as he deftly propelled himself into the air. A ripple of white spiritual energy manifesting beneath his feet, allowing him to materialize at a distance in the lofty skies. Concurrently, a deep crimson flame erupted at his previous location, unleashing a wave of heat that dispersed a portion of the cloud cover below. Witnessing this scene, Feng Buhui's murderous intent intensified. Although this individual possessed minimal close-quarters combat experience, his cultivation was undeniably that of a free and unfettered realm master, and his agility was quite remarkable, akin to a slippery eel, proving exceedingly vexatious. What fueled Feng Buhui's wrath further was the uncanny resemblance this individual bore to her own visage. Had it not been for their meeting following her return from the journey to the free and unfettered mountain, where she had been subtly coerced into revealing information, she might have genuinely fallen for his ruse today. At that moment, however, the fleeing Su Wuqiu abruptly halted, reversing his grip on the crimson bamboo and slicing downward with a swift motion, startling Feng Buhui, who transformed into a beam of golden light and swiftly departed from atop the golden phoenix. A colossal sword radiance emanated from the phoenix, cleaving its body in two, dissipating into a swirl of golden mist above the sea of clouds. Beneath the clouds, a long scar was carved into the sea of mist, intensifying Feng Buhui's apprehension towards Su Wuqiu. It remained a mystery from where the Cold Cloud sect procured such elixirs, endowing this individual with such formidable prowess. Should they be capable of mass production, the Fengyan Empire could expedite the annihilation of surrounding realms. Indeed, if mass production were attainable, the unification of the entire continent might not be an impossibility. On another note, as a beam of sword light suddenly materialized above the clouds, the layers of mist parted to reveal an elongated scar, resembling a colossal door swinging open. With a single stroke, the gates to the heavens were breached. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiaoyun's expression shifted, and his grip on the sword hilt tightened. One day, I too shall reach such heights. Chapter 61. Uniformity determined in his heart. Xiaoyan caught a glimpse of Bei Ming Changsheng, who was intently raising the disc in his hand, squinting towards the sky, causing him to momentarily pause. Third junior brother, what are you doing? Bei Ming Changsheng seemed lost in thought as he gazed through the colorful dots on the disc, mumbling, Master brother is likely no match for her. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingjing immediately positioned herself beside Bei Ming Changsheng, also squinting at the disc. In an instant, her narrowed eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, Su Wuqiu and Feng Buhui had already distanced themselves from Hanyan sect. If one were to look up at the sky with the naked eye, even the shadow of Su Wuqiu would be imperceptible. Only two distinct streams of spiritual energy erupted continuously in the high heavens. Yet, through the colorful light, the clouds appeared almost illusory, allowing glimpses of Su Wuqiu and Feng Buhui's figures. Their movements, though rapid, seemed slowed amidst the vibrant brilliance, making it far clearer than the mere observation of a powerful spiritual eruption. How could Lu Jingjing not be astonished? It turned out that while she witnessed her master brother and Feng Yanjun engaging in ethereal combat, third junior brother had a clearer view than she did. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Jingjing had pressed herself against Bei Ming Changsheng, squinting her eyes to gaze at the sky, just as Xiaoyun curiously leaned in to take a look. Also pressing close to Bei Ming Changsheng, squinting to observe the heavens. Behind them, disciples of Hanyan sect, including Dantai Ji and Chun Sheng, shared the same curiosity. However, the disc was quite small, and its position was already fully occupied by Bei Ming Changsheng and the others. Approaching would yield little visibility. Furthermore, as nearly 99% of the onlookers were unfamiliar with Bei Ming Changsheng, it felt inappropriate to intrude. Dantai Ji refrained from moving closer, instead gazing at the horizon, her bright eyes shimmering with excitement. On another front, my lord, shall we not take any action? Pan Feng could not help but address the purple-clad woman beside him. Presently, the monarch was engaged in battle with the powerful figures of Hanyan sect. Regardless of the outcome, they had at least managed to restrain each other. In Pan Feng's view, this was undoubtedly the opportune moment to decisively crush Hanyan sect. However, his repeated attempts to lead the troops in a Hanyan sect had been thwarted by the purple-clad woman. Such behavior left Pan Feng perplexed and even irritated, yet he was deterred by her close relationship with the monarch, which commanded both trust and favor, making it unwise to offend her. Let's wait a bit longer. The purple-clad woman's eyes radiated a surge of spiritual energy, turning golden as she fixed her gaze upon the sky. Oh! Pan Feng's fist fell heavily, accompanied by a sigh. He thought to himself, women are often overly compassionate, squandering such a splendid opportunity. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of the purple woman's golden eyes, he could not suppress his envy. Meanwhile, high above in the skies, Su Wuqiu, employing his agile footwork akin to a butterfly dancing on the wind, distanced himself from Feng Buhui, occasionally dodging the flames she conjured, while his mind continually pondered the unfolding events. Regret finds it exceedingly difficult to calm her mind and unravel the misunderstandings with herself. Even when she intends to explain, it seems that as soon as she utters a word, or even half a word, she is met with another attack. Such inefficiency is intolerable. If only she could subdue regret. Meanwhile, Feng Buhui, trailing behind Su Wuqiu, is likewise entangled in thought. This individual possesses extraordinary agility and unparalleled cultivation. To eliminate him, one must either ascend to the ninth realm or be situated within the imperial capital, where the nation's fortunes flourish. However, given this person's extensive combat experience, if one could close the distance, eliminating him might not be entirely impossible. Yet, if he were to be killed outright, the elixir that could lead one to the realm of freedom would likely not be mass-produced. After all, it cannot be that only Hanyan sect possesses such a treasure. Nevertheless, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to procure a few. First, she must subdue him, extract the information regarding the elixir, and then, when the time is right, eliminate him. Both of them harbor their own thoughts. Su Wuqiu is the first to plunge toward the clouds below, prompting Feng Buhui to follow suit. In the air, they continuously wield spiritual power, yet the results remain limited. Feng Buhui finds herself unable to contend with Su Wuqiu. Before long, both Su Wuqiu and Feng Buhui have soared beyond the confines of the Hanyan sect, gazing at the vast expanse of ocean ahead. Su Wuqiu's eyes gleam with realization. Spiritual energy surges forth, propelling her speed to new heights. Feng Buhui, too, perceives the extensive ocean, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing as she quickly deduces Su Wuqiu's intentions, followed by a cold smirk inwardly. Does she think to counter the phoenix flame with water? Such ignorance! With a thunderous roar, Feng Buhui accelerates, leaving a trail of deep crimson flames in her wake. As Su Wuqiu ascends above the ocean, she suddenly feels a wave of heat from above, her heart tightening. A deep fire-colored serpent has inexplicably materialized above her, plunging downwards in response to Feng Buhui's command. With a swift motion, Su Wuqiu raises her red bamboo, infusing the ocean with white spiritual energy. In an instant, the water erupts skyward, surging past her and directly toward the fire serpent. A tremendous crash resounds. Flames and water burst forth in all directions, with much of the seawater instantly transforming into mist, dissipating in midair. In contrast, the fire serpent does not dissipate upon colliding with the seawater. Its flames merely dim slightly as it charges directly at Su Wuqiu. Observing this scene, Su Wuqiu swings the red bamboo in her hand, and with a firm step upon the water's surface, a colossal wave erupts. The sound of a sword's cry echoes as Su Wuqiu finds herself above the fire serpent, deftly extinguishing the flames atop the red bamboo, causing the deep crimson serpent beneath to vanish as well. Feng Buhui ascends from the towering wave, landing before Su Wuqiu, radiating an aura of flames. "Are you not going to run?" Feng Buhui inquires with a smile that does not reach her eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Wuqiu cannot help but smile, drawing the red bamboo behind her, her handsome visage adorned with a playful grin. "I am curious. Why are you so certain that I am not Su Wuqiu?" Feng Buhui's face was devoid of any smile, exuding an icy demeanor, her entire being radiating an aura of lethal intent. "Should you mar this visage and alter your name, I might spare your life." Upon hearing this, Su Wuqiu felt a pang of disappointment. She had failed to extract the truth behind Feng Buhui's belief in her falsehood. She ventured, "Buhui, would you not seek further confirmation? What if I truly am?" Before she could finish, Feng Buhui had already closed the distance. Her hand poised like a claw, crimson flames surging forth. She lunged at Su Wuqiu's cheek. Indeed, she was far from calm. Su Wuqiu lamented inwardly, her body executing the cloud wanderer's butterfly step, transforming into numerous afterimages as she retreated swiftly. Simultaneously, her hand, which had been hidden behind her back, swept outward. A formidable wave of sword energy erupted suddenly. When Feng Buhui's claw met the sword energy, a tempest ensued, stirring the sea beneath into a swirling vortex. Aware of Su Wuqiu's vulnerabilities, Feng Buhui obliterated the sword energy with a single strike before advancing relentlessly, continuously assaulting Su Wuqiu. Chapter 62. Did she not dive into the sea? Above the tumultuous sea, flames erupted and sword shadows darted, while the waves surged violently, intermittently erupting into towering columns of water. Numerous sea creatures were swept to the surface, rendered utterly silent by the two overwhelming forces of spiritual power. Su Wuqiu retreated while countering, his once vibrant red bamboo staff now charred and blackened, its endurance under Feng Buhui's fiery onslaught uncertain. Feng Buhui's expression betrayed no emotion. She relentlessly attacked Su Wuqiu, yet her heart was filled with deep-seated dread. This individual possessed exceptionally keen eyesight and remarkable comprehension. In a mere half-hour, he had transformed from a defenseless opponent to one who could barely withstand her assaults. Although her offensive techniques lacked finesse, his defensive capabilities and ability to counter had improved dramatically, rendering him almost unrecognizable. At this moment, despite her full efforts, she found herself unable to subdue him. The agility of the Cold Cloud sect was truly infuriating. Each time she seemed poised to gain the upper hand, he would evade her grasp with that extraordinary agility. turning her meticulously prepared attacks into futile endeavors, forcing her to start anew. How ironic it was. She had come to slay him, yet now found herself as an unwitting benefactor, feeding him opportunities. This could not continue. She had already delayed far too long. If she lingered further, the powerful figures from the Xiaoyao sect would arrive, and the situation would become precarious. With this thought, a brilliant golden light surged in Feng Buhui's eyes, shimmering flames beginning to manifest at the corners of her gaze. Her spiritual essence climbing ever higher, exerting a faint yet palpable pressure upon Su Wuqiu. I shall not allow you to escape. Feng Buhui's gaze turned frigid, and with a surge of spiritual energy, she obliterated the sword beams that Su Wuqiu had unleashed. Behind her, a golden phoenix apparition began to materialize, emitting a low, resonant cry that caused the sea beneath to cave in. The cacophony was unceasing. Glancing around at the vast expanse of the ocean, Su Wuqiu realized that their battle had inadvertently reached the heart of the sea territory. Observing Feng Buhui clearly preparing for a potent move, he hesitated not for a moment and plunged directly into the depths of the water. It is somewhat shameful to admit that over the past decade, Su Wuqiu had not diligently practiced any particular techniques. The only agility he possessed, the butterfly step, was a result of Yao Rui's insistence. She claimed that Su Wuqiu's lack of ambition and his constant retreat to Red Bamboo Peak was untenable. Mastering a commendable technique would provide him with a means of survival should unforeseen circumstances arise. Aside from that, he had only the Cold Cloud Sect's 8 mysterious cloud technique at his disposal. He had not practiced any other spiritual skills. Essentially, he had been immersed in his own world, painting and nurturing his heart. Even during encounters with the Black Flag Army, Su Wuqiu had relied solely on his spiritual power, employing shape-shifting attacks as he envisioned. Victory through sheer quantity, defeat through overwhelming numbers. This had, however, resulted in significant spiritual energy depletion during his confrontations with Feng Buhui. Understanding that she was about to unleash a formidable technique, he would be foolish to remain. A white aura enveloped Su Wuqiu, preventing any encroaching water from touching him, all repelled by his spiritual force. Beneath the sea, the light is dim. The deeper one ventures, the less visibility there is, and the temperature becomes increasingly frigid. Fortunately, Su Wuqiu possesses formidable cultivation and is enveloped in spiritual energy, rendering such temperatures akin to a mere cold breeze against his face. As he plunges deeper into the abyss, he glances back towards the surface, only to find no trace of Feng Buhui following him. This absence stirs a sense of disappointment within Su Wuqiu. The depths of the ocean are unlike the surface. Here, even the fiery spirit of Feng Buhui would surely be diminished. This circumstance significantly increases the likelihood of subduing her. Alas, her rationality remains unclouded. Indeed, she is a woman who has stood by my side for decades. With a flicker of emotion, Su Wuqiu, sensing the lack of spiritual energy above, resumes his ascent towards the surface, remaining vigilant of his surroundings, harboring concerns that Feng Buhui might be plotting. Fortunately, these fears are unfounded. Feng Buhui has not laid any traps in the water, or perhaps she has not even entered the sea at all. Upon surfacing, Su Wuqiu finds no sign of Feng Buhui. Aside from a few sea demons that have been accidentally harmed along the way, there is nothing else in sight. Could it be that her powers have waned due to her departure from the Fengyan dynasty's territory, rendering her hesitant to pursue? Or perhaps the passage of time has fostered her apprehension of unforeseen events? Or is it a combination of both? Contemplating these possibilities, Su Wuqiu activates the cloud-wandering butterfly step and makes his way back along the path he came. As for whether the armies of the Fengyan dynasty would take advantage of a struggle with Feng Buhui to launch an assault on the Hanyan sect, he harbors no significant concern. When he initially confronted Feng Buhui and her companions, he had already expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy to conjure the giant spirit sword. Should those armies make any move, the 10-level giant spirit sword poised above them would descend. While it may not obliterate the armies of the Fengyan dynasty, it would certainly afford the members of the Hanyan sect a chance to escape. At the Hanyun sect, as time drags on past half an hour without the return of the monarch and the powerful ally from the Hanyun sect, Z remains tight-lipped, leading Pan Feng to anxiously pat his mouth. One cannot fathom Z's thoughts, such a splendid opportunity squandered. Lord Z, Pan Feng grits his teeth, turning to urge Z onward, only to be interrupted by Z's words. The monarch's intent is not merely to annihilate a remnant of the Hanyun sect, but rather to secure a loyal army. Z casts a sidelong glance at Pan Feng, lowering his voice, stating that when the monarch departed, no orders had been issued. General Pan, with a sudden snap, Pan Feng's hand, which clutched a black flag, loosens, causing the flag to plummet to the ground. His complexion pales instantly, and his racing heart feels as though it is gripped by an invisible hand, rising to his throat in a moment of panic. Thank you, Lord Z, for the guidance. Pan Feng raises his trembling hands in a salute to Z, his lifted arms quivering slightly. All previous grievances regarding Z vanished in an instant. In a moment of clarity, Pan Feng comprehended Z's words. After all, the sovereign is the first empress since the founding of the Fengyan dynasty. Although the sovereign had maintained control through formidable means over the past decade, such dominance was merely temporary. Especially after the sovereign issued orders targeting the cultivation sects within the dynasty, the political landscape became rife with undercurrents. The cultivation sects are not all innocent. Some are even propped up by external forces. There are numerous opportunities for clandestine gains, and the intricate web of connections is both vast and convoluted. Otherwise, given the dynasty's strength, the combined forces of those sects would be of little consequence. This action has inevitably encroached upon many people's interests, compounded by the sovereign's questionable ascension. It is indeed imperative to exert thorough control over the military. Unbeknownst to him, Pan Feng's back had become damp with cold sweat, observing Z's unwavering demeanor. He couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. It is no wonder she garners the sovereign's attention, as she is capable of discerning the sovereign's intentions. Chapter 63. The four-character mantra, with a thunderous roar, a deep crimson fireball suddenly manifested in the skies above the cold cloud sect, scattering in all directions, igniting the air with an intense heat that caused the temperature within the sect to soar. Many individuals began to perspire profusely. What was once called the cold cloud sect could just as well be renamed the hot cloud sect. Greetings, Your Majesty. As the figure clad in red, Feng Buhui, came into view, those from the Fengyan dynasty, including Z and Pan Feng, expressed their exhilaration. The eyes of many soldiers from the Fierce Tiger Army, Black Flag Army, and Golden Phoenix Army were filled with admiration as they gazed upon Feng Buhui. Unlike the sovereign from a decade ago, who had never personally led troops in a battle, this monarch was at the forefront, exuding exceptional strength that instilled a profound sense of security among the ranks. Upon witnessing Feng Buhui's return while Su Wuqiu was still unaccounted for, Li Yuheng, Mu Xiu'er, Xiao Yuan, and Lu Jingjing from the Cold Cloud sect exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. They sensed that Su Wuqiu was, more likely than not, in grave peril. Only Baiming Changsheng remained unfazed, his gaze fixed upon the colossal sword in the sky, emanating immense spiritual energy. Feng Buhui observed the three armies remaining stationary below, refraining from advancing against the Cold Cloud sect, her brows furrowing in contemplation as her phoenix eyes shifted to a woman in purple, bowing gracefully atop her steed. Return to the imperial capital. Feng Buhui spoke little and did not cast another glance at the Cold Cloud sect members, whose vigilance had reached its zenith. Transforming into a beam of golden light, she soared above the three armies of the Fengyan dynasty. The four major sects had convened at the Bright Moon sect, rendering the Cold Cloud sect merely a collection of insignificant players. Any valuable treasures or resources had already been appropriated. The question of annihilating them held no weight in Feng Buhui's considerations. Sects had never piqued her interest. Z, Pan Feng, and the generals of the Fierce Tiger and Golden Phoenix armies led the orderly retreat, the drums of withdrawal sounding as swiftly as their initial approach to the Cold Cloud sect. Witnessing the throng of Fengyan dynasty members vacating the vicinity of the Cold Cloud sect, the disciples of the sect along with the outer elders who remained, exchanged incredulous glances. Some, unwilling to believe such a turn of events, followed suit only to return in disbelief, exclaiming they truly left. Upon hearing this, the crowd was equally astonished. After all, the Fengyan dynasty had arrived with overwhelming force, shattering the protective barriers at the mountain gate. Now they departed just as unexpectedly. Regardless, this development was ultimately a cause for relief among the members of the Cold Cloud sect, though soon after, many began to worry. Who would have thought that senior brother Su possessed such tremendous cultivation? Alas, it seems that fate is unkind to the gifted, a young man remarked, his nose twitching as he spoke solemnly. This statement unleashed a torrent of suppressed sentiments among the crowd, with praises for Su Wuqiu flowing forth, mingled with lamentations over his fate, bringing tears to the eyes of many sensitive souls. It is all for the protection of those within the sect. Beiming Changsheng subtly twitched the corners of his mouth, turning his head slightly, allowing his hair to cascade and obscure his visage from prying eyes. To his surprise, he caught a glimpse through the strands of his hair of his little junior sister Lu Qingcheng, whose eyes were rimmed with red, and his second senior brother Xiaoyao, whose gaze was cold and fist tightly clenched. This prompted Beiming Changsheng to hastily raise his hand, pointing towards the spirit sword still suspended in the sky, assuring them that the eldest brother was unharmed. Otherwise, the sword would have dissipated on its own. The current circumstances between the eldest brother and Feng Buhui remained unclear, and he could not allow the second senior brother and little junior sister to harbor resentment towards Feng Buhui, lest it complicate matters for the eldest brother. Upon hearing Beiming Changsheng's words, Xiaoyao, Lu Qingcheng, and the other disciples of the Hanyun sect exchanged glances at the spirit sword hovering high above, gradually realizing the implications. Their faces brightened with relief. Just then, Su Wuqiu had just returned, and upon noticing the absence of any figures from the Fengyan Empire below, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He was late. Eldest brother, hearing Lu Qingcheng's call from below, Su Wuqiu gracefully descended to the ground. As soon as he landed, he was enveloped by a throng of people. Voices clamored in a cacophony around him, some respectful, some adoring, others inquisitive or curious. The amalgamation of voices rendered him nearly unable to discern their words. Observing the chaos that ensued, Su Wuqiu forced a smile, lightly flicking his sleeve, and responded to all with 4 simple words. His garment bore a few smudges. This night, the Hongzhou Peak was teeming with people. Nearly all the disciples of the Hanyun sect had gathered there, forming waves of queues ascending the mountain. The once spacious hall was now brimming with an assortment of gifts, swords, flowers, and numerous treasures among them. The variety was so vast that there was hardly any room left in the hall. The storage rings of Su Wuqiu and the others were not sufficiently large to accommodate everything, forcing them to place the overflow outside. By the time Hongzhou Peak returned to its usual tranquility, it was already noon the following day. Su Wuqiu, Xiaoyao, and Lu Qingcheng lay sprawled at the back of the hall, beneath the crooked tree where their master, Yao Rui, often napped. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the trio. Beiming Changsheng was absent, wary of attracting attention and preventing a repeat of the previous night's commotion. He was likely busy setting up formations around Hongzhou Peak. When Beiming Changsheng returned after his tasks, he found Xiaoyao and Lu Qingcheng in a deep slumber. Although the protagonists of the previous night were not them, they too had been thoroughly worn out, with no time to rest. Su Wuqiu, being of high cultivation, could not find sleep, his mind burdened with myriad thoughts. Each time he closed his eyes, he envisioned the icy gaze of Feng Buhui upon him, keeping him perpetually alert and far from drowsiness. Thus, when Beiming Changsheng returned, Su Wuqiu quietly rose to his feet and gestured towards the hall. And Beiming Changsheng understood. Without uttering a sound, the two entered the hall and made their way towards Su Wuqiu's quarters. Inside the room, the question arose, how did it go, eldest brother? Were you successful yesterday? Beiming Changsheng gracefully pulled out a chair and seated himself, his gaze intensely fixed on Su Wuqiu. Su Wuqiu occupied his usual spot, where he often sketched, and upon hearing Beiming Changsheng's words, he gently shook his head. Beiming Changsheng let out a soft sigh. Their fingers lightly drummed against the wooden table, gradually sinking in rhythm. Junior brother, what was the conclusion between me and Bu Hui in the dream? Su Wuqiu suddenly inquired. This caught Bai Ming Chongqing off guard, as he had been immersed in recalling the dream's intricacies. The last time he shared his dream with the elder brother, he had mostly spoken of pleasant memories, only to reveal one grim event concerning an invasion from another world. Meeting Su Wuqiu's gaze, Bai Ming Chongqing fell silent for a moment before responding in a measured tone. Feng Buhui perished in the final battle, elder brother. It seemed he sought death willingly, having died several centuries before Feng Buhui. Su Wuqiu was taken aback. Beneath his hands resting on the table, cracks began to form, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a brief interval, Su Wuqiu collected himself, a familiar smile returning to his handsome face. His index finger lightly touched the wooden surface as he softly suggested, Junior brother, let us meticulously review the events. Chapter 64. Why did I seek death? In my junior brother's dream, when did I first encounter Bu Hui? In the dream, the eldest senior brother meets her 2 years later at the Xiaoyao sect, when she leads an army to break the sect alliance. However, whether this was indeed the first encounter between the eldest senior brother and her remains unknown to my junior brother. At that time, what was my emotional state? Su Wuqiu continued to inquire. Bai Ming Chongqing meticulously recalled the scenes from the dream, yet he could not conjure any useful images. In the dream, upon seeing the commanding army, led by Lord Feng, Yin approaching the Xiaoyao sect, he felt an overwhelming sense of panic, leaving little room to observe the eldest senior brother's emotional expressions. Hence, Bai Ming Chongqing promptly shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Su Wuqiu withdrew his gaze and looked out the window. Is Feng a royal surname of the Feng Yin dynasty? Indeed. And what about the Yang surname? It belongs to her mother. My junior brother is unaware. Through this brief exchange, Su Wuqiu discerned that all that Bai Ming Chongqing witnessed in the dream was from his own perspective, lacking omniscience. The information Bai Ming Chongqing could provide was limited to what he had seen and heard in the dream. This information, however, offered minimal benefit to Su Wuqiu in the present context. Although Feng is indeed the royal surname of the Feng Yin dynasty, it is curious that Bu Hui did not bear the Feng surname during the decades spent together, but rather the Yang surname. This suggests there might be significant discord with the royal family, though the specifics of this discord remain elusive. The additional information pertaining to Bu Hui is not deeply entwined, leaving Su Wuqiu unable to surmise the reasons behind Bu Hui's conviction that he is truly dead. In summary, this conversation yielded little. Noticing the eldest senior brother gazing forlornly out the window, lost in thought, Bai Ming Chongqing gently scratched his head. Realizing that the information gleaned from the dream would do little to assist the eldest senior brother in reconciling with Bu Hui. Yet, he found himself powerless. For the dream spanned a considerable time frame, with minor details largely omitted, focusing instead on his cultivation with the second senior brother, Xiaoyao, and matters concerning the junior sister. The intersection between him and the eldest senior brother was rather tenuous. Moreover, the scant fragments of information regarding Bu Hui and Su Wuqiu led him to believe that a mere meeting between them would resolve all issues. To his surprise, there were numerous complications. This revelation might prematurely expose the eldest senior brother's strength, leaving the Feng Yin dynasty poised to target the Han Yun sect even more aggressively. Wuqiu, Xiaoyao, Chongqing, Qingcheng, are you all unharmed? A sudden voice resonated atop Hongzhou Peak, snapping Su Wuqiu and Bai Ming Chongqing from their contemplations. The two, along with Xiaoyao and Lu Qingcheng, who had dozed under the crooked tree at the back of the hall, were roused by this unexpected sound. Master has returned. Bai Ming Chongqing rose, called out to Su Wuqiu, and promptly exited the room, heading towards the hall to greet him. Su Wuqiu did not anticipate that Yao Rui would return so swiftly. He too rose from his seat and made his way toward the door, yet felt a simultaneous heaviness upon his shoulders. To his surprise, both the disguise and Little White had perched themselves upon him, nuzzling against his cheek in a display of rivalry, their fierce gazes clashing in a silent contest for affection. This prompted Su Wuqiu to raise his hand and bestow a playful thump on the heads of both, while his mind spiraled into contemplation. Why had he sought death from Wuhan? If at that moment their relationship had been mended, she would surely not have taken his life, given her nature. Was there a convoluted aspect to this? Or was it that Yang Buhui and Feng Buhui were not identical? How he wished to dream as his third junior brother did. To perceive everything through his own lens, Su Wuqiu murmured. The door creaked shut behind him. The wooden table once used by Su Wuqiu for painting crumbled into fragments, scattering across the ground and emitting a faint black dust. Upon exiting the grand hall, Su Wuqiu chanced upon his master, Yao Rui, who was attentively fussing over Xiaoyao, Baiming Changsheng, and Lu Qingcheng, her concerned inquiries resonating in his ears. Thankfully, nothing amiss had occurred. Otherwise, he would have certainly had unfinished business with Qingcheng. If only he and T insisted on dragging me to the Xiaoyao sect, the Fengyan dynasty would never have breached the protective formation. Wuqiu, are you unscathed? Yao Rui, spotting Su Wuqiu emerge from the hall, hastened toward him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Sensing her concern, Su Wuqiu amiably spun around, delivering a hearty punch to his chest that echoed with a resounding thud. I'm perfectly fine, still in robust health, he declared with vigor. Fine, you say? Just look at your hands, your neck, your face. They used to be so fair and delicate, but now they've turned red. Yao Rui retorted, her lips curling in disdain. Rising onto her toes, she raised a hand, her fingertip resting against Su Wuqiu's brow. Instantly, a stream of azure spiritual energy surged forth from her fingertip, penetrating his body. Su Wuqiu felt a gentle force coursing through him, healing the areas previously scorched by Fengyan's flames. Such formidable vitality. He was astonished by the life force embedded within Yao Rui's spiritual energy. After returning to Hongzhou Peak, Su Wuqiu had attempted to utilize his own spiritual energy to mend his burned body. The destructive power of Fengyan was indeed terrifying, even with his full dedication to recovery. It would likely take him a day and a night to fully heal. Yet now, under Yao Rui's influence, he sensed his wounds had nearly mended, with the lingering heat within him dissipating completely. As if reading his thoughts, Yao Rui's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Do not underestimate my abilities. For wherever I go, I am treated as a guest of honor. In days gone by, the rulers of the Fengyan dynasty sought my services as their imperial physician. This marked the first occasion for Yao Rui to showcase her prowess before Su Wuqiu and the others. Baiming Changsheng's eyes instantly brightened. He recalled that his master had once visited the capital of Fengyan. Was it to tend to someone's injuries? Yao Rui glanced back at Baiming Changsheng, hands on her hips, squinting as she inquired, How do you know this, you little rascal? Have you been following me? At this point, a hint of fear flickered across Yao Rui's delicate face, prompting her to retreat behind Su Wuqiu, using him as a shield. My esteemed disciple is unparalleled, capable of competing with the esteemed monarch of Fengyan. Should you harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards me, Wuqiu would dispatch you with the ease of crushing an ant. Both Su Wuqiu and Baiming Changsheng felt the tension rise, each adorned with additional lines of exasperation on their foreheads, while Xiaoyao and Lu Qingcheng struggled to contain their amusement. It was evident from this exchange that Yao Rui was already aware of Su Wuqiu's exploits from the previous day. Chapter 65. The miraculous healing of Yao Rui. Yao Rui had stepped out from behind Su Wuqiu, gazing at Baiming Changsheng with curiosity. What do you ask this for? As a disciple of her master, she was naturally filled with intrigue and admiration for her master's deeds, hence the inquiry. Without hesitation, Baiming Changsheng responded, which caused Su Wuqiu, who had somewhat discerned Baiming's intentions, to nod to himself in approval. This third junior brother truly was remarkable. Beside them, Xiaoyao and Lu Qingcheng had never witnessed Baiming Changsheng in such a manner. Their eyes widened in astonishment, casting scrutinizing glances at him, as though doubting that this Baiming Changsheng was indeed their junior or senior brother. Undoubtedly, upon hearing Baiming Changsheng's words, Yao Rui's heart blossomed with joy, her smile radiant as she began to recount tales of her past triumphs with great enthusiasm. A couple of years prior, one of the three great marshals of the Fengyan Empire, known as the Valkyrie, Feng Qiner, had fallen gravely ill. The Emperor of Fengyan had expended considerable resources to summon Yao Rui to treat her ailments. With her miraculous healing skills, Yao Rui restored the Valkyrie to health within merely a month. When she later reported to the palace, she also managed to retrieve the disguise she had left behind. As Su Wuqiu learned of this revelation, his gaze shifted towards the disguise resting on his shoulder, a newfound understanding dawning upon him. He had not anticipated such a backstory. Just as Yao Rui was about to elaborate on the Valkyrie's illness and her method of healing, Bai Ming Changsheng promptly interjected, "Master, what is the temperament of the Emperor of Fengyan?" Unperturbed by the interruption, Yao Rui took a moment to reflect before responding. "Well, she possesses a discerning eye, a high level of awareness, and considerable ambition. Within just 10 years of ascending to power, she has garnered the affection of a significant portion of the court. Setting aside her affiliation with the Hanyun sect, I must admit, I quite admire such a ruler." A subtle smile began to form at the corners of Su Wuqiu's lips. However, she continued, "Yet, her propensity for violence is excessive, and her nature is quite domineering, allowing only her voice to resonate within the court. It is likely that she will face repercussions sooner or later." With a sigh, Yao Rui reminisced, "She is indeed stunningly beautiful now, yet she lacks the charm she possessed in her childhood. I recall that I even held her as a baby." "Then who is her birth mother?" Su Wuqiu suddenly inquired. Yao Rui rested her hand on her chin, pacing thoughtfully before the hall, seemingly trying to recall the identity of Feng Buhui's mother. Her birth mother. I seem to have forgotten. After all, matters of the royal family are exceedingly convoluted. I only know that she was adopted under the name of Empress Feng when she was very young. Empress Feng? Is she of royal blood as well? Xiaoyan exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Having some knowledge of consanguinity, he understood that offspring born from such unions typically exhibited certain issues. This prompted Lu Jingjing to roll her eyes and Ti Xiaoyun, second senior brother, "You truly are a practitioner with a narrow focus. The royal lineage is esteemed, and any woman marrying into the royal family, especially in the primary wife position, would undoubtedly take on her husband's surname. But what if a man marries a woman of royal descent? Must he change his surname as well?" Su Wuqiu inquired. "If one were to enter the family through marriage, it is natural to adopt the family name. However, if the emperor were to betroth the princess, the name remains unchanged, akin to that of common folk." After this explanation, Lu Jingjing seemingly felt for the first time that she surpassed Su Wuqiu and Xiaoyun, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, alternating between gazing at Su Wuqiu and then at Xiaoyun, which rendered the expressions of both senior brothers somewhat unnatural. Su Wuqiu felt silent, suppressing the thoughts that had just surfaced in his mind. It appeared that the surname Yang could possibly be that of her biological mother, or perhaps that of the late Empress Feng. Nevertheless, this detail was not of paramount importance. After all, it was merely a surname, not worthy of extensive deliberation. Enough of this idle chatter, Yao Rui interjected, her hand pressed to her forehead. "Upon my return, I find the entire Hongzhou Peak in disarray, and you have not even thought to tidy up. It is quite vexing to behold." She promptly summoned Su Wuqiu, Xiaoyun, and the others to assist in the organization of Hongzhou Peak. Previously, Yao Rui had been absent, and Su Wuqiu and the others felt it inappropriate to unilaterally place the numerous gifts from their junior disciples into her treasury. Now that Yao Rui had returned, the task became significantly more manageable. Everything piled outside the hall was to be moved en masse into Yao Rui's treasury. Observing her treasury now transformed into a mere storage area, Yao Rui's emotions grew rather complex. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed since the Fengyan dynasty had invaded the Hanyun sect. During this interval, news of the Hanyun sect's plight had spread, prompting both the Jingga and Tian men to relocate their sects overnight upon receiving the tidings. Numerous smaller sects had also temporarily moved to the Haoyue sect, resulting in a considerable expansion of Haoyue sect's territory, reportedly to an extensive degree. However, many sects chose not to relocate for various reasons. For one, the process of moving a sect is indeed cumbersome. Additionally, there was apprehension that such a relocation might be a deliberate ploy orchestrated by the Emperor Fengyan. The world has never lacked individuals who perceive themselves as the sole enlightened ones amid universal folly. Among them was Qi Xinghe, the leader of Hanyun sect. Even after the Fengyan dynasty's visit 5 days prior, he opted not to relocate the sect. He instructed certain outer sect elders and disciples to remain at the mountain gate, while he began transferring batches of Hanyun sect disciples to the Xiaoyao sect. Today marked the transfer of the final group of Hanyun sect disciples. A massive sword-shaped, flying vessel soared from within the Hanyun sect, ascending into the sky. The biting cold winds lashed against the vessel, yet not a whisper of wind could penetrate its interior. The disciples aboard the sword-shaped vessel remained wholly unaffected by the frigid gales. Senior Sister Dantai. Greetings, Senior Sister Dantai. Dantai Ji, clad in a form-fitting white robe with a V-neck that deviated from her usual attire, greeted the Hanyun sect disciples. With their attention upon her, she gracefully approached the door of a chamber. Gazing at the plaque inscribed with the characters Hongzhu, Dantai Ji took a deep breath, her delicate hand rising to knock thrice upon the door. This is Dantai Ji, a disciple of the main peak. I wish to speak with Senior Brother Xiaoyan. The delicate and melodious words of Dantai Ji resonated within the chamber, soon followed by the sound of footsteps that quickened her heartbeat. In the next moment, the tightly shut door of the chamber slowly creaked open, revealing a charming yet unpretentious smile that graced Dantai Ji's exquisite visage. However, a pallid face suddenly emerged before her, causing her smile to falter. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Beiming Changsheng inquired, his brow furrowed and voice subdued. Despite her underlying aversion towards him, Dantai Ji maintained her composure, greeting him with a warm smile. "As I face a bottleneck, I thought to engage in a spar with Senior Brother Xiao before we reach the Xiaoyao sect, hoping for an opportunity to break through. Second Senior Brother has returned home to pay respects to our family and did not accompany the sword vessel to Xiaoyao sect. In that case, I shall seek out Senior Brother Su. His profound skills could undoubtedly offer me valuable guidance." Upon hearing this, Beiming Changsheng chuckled, crossing his arms before him. "How unfortunate! After learning of Second Senior Brother's return to honor our family, First Senior Brother has also gone back home and did not join the sword vessel to Xiaoyao sect." Chapter 66, Turning Point After Dismissing Dantai Ji. Beiming Changsheng tightly closed the door to the inner chamber and turned his attention to the two young maidens seated before the dressing mirror. His gaze gradually became intricate and profound. His master's father was the former leader of the Hanyun sect, who, unable to ascend to the 11th realm, perished at the age of 888 due to his lifespan being depleted prematurely by the use of certain secret techniques. It is rather peculiar that while his master has never stepped into the 10th realm, her lifespan has already surpassed a millennium. Perhaps she had consumed some fruit that extended life. My master, Yao Yi, was said to have been given her name by her father with the hope that her life would be filled with contentment. Yao Yi, may you find fulfillment. Alas, in her dreams, she finds no such fulfillment. Possessing an extended lifespan, she has witnessed the passing of all her loved ones. Perhaps it is for this reason that her disposition remains in such a state. She has never ascended to the 10th realm, witnessing the Hanyun sect's decline firsthand. She ventured to the Fengyan Empire to retrieve her elder brother's remains, yet to no avail. She helplessly watched as her second brother and younger sister became adversaries. Did she, in her dreams, ever behold the scene of my demise amidst that cataclysm? Suddenly, Beiming Changsheng's pupils constricted, his heart sinking. One hand pressed against his temple, and his breath began to quicken. What does it mean to watch helplessly as the second brother and younger sister turn against one another? How could I entertain such thoughts? His eyes flickered restlessly, yet no matter how he searched his memories of the dream, he could not find the image he yearned to see. A sharp pain surged through his head, as if it were about to burst. He instinctively clutched his head and slowly crouched down, emitting a low groan. Yao Yi and Lu Jingjing, who were adorning themselves before the mirror, immediately noticed Beiming Changsheng's distress. "Third brother, what is wrong? Are you unwell, little Changsheng?" As his vision blurred further and a deafening roar echoed in his ears, the scene before him crystallized into the concerned faces of Lu Jingjing and Yao approaching him. Outside a grand courtyard, a luxurious carriage stood upon the spacious street, beside which stood a small giant, nearly 10 feet tall, with bronze skin. Just then, the courtyard gates opened slowly. A petite girl, appearing to be around 13 or 14, skipped joyfully out of the courtyard, clad in a water-blue dress that radiated elegance. Her delicate features bore a brilliant smile, with dimples gracing her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly charming, evoking a sense of joy in those who beheld her. Little Ling, heir, are you truly going to the imperial capital to join that? Whatever it is? A handsome couple in their middle age emerged from the courtyard. The man's face etched with concern as he inquired of the petite girl. The emperor has shown kindness to father and mother, and thus to little Ling heir as well. Today, the sovereign seeks individuals of merit, and naturally, little Ling desires to repay the sovereign's kindness. The young maiden halted before the carriage, her smile unwavering, gesturing towards the middle-aged couple at the courtyard gate, saying, "Is this not what my father often speaks of, the beginning and the end? The grace begins with my parents and culminates with me, little Ling." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she valiantly restrained them from spilling forth. The maiden gently placed one hand against her abdomen, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged couple. After straightening, she turned and ascended into the carriage without a trace of reluctance. "Big Bear has departed." The maiden's voice echoed from within the carriage. The burly man beside the carriage nodded towards the couple at the gate, then approached the front of the carriage, firmly grasping the shafts with both hands. He began to pull the opulent carriage down the street, step by step. Strangely, this luxurious carriage was devoid of horses. As the carriage receded into the distance, the middle-aged couple could not help but embrace one another. The man gently patted the woman's back, unsure whether he addressed her or sought solace for himself, murmuring, "Do not worry. Little Ling possesses great capabilities. She will be safe." In a verdant thicket, a thatched cottage nestled by a lake, an elderly man, donning a wide-brimmed hat and cloaked in straw matting, sat upon a wooden platform, holding a fishing rod, his gaze fixed upon the lake's surface. After a prolonged moment, the old man's eyes slowly shifted to a young man with damp white hair, who knelt behind him, head bowed as if he had committed a grave error. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had elapsed. "You have attained your learning. It is time for you to depart." The old man's voice was soft yet detached. The kneeling young man immediately lifted his head, incredulous, exclaiming, "Was it not merely a sip of your precious celestial wine? I scarcely had a taste. Must you expel your disciple for such a minor transgression?" "Not so, not so." The old man gently shook his head, turning his gaze towards the east. The sunlight, reflecting off the lake, illuminated the myriad lines etched upon his weathered face. His eyes seemed to pierce through layers of mist, perceiving the trajectory of a world unfolding. The phoenix, king of all birds, descends to the earth, dances across the heavens, and must summon the winds and clouds to transform. When standing in the lofty halls of the world, one may grasp the rise and fall of celestial movements. Such is the decree of heaven, unimpeded by mortal hands. Yet this path is fraught with peril. The old man's gaze returned to the young man, his expression grave. "The road is beset with thorns. Only a sword can cleave through the brambles and turn adversity into ease. I wish for you to become that sword. Are you willing?" This was the first time the white-haired youth had witnessed the old man's solemnity, and he immediately clasped his hands in reverence, replying, "I am willing." Truth be told, he scarcely understood the old man's words, but he felt that agreeing was undoubtedly the correct choice. "Go forth. Where shall I go?" the white-haired youth earnestly inquired. The old man's fishing rod shattered, and the once tranquil lake began to ripple with waves. After a brief pause, he replied, "Return whence you came." The silver-haired youth, upon hearing the words, suddenly comprehended the situation. He stealthily rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, and seized the opportunity while the elder went to retrieve a new fishing rod to dash into the thatched cottage. "After all, I am leaving as well. I shall carry forth your esteemed name, dear disciple of the immortal drunken. How dare you, young scoundrel!" By the time the elder rushed into the cottage, the silver-haired youth had long since vanished, taking with him the 3 jars of immortal drunken stored in the hidden cellar. This prompted the elder to erupt into hearty laughter, his mirth resounding with joy, as if he had stumbled upon a delightful discovery. After a considerable time, the elder's laughter gradually subsided. He emerged from the thatched cottage, his gaze fixed upon the heavens, and instinctively raised his hand to gently stroke his white beard, a smile gracing his aged visage. How peculiar, he mused. Just half a month prior, all seemed destined for demise, yet now there appeared a glimmer of vitality. Is this a turning point? Oh well, this is indeed a fortuitous event. May that rascal truly be of assistance. Chapter 67. The return to Qingcheng. In a secluded forest, a tall and slender woman, dressed in simple attire, with her long black hair secured by a dark flower, retreated repeatedly. Though her face bore traces of dust, it could not obscure her beauty. Do not come any closer. Do not come any closer. Fear was palpable on her face, and tears shimmered in her eyes, evoking pity. This only incited the 7 or 8 men before her, who exchanged glances and erupted into lewd laughter. A burly man, marked by a scar on his face, strode towards the modestly dressed woman, soon halting just a short distance away. Aren't you a lonely little girl on the road? Why not come to our hero's lair to rest, and perhaps discuss the meaning of life? His gaze roamed over her, and he appeared increasingly parched, perhaps from his excessive chatter. The woman's tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks like rain on pear blossoms. If you choose to remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. The man, fueled by excitement, suddenly lunged towards her. As the burly figure lunged, the woman shut her eyes tightly, whispering in desperation, "Help me, help me." The laughter of the men grew louder in response. The nearest city was 100 miles away, and it was rare for anyone to wander into this desolate area. Even if she screamed at the top of her lungs, there would be no one to hear her. And even if someone did come, could they truly fear this many men? Thus, she was merely prey on their chopping block, unable to escape a tragic fate. Just as the man's hands were about to grasp the modestly dressed woman, a sudden sound of a sword slicing through the air resonated. A pair of hands flew into the air before crashing to the ground, splattering blood. In the next moment, the burly man felt an overwhelming force strike his chest, propelling him backward until he collided with several trees before finally crashing to the ground. Blood erupted from his mouth as he instinctively raised his hands to wipe the blood from his lips, only to realize in horror that both of his wrists were cleanly severed and his palms had vanished. Blood poured from the stumps, and the man's cries of agony filled the air. "Brother, brother." The men who had been laughing moments before snapped back to reality at the sound of his screams, only to discover that, unbeknownst to them, a figure in black robes had appeared before the modest woman. He appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, his expression devoid of emotion, yet his gaze was icy as he regarded them. In his hand, he wielded a long sword stained with blood. "Who are you to interfere with our hero's lair?" A lanky man shouted at the young figure in black. "Hero's lair?" The young man's eyes darkened with disdain as he sprang into action, transforming into a blur as he charged toward the lanky man. With a single stroke of his sword, blood gushed from the man's throat. The slender man fell straight to the ground. The figure in the black robe did not hesitate to reverse the blade of his sword and charge towards another man. In the blink of an eye, several corpses lay quietly on the cold forest floor. A modestly dressed woman, upon hearing no sound, slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, her gaze immediately falling upon the face of the man in black, causing her to momentarily freeze in shock. "Are you all right?" After sheathed his sword, Xiaoyao inquired of the woman before him. The woman, still dazed, shook her head. "I have heard that the Fengyan Empire has been flourishing in recent years. Yet I never expected there to still be mountain bandits wreaking havoc." The thought of what could have happened to her, had she been a second slower, made Xiaoyao speak coldly. Not all mountain bandits are driven by desperation. Some are purely malevolent, choosing to become bandits of their own accord. Moreover, since our sovereign ascended to the throne, the number of bandits has significantly decreased. The woman had regained her composure, and, upon sensing Xiaoyan's reproach towards the Fengyan Empire, quickly responded. Xiaoyan was taken aback that the woman, who had just narrowly escaped a dire fate, still clung to hope. This realization only fueled his anger further. Such a virtuous lady had endured such misfortune, and he had just dispatched her assailants. Indeed, it was too lenient on them. "My lady, traveling alone may expose you to dangers. Might I offer my protection into the city?" he proposed. "Of course," the woman replied eagerly. Perhaps feeling too hasty, she quickly lowered her head and murmured, "Thank you for your kindness." Xiaoyan smiled and introduced himself. "I am Xiaoyan. May I ask for your name, my lady?" "You may call me Shuang," she replied. "May I inquire where you are headed, venturing into such peril alone?" Shuang hastened to Xiaoyan's side, wiping the dirt from her face with a gentle smile. "I wish to go to the Fengyan imperial capital, but I did not expect to be targeted here." The two walked side by side toward the edge of the forest. "This place is far from the Fengyan imperial capital. If you have no urgent matters." Before Xiaoyan could finish, Shuang abruptly interrupted. "I do have urgent business." Xiaoyan paused. Shuang, realizing her rudeness in interrupting, quickly bowed her head again, speaking softly. "May I ask if you are aware of the imperial edict issued from the capital half a month ago? The edict states that the sovereign intends to establish a new bureau? Regardless, is something akin to a bureau called the Jinlong Division. Jinlong Division? Upon witnessing the elderly man with white hair nodding solemnly, Su Wuqiu could not help but take a deep breath and retrieve 10 copper coins from his sleeve, gently placing them in the old man's hand. "Thank you for your information," Su Wuqiu said with a respectful gesture. With that, Su Wuqiu moved swiftly forward, and soon a city began to come into view. At the city gate, numerous individuals entered and exited, while atop the city wall stood a soldier clad in full armor, exuding an impressive demeanor. This sight left Su Wuqiu somewhat perplexed. It had only been a decade, yet the place seemed transformed beyond recognition. "Ding! The conditions for capturing an image of Qingcheng have been met. Would you like to proceed with the capture?" A chilling voice resonated within Su Wuqiu's mind, prompting him to halt abruptly. 10 years prior, he had returned to Qingcheng, but the image capture system had not activated, indicating that Qingcheng was not regarded as a notable city. Now, however, the system responded to Qingcheng. Did this imply that the nearly obliterated Qingcheng had, in the present day, evolved into a renowned city within the Fengyan dynasty? Indeed, the current visage of Qingcheng immediately conjured an image before Su Wuqiu's eyes. Image capture successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a supreme, sacred-level martial art, the Xianbing Shuanghua Sword Classic. Chapter 68. The Sword Classic of Frosted Ice. Before Su Wuqiu, a panel materialized, revealing information about the Sword Classic of Frosted Ice, invisible to anyone else. Upon glancing at the introduction of this extraordinary technique, Su Wuqiu could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. This martial art was indeed formidable. It encompassed not merely the efficacy of technique, but also a myriad of sword moves and skills, along with the profound integration of extreme ice spiritual energy that emerged post-mastery. No wonder this art was referred to as a classic rather than a mere technique. It contained an overwhelming depth of knowledge. From Su Wuqiu's current perspective, the Sword Classic of Frosted Ice surpassed the martial arts taught by his master, Yao Rui, by a considerable margin. This technique could potentially amplify his strength several-fold, presenting an unexpected delight. With a thought, Su Wuqiu began to cultivate this new technique. A soft, white light surged forth from his brow, and fortunately, the sun shone brightly, with no formidable beings guarding the area, allowing him to remain undetected. Before long, a chilling aura enveloped Su Wuqiu, causing passers-by to shiver. One man, clutching his chest, exclaimed in exasperation, "What is this insane weather? It was just warm, and now it feels like the depths of winter." Many gazed curiously at Su Wuqiu, who stood with his eyes closed, exuding an extraordinary demeanor and unparalleled beauty. Gradually, the flow of people entering and exiting Qingcheng diminished, and the sky darkened. "Hey, is that person down there ever going to enter the city? The gates will close in half an hour." A round-faced youth atop the city wall called out, observing Su Wuqiu's unmoving figure. As Su Wuqiu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, a white chill manifested around him, dissipating almost immediately. He raised a hand before him, extending his index finger, upon which a flicker of ice-cold spiritual energy appeared. Regrettably, the time was too brief, allowing only 20% of his spiritual energy to coalesce into extreme ice spiritual energy. Su Wuqiu sighed. Little did he know, had others like Yao Rui, Xiao Yuan, Baiming Changsheng, or Lu Jingjing been aware of his situation, they would surely perceive him as indulging in a form of audacious bravado. For ordinary cultivators, the transition to a new technique could not be taken lightly. A single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. One could lose all progress and be forced to start anew. If the meridians were damaged, even a successful transition might leave one worse off than before. Su Wuqiu's audacity to directly transition techniques and refine his spiritual energy in the bustling thoroughfare was utterly unprecedented. Yet, he felt his pace was still too slow. A sudden rush of air caught Su Wuqiu's attention, and he raised an eyebrow as an arrow shot forth from the city walls, piercing through the air towards him. However, Su Wuqiu remained motionless, standing in place. Arrows whizzed past him, one embedding itself into the ground, its fletching quivering violently, producing a cacophony of sound. I say, the city gates are about to close. Are you coming in or not? Listening to the voice from the city wall and gazing at the round-faced youth clad in full armor atop the battlements, Su Wuqiu momentarily lost his train of thought, before smiling and nodding, his pace quickening from sluggishness to urgency. Who would have thought that the little monkey who had persistently sought him out over a decade ago had actually survived and grown so much? Su Wuqiu felt a pang of nostalgia in his heart, but refrained from voicing his thoughts to the soldier on the wall. Knowing that the little monkey was still alive was enough for him. Moments later, Su Wuqiu arrived at the grand entrance of Qingcheng, a handful of copper coins now in his possession, which he readily offered to the sentinel stationed outside the city. The sentinel glanced around, cleared his throat discreetly, and accepted the coins without leaving a trace. Observing this, Su Wuqiu began to make his way into Qingcheng. However, just as he had taken a couple of steps, he was halted by the sentinel. Confusion stirred within him. 10 years prior, the entry fee to Qingcheng had been merely 3 copper coins. The sum he had just provided was a substantial 17. Even if the fee had risen over the decade, it should have escalated to such an extent. Do you possess an identity card? The sentinel inquired in a hushed tone. An identity card? Su Wuqiu exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Su Wuqiu's bewilderment, the soldier displayed a knowing expression and advised, if you lack an identity card, it would be prudent to visit the household card pavilion upon entering the city. Starting tomorrow, not only will the imperial capital require an identity card for entry, but every city within the dynasty will mandate one as well. With that, the sentinel stepped aside, allowing passage. Once inside the city, Su Wuqiu, with no other pressing matters at hand, casually inquired about the location of the household card pavilion and made his way there. Upon reaching the exterior of the pavilion, he witnessed a scene where several armored men, armed with rifles, were forcefully subduing a young couple. The Treading Snow sect is still desperately resisting, unwilling to become a part of my Fengyan dynasty. As disciples of the Treading Snow sect, you are naturally unregistered. What need have you for an identity card? Detain them. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe stepped forward from among the soldiers, waving his hand dismissively. The young couple was promptly taken away by the soldiers. Observing this scene, Su Wuqiu pondered deeply. An identity card. Could it be that this so-called identity card is akin to an identification card? As this possibility began to take shape in his mind, Su Wuqiu felt increasingly convinced. The current emperor of Fengyan was Feng Buhui, and when Feng Buhui was still known as Yang Buhui, Su Wuqiu had shared with her many fantastical ideas. The previous household registration system, which had existed solely for officials, was likely incomparable to this new identity card. After all, many ordinary mortals might never leave their hometowns in their lifetimes, and the former emperor had not exerted significant effort to overhaul such a vast system. Yet now, Feng Buhui had begun the transformation. At present, the time is ripe for a confrontation between the imperial dynasty and the sect forces. The implementation of identity cards can indeed be utilized as a means to target these sections. Many disciples of the sects are not orphans. They return home annually to visit their families. Now, Rendered as stateless individuals, they find themselves unable to return home, effectively undermining the cohesion of their sections. It is not inconceivable that this situation might lead numerous disciples to sever their ties with their sections. This is indeed a world dominated by imperial forces. If a sect-led world were to attempt such a maneuver, it could potentially unleash a torrent of calamities. There are no others present. You wish to apply for an identity card, correct? A man clad in a blue robe scrutinized Su Wuqiu, his eyes narrowing suddenly as he spoke. The attire he donned was clearly not that of an ordinary household, and his ethereal demeanor suggested he was quite youthful. If he was not the scion of a grand family, then he was certainly a disciple of considerable standing within the sect forces. Please come inside. I shall personally assist you in obtaining your identity card, Lan Xin said with a warm smile, exuding an aura of amiability. Chapter 69. Good night, Hookah Pavilion. In the city of Qingcheng, seated in a chair with a pen in hand, Lan Xin paused momentarily, unable to resist glancing at the young man before him. After a brief hesitation, Lan Xin inquired, "Were you sent here several years ago? Or 10 years ago, there were clandestine communications with the enemy dynasty, resulting in many individuals from the Wild Bear dynasty being smuggled into the territory of the Phoenix Flame dynasty. The Wild Bear dynasty, valuing speed in warfare, first set its sights on the border town of Qingcheng. At that time, Qingcheng was on the brink of destruction, with the few remaining well-built structures reduced to ruins, and the populace nearly exterminated, their bodies littering the ground, had it not been for the benevolence of the monarch, who ordered the reconstruction of Qingcheng and facilitated the resettlement of the majority of displaced commoners to this newly restored city. It might have vanished entirely. Every 3 years, the monarch would make an unannounced visit to Qingcheng, allowing it to gain renown within the Phoenix Flame dynasty. It is feared that the present-day Qingcheng has long since faded from the annals of the Phoenix Flame dynasty's history, leaving behind a transformed visage. I have been here for over a decade, Su Wuqiu remarked, gazing out of the window, his expression gradually becoming complex. Unfortunately, few of the old acquaintances remain. Those who do have long since forgotten me. Lan Xin, perceiving the emotional undertones in Su Wuqiu's words, softened his tone considerably. You were quite young back then. It is perfectly natural that they wouldn't recognize you. Surviving such turmoil was no small feat moreover. You are still quite young, and I believe you have had opportunities in these years. You must remain open-hearted, for the future may yet hold a place for you. Since the individual before him was a survivor of Qingcheng, any ties to noble families could be dismissed. After offering some comfort, Lan Xin shifted the conversation. What is your name? How old are you? Su Chu, I am. Likely 21 this year, Su Wuqiu replied, resting his hand on his forehead as if recalling his age. Lan Xin proceeded to ask several more questions, such as how many names he remembered from a decade ago and their relationships. Su Wuqiu required only a brief pause to respond. Soon, the paper before Lan Xin was filled with numerous characters. After handing the paper to a man waiting nearby, he said, "This is merely a formality. We must verify the information. Please do not take offense." After a brief moment, Su Wuqiu stepped out of Hookah Pavilion, holding a black iron plate, his eyes narrowing as he examined the information inscribed upon it. The identity card appeared ordinary, and forgery should not be particularly difficult. However, upon channeling his spiritual energy into the plate, he noticed a golden mark emerging in the upper left corner. This mark was not a scratch, but rather seemed to be an imprint of some kind of power. Strangely, Su Wuqiu recalled the golden light that had emanated from Feng Buhui's eyes a few days prior. Moments later, he tucked the identity card away, walking through the somewhat desolate streets of Qingcheng. Indeed, it was marked with a trace of dragon vein energy. While forging such a plate may be easy, obtaining a fragment of dragon vein energy is a far more arduous task. Uncertain of what secrets this humble abode may harbor, it is astonishing that the essence of the dragon's pulse is imprinted upon such a mere shard of iron. Furthermore, the elder spoke of the Dragon Suppression Division Buhui is now referred to as Feng Jun, and the populace venerates her as the sovereign. Yet, in Buhui's presence, the term Feng Jun is absent. The rulers of the dynasty are addressed as the sovereign, who perceives themselves as the true dragon emperor. Could it be that the dragon suppression within this division truly restrains the Dragon Emperor? If so, Bu Hui's standing in the court may not be as resplendent as it appears when compared to her time at the Hanyan sect, nor does it align with her envisioned life of leisure and affluence. Reflecting upon the elder's final words, Su Wuqiu shook his head, muttering to himself, could it be akin to a bureaucratic institution? If so, why then adopt the title of dragon suppression? Suddenly, Su Wuqiu came to an abrupt halt, a fleeting spark of enlightenment illuminating his mind. Since Bu Hui wishes to establish the Dragon Suppression Division, why not take the opportunity to observe it for himself? It would be intriguing to uncover the reasons behind her belief that he had perished, and why she is so resolutely convinced that he is not himself. Based on the development of the third junior brother's dreams, it appears that the sects' alliances will only face Bu Hui's reckoning 2 years hence. Thus, it is likely that significant matters will entangle her during this interval, preventing her from addressing the alliances formed within the sect promptly. Moreover, if the Dragon Suppression Division could indeed engage with Bu Hui, this presents a splendid opportunity. In that fleeting moment, a cascade of thoughts flooded Su Wuqiu's mind. What began as a mere visit to Qingcheng for a brief homage to an acquaintance he buried a decade ago transformed into a newfound purpose. With the knowledge that the sect's alliance can endure until 2 years later, there is no cause for concern. That night, in a seemingly dilapidated courtyard, a flickering candlelight abruptly illuminated the interior. Observing the pristine and orderly room, devoid of even a single cobweb, Su Wuqiu could not suppress a smile. Before dusk could settle, he yearned to return to the old residence he had inhabited for decades prior to his journey to the Hanyan sect. Yet, to his astonishment, the old house had a dedicated guardian, an unforeseen twist undoubtedly orchestrated by Feng Bu Hui. As he regarded the immaculate interior, Su Wuqiu found himself increasingly convinced of a singular truth. Feng Bu Hui remains the same Yang Bu Hui. Deep within her heart, she still holds a piece of herself. However, gazing around at the nearly vanished furnishings, leaving behind but an empty shell, Su Wuqiu shook his head in resignation, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Taking 3 small steps southward along the central beam, Su Wuqiu crouched down, placing one hand against the sturdy floor. As his spiritual energy surged, a section of the floor adhered to his hand. With a gentle lift, a concealed compartment revealed itself before his eyes. The treasures once stored within this hidden space, including the gifts Feng Bu Hui had previously bestowed upon him, had all vanished. Su Wuqiu clenched his teeth in frustration, muttering under his breath, I knew you would discover the location of my hidden treasures, and yet you deceived me before long. The candlelight in the room extinguished. Su Wuqiu lay serenely on the empty floor of the inner room, his eyes wide open, ceaselessly surveying his surroundings, murmuring softly, Where's Feng Jun? Where's the Emperor? They've even moved the bed away, leaving me to sleep here. In the Fengyan Palace, behind the Fengyan Hall, stood a small house that bore an uncanny resemblance to a dilapidated residence in Qingcheng. In stark contrast to the opulence of Fengyan Hall, this modest abode stood out distinctly. 2 women stood guard outside the small house. One donned a robe of purple, while the other was clad in green. The woman in green, appearing particularly sprightly, leaned closer to her purple-clad companion and whispered, Purple, why does the Emperor choose to sleep in that little house instead of the grand Fengyan Hall? Both were among the 4 esteemed sword maidens closely attending the current emperor of the Fengyan dynasty, one known as Zi and the other as Qi. Zi cast a sidelong glance at Qi, who awaited her response with bated breath, and replied coolly, Refrain for gossiping, or I shall have your tongue. Inside the small house, on a wooden couch, Feng Bu Hui lay quietly, clad in a loose-fitting sleeping robe, her pair of phoenix-like eyes unclosed, fixated on the vacant space beside her for an extended period. She pursed her lips, seemingly smiling, yet it seemed as if she was not smiling at all. Good night. Chapter 70. Journey to the Imperial Capital. Successful capture at Sword Dragon Mountain. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a Dragon Crystal 1. Dragon Crystal, a gem infused with the mystical power of dragons, if refined using special methods. Unexpected rewards may be harvested from the power contained within. Successful capture at Spring Cloud City. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a Spring Cloud Flute 1. Accompanied by the Spring Breeze Musical Score 1. Spring Cloud Flute, a weapon once wielded by a formidable figure of the 11th realm, known as the Spring Cloud Enchantress. Spring Breeze Musical Score, low Imperial grade, one of the original compositions by the Spring Cloud Enchantress, said to dispel malevolent curses, heal wounds, and restore spiritual energy. Successful capture at Nameless Mountain. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a Nameless Mask 1. Nameless Mask, a mask buried by an anonymous, powerful entity. Successful capture at the Universal Bank. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1,000 gold coins. Gold coins, the universal currency of the Tianxing Continent. As Su Wuqiu continuously refined his spiritual energy into the purest ice essence through the newly acquired technique, the Xianbing Frost Sword Classic, a tremor coursed through his heart. In a rather secluded forest path, a caravan progressed slowly, with carts drawn by lower-tier demon steeds occupying the center of the trail. A group of agilely dressed men and women, each bearing a small crescent moon insignia on their left shoulders, flanked the carts. At the forefront of the caravan rode a middle-aged man clad in silver light armor, with a square jaw and piercing eyes, mounted on a brown lower-tier demon steed. His gaze frequently swept the surrounding woods, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, never wavering. At the rear of the caravan, a particularly opulent carriage trailed behind several cargo carts. Astonishingly, this carriage was not drawn by demon steeds, but rather by a large, bronze-skinned man. The men and women guarding the sides occasionally cast curious, yet fearful glances at the imposing figure. Rest. At this moment, the middle-aged man in silver armor raised one hand to his ear, his fist clenched, and a somewhat heavy voice emerged from his lips. This was the caravan of a Silver Moon Commerce. The man in silver armor was none other than Yinju, the branch president of the Silver Moon Commerce in Star City, a powerhouse of the 6th realm. With Yinju's command, the solemn atmosphere of the caravan lessened considerably. Several plainly dressed men and women hastily approached the cargo carts and soon retrieved pots and bowls. Half of those guarding the caravan moved into the adjacent woods, and before long, they returned with bundles of dry twigs and leaves. They set the pots to boil. Everything unfolded with practiced ease. Meanwhile, those who had remained in the carts began to emerge, making their way towards the cooking area, gathering in clusters to engage in casual conversation, punctuated by bursts of laughter. The tension in the air dissipated, thanks to the confidence instilled by the presence of the 6th realm powerhouse. The leader of the Silver Moon Commerce's Blackwind City branch. From a carriage positioned further back, a young man clad in a clean robe stepped out and made his way directly to the nearest cooking spot. The mask adorning his face was crafted from jade, exuding a gentle and pure whiteness. It enveloped his entire visage, leaving only a pair of somewhat soft eyes exposed. Viewed from various angles, one could even discern faint azure patterns emerging from the mask, reminiscent of swirling mist. At his waist, a short flute of a similar hue was tucked away. Although his face remained concealed, he emanated an aura of refinement, akin to that of a cultured gentleman. "Master Su, do come and sit here. The food is rather delightful," called out the keen-eyed Yinju, who had just settled near the cooking area. Upon hearing Yinju's invitation, the young man hesitated not a moment, promptly altering his course to join Yinju at his side. It was none other than Su Wuqiu. After paying respects to the departed, he journeyed towards the Phoenix Flame imperial capital like an ordinary traveler. Due to the necessity of walking, his arrival in Star City took nearly a week. This was, of course, aided by the nourishment of spiritual energy, allowing him to continue without rest. A common person would hardly manage to traverse the distance from Qing City to Star City in just 7 days. Upon reaching Star City and passing by the Universal Bank, he acquired gold coins, fortuitously encountering the Silver Moon Merchant Guild as they were about to depart the city. He exchanged a gold coin for travel expenses, protection fees, and meals. Even so, it seemed the Silver Moon Merchant Guild profited from the arrangement, as Yinju and his associates treated him with notable kindness, offering assistance along the way. This generosity permitted Su Wuqiu to continue refining his extreme ice spiritual energy while seated in the carriage. Presently, 90% of the energy within his dantian had crystallized into extreme ice energy. At this rate, he would undoubtedly complete the refinement before reaching the Phoenix Flame Imperial capital. "Why does Master Su wear such a mask all day?" inquired a curious young girl, appearing to be around 16 or 17, with her hair tied in a bun. This prompted a nearby woman in yellow to gently pinch the girl's cheek, admonishing, "Xiao Lai, do not be impolite." "I understand," Miss Xiao Lai replied sweetly, shaking the woman's arm. Yet her gaze remained inquisitive towards Su Wuqiu. Observing this, Yingzhu chuckled softly, placing a hand on Su Wuqiu's shoulder. "It is not just Xiao Lai who is curious. I too wonder why Master Su dons this mask." The eyes of several men seated in the same area fell upon Su Wuqiu, their minds already conjuring various speculations. Su Wuqiu, Disainth, shook his head lightly and said, "Please do not overthink it. I have never committed any wrongdoing, nor am I on any wanted list. The reason I wear this mask is that I was once poisoned by a Qingling python. The Qingling python, a low-tier beast, possesses venom that poses minimal threat to an adult's life. Yet, its toxin is particularly insidious in terms of disfigurement. Should one be unfortunate enough to be bitten, a portion of their flesh would begin to decay, and azure scales would sprout from the rotting tissue. Even if one were to forcibly extract these scales, they would regrow in a short span of time. At present, no remedy exists for this affliction. Those fortunate enough may only suffer from decay in inconsequential places, such as their arms, where clothing can conceal the affliction, allowing them to lead a semblance of a normal life. However, for those less fortunate, such as with decay on the face, in sensitive areas, or other distressing locations, life may become unbearable. Hence, while the threat to human life from the blue-scaled python is relatively minor, even those of the sixth realm, such as the Silver Abode, would choose to avoid such a beast if possible. Thus, when it was revealed that Su Wuqiu had fallen victim to the venom of the blue-scaled python, the gazes of those around him shifted significantly. The Silver Abode, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastily clasped his hands in salute and said, "Young Master Su, I apologize for my thoughtlessness." "It is of no consequence," Su Wuqiu replied, waving his hand dismissively and lowering his head slightly, as he had grown accustomed to such treatment. Upon hearing this, the Silver Abode felt a surge of self-reproach, wishing to slap his own face in frustration for his indiscreet words. Chapter 71. The Cummin, the first to inquire about Su Wuqiu, was the little Lai, who, overwhelmed by guilt, lowered his head and clasped his hands tightly together. This gesture made Su Wuqiu feel somewhat bashful. After all, during his time at the Hanyan sect, his visage had likely been indelibly etched in the minds of those legionnaires. To avoid inciting any unnecessary troubles, Su Wuqiu had purchased an iron mask in Qingcheng, which he later replaced with a nameless mask acquired on Wuming Mountain. "President Yin, do you have any idea where that person hails from? Can we truly grow to such towering heights?" One man, sensing the atmosphere was becoming awkward, hastily shifted the topic. He spoke in a hushed tone, glancing toward the enormous bronze-skinned figure waiting by the cooking station. His words were meant solely for the ears of those gathered at this particular spot. Yingzhu, the woman in yellow, and even Su Wuqiu turned their gazes toward the colossal figure at the rear of the convoy. They chanced upon the sight of the man lifting his bowl and chopsticks, making his way toward the most opulent carriage. It was likely due to his cultivation of some body-refining technique. Yingzhu, being well-versed in such matters, pondered for a moment before concluding that this individual's strength was not far inferior to her own. "You'd best not provoke him, young man," she cautioned. "President Yin, you know my character well enough. I merely inquired. I would never dare to provoke him." The man replied with a wry smile. He, too, was associated with the Silver Moon commerce, and seemed to have a good rapport with Yingzhu, displaying a certain cleverness. With that remark, the group seamlessly transitioned to discussing other matters, dissipating the earlier tension that had inadvertently touched upon Su Wuqiu's wounds. "Young Master Su, please enjoy your meal." Little Lai approached Su Wuqiu with a bowl brimming with food, speaking cautiously. "Thank you, Miss Lai," Su Wuqiu responded as he accepted the generously filled bowl, gently pushing up his nameless mask to reveal his mouth. He then began to eat. Seeing this, Little Lai breathed a sigh of relief. As she observed Su Wuqiu consuming his food, she couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. She noticed that she could not see the azure scales around his mouth. They were, after all, located at the center of his face, which had undoubtedly been marred. Such an elegant and refined gentleman, with gentle eyes and a melodious voice, whose proportions were perfectly balanced. Yet his visage was tragically ruined. How could Little Lai not feel a twinge of sorrow? Little Lai, the woman in yellow, somewhat exasperated, called out to her as she noticed Little Lai's unwavering gaze on Su Wuqiu while he ate. With that, Little Lai returned to the side of the woman in yellow and whispered something. The group then commenced their meal in earnest. At that moment, however, several members of the Silver Moon Commerce, tasked with vigilance, rushed out from the woods, their faces betraying panic. President, this is bad. We have no idea when so many people appeared around us. There are countless numbers. President, this is dire. Someone has set their sights on us. As the Silver Moon members returned, they shouted loudly at Yingzhu, who had only managed to eat a few mouthfuls. Their cries startled everyone in the convoy, causing them to abandon their meals in alarm. The individuals who had paid to join the merchant caravan in search of refuge rushed towards the previously occupied carriage, while the members of the Silver Moon Merchant Guild brandished their weapons, forming a protective barrier on either side of the convoy. Su Wuqiu gently placed the bowl on the ground, his nameless mask completely obscuring his features, his gaze fixed intently on the narrow forest path to the right. Stay vigilant. Form groups of 3 and ensure everyone's safety. Silver Jew shouted, shattering the bowl in his hand, then turning to Su Wuqiu, the woman in yellow, and Xiao Lai. Quickly return to the carriage. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Just stay calm inside. As he spoke, Silver Jew unsheathed the blade concealed beneath his eyelids and swiftly mounted his steed. Brothers, heed my call. We shall charge together. The number of enemies slain is of little consequence. What matters is our escape. We're not far from Tianxing City. Once there, no rogue would dare to make a move. Listening to Silver Jew's fervent cry, Su Wuqiu rose and began to head towards the carriage he had previously occupied. However, after taking but a few steps, he was suddenly met with a chorus of anguished wails. The members of the Silver Moon Merchant Guild were clutching their abdomens, their masks contorted in pain, many pressing their faces to the ground. It was not just the guild members, the woman in yellow, Xiao Lai, and even the passers-by who had paid to join the guild wore expressions of distress, tightly gripping their midsections. Silver Jew, now mounted, appeared somewhat affected but did not fall from his horse, merely showing signs of discomfort. Poison in the food? Su Wuqiu's spiritual energy surged, quickly revealing a faint toxin within his body, which had already been purged by his chilling spiritual force. Had he delayed, even slightly, he might not have sensed the poison at all. He cast a glance at the bowl that had contained his meal, utterly unaware that what he had consumed was tainted. At that moment, a figure leaped from the distance, deftly using the fallen leaves of the trees to propel himself forward. Descending upon the front of the caravan like a great swallow, one hand resting behind him, eyes glimmering with amusement as he regarded Silver Jew. It was already known that even a branch leader of the Silver Moon Merchant Guild was a master of the 6th realm, and today's encounter confirmed this. Yet, it remained to be seen how many moves this branch leader could withstand against him. The man was clad in a blue robe, his complexion dark, appearing to be in his early 30s, exuding a faint azure flame, indicative of his being at least a master of the 5th realm. Silver Jew's eyes narrowed, and with a swift strike to his mount, the steed let out a low roar and charged directly at the man in blue. The others were in a precarious state, and for Silver Jew, the only chance lay in subduing the man in blue, perhaps allowing for a safe retreat. The man in blue maintained a smile, and as Silver Jew closed the distance, he suddenly retreated a step, angling his body with a subtle curvature. As the blue-robed man lowered his center of gravity, his shoulder surged forward, unleashing an invisible force that struck Silver Jew's mount, creating a resounding sonic boom. With a resounding thud, the demon horse's body contorted slightly, sending Yingzhu soaring through the air. After rolling several times upon landing, he forcefully struck the ground with his palm, propelling his body into a graceful somersault before finally regaining his footing. He gazed at the demon horse, now lying on the ground with its body sunken in, his expression darkening as he fixated on the young man in the azure robe who was casually patting his shoulder. Lin Kuwen, you are from the Kuwen sect. The azure-robed man adjusted his slightly disheveled garments and stood tall, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "At least you possess some discernment. You need not become a victim of injustice." His tone then shifted to one of coldness as his gaze fell upon the woman in yellow, who clutched her abdomen, her face contorted in pain. "Huang Tianxiong dares to strike at my Kuwen sect. I, too, can eliminate his daughter." Chapter 72. The stalwart and the maiden. Upon uttering those words, the expressions of many members of the Silver Moon Commerce, who were clutching their stomachs in agony, shifted as they cast glances at the woman clad in yellow. The previously astute young man could only force a bitter smile, inwardly lamenting that the esteemed president, Yin, must have underpaid her. The declaration from the Kunming representative made it painfully clear to the majority of the caravan that they were undeservedly caught in this calamity. Several well-dressed individuals, disregarding their dignity, scrambled out of their carriages, calling out to the obstructing Kunming figure, urging him to take the woman and spare them from harm. "Indeed, we harbor no enmity with Kunming. We are innocent. Sir, I have a 90-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child to care for. I cannot perish. I implore you. I am willing to surrender all my wealth." The man in the blue robe, listening to the desperate pleas surrounding him, sneered with a cold and disdainful gaze. "You too are merely reaping what you have sown, so do not entertain any other thoughts." In an instant, figures clad in blue robes emerged from the forest, each wielding various weapons. Their icy stares fixed upon the individuals on the road, their presence almost ethereal. This phenomenon indicated that these nearly 100 men and women were all practitioners below the 5th realm. Naturally, they were all disciples of Kunming. As for the man in the blue robe, he was none other than Kaya, the leader of Kunming. The members of Silver Moon Commerce, along with their traveling companions, had been poisoned and were now encircled by so many from Kunming. Even the most oblivious could discern the dire situation. It seemed that this venture would lead them to their demise. "Kill!" Inju struggled to rise from the ground, gripping his blade tightly, charging once more towards Kaya. Yet the spiritual flames emanating from him were faint, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, hardly a match for the full strength of Kaya. Kaya employed the same tactic again. Before Inju could draw near, he was sent flying by a powerful strike. The force upended a carriage at the forefront of the caravan, forcing the 2 occupants inside to struggle out. Kaya let out a cold laugh, ignoring the feeble Inju, whose lips were stained with blood, and instead approached the woman in yellow, who was clutching her abdomen. "General Huang Tianxiong is truly formidable," he mused. "He led 3,000 men to launch a nocturnal assault on my Kunming, reducing me, the esteemed leader Kaya, to a state of homelessness. Little did he know, I have also gleaned the whereabouts of his daughter. Aha! This is all retribution. This is the fate that Huang Tianxiong deserves." Kaya's gaze fixated upon the face of the woman in yellow, which bore a resemblance to that of Huang Tianxiong, seemingly rekindling unpleasant memories that filled him with murderous intent. The other Kunming members appeared to have received an unspoken approval, beginning to advance towards the caravan on the narrow path. Seeing this, Su Wuqiu gripped the short flute hanging at his waist. Just then, a deafening roar erupted. A massive figure swept past Su Wuqiu, casting a shadow over him for a fleeting moment. This brought a hint of mirth to Su Wuqiu's countenance concealed beneath his mask. As Kaya approached the woman in yellow, a sudden sound startled him. He looked up to find a bronze-skinned man towering above him, a figure larger than the sum of both his own stature and that of his companion. A fist, as large as his own head, descended upon him with ferocity. Boom! A small crater formed on the ground, and 3 or 4 cracks radiated from it, unleashing a considerable whirlwind. Utilizing his superior movement technique, Kaya narrowly evaded the punch of the towering man, yet was forced to be propelled backward by the force of the ensuing whirlwind. Upon landing, he struggled to dissipate the momentum, stumbling backward nearly 10 steps before finally stabilizing himself. This left Kaya shaken. He glanced at the imposing figure that had taken his previous position, his pupils narrowing slightly. This man possessed immense strength. Alas, are those from the sect so despicable? Resorting to such underhanded tactics as poisoning, how utterly vexing. A clear, youthful voice pierced the air, carrying an innocent lilt reminiscent of a young girl. A petite maiden, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age, clad in a water-blue dress, emerged from a luxurious carriage at the rear of the convoy, striding with an air of indifference. Her black hair flowed freely behind her. Her delicate features were adorned with a radiant smile, and as she walked, she waved enthusiastically at the surrounding individuals. Whether they were from the Kunmin or the Silver Moon Commerce, she greeted each one with a casual wave, seemingly unfazed. In that moment, the expressions of several Kunmin members shifted. They were not here to engage in pleasantries with her. 3 Kunmin members immediately drew their weapons and charged toward the girl, their steps light and assured, closing the distance within mere breaths. This sight caused the man, enduring internal pain, to avert his gaze, unwilling to witness the girl's potential demise. An unexpected scene unfolded. The girl casually turned, bending down to pick up a small stone from the ground, causing the weapons aimed at her to miss entirely. What? The girl's sudden motion seemed to twist her waist, her expression shifting dramatically as she fell toward the ground. Yet in a surprising turn, she executed a forward somersault, landing a kick squarely on the chest of one of the Kunmin, who was more than twice her size. The seemingly gentle kick sent him flying nearly 2 yards away. This spectacle left the 2 Kunmin flanking him in astonishment, but at that moment, they felt a sharp pain in their knees, compelling them to kneel. As the girl rose, she beheld the sight of the 2 Kunmin kneeling before her, and she quickly covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes widening in surprise. There's no need for such formalities on our first meeting. Upon hearing her words, the 2 Kunmin flushed with embarrassment, quickly rising to their feet. Their weapons raised once more as they struck at the girl, summoning 2 gusts of wind in their wake. After the young girl uttered those words, she walked directly towards the 2 individuals, her pace neither hurried nor slow, perfectly navigating between them. The 2 weapons brushed past her with a whisper. "Ah!" As the sound of the wind rushed by her ears, it dawned on the girl that these 2 meant to take her life. With a startled scream, she instinctively raised her hands towards her head, as if to shield herself. However, her raised hands inadvertently made contact with the thighs of the 2 assailants, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. The sensation of weightlessness after their missed strikes, combined with the unexpected force against their thighs, altered their balance. The weapons in their hands veered off in an uncanny arc towards each other. Blood erupted. Each blade embedded itself into the face of the opposing attacker, and they both fell backward, lifeless. Chapter 73. Are there more experts? To recount the events is a lengthy endeavor. From a moment the 3 members of the Kunmin launched their attack on the girl in blue, to the instant when 2 of them lay lifeless on the ground. No more than 20 breaths had passed. The girl, gazing at the 2 fallen Kunmin, displayed a trace of terror in her eyes. She hurriedly stepped over their lifeless bodies and made her way towards the imposing bronze-skinned man who was currently locked in confrontation with Kaya. "Big Bear, someone is trying to kill me," the girl called out to the bronze-skinned man. Upon hearing this, he turned his head slightly, offering a resigned smile before. Without even a glance, he unleashed a punch towards the front. An explosive wave of energy surged forth, sending tremors through the surrounding trees, which swayed perilously as if on the brink of breaking. Kaya, witnessing his Linkuan charge being effortlessly dismantled by the towering figure, felt a surge of dread. This was a maneuver he had executed while the massive man was unprepared. The fact that such a casual punch could disperse it indicated that the man possessed at least 6th realm strength, if not beyond. What a bizarre turn of events. Not only did this place harbor silver residents with its single 6th realm powerhouse, but also concealed such a formidable figure. Nevertheless, how problematic could it be? After all, he was merely one individual. How many could he possibly save? In the ensuing chaos, he could simply seize the opportunity to abduct that Huang Tianxiong girl. With this thought in mind, Kaya bellowed, "Kill! Avenge our fallen comrades!" Instantly, the members of Kunmin sprang into action, advancing toward those armed with weapons. The members of the Silver Moon Merchants Association, already weakened by poison, found themselves in a dire predicament, akin to fish on a chopping block. At that moment, a series of flute melodies erupted suddenly. The music fluctuated in distance and direction, creating a bewildering effect, as if the notes were swirling within their minds. A gentle breeze swept through, cleansing the bodies of everyone associated with Silver residents, including the girl in yellow, Xiaoyao, and the entire convoy. A vibrant green vortex manifested, swirling around each individual. Before long, the agonizing pain in their abdomens, the fatigue that had weighed them down, and the blockage of their spiritual energy, all discomforts, vanished. This unexpected turn left the members of the Silver Moon Merchants Association astonished. Yet they had no time to ponder, as the gunmen were upon them. They swiftly grasped their weapons to face the incoming threat. The sounds of clashing blades echoed through the forest, harmonizing with the melodious flute, as if a theatrical performance was unfolding. Many members of the Silver Moon Merchants Association, initially injured, were astonished to discover that their wounds were healing at a visible rate. This newfound vitality emboldened them, fueling their resolve to fight fiercely. One by one, Kunmin disciples fell to the ground, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend why the injuries of the Silver Moon Merchants Association members were mending so rapidly. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain. Kaietu observed these strange occurrences with growing anxiety, yet he understood that he must remain composed amidst the turmoil. Observing the individuals within the convoy with a feigned calmness, he soon spotted a young man of elegant demeanor, adorned with a mask, who incessantly played the flute, the melodies weaving a harmonious tapestry. It was him, without a doubt. This individual was the source of the disturbance. The moment Kaya laid eyes on the young man, a resolute conviction surged within him, igniting a fierce intent to kill that gleamed in his eyes. With a determined step, he lowered his center of gravity and launched himself at the masked youth with a powerful shoulder charge, a technique from the esteemed Kunmin school, known as the Lingkuan charge. However, at that moment, the imposing figure of the Xiong confronted Kaya, suddenly unleashing a punch toward an empty space beside him. A formidable wave of energy erupted instantaneously, scattering the Kunmin technique with a single blow. Damn it, Kaya cursed inwardly, hastily pointing towards Su Wuqiu and shouting at the nearest Kunmin disciples. It is that masked scoundrel causing trouble. Quickly, eliminate him. Kill him now. The nearest disciples, upon hearing his words, directed their gazes towards the overturned carriage. From their vantage point, they could not see Su Wuqiu, only the fallen vehicle. Yet, since their leader, Kaya, had indicated that direction, they hesitated not for a moment and charged straight towards the toppled carriage. One female disciple leaped gracefully over the vehicle, and there, amidst the chaos, stood Su Wuqiu, playing his flute. They had found him. A surge of determination filled the woman as she focused her spiritual energy, gathering it in her sword-wielding hand, and slashed towards the nape of Su Wuqiu's neck. If the strike connected, she was confident she could sever his head with unparalleled precision, exceeding even that of an executioner. At that crucial moment, it seemed Su Wuqiu sensed something amiss. He abruptly turned his gaze, locking eyes with the Kunmin woman. An icy dread surged within her, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Despite their proximity, it felt as though an insurmountable distance lay between them, distant and unreachable. With a resounding thud, the blade in her hand was deftly flicked away by Su Wuqiu's flute, which then struck her neck, causing a trickle of luminescent energy to spill from her mouth, rendering her limp as she crumpled to the ground. As the blade fell, several Kunmin disciples surged forth from around the overturned carriage. Su Wuqiu's eyes narrowed as he casually waved the hand holding the flute. It struck the descending blade with precision. With a sharp clang, the blade spun rapidly, hurtling towards the right side of the toppled carriage, its trajectory perfectly aligned to slice through the throats of 3 approaching Kunmin disciples. Meanwhile, 2 others, rushing from the left side of the overturned vehicle, had yet to reach Su Wuqiu when a sudden gust of wind swept past their ears. In the next instant, the spinning blade that had flown from the right returned like a boomerang, not from the right side of the fallen carriage, but from the left. Thud! Thud! The whirling blade hurtled from the left, piercing the throats of two members of the Kunmen, blood gushing forth as they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The sword, having lost its momentum, fell to the earth, its tip inadvertently embedding itself into the chest of a woman who lay behind Su Wuqiu, frothing at the mouth and trembling uncontrollably. The white foam mingled with blood. Yet, at the moment the flute struck the blade for the second time, Su Wuqiu fully turned around and once again blew into the instrument, seemingly oblivious to the 6 fallen disciples of Kunmen lying in a pool of blood behind him. This rendered Yingju, who had intended to protect Su Wuqiu, frozen in place 2 yards away, his mouth agape in disbelief. Not a brother. With such prowess, you still joined our caravan? On the other side, Kaya, engaged in combat with the Xiong, glanced towards Su Wuqiu during a brief moment of evasion, seeking confirmation of his survival. To his shock, he witnessed the scene of the blade extinguishing 5 Kunmen lives, a surge of disbelief constricting his heart. Are there more experts? Kaya's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in astonishment, but this distraction led him to receive a direct punch to the face from the Xiong, resulting in a splatter of watermelon flesh and juice. Chapter 74. The imperial capital of Phoenix Flame. Kaya, the leader of the Kun sect, met his demise beneath the formidable fist of the Great Bear. The members of the Kun sect, who had been desperately fighting against the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, were filled with trepidation upon witnessing the death of their leader. With their strongest figure fallen, the prospect of remaining only heralded their own demise. Consequently, many Kun sect members, ranked in the 3rd and 4th tiers, began to retreat in search of an opportunity to escape. In stark contrast, the members of the Silver Moon Chamber fought with increasing fervor, undeterred by injury, ensuring that not a single Kun sect member could flee. As Yingju turned to attack the other members of the Kun sect, it was akin to a ravenous wolf charging into a flock of sheep. One after another, the Kun sect members fell, and the scales of victory began to tip inexorably in favor of the Silver Moon Chamber. At the moment Yingju made his move, Su Wuqiu reattached his short flute to his waist and settled upon a protruding stone by the roadside. He had not anticipated such an ambush on the journey to the imperial capital of Phoenix Flame. One could say it was merely his misfortune. This calamity had arisen solely because of an enemy seeking vengeance against him. Su Wuqiu's gaze fell upon a woman in yellow who had just risen from the ground. He recognized her somewhat. After all, the little girl with the bun, Xiao Lai, held great respect for this woman, indicating a master-servant relationship. Was she the daughter of General Huang Tianxing from the Swift Arrow Army? He did not know her. He was even unfamiliar with who Huang Tianxing was. After casting a brief glance at the woman in yellow, he withdrew his gaze, choosing not to linger. At that moment, the bloodied Yingju approached swiftly, bowing respectfully to Su Wuqiu as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Su, for your timely rescue." With that, he attempted to bow his head in reverence. Su Wuqiu quickly stepped forward to assist Yingju, lifting him from the ground. "Chairman Ying, you honor me. I merely contributed a modicum of effort. The real force in driving back the enemy lies with you and the rest of the chamber. You are too modest, young Master Su. Were it not for your flute's melody, I fear several of my longtime brothers would have perished. How could this be merely a trifling contribution?" Under the insistence of Yingju and the other members of the Silver Moon Chamber who had gathered, Su Wuqiu eventually acquiesced to their gesture of kneeling in gratitude. Had he not accepted, Yingju would have returned the gold coins belonging to Su Wuqiu's caravan, even offering him additional currency. "Chairman Ying, I believe it would be prudent to resume our journey post-haste, lest we attract further unwanted attention from unknown individuals," Su Wuqiu interjected, sensing Yingju's inclination to continue expressing his thanks. Hearing this, Yingju slapped his forehead and hastily dispersed the members of the Silver Moon Chamber gathered nearby. The caravan, having lingered on the narrow path for too long, gradually regained its momentum and was poised to set off once more. Su Wuqiu also made his way back to the vehicle he had occupied earlier. Casting a glance at the bodies of the fallen Kun sect members that had been moved to the roadside, had the scene been witnessed in the first year of his arrival, it would undoubtedly have evoked discomfort, perhaps even nausea at the sight of such bloody, ghastly imagery. Yet now, having traversed a brief existence within this realm, the current tableau stirred no turbulence in Su Wuqiu's heart. Suddenly, a shadow loomed from behind, enveloping Su Wuqiu as he approached the carriage, causing him to pause. "Is something the matter?" he inquired, turning to address the towering figure of the bronze-skinned man. The giant, De Xiong, appeared momentarily dazed, offering no reply. In stark contrast to the imposing De Xiong, a petite girl resembling a grasshopper emerged, her hands clasped behind her back. And with a buoyant step, she approached Su Wuqiu, exclaiming, "Join me. My candle-dragon carriage is a veritable haven, offering tranquility for sleep, impervious to the clamor outside." As she spoke, the girl gestured toward the rear of the caravan, where an opulent, unhitched carriage awaited. The Silver Moon Merchant Group was once again setting forth. However, the sounds of the guards from the Silver Moon Merchant Association had faded from Su Wuqiu's ears. Observing the exquisitely adorned interior, resplendent in gold and splendor, he felt as though he had taken residence within a gilded chamber. The seating, crafted from the hide of an unknown beast, provided unparalleled comfort. The interior space surpassed the exterior in grandeur, resembling a modest abode. The carriage's worth was likely no less than 10,000 gold pieces. A little girl clad in a cerulean dress sat opposite Su Wuqiu, her large eyes fixed intently upon him. Unperturbed, he rested with his eyes closed. "I am Xiaoling, and that towering man outside is my companion and friend, De Xiong. May I inquire your name, sir?" she asked, her smile radiant, dimples on her cheeks drawing the eye like a whirlpool. Unfortunately, Su Wuqiu remained oblivious, responding softly, "Su Chu, what is the name of the tune you played on the flute? Its healing effect is truly miraculous." She continued, "The melody is called Spring Breeze. Your prowess must be considerable, for I cannot sense any spiritual energy within you, indicating a cultivation level superior to mine," Xiaolinger remarked. "Merely a modicum of cultivation. The spiritual energy is faint to the point of non-existence, so it is not surprising that you cannot perceive it," Su Wuqiu replied. Curious about the mask adorning Su Wuqiu's face, Xiaolinger asked, "Why do you wear a mask?" "I was unfortunately bitten by a Qinglin python and suffered from its venom," he answered. Suddenly, Su Wuqiu opened his eyes, casting a glance at Xiaoling. "Miss Xia, I appreciate your invitation to rest in your carriage, but if the price is disturbance, I shall disembark." All right, I won't pry any further. Just please don't get off," Xiaoling exclaimed, hastily waving her hands and then covering her mouth. In response, Su Wuqiu offered a respectful gesture to Xiaolinger before closing his eyes once more. A gentle chill emanating from him. Only a small amount of spiritual energy remains to be refined into the ultimate ice spirit power. The journey was silent. The speed of the Silver Moon Merchant caravan was quite swift, and with the passage permit held by Yinju, many tedious inspections were avoided. Consequently, their progress was significantly faster than that of other merchant groups. By the hour of the high, they had already arrived at the outskirts of the Feng Yan imperial capital. Su Wuqiu, who had been resting with closed eyes, opened them upon hearing a knock at the door, and there stood the resolute visage of De Xiong outside the carriage. "Miss, we have arrived at the imperial capital," De Xiong announced, his voice resonant and clear as a bell. As the carriage door swung open, the cacophony from outside began to flood in, creating an atmosphere of vibrant commotion. Su Wuqiu rose and stepped outside. As soon as she emerged from the carriage, she felt a surge of energy coursing through her body, and the flow of her ultimate ice spirit power noticeably slowed. The pace of its operation was evidently not as swift as before. Instinctively, Su Wuqiu looked up towards the sky above the Feng Yan imperial capital, her pupils constricting slightly. Chapter 75. The manifestation of a national fortune dragon vein high above in the sky, a resplendent golden phoenix soared gracefully, its immense wings stirring up vast torrents of deep crimson flames with each gentle flap, as if one were enveloped in a sea of fire. An overwhelming majesty emanated from its being, compelling all living creatures to prostrate themselves in reverence beneath its presence. It seemed to sense the gaze upon it, and suddenly, its eyes, imbued with the essence of the deep red flames, swept downwards. Su Wuqiu felt as though a mountain had been placed upon him, his body becoming inexplicably heavy, while a searing flame began to manifest within him, relentlessly scorching his flesh as if intent on incinerating him entirely before relenting. He averted his gaze, finding it difficult to breathe, and involuntarily coughed twice, expelling waves of scorching heat. Unbeknownst to him, beads of perspiration had begun to form upon his brow. This phoenix was indeed terrifying. Surely, this must be the phoenix birthed from the manifestation of a national fortune dragon vein of the Phoenix Flame dynasty. No wonder his junior brother mentioned that within the capital of Phoenix Flame, Feng Buhui's power could reach an extraordinarily fearsome level. With such a massive national fortune dragon vein as support, her strength would be formidable indeed. Su Wuqiu's thoughts raced as he recalled the day at the Cold Cloud sect when Feng Buhui displayed her prowess. Even from such a distance away from the capital, she could unleash such power. How powerful must she be now, within the palace of the imperial city? Despite his own significant increase in strength from the cultivation of the Frostor Classic, he felt uncertain about confronting Feng Buhui in the Phoenix Flame capital. What is this? There is nothing here. Observing Su Wuqiu's reaction, which seemed even more pronounced than when he had faced a siege from the Kunman, Xiaoling could not help but glance skyward. Apart from the encompassing darkness, there was nothing to be seen. She cast a puzzled look at Su Wuqiu. Not only Xiaoling, but also to Xiong and even Yinju, who had ridden in on a demonic steed, could discern no anomaly in the sky. Clearly, the phoenix born of the national fortune dragon vein was not something ordinary people could perceive. Without uttering a word, Su Wuqiu disembarked from the carriage and began his journey toward the Phoenix Flame capital. Before him rose a striking image of towering crimson city walls. As if forged from stones scorched by fierce flames, faint flickers of firelight dancing upon them. Atop the massive city gate, an enormous stone sculpture of a phoenix stood, appearing as though it could take flight at any moment. From this phoenix sculpture, streams of pale, red, spiritual energy emanated, continuously absorbing the aura that permeated the heavens and the earth. Even in the night, the brilliance it radiated surpassed that of a torch, illuminating the city walls of the capital with an ethereal glow. Outside the capital, despite the late hour, a throng of people queued for inspection to enter the city. A bustling river of activity. The Silver Moon Commerce Association, having just arrived, was undoubtedly at the tail end of the long line. Young Master Su, this is the capital. After all, even the pass granted by the president cannot bypass the protocol. We must wait in line to enter, one of the members remarked. Yinju approached Su Wuqiu with a polite greeting, subsequently echoing the same to the Xiong and Xiaoling, her demeanor exceedingly humble. Observing the long queue, it was evident that if their turn came, they would likely arrive at the imperial capital in the dead of night. If you are in a hurry, perhaps you may allow this young lady to enter the city first? At this moment, a woman clad in yellow emerged from the front of the Silver Moon merchant convoy, her face adorned with a smile as she addressed Su Wuqiu, Xiaoling, and Xiong, saying, "Our safe arrival here is greatly indebted to the three of you. Permit me to express my gratitude." Upon finishing her words, the yellow-clad woman bowed gracefully to Su Wuqiu and Xiaoling, which caused a slight awkwardness in Yinju, who had collected protection fees from the yellow-clad woman, yet had nearly failed in her duty. Immediately, she cast a cold glare at the others from the Silver Moon merchant group. The poisoner had concealed themselves exceedingly well, their intentions deeply hidden, remaining dormant until the victory at Kunman was secured, thus still safely lurking within the merchant association. Throughout the journey, Yinju had failed to unearth the traitor. However, the subsequent matters were of no concern to Su Wuqiu. At the invitation of a yellow-clad woman, Su Wuqiu, along with Xiaoling and Xiong, accepted without hesitation. They followed closely behind the yellow-clad woman and Xiao Lai, making their way towards a secluded side entrance beside the grand gate of the imperial capital, while the Xiong returned to the carriage, pulling it along at the rear. Observers from a Silver Moon merchant convoy gazed enviously at the scene of the yellow-clad woman and Su Wuqiu making their way toward the side entrance. The guard stationed at the side entrance of the imperial capital furrowed their brows as they noticed someone approaching. They were all too familiar with individuals attempting to curry favor or hasten their entry into the capital with bribes. One soldier, gripping a long spear, approached the leading yellow-clad woman, but before he could come near, he noticed the maid behind her raise a jade token. As they stepped into the imperial capital, a wide avenue, paved with a blend of crimson gold and molten stone, unfolded before their eyes, reflecting a glimmer of light from the lanterns hanging above. As they distanced themselves from the city gate, fiery red spirit flame trees began to appear on either side of the avenue, standing in neat rows. Their branches alight with eternal flames that transformed into the shape of phoenixes, occasionally soaring and spiraling, captivating many onlookers. The throngs of people bustled about. Despite the late hour, numerous vendors were still hawking their wares, the candlelight bright and the sounds of lively chatter filling the air. In stark contrast to the cities Su Wuqiu had traversed from Qingcheng, the faces of the people here radiated vitality. The sound of children playing, the laughter from the cosmetic shops, and the boisterous merriment of men feasting in taverns created a vibrant tapestry of life. As Su Wuqiu took in the myriad scenes of the imperial capital, a thought surged within her, a time of peace and prosperity. This place stood in stark contrast to the precarious and anxious atmosphere of the sects, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Su Wuqiu, who had not immersed herself in the world for a decade. Despite other cities not yet reaching the splendor of Fengyan imperial capital, they were undeniably much improved compared to 10 years ago. It is evident how significant the changes brought about by Feng Buhui's ascension to the throne have been for the Fengyan dynasty. She has indeed proven herself to be an admirable sovereign. The woman clad in yellow came to a halt, offering a slight bow to Su Wuqiu, Xiaoyao, and the others behind her before departing from this place, hoping for a future encounter with the three. The woman did not engage in extensive conversation with Su Wuqiu and the others. As she had stated, her purpose was merely to conclude this matter, with no intention of forging friendships. After the yellow-clad woman took her leave, Su Wuqiu also bowed in farewell to Xiaoling and the Great Bear, vanishing entirely amidst the throngs of passers-by. It is curious that there are still individuals whom Yiqian cannot perceive. Watching the direction in which Su Wuqiu had departed, Xiaoling withdrew her gaze and turned to the Great Bear, saying, "Great Bear, let us proceed to the Zhenlong division." Chapter 76. The power to bind chickens in the imperial capital of Fengyan on a newly constructed street. The surrounding buildings appeared remarkably modern, with numerous high-rises still under construction. Many workers toiled under the dim light of candles, their dedication raising questions about the compensation they received for such labor. This area seemed to have been recently developed, situated in the southern part of Fengyan's imperial city. Everything appeared pristine, save for a few residences illuminated by candlelight, while the rest lay shrouded in darkness. The street itself mirrored this somber ambience, standing in stark contrast to the bustling, brightly lit thoroughfares previously traversed. Walking alone in the dead of night, one might expect the timid to glance back repeatedly in trepidation. However, Su Wuqiu harbored no such fears. As a practitioner, particularly one of formidable strength, the enveloping darkness posed no challenge. By channeling spiritual energy into his eyes, the night became as bright as day. Reaching the end of the street, a large estate bathed in a bluish glow came into view. Simultaneously, he sensed several prying gazes upon him. It appeared he had arrived at his destination. Without hesitation, Su Wuqiu hastened towards the imposing mansion. Recently, the name of the Zhenlong division had gained considerable notoriety, as it was a department personally established by the current emperor of Fengyan, and even the most powerful court advisor remained unaware of the division's true capabilities. This naturally incited discussions and speculations among officials and commoners alike. It was rumored that prior to visiting the Hanyan sect, the emperor had inquired about the Zhenlong division's operational timeline, indicating high expectations for its function. Upon the announcement of this news, the court was thrown into turmoil. Countless scions from noble families, whether compelled or willingly, flocked to the imperial capital, including talented individuals from sects that had become vassals of the dynasty and even reclusive clans that had remained hidden for centuries. Some may have sought to uncover the emperor's intentions, while others genuinely aspired to join the Jinlong division and seize the initial benefits to fulfill their ambitions. Regardless of the motivations, the Jinlong division had become a topic of widespread awareness. Thus, upon his arrival in the imperial capital, Su Wuqiu heard numerous mentions of the division, requiring no inquiry to discern its location. Meanwhile, a thought crossed Su Wuqiu's mind. Ding! Capture of the Fengyan imperial capital successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the source of the Yin Extreme Fengyan. Yin Extreme Fengyan, originating from the same source as the Yang Extreme Fengyan. It is a manifestation of the ancient Nine Extreme Phoenix's demonic power. Yang Extreme Fengyan wields Yang fire, while Yin Extreme Fengyan commands Yin fire. As he gazed at the panel materializing before him, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Su Wuqiu's mouth. This implied that what he had previously utilized was indeed the Yang Extreme Fengyan, which possessed a terrifying burning sensation and formidable power. Yet, the prospect of wielding the Yin Extreme Fengyan, sharing its origin with the Yang Extreme Phoenix, felt as though it would inevitably attract the attention of Feng Buhuai. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a valuable asset to possess. As Su Wuqiu pondered this, an exclamation escaped him. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the surroundings, causing Su Wuqiu, who was approaching the yet-to-be-named mansion, to halt his steps. Before him, a middle-aged man clad in fine garments was unceremoniously hurled out by a masked figure dressed in black. Ignoring his injuries, the man scrambled to his feet and rushed towards the mansion, only to find the heavy door slammed shut by the black-clad assailant. He collided painfully with the door, producing a resounding thud. No matter how fervently he banged and pleaded, the door remained impervious, akin to an unyielding fortress. You never specified that scholars were unwelcome. It is your lack of clarity that has led me to this fruitless journey, and now I find myself destitute. How am I to return? Is this not a form of bullying? The man's tears flowed freely, spilling down his cheeks as he pounded on the door and cried out in despair. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from the door, forcing the persistent middle-aged man to stagger backward. The door swung open once more, revealing the masked figure who had earlier cast him out. With a disdainful toss, the figure flung a heavy pouch of coins at the man, stating coldly, "Take your money and leave at once. Should you continue to disturb the peace, you shall be dealt with for your transgressions." The man hurriedly picked up the pouch, opened it, and counted the coins. Only 36 copper coins. I spent nearly 100 just to arrive in the capital. With a swift motion, the black-clad figure unsheathed a blade, its cold gleam reflecting in the man's eyes, causing him to instinctively retract his neck in fear, rendered speechless. Tears glistening in his eyes, he limped away, when suddenly, a large hand appeared before him, holding a single gold coin. "This should suffice for your return." The voice reached his ears, prompting the middle-aged man to look up, only to see a masked stranger before him. His eyes reddened, and he choked out a grateful, "Thank you, thank you." After accepting the coin, he bowed respectfully to Su Wuqiu and departed. Watching the man's figure fade into the streets, Su Wuqiu redirected his attention towards the nameless mansion. The black-clad figure scrutinized Su Wuqiu's attire before coldly stating, "The Town Dragon Division does not accept those with a history of lawlessness, nor those lacking the strength to defend themselves. Do you possess an identification card?" Su Wuqiu reached into his sleeve and swiftly produced a black iron plate, flicking it casually. The plate transformed into a shadowy blur, hurtling towards the black-clad figure, who widened his eyes in surprise and quickly stood at attention, extending a hand. The moment the black iron plate made contact, the figure felt an overwhelming force, propelling him uncontrollably backward until he crashed against the door, producing a sharp crack. Sensing the numbness in his arm, the black-clad figure glared at Su Wuqiu. "Do you possess the strength to bind a chicken?" Su Wuqiu replied, "Indeed." The black-clad figure realized the gravity of the situation, shooting a fierce glare at Su Wuqiu before examining the black iron plate in his hand, golden glimmers reflecting in his eyes. This sight stirred a multitude of speculations within Su Wuqiu. Was the power of the national dragon vein not solely wielded by the unrepentant Lord Fengyan? Or could it be that, once under the Lord Fengyan as control, this power could also be bestowed upon others at her discretion? A golden mark began to emerge at the upper left corner of the black iron plate. Soon, the figure cloaked in black, somewhat astonished, addressed Su Wuqiu. "Are you from Qingcheng?" Su Wuqiu nodded in affirmation. "Please follow me inside." The cloaked figure tossed the iron plate towards Su Wuqiu before turning to enter the nameless residence. After stowing away her identification card, Su Wuqiu followed closely behind. Stepping into the enigmatic abode, the residence was illuminated by spiritual artifacts positioned high above, casting a glow that was either blue or green. Coupled with the exceedingly somber decor within, it imparted an eerie sensation, akin to stepping into the hall of the King of Hell, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 77. Martial Examination. Unexpectedly, you possess a benevolent heart. A single gold coin offered without hesitation is equivalent to my 2-month salary, remarked the cloaked figure guiding the way. Su Wuqiu remained silent, although the black-clad individual deliberately altered her voice to sound masculine and obscured her throat with a dark mask. Her figure unmistakably lacked the robust physique of an adult male. She was indeed a woman. Furthermore, the Xinlong division was still in its infancy, not yet fully developed. Clearly, this woman was not affiliated with the Xinlong division. Moreover, her ability to harness the power of the Phoenix Flame Dynasty's national dragon vein suggested she was either a trusted associate of Buhuan or someone from a reliable department. Their journey was marked by silence, and soon they entered a slightly chilly grand hall, where they encountered a woman in purple seated regally in a dragon chair at the high position. "Master Z, we have newcomers," announced the cloaked figure. It was she. Upon entering the grand hall behind the black-clad individual, Su Wuqiu felt a jolt of surprise at the sight of the woman in purple seated in the dragon chair. When Feng Buhuan had surrounded the vast Hanyun sect, this woman had been among those of higher status present. She had met Su Wuqiu before. Had she not been wearing a mask, it was likely that she would have recognized him by now. Su Wuqiu endeavored to keep his expression neutral, trailing behind the black-clad figure as they advanced further into the hall. Within the hall, in addition to the purple-clad woman, there stood another tall woman dressed simply, appearing travel-worn. Her long black hair was elegantly tied up with a dark flower, accentuating her youthful features. Curiously, she turned to observe the approaching cloaked figure and Su Wuqiu. Upon locking eyes with Su Wuqiu, she hastily diverted her gaze, timidly lowering her head. A slight frown creased Su Wuqiu's brow beneath his mask, yet he remained silent, standing beside the simply dressed woman alongside the black-clad figure. No need for excessive formalities. The woman in purple waved her hand, directing her attention to the cloaked figure. "Is there any issue with their identities?" Su Chu, a native of Qingcheng, encountered a calamity in Qingcheng at the 9th hour. Upon hearing the mention of Qingcheng, the purple-clad woman cast a scrutinizing glance at Su Wuqiu. As the black-clad figure divulged all pertinent identity information, her eyes narrowed with focus. "Why are you wearing a mask?" "In response to your inquiry, my lord, I was unfortunately bitten by a Qinglin snake while escaping Qingcheng 10 years ago, leaving my appearance quite fearsome. Hence I don this mask." Su Wuqiu recited the explanation he had meticulously prepared. The purple-clad woman did not press further. Indeed, it seemed she was indifferent to the veracity of Su Wuqiu's statements. After all, with the identity card in hand, it was likely that this individual's identity was genuine, and that sufficed. "It is fortuitous that you two are a pair. First, you shall undergo the martial examination, followed by the literary examination. Should you succeed in both trials, you may enter the Xinlong division." With a flick of her wrist, 2 bamboo slips appeared in her hand, which she casually tossed towards Su Wuqiu and the simply dressed woman. Su Wuqiu reached out effortlessly to catch the slips, while the simply dressed woman, in her fright, recoiled to the side. The slips fell to the ground with a resounding thud, prompting her to hastily retrieve them. Z gazed at Su Wuqiu and the plain woman, her beautiful visage brightening with a hint of mirth. The bamboo slip indicated a duration of half a month, yet they had arrived too late. Only 5 days remained. Within this fleeting period, they were to complete the martial examination and the accompanying literary test. Should fear of death take hold, they were free to abandon the bamboo slip and depart without consequence. As Z spoke, Su Wuqiu had already begun to peruse the contents of the slip. The so-called martial examination was merely a mission of purification. The owner of Ziyu Tower had clandestinely acquired numerous children, outwardly claiming to adopt orphans as a charitable act, but harboring sinister intentions. Most of these children lingered in the alleyways, seemingly groomed to become informants. The beautiful girls among them were destined to be offered to dignitaries upon reaching maturity, forging an intricate web of connections over the years. Those with martial potential were secretly dispatched to concealed training grounds, suspected of being covertly trained as assassins, a crime deserving of death. Task difficulty rating, superior. The mission entailed eliminating the proprietor of Ziyu Tower within half a month. The information inscribed on the bamboo slip was succinct and unambiguous, even directly indicating the task's difficulty rating. At that moment, an odd sensation gripped Su Wuqiu. Decades prior, he had been merely an accountant at Ziyu Tower, albeit at its branch in Qingcheng. The thought that his target was the very owner of the main establishment in his previous life struck him as somewhat theatrical. Truly, fate plays its own games. You have arrived too late. Only this martial examination remains. Should you wish to decline, you may leave now. However, until this trial is complete, you must remain within this new street. Should word get out, there will be no mercy. In truth, this bamboo slip had already been dispatched to several individuals aspiring to join the Jinlong division. Yet, those individuals either opted for a different martial examination or chose to abandon it altogether, being reassigned to the construction of new high-rises. Noticing that Su Wuqiu and the plain woman had nearly finished reading, Zi altered her tone and continued, "Of course, if you succeed in this martial examination, you need not fear retaliation from the nobility. Behind the Jinlong division stands the current sovereign." The plain woman, after reading the contents of the bamboo slip, turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Su Wuqiu closed the slip and turned his gaze towards Zi, seated high upon her dragon throne. "I accept this martial examination." "Excellent," Zi exclaimed. Her spirit instantly revived. She fixed her gaze on Su Wuqiu for a moment before shifting it to the other woman. "I also accept." The woman lowered her head, nearly burying in the ground, yet mustered the courage to agree. As they exited the nameless estate and stepped once more into the shadowy streets, Su Wuqiu glanced at the bronze mask in his hand and the copper token inscribed with the character Fortune. He couldn't help but lift his gaze toward the highest platform in the entire Fengyan imperial city. According to the inhabitants of the capital, this platform was known as Xiaoxing, where the sovereign typically practiced. From the height of Xiaoxing, one could overlook the entirety of Fengyan imperial city. Listening to the woman in purple, it was said that once the Dragon Suppression Division was fully established, the esteemed Fengyan Jun would personally visit and appoint the dragon envoys and the four great protectors. In other words, anyone who becomes a dragon envoy would undoubtedly have frequent dealings with Feng Buhui. As for the dragon envoy position, who could possibly rival me? Upon hearing the sound around him, Su Wuqiu realized that he was gripping the bronze mask too tightly, resulting in several cracks appearing on its surface. However, this was not a significant issue, as the mask was intended for those undergoing martial trials. Upon passing both the martial and literary examinations, one would receive a complete set of Dragon Suppression Division gear. The woman in purple had articulated this in the hall, vividly painting a picture of the various glories awaiting those who entered the Dragon Suppression Division, holding a position of great power, wielding immense authority. Nevertheless, Su Wuqiu felt that the woman in purple had merely been spinning grand visions. Chapter 78. Let us go. Observing the figure ahead, Su Wuqiu, whose black robes rendered him indistinguishable from the shadows, the modest woman bit her lip, continually encouraging herself. After mentally preparing, she quickened her pace, running to his side and timidly introducing herself. "I am Shuangwen. I appreciate your help in this endeavor." As Shuangwen hastened to catch up, Su Wuqiu recalled that he had a companion. Upon hearing her initiate conversation, he nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Su Chu." Their interaction in this new street area was fleeting. It wasn't until they reached the brightly lit and increasingly bustling thoroughfare that Shuangwen ventured to speak again. "Why do you wish to join the Jinlong division?" Her voice was soft, nearly swallowed by the din of the street. Had it not been for Su Wuqiu's keen hearing, her words might have gone unheard. Turning his gaze toward the Xiaoyao terrace atop the capital, he pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. To contribute my humble strength to the dynasty, I wish to do so. Shuangwen's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity upon hearing his words, but upon meeting Su Wuqiu's exceptionally gentle gaze, she quickly lowered her head, continuing her thoughts aloud. Not long ago, a young master Xiao sought to take me to a sect. However, I have no fondness for sections. I prefer the dynasty. For as long as the dynasty endures, the monarch remains, and we ordinary folk are spared from the ravages of beasts and the tyranny of the powerful. In a sect, the strong dominate. They may humiliate the weak at will. Even if they were to annihilate the weak's entire family, the weak would be left to grovel. But within the court, even if the powerful engage in nefarious deeds, there are those in authority who will stand up for the weak, seeking justice and retribution. If someone from the sect commits a crime, they too will be pursued. Moreover, the current monarch is unlike any other. She has established academies for both civil and military studies, welcoming all, regardless of wealth or gender, as long as one can provide 10 copper coins a month to enroll. Perhaps it was the absence of any intimidating presence from Su Wuqiu that encouraged Shuangwen to open up, her words flowing freely. Initially, Su Wuqiu had little interest in her musings, allowing them to drift in one ear and out the other. Yet, when she spoke of the current monarch, he found himself straining to listen. Shuangwen's admiration for the reigning Empress Feng Yanjun was particularly fervent, so much so that Su Wuqiu sensed a hint of blind reverence in her tone. She seemed well-versed in the policies implemented over the past decade, treating them as sacred doctrines, solely perceiving the brilliance within the dynasty. Thanks to her, Su Wuqiu became aware of the multitude of initiatives that Feng Buhui had enacted during her reign, most of which had been successfully implemented. He pondered how she managed to accomplish such feats. Surely, the challenges involved were far more complex than Shuangwen perceived. Countless pressures and obstacles must have weighed heavily upon Feng Buhui. Contemplating this, Su Wuqiu quickened his pace, moving swiftly towards the edge of the crowd. The transgressions of the proprietor of the Drunken Moon Tower, while ostensibly significant, do not pose a considerable threat to the dynasty, as they have yet to inflict any tangible damage or undermine its foundations. However, the matter is not trivial. Should he harbor ulterior motives and wield a metaphorical dagger at a pivotal juncture, it could indeed pierce the very heart of the empire. Resolving this issue swiftly would alleviate her concerns. In the northwestern part of the imperial capital, adjacent to the city wall, stood a manor. Su Wuqiu and Shuangwen strode purposefully towards the manor's grand entrance, displaying no intent to conceal their presence. The Drunken Moon Tower, while not insignificant, occupies a modest position within the capital, relegated to the secondary tier among its peers, unable to ascend to the ranks of the elite. The proprietor's status, though illustrious, does not render him a prominent figure in the grand tapestry of the capital, and without the patronage of certain nobles, he would likely struggle to maintain even a secondary standing. His identity as a merchant further complicates matters. While he may attract practitioners to his establishment, it is primarily through the allure of wealth. Yet, how formidable can practitioners, lured by riches, truly be? The strongest among them may reach the 5th or 6th realm, but at exorbitant costs. Moreover, mere monetary incentives are insufficient to compel these practitioners to risk their lives and protection. It seems that such wealth only provides a semblance of security for the proprietor. Thus, upon arriving at the designated location provided by Z, Su Wuqiu harbored no intentions of devising a cunning plan to eliminate the owner of the Drunken Moon Tower. Instead, she opted for a straightforward approach. Brashness, it seemed, was the way forward. Unbeknownst to her, Shuangwen, observing their proximity to the manor, urged her in hushed tones to exercise caution, lest they attract unwanted attention. At that moment, a bronze mask adorned Shuangwen's visage. Su Wuqiu paused, turned slightly, and addressed Shuangwen, suggesting that if fear gripped her, she might as well remain behind and await the outcome. With that, Su Wuqiu resumed her advance towards the manor, a spectral azure hue manifesting in her right hand. In an instant, a long sword, approximately 3 feet in length, gleaming with an ethereal blue light and adorned with a gemstone in its hilt, materialized in her grasp. The emergence of this sword caused a delicate frost to spread across the ground within a 3-foot radius, crunching softly underfoot. This was the exalted sword, the solitary high sword, which Su Wuqiu had acquired from the Sword Tower of Defeat. Remarkably, it was her first time summoning the solitary high sword, and rather than feeling like a novice, she found it exceptionally harmonious, as if it resonated perfectly with her profound ice spirit power. Recalling her previous encounter with Feng Buhui, where she had been relentlessly pressured in close combat, Su Wuqiu focused her thoughts. Instantly, her vast reservoir of ice spirit power stilled to 70% capacity. The 6th realm should suffice, she murmured to herself, as her left hand deftly lifted a circular disc radiating a crimson glow, which had been entrusted to her by Baiming Changsheng when she departed from Hongzhou Peak. It was said to contain 6 distinct formations: offensive, illusionary, defensive, soundproof, and others, each with its own unique effects. As Su Wuqiu channeled his spiritual energy into the formation disc, it began to rotate incessantly. Soon, 2 distinct hues emerged from the disc, intertwining gracefully. With a mere thought, Su Wuqiu made the 2 colors vanish in an instant. In the next moment, a radiant platinum light abruptly illuminated the vast estate, only to blink out in an ephemeral flash. The once audible sounds within the estate faded into an unsettling silence, leaving not even a whisper in the air. Su Wuqiu stowed the formation disc away and placed a hand upon his mask, swiftly making his way to the estate's grand entrance. Outside, a few guards, who had been dozing lightly, stirred at the sound of approaching footsteps. Rubbing their eyes, they squinted into the distance, the leader groggily uttering, "The master has retired for the night. The guest may visit again tomorrow." Suddenly, a cold glimmer caught the speaker's gaze, causing his still drowsy eyes to widen in alarm, dispelling his lethargy. Chapter 79. A threat? Amidst the dimness of the street, a solitary figure emerged from the shadows, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Clad in a flowing moon-white robe and adorned with a jade mask, the man captured the attention of several guards stationed at the entrance of the estate.
Gripping a 3-foot-long sword, its tip resting on the ground, he dragged it along, effortlessly carving a long mark into the earth, as if it were mere tofu.
The contours of the mask fit closely to his face, obscuring his true visage, while the hollowed eye sockets were as dark as an abyss. Yet they hinted at a pair of icy eyes reminiscent of a frigid night. Just a single glance sent a chill down the spines of the guards outside the estate, as if frost had crept upon them, rendering them rigid. The leader hastily channeled his inner energy, attempting to dispel the cold that enveloped him. With a blade drawn, he pointed it at the approaching figure cloaked in white, coldly commanding, "Halt." Upon hearing the leader's command, the other guards mustered their spirits, circulating their energy as they rushed down the steps, weapons drawn, all aimed at the unexpected visitor. At a signal from the leader, a guard positioned at the rear swiftly retreated into the estate to relay the information. This scene did not escape Su Wuqiu's keen eyes, yet he chose not to intervene in the warning. The martial examination, while aimed at Zhenlongxi, also served as an opportunity for Su Wuqiu to hone his own combat experience. Observing the guards blocking the entrance, Su Wuqiu tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. A surge of pure white flame began to emanate from within him, igniting upon his body and dispelling a considerable portion of the surrounding darkness. 5th realm. Upon witnessing the ethereal flames manifesting around Su Wuqiu, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically. Although there were many 5th realm experts within the imperial capital, most were nobles or officials, or perhaps the enforcers guarding the palace. Typically, guards like them would not encounter such prowess, for their master, though esteemed compared to ordinary folk, was but a mere speck against the backdrop of more prominent figures. With a powerful thrust, Su Wuqiu propelled himself forward like a descending tiger, a fierce wind trailing behind him as he charged toward the guards. He swung his sword. The leader of the guards raised his blade in defense, channeling all his energy into his arm. The clash of blade against blade produced a white mist that enveloped the sword. Yet in an instant, the sword pierced through, descending upon the leader with unyielding sharpness. The broken blade clattered to the ground, and the leader collapsed, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Quickly, The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the other guards paralyzed with fear as they realized their captain had fallen. Sleep now. As Su Wuqiu's sword struck the ground, an icy spiritual energy erupted from it, producing a series of crisp sounds that echoed through the air. In mere moments, the area within a radius of 30 feet around Su Wuqiu was encrusted with layers of ice, encasing the remaining guards in a frozen embrace, transforming them into lifelike ice sculptures. Standing tall, Su Wuqiu strode past the immobilized guards, making his way toward the manor. The guards were woefully inadequate in strength, lacking even the slightest experience to pose a challenge. With a resounding crash, Su Wuqiu forcefully kicked open the manor's heavy door, entering as if returning to his own home. Thanks to prior warnings, the interior of the manor was ablaze with light, and many individuals rushed in, hastily donning their attire while clutching weapons. Su Wuqiu spoke not a word. Any who dared to obstruct him fell to his sword, none able to withstand his lethal strike. Those who arrived in haste bore expressions of panic and confusion. Upon witnessing Su Wuqiu dispatch 3 individuals in quick succession, their eyes met his, and a profound terror seized their hearts. The cold glimmer of his sword sliced through the night, tracing frigid arcs imbued with icy spiritual energy. Blood splattered as wounds froze instantaneously upon contact with the frost. The number of people within the manor was few. Following the collapse of the 9th guard disguised as a man, the remaining individuals were paralyzed with fear, retreating further and daring not to approach Su Wuqiu. He cast a glance at those encased in ice upon the ground and casually flicked his sword, startling those who were retreating. A few stumbled and fell, their faces betraying their dread. With a swift motion, Su Wuqiu pointed his sword at a robust man and inquired, "Where is the master of the Drunken Moon Tower?" The man, trembling, immediately pointed towards a tall tower, stammering, It sits in the Moonstriding Tower." Upon hearing this, Su Wuqiu regarded the tower described by the man. It stood 6 stories tall, not particularly large, with lights illuminating the highest floor. Given the circumstances, the man had no reason to lie, and Su Wuqiu accepted his words without doubt, heading toward the Moonstriding Tower that loomed behind the manor. Suddenly, as he took a few steps, he heard the whistling of flying projectiles. With a slight adjustment of his stance, he evaded several daggers that whizzed past him, embedding themselves in the wall nearby. "Did you think to approach the Moonstriding Tower without consulting me?" A coarse voice boomed, reviving the previously subdued individuals within the manor. One by one, they began to rush toward the source of the voice. At the entrance of the manor, a tall, gaunt man stood before a crescent-shaped stone door, brandishing a broken dagger against his own pale throat. He appeared to be around 40 years of age, squinting with pronounced crow's feet. Lord Chun has arrived." The individuals who had been subdued by Su Wuqiu scurried toward the gaunt man, expressing a renewed sense of hope. The man who had just revealed Feng Hua's whereabouts to Su Wuqiu was similarly treacherous. As he approached the esteemed Lord Chun, the latter suddenly lunged with a dagger, driving it straight into the man's throat. After years of loyalty, was this wretched creature truly a traitor? Cursed be it. Chun Xingye yanked the dagger from the man's throat, his voice icy. The man clutched at his neck, his gaze fixed blankly on Chun Xingye, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground. Chun Xingye spared no further glance at the fallen man and turned his cold smile towards Su Wuqiu, who had just turned around. "This woman is with you, is she not? If you wish for her to live, cast your sword far away." With that, he once again pressed the dagger against the throats of the two, causing them to tremble in fear and swiftly close their eyes, filled with regret and self-reproach. All she had wanted was to assess the situation, never anticipating that someone would suddenly emerge from the estate. She had thought that within this vast manor, no formidable opponents lurked, only to discover that they had been hiding, plotting in the shadows. Su Wuqiu observed the tall, lean figure of Chun Xingye standing behind Shuangwen, her eyes narrowing gradually. When she saw Shuangwen's tightly shut eyes suddenly snap open, revealing a tumultuous shift in her gaze, a smile involuntarily crossed her lips. "You have captured her. So by what right do you demand that I relinquish my weapon?" Su Wuqiu's sword was abruptly aimed at Chun Xingye. Chapter 80. The Tower of the Moon. Upon the utterance of these words, Tianxing, along with those who had just gathered around him, felt a stirring within them, sensing both the plausibility and strangeness of Su Wuqiu's statement. It was a peculiar contradiction. However, none, including Tianxing, perceived the profound transformation in the eyes of the simple girl who had been taken hostage. If previously, the fear had rendered her eyes tightly shut, now they glimmered with the ferocity of a wild beast, one that had fought valiantly for its territory. Good, Tianxing sneered, suddenly slashing the dagger towards the throat of the girl. He was eager to witness whether the masked man would remain so composed upon witnessing the bloodshed. Just as the blade was about to meet its mark, the girl, whose hands were significantly smaller than Tianxing's, unexpectedly raised her arms and seized the dagger. The blade sank into her flesh, blood beginning to flow from her palm, yet it preserved her life. Before Tianxing could fully comprehend the situation, a faint purple flame surged around the girl. It was the spirit flame. With a sudden burst, she leaped into the air, her head colliding forcefully with Tianxing's chin, sending him sprawling to the ground. Though his mind was still reeling, instinct took over, and he managed to shield his face with his arm just in time to block the foot that aimed for his face. Simultaneously, a spirit flame erupted from Tianxing, his formidable energy striving to launch the assailant away. However, he was met with an equally potent force, negating his own power. Once a hostage, the girl now stood beside the fallen Tianxing, her foot poised to strike him. Surrounding her was a dazzling display of purple energy, intensifying as she prepared to attack. Do you, this wretched creature, dare to kill me? The girl firmly pressed Tianxing beneath her, and although she could not inflict harm upon him just yet, she had him firmly under her control. With her left hand, she withdrew the dagger embedded in her right palm and hurled it at the nearest man, shattering his protective energy. The dagger struck true, embedding itself in his forehead, causing him to collapse heavily. Upon witnessing this, Su Wuqiu diverted her gaze and turned towards the Tower of the Moon, leaving the matter in their hands. Was the girl merely a burdensome liability? This notion was preposterous, judging by the scene when the middle-aged man was cast out of the nameless estate. It was clear that to enter such a place and to have the purple-clad woman bestow the martial arts scroll upon her, she could not be as helpless as she appeared. Had she lacked any strength, her fate would have mirrored that of the middle-aged man. This understanding had been clear to Su Wuqiu from the moment she first encountered the girl. However, she had not sensed any spiritual presence emanating from her, leaving her puzzled about the girl's true capabilities. Hence, she had opted to wait for the outcome outside the estate. Upon witnessing the ethereal flames enveloping Shuangwen and sensing the abundant, yet somewhat sinister spiritual energy within her dantian, Su Wuqiu felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Her cultivation level had reached the 6th realm, surpassing even that of her second junior brother, Xiaoyao. Dealing with the individuals within the manor was an utterly trivial matter for her. However, as Su Wuqiu took a few steps forward, a sudden gust of wind caught her attention from behind, causing her to furrow her brow beneath her mask. With a surge of spiritual power, she swiftly brought Tianxing crashing to the ground. Instead of lingering on the fallen Tianxing, Su Wuqiu's gaze shifted towards the distance, where Shuangwen, clad in simple attire, removed her copper mask with an assertive motion. What do you think you are? How dare you command me? Shuangwen's piercing violet eyes swept over Su Wuqiu, and with a fierce swing of her hand, she sent a man who attempted to ambush her sprawling onto the ground. Blood splattered onto the copper mask, which she disdainfully discarded, then removed the dark flower that had secured her hair. Freed from its hold, her elegantly coiled hair cascaded down, some strands falling gracefully over her shoulders. Am I someone you can control? Shuangwen glared at Su Wuqiu through the dark petals, her displeasure evident. This caused Su Wuqiu to narrow her eyes. It was clear that Shuangwen had not only evolved in strength, but had also undergone a profound transformation in character, as if she had become an entirely different person. Do as you wish, Su Wuqiu replied, retracting her gaze and suddenly propelling herself towards the crescent moon tower with astonishing speed, disappearing into the darkness within the blink of an eye, leaving no trace of her spiritual energy behind. Witnessing this, Shuangwen's expression turned frigid as she contemplated pursuing Su Wuqiu, only to be encircled by the manor's guards. Qingcheng, having just been sent flying by Shuangwen's kick and subsequently subdued by Su Wuqiu's spiritual force, cautiously covered the bruised area with one hand while accepting a dagger from a guard with the other, advancing towards Shuangwen. To be frank, the sight of Su Wuqiu single-handedly infiltrating the manor and freezing several guards was profoundly intimidating for Qingcheng. It was this very image that initially deterred him from confronting Su Wuqiu directly. Instead, he had opted to seize Shuangwen, hoping to leverage her as a means to manipulate Su Wuqiu. Yet, he had not anticipated that Shuangwen possessed formidable strength as well, albeit not quite matching Su Wuqiu's prowess, but sufficient to instill a sense of caution in Qingcheng. Thus, with Su Wuqiu's departure, Qingcheng felt emboldened, and the other guards shared in this newfound confidence. Eliminating this woman would surely repay our master's favor, Qingcheng murmured. His words resonated with the sentiments of those present. They were not weak, but rather they were faced with formidable adversaries, two in particular. For the sake of protecting their master, they had already exhausted their strength in defeating one powerful enemy and had no remaining energy to vanquish a second. Even if their master were to perish, they would have fought to their last breath. This incident undoubtedly adds a notable entry to their resumes in the realm of nursing, facilitating their pursuit of future opportunities. However, Shuangwen remained oblivious to the thoughts harbored by Qingcheng and his companions. Upon witnessing the multitude blocking her path, she could not help but laugh, as it appeared they were intent on her destruction. The dark-hued flower in her hand emanated a mysterious violet aura, as if the bloom itself had come to life in that very moment, its petals gradually unfolding. Meanwhile, Su Wuqiu was unaware of the situation concerning Shuangwen. He had arrived before the Tower of the Moon, navigating through several lifelike ice sculptures, and with a single stroke of his sword, shattered the tightly shut tower door. What greeted his eyes were a dozen or so scantily clad, disheveled boys and girls. As the door burst open, the children instinctively shielded their heads with their hands, cowering in the dim corners. Chapter 81. Can this be considered a literary examination? Each child bore the marks of suffering, with the male children particularly displaying gruesome scars. Many were confined within cages, suspended in mid-air on the first level, or nailed to the narrow walls. Witnessing the scene, Su Wuqiu tightened his grip on the sword hilt and swiftly ascended the staircase to the second level. The children on the second floor were more numerous, appearing less malnourished than those on the first level. However, their eyes were vacant, showing no reaction even upon seeing Su Wuqiu. The third level housed considerably fewer children, their numbers comparable to those on the first floor, yet their attire was markedly better. Nevertheless, their faces were alarmingly pale, their lips tinged with purple, as they trembled incessantly on the ground. Su Wuqiu grasped the hand of a boy, noting the scars that had already formed on his wrist, before seizing the hand of a girl who bore similar marks. They were being bled dry. What nefarious deeds was Feng Hua perpetrating? As he reached the fourth level, 7 boys, each about 10 years old and armed with long spears, charged at Su Wuqiu. Their movements were methodical and well-coordinated, exhibiting strength that surpassed that of ordinary adults. Yet lacking spiritual energy, they seemed only capable of contending with practitioners of the first or second realm. Under the influence of Su Wuqiu's spiritual energy, they became nothing more than lifelike ice sculptures. The fifth level contained young adolescents, around 11 or 12 years of age. Despite their youthful visages, they exhibited a certain charm and beauty. Should their features fully mature, they would undoubtedly be considered strikingly handsome or beautiful. Upon seeing Su Wuqiu, a glimmer of hope mingled with fear flickered in their eyes, prompting them to retreat to their respective corners, careful to remain silent. At this moment, Su Wuqiu had no time to attend to them, as he swiftly surged towards the 6th level. Upon stepping onto the 6th level, a voice almost pleading reached Su Wuqiu's ears. Sir, you cannot abandon me. I have committed unspeakable acts for your sake, and now that disaster has struck, you must save me. In a brightly lit small room, a corpulent man, appearing somewhat bloated, knelt on the ground, clutching the leg of the man in black with both hands, tears streaming down his face. He beseeched the man in black. His cries mingled with snot and tears. Yet the man in black fixed his gaze intently on the door, as if sensing Su Wuqiu's approach. "Sir, without me, your capable dog, how will you continue to improve?" Silence. The man in black interrupted the fat man before he could finish, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the 200-plus-pound man crashing against the wall with a thunderous crash, leaving a series of cracks in its wake. At that moment, the heavily locked door, previously sealed, suddenly became encrusted with frost, ice sealing it within. Cracks spread across the frozen door. With a resounding bang, the scene unfolded. The door of the frost-encrusted room shattered with a resounding crash as Su Wuqiu swiftly stepped inside, only to witness a shadowy figure vanish through a small hole in the wall. Through the narrow opening, he could barely discern the silhouette slipping into the enveloping darkness below. Nevertheless, Su Wuqiu could still sense the lingering traces of the individual's spiritual energy, making it relatively easy for him to pursue the shadow by following its essence. However, as he glanced outside the room, he suddenly voiced his thoughts. Having followed all the way here, is there no need to obstruct that person's escape? Moments later, a masked figure clad in black emerged from outside the room, striding directly towards the stout man embedded in the wall. As he pulled the man down, he remarked, "My task was merely to observe your martial examination. Anything beyond that falls outside my remit." This masked figure had been shadowing Su Wuqiu and the stout man since their departure from the nameless estate, maintaining a watchful distance. It was uncertain whether the two had sensed the gaze upon them, but Su Wuqiu certainly had. However, he surmised that the observer was akin to an invigilator, so he refrained from further comment. Upon hearing the masked man's words, Su Wuqiu placed a hand on his mask, feeling a mix of resignation towards the man's rigid adherence to duty, and he inquired, "What are the young children down there? Are they not within your purview either?" "They will be attended to shortly," replied the masked man, as he laid the stout figure flat on the ground and checked his neck, noting with satisfaction, "Good. He is still alive." Having said this, the masked man turned to Su Wuqiu and nodded slightly. "Congratulations on your success at the nameless estate." In the main hall of the estate, the figure clad in purple, appearing somewhat fatigued, waved a hand. "Congratulations to both of you for passing the martial test." Soon, two masked figures in black emerged from the shadows, approaching Su Wuqiu and handing each a soft sheet of paper and a sturdy pen before retreating back into the darkness, their figures vanishing from sight. The figure in purple stretched lazily, gesturing toward the small door on the right. "Please, after your exertions, proceed through the side door for the written examination." Upon hearing this, Su Wuqiu walked towards the indicated door, his brow furrowing as he glanced at the content on the soft paper. A scholar, in a fit of rage, collides with a frail old man while you happen to pass by. How would you handle the situation? 1. Support the scholar in reprimanding the old man for being careless. 2. Assist the old man in demanding compensation from the scholar. 3. Knock down both the scholar and the old man who has just regained his footing. A genius of a sect frequently robs a wealthy man, leaving several impoverished families in dire straits. As the judge, how would you adjudicate? 1. Help the wealthy man recover his stolen possessions. 2. Aid the sect genius in evading punishment. 3. Assist the impoverished families. This was the written examination? Could this truly be a written examination? After a cursory glance at the paper, Su Wuqiu felt that the so-called written test had fundamentally lost its meaning. However, recalling the nature of the previous martial test, he found that this written examination, too, was not entirely unacceptable. After much contemplation, Su Wuqiu could not fathom the necessity of participating in the civil examination for the Town Dragon Division. After all, some questions seemed devoid of definitive answers, where neither side appeared to be at fault, yet one party was invariably assigned blame. "Please, this way." The masked figures in black, who had long been awaiting at the side entrance, bowed respectfully upon seeing Su Wuqiu and Shuangwen. Why were all these masked individuals women? Su Wuqiu withdrew her gaze and glanced at Shuangwen, who stood beside her, visibly anxious, with traces of blood still staining her face. This sight prompted Su Wuqiu to reminisce about a recent encounter upon returning from the Zhuyu Tower. At that time, Shuangwen had been standing amidst a collection of dismembered corpses, her eyes vacant as she covered her ears, murmuring about how their crimes did not warrant death. Shuangwen, who were you back then? Su Wuqiu inquired curiously, trailing behind the masked women. To her surprise, Shuangwen's expression, once filled with unease, instantly transformed into one of cold disdain. Her dark eyes shifted to a striking violet as she fixed her gaze upon Su Wuqiu, declaring, "Ugly thing, are you infatuated with my sister?" Chapter 82. Another Dragon's Head? Observing the evident transformation in Shuangwen, Su Wuqiu swiftly averted his gaze and quickened his pace, leaving her behind. As he departed, Shuangwen slightly pouted, plucking the inky black flower from her hair and idly twirling it in her fingers. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, dancing with each step she took. Guided by the masked figure in black, Su Wuqiu and Shuangwen entered a brightly lit right hall. The spacious room was furnished with neatly arranged tables and chairs, where numerous men and women, dressed in a variety of styles, were scattered about. The attendees appeared to range in age from no more than 40 to as young as 10. Some were adorned in resplendent attire, while others wore tattered garments. One individual, seemingly exhausted, had reclined in a specially designed chair and appeared to have drifted into slumber. Su Wuqiu's keen eyes quickly spotted a man and a woman seated side by side. Without needing the masked guide's assistance, he made his way toward them. The man was tall and imposing, his bare torso showcasing well-defined, bronze muscles that suggested he could effortlessly fell a mighty tiger with a single punch. The woman, dressed in a flowing aquamarine gown, appeared petite and delicate, her large, blinking eyes radiating an endearing charm. "How dull it is, Xiong," lamented Zhongling, resting her chin on the table as she gazed at the towering figure beside her. Hearing her words, the Xiong nodded in acknowledgement but remained silent, maintaining a rigid posture in his chair. Su Wuqiu observed that the Xiong's seat was nearly in tatters, the only reason it remained intact being his reluctance to fully sit upon it. Though appearing seated, he was, in fact, practicing a horse dance. Silently, Su Wuqiu took a seat beside Zhongling, leaving a gap of nearly 10 empty chairs between them. No sooner had he settled than a cloaked figure approached, placing a prepared ink set on Su Wuqiu's table. As he perused the contents on the paper, Su Wuqiu commenced the written examination. Though labeled as a test of literature, the questions were merely multiple choice, and he completed them swiftly. Finally, he inscribed the name Su Chu at the designated spot before leaning back against the chair. The masked figure, observing Su Wuqiu's completion, efficiently gathered the paper and writing instruments, advising him to remain silent and patient. Once the black-clad individual departed, Su Wuqiu turned his attention toward the source of the lingering gaze he had felt during the examination, locking eyes with Zhongling Oi's bright orbs. She smiled and waved at him, having noticed him shortly after he took his seat, yet refrained from greeting him due to the imposed silence. Su Wuqiu nodded gently and returned his gaze. This girl bore some similarities to his junior sister, both possessing a penchant for laughter and cuteness. However, while one was simply adorable, his junior sister exuded a uniquely sweet charm. Nevertheless, neither could rival the allure of Buhui. Having waited a considerable time without any further arrivals of the masked figures, Su Wuqiu finally directed his gaze toward Shuangwen, who was seated in the last row, in the corner. She had yet to complete the written examination and was currently in the midst of making her selections. Her eyes shifted from a deep purple to a dark hue, her head shaking at times and nodding emphatically at others. It appeared as if the examination content had a profound impact on her, rendering her indecisive. This period of contemplation extended, astonishingly, over 4 or 5 days and nights. The once numerous vacant seats within the hall were now occupied, each individual displaying a unique emotional state, with several exhibiting impatience, baring their teeth in a manner intended to unnerve others, yet all maintained an eerie silence. At this moment, several scrolls had accumulated on Su Wuqiu's desk, and he remained engrossed with his brush. Perched upon his shoulder was a rabbit, no larger than an adult's outstretched palm, quietly resting. Its body was entirely white, With eyes that curved like crescent moons, fixated intently on the scrolls Su Wuqiu was creating. On the parchment, a rabbit, strikingly resembling it, was vividly depicted. This rabbit was a clever disguise Su Wuqiu had brought from Hongzhou Peak, having quietly resided in his sleeve pocket throughout their journey. After several days of restraint, it had finally ventured out, and Su Wuqiu, rather than stuffing it back in, allowed it to remain outside, as it was adept at camouflage, rarely being mistaken for a sore moon rabbit. Suddenly, a resounding drumbeat echoed from outside the hall, penetrating the interior and jolting several lethargic individuals into a state of alertness. Su Wuqiu swiftly stored the scrolls into his storage ring and turned his gaze towards the wide-open hall doors, where he caught sight of a woman clad in purple entering. However, she did not advance further, but stood resolutely at the threshold. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the 178 individuals present for successfully entering the Xinlong Division. From this moment forth, you shall all be members of the Xinlong Division, with the lowest official rank starting at the 7th grade. Upon the utterance of these words, many in the hall instantly displayed expressions of joy, unable to contain their exclamations. Initially, they had harbored trepidation about failing the written examination and missing out on joining the Xinlong Division. Yet beneath the mask, Su Wuqiu's lips twitched slightly. Did this imply that no one had failed the examination? Was it merely a formality? No. As he recalled the examination content, a sudden realization dawned upon him. The examination was less about testing knowledge and more about evaluating individuals, assessing their understanding, their stances, their values, or perhaps it was an exhibition of one's character and integrity for the evaluators to judge. Naturally, at the inception of the Xinlong Division, with positions yet to be established, a leader had to be chosen from amongst them. The woman in purple seemed unfazed by the thoughts of those within the hall. After delivering her announcement, she clapped her hands, and a dozen individuals clad in black surged into the hall, placing tokens upon the tables. Su Wuqiu picked up a token, and as he did, a warm sensation emanated from it, surprisingly nourishing his very soul. The token, crafted from bronze, was adorned with intricate dragon patterns, vividly carved. But what captivated the eye were the two small gemstones atop it, resembling dragon eyes, emanating a vibrant red glow, dazzling and vivid. The front of the token is plain, while the reverse bears the inscription Zhenlongxi in large characters. The affairs of Zhenlongxi are of great magnitude. Henceforth, you must conceal your identities and avoid revealing your true selves lightly, lest you inadvertently bring calamity upon those dear to you, or find yourself unable to live in peace after departing from Zhenlongxi. Upon hearing these words, many present, including those observing the token, stood in stunned silence, while some boldly inquired, "My lord, what exactly does Zhenlongxi undertake that necessitates such caution?" Those who wish to join Zhenlongxi must inscribe their future names upon the token, while the timid may place it upon the table. The purple-clad figure spoke in a calm tone, their expression inscrutable, betraying no hint of their inner thoughts. Su Wuqiu, however, displayed no hesitation. Rather, the regulations of Zhenlongxi coincidentally aligned with his intentions. A surge of spiritual energy manifested at his fingertips, beginning to etch upon the token. Chapter 83. Audience with the monarch aside from Su Wuqiu. The rest of the 100 or so individuals did not hesitate for long before inscribing the desired names onto the tokens. After waiting for the span of half an incense stick, seeing that most had completed their inscriptions, the figure clad in purple finally turned and walked toward the palace entrance. Those who had etched their names hung their tokens at their waists and followed her out of the hall. Many rose to proceed toward the exit, and Su Wuqiu, fastening his token at his waist, also stood up and trailed behind the crowd. "Hey, what is your name?" After walking a few paces, Zhonglinger leaned closer, lowering her voice. The Xiong followed closely behind her, striking a protective pose. However, Su Wuqiu chose to ignore her. This prompted Zhonglinger to clench her fists, battling the urge to strike him, but ultimately, she restrained herself. Before long, only a few dozen individuals remained within the hall. Each had a token quietly resting before them, having chosen to forego joining the impending dragon guard. The grand doors of the hall, which had been wide open for many days, began to slowly close, instantly causing anxiety to ripple among the remaining assemblage. Those outside the hall also witnessed the doors shutting, and many began to speculate amongst themselves. Do you think they wouldn't? Could it be? The Dragon Guard is a crucial department established under the monarch's supervision. Did you not see that esteemed figure in purple? She is one of the four sword maidens, personally close to the sovereign. How could it be? As they whispered, they suddenly noticed around 30 masked figures in black emerging outside the hall. Their eyes glimmered with a golden hue as they advanced toward the now-closed doors. Each held a slender sword in hand, the blades glinting under the sunlight. Leave none alive, the figure in purple commanded coldly. Upon hearing this, many outside the hall felt a jolt of apprehension, their gazes instinctively drawn to the figure garbed in purple. Such beauty, yet her heart was so frigid. Apart from 3 individuals wearing masks, the others had cast aside the distributed masks, their faces already exposed to those within the hall. If they do not perish, it shall be you who suffers henceforth. The figure in purple surveyed the 100 or so people before her, her tone laced with amusement. A modicum of kindness suffices. Excessive foolishness is best avoided. This shall serve as your first lesson, and indeed your last, as members of the Dragon Guard. With that, she turned to leave, her icy words echoing in the ears of Su Wuqiu and the others. Follow me to meet the monarch. Su Wuqiu's body involuntarily trembled, and his heart raced violently. He had assumed he would require more time before encountering her, but to his surprise, he would see her right after the examination. This realization prompted him to hurriedly tuck his disguise into his sleeves, occasionally adjusting the nameless mask on his face to ensure his identity remained concealed. Unbeknownst to him, Zhonglinger was intently watching him. Fortunately, she refrained from overthinking it, for even she found it hard to conceal her excitement at the prospect of meeting the current ruler of the Fengyan dynasty. Su Wuqiu's reaction was not unexpected. Not only he, but Zhonglinger and everyone else felt their hearts racing, trailing behind the figure in purple, their steps growing increasingly burdensome. Excitement mingled with trepidation as she faced the sovereign. In the splendid golden phoenix hall of the Fengyan Palace, Feng Buhui, adorned in resplendent golden phoenix robes, sat upon the vividly crafted golden phoenix throne. With a casual flick, she cast aside the bamboo scroll in her hand onto the table, resting her delicate hand against her chin, her phoenix eyes gradually closing. Your Majesty, among those individuals are several scions of noble families. Their desire to join the Dragon Subjugation Division likely stems from a wish to discern your intentions. Why must they be incorporated into the division? A woman in white, holding a large banana fan, inquired, her confusion palpable. Yet, Feng Buhui appeared as though she had drifted into slumber, remaining silent. The woman in white promptly lowered her head, fanning Feng Buhui gently, refraining from further conversation. At that moment, a maid swiftly entered the hall, bowing to Feng Buhui on the golden phoenix throne. Your Majesty, Lord Z has brought the members of the Dragon Subjugation Division to the palace front. Gradually, Feng Buhui opened her eyes, which began to shimmer with a golden radiance. Outside the golden phoenix hall, a figure clad in purple stood before the entrance. A throng of over 100 individuals from the Dragon Subjugation Division gathered at the base of the 99 stone steps, their numbers appearing surprisingly sparse. Many men, donned in the armor of the Imperial Guard, cast curious glances towards the assembly below. Among the crowd, Su Wuqiu suddenly lifted his gaze to the heavens, his spirits soaring. Above the imperial capital, a golden phoenix took to the skies, swirling gracefully. As it flapped its wings, numerous golden feathers detached, transforming into radiant specks of light that cascaded like golden rain towards the Fengyan Palace, descending upon the entrance of the golden phoenix hall. Noticing that others remained oblivious, Su Wuqiu quietly lowered his head, feigning ignorance of the spectacle. Moments later, an overwhelming pressure descended abruptly. Instantly, nearly half of the 100 individuals knelt before this force. Was pressing down upon me. Ah, it hurts. In an instant, those who had been patiently awaiting the sovereign's summons exclaimed, many pressing their faces against the ground. Their features contorted in anguish. Others knelt on one knee, gritting their teeth, struggling against the weight upon them, fearful of uttering a sound lest they betray their struggle. A few remained standing, yet cracks began to emerge upon the floor beneath their feet. Su Wuqiu, however, was the most unique among them. He felt a pressure that was neither too great nor too slight, barely discomforting. Observing the large man beside Zhongling, as cracks formed beneath his feet, Su Wuqiu exerted force, causing fissures to appear beneath his own feet as well. Ha! A bunch of inept fools, unable to withstand such minimal spiritual pressure. Yet they aspire to wield the sovereign's blade? A voice laced with mockery echoed, belonging to a young man in black with white hair. Standing steadily with a gourd in hand, his gaze towards those prostrate on the ground brimming with disdain. After uttering those words, the silver-haired youth swiftly removed the lid from the gourd, and a rich aroma of liquor instantly wafted forth. Merely inhaling, it caused many to feel a heightened sense of intoxication. Even Su Wuqiu felt a haze enveloping his vision, which only dissipated after he channeled his internal energy. Such a potent spirit. A cold voice followed. You call me a waste. Who are you referring to? A modestly dressed woman. Her face pressed firmly against the ground, gradually rose, her hand clutching the flower atop her head, and her violet eyes fixed intently on the silver-haired youth. The young man inhaled deeply, the intoxicating scent enhancing his already handsome features with a hint of rapture. He corked the gourd and then turned his attention to the modest woman. Lying down makes you a waste. Even if you stand up, you remain a waste. The silver-haired youth remarked with a smile. Suddenly, both rushed towards him, the dark flowers in their hands igniting with a purple flame, aiming directly for the youth's throat. Chapter 84. The disruption by the great bear. As the floral petals were about to graze the throat of the silver-haired youth, he suddenly leaned back, evading the petals and swiftly pivoting to deliver a whip-like kick that sent Shuangwen sprawling aside. Many individuals sprawled on the ground found themselves trampled underfoot by Shuangwen. The silver-haired youth's reaction exceeded Shuangwen's expectations. She appeared momentarily taken aback, yet did not linger in hesitation. A surge of violet spiritual flames erupted around her, and the flower in her grasp radiated an increasingly enchanting purple glow. Subsequently, Shuangwen flung the flower away, and the purple petals detached from the stem, transforming into a dozen sharp blades that surged toward the silver-haired youth. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Wuqiu felt a twinge of astonishment. Although he had encountered Shuangwen on several occasions, he had never discerned that the flower she wore as a hairpin was, in fact, a unique weapon. What kind of extraordinary talent could craft such a marvel? While Su Wuqiu pondered, the silver-haired youth had already unsheathed the blade from his waist, appearing to move languidly. Yet the myriad of blade glimmers that appeared before him numbered no less than 10. In an instant, he struck down each incoming petal, sending them spiraling back to the flower's root in Shuangwen's hand. Now it's my turn. The silver-haired youth smirked, his form resembling a swift leopard, as a pristine trail of spiritual energy materialized at the tip of his blade, carving out a long arc. He swung the knife toward Shuangwen's face. Shuangwen narrowly evaded the strike, gliding past the silver-haired youth, the flower's stem like a slender needle aimed at his neck. Rise! The silver-haired youth swiftly twirled the blade, creating a whirl of potent spiritual energy that erupted, conjuring a gust of spiritual wind that lifted Shuangwen off the ground. At the moment she was caught in the whirlwind, the silver-haired youth altered the direction of his blade, sweeping upwards in a single stroke. A white blade of energy condensed, growing in size as it descended toward Shuangwen, appearing almost equal to her by the time it approached, imbued with a sharpness that seemed intent on cleaving her in two. Shuangwen's violet eyes flickered. She countered with the flower in her grasp, the spiritual energy from the flower shattering the blade's aura. However, the shockwave from the blade's fragmentation propelled her upward once more. The silver-haired youth leapt into the air, the blade in his hand resembling a crescent moon, leaving a pristine trail in the sky. When their blades collided, sparks of light erupted between them. The silver-haired youth landed gracefully, while Shuangwen tumbled to the ground. She quickly rose, her disheveled hair clinging to her cheeks, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. A resilient waist. The silver-haired youth flipped the blade in his hand, while with his other hand he retrieved a gourd from his waist. deftly popping the cork. Bringing it close to his nose, he inhaled deeply. In that instant, the silver-haired youth's aura surged, becoming overwhelmingly imposing, as white flames spontaneously coalesced upon the blade. This was a result of the excessive density of spiritual energy. Shuangwen inhaled sharply, lifting the flower in her hand. The violet glow emanating from the flower illuminated her face, a smile curling at the corners of her lips as she began to exude an alluring charm. Zing, zing, zing. Petals once again drifted from the roots of the flower to the back of Shuangwen, forming a dozen sharp blades, each radiating a chilling purple glow. With a swift whoosh, the silver-haired youth and Shuangwen surged forward simultaneously, engaging each other in fierce combat, the sounds of their weapons clashing resonating frequently. Those pressed to the ground could only feel a whirlwind of confusion in their minds. How could these two fight so fiercely under such pressure? Were they truly on the same level as these two? Oh, how delightful! Suddenly, Zhonglinger, donned in a flowing azure gown, began to leap in place, clapping her hands enthusiastically, and then sweetly implored the massive figure of the great bear beside her. Why don't you join them in their play? Wouldn't that be wonderful? With a resounding thud, the great bear brought his fists together before him, creating a powerful gust of wind, then bent his legs slightly, lowering his stature. In the next moment, his enormous form launched into the air like a soaring monkey, hurtling towards the silver-haired youth and Shuangwen, who were locked in close combat. Just as the shadow loomed over him, the silver-haired youth's mouth fell slightly agape, and upon hearing the rushing wind, he leaped backward. Shuangwen seized the opportunity to retreat as well. The ground where the silver-haired youth and Shuangwen had been engaged in battle suddenly caved in, the floor cracking and dust billowing upwards. A massive shadow erupted from the dust, a fist larger than the silver-haired youth's head aimed directly at him. Even before the punch landed, the wind from it stung the silver-haired youth's face, and when his blade met the formidable fist, it felt as if he had struck unyielding metal. A dull thud echoed. The silver-haired youth was sent flying, plummeting towards a middle-aged man who lay on the ground, causing the man's eyes to widen in alarm. Would he survive such a blow? Just as the middle-aged man braced for impact, a surge of spiritual energy manifested behind the silver-haired youth, allowing him to perform a nimble flip in midair and land beside the middle-aged man. Feeling the pain and numbness in his arm, the silver-haired youth gazed towards the distance, where a giant man was advancing towards Shuangwen with tremendous strides. His eyes filled with astonishment. What terrifying strength! Had he not instinctively protected his face with his arm, that punch would have surely distorted his features. After sending the silver-haired youth flying, the great bear leaped again, aiming for the position where Shuangwen currently stood. She dared not confront him directly and could only evade. Yet, this evasion left her entirely on the defensive, relentlessly pursued by a barrage of punches from the great bear, were it not for her agility. Allowing her to narrowly dodge each incoming strike, she would have surely been flattened by now. Great Bear is amazing. Great Bear is the strongest, Zhonglinger exclaimed, dancing joyfully in place and cheering for the Great Bear, her claps echoing around her, leaving many kneeling men and women surrounding her in astonishment. Su Wuqiu had been fixated on the figure clad in purple standing outside the Golden Phoenix Hall, observing that the situation had unfolded to this extent, and noting that the figure had neither intervened nor appeared discontent, but rather seemed to relish the unfolding drama. A thought crossed his mind. He recalled that after issuing the martial examination bamboo slips, the figure had mentioned that the Emperor Fengyan would personally appoint the Dragon Suppression Envoy and the 4 Great Guardians. Could it be that the decisions regarding the Dragon Suppression Division and the 4 Great Guardians were to be made today? Such haste, if that were indeed the case. Casting another glance at the silver-haired youth, who was now setting aside past grievances to confront the formidable bear, Su Wuqiu instinctively grasped the spring breeze flute at his waist. The solitary, sharp sword was extraordinarily lethal and could amplify one's spiritual power 5-fold. Wielding it would certainly be an act of bullying against these individuals. However, the spring breeze flute was just right. At that moment, Zhonglinger, who had been fervently cheering, approached Su Wuqiu, her large eyes curving into crescent moons. "Young master, you mustn't play it. Chapter 85. Finalizing the 5 Young Master, you mustn't blow it. The big bear hasn't been injured yet, Zhonglinger said softly, skipping closer to Su Wuqiu. From her words, it was evident she believed Su Wuqiu was about to use the flute to heal someone. Su Wuqiu remained silent, suddenly flicking the spring breeze flute towards Zhonglinger. Simuni Inyist. However, Zhonglinger nimbly sidestepped the approaching flute. This unexpected maneuver left Su Wuqiu astonished. She then leaped back just out of the flute's reach. This reminded Su Wuqiu of the moment when the Silver Moon merchant group was ambushed by the Kunmen, and Zhonglinger had remarkably countered 3 Kunmen assailants. It appeared that her skills were not merely the result of luck. A sudden gust of cold wind rushed towards Zhongling, causing her previously squinted eyes to widen in surprise. This chilling breeze felt like invisible hands, firmly holding her in place, rendering her immobile. Su Chu indeed had concealed her prowess within the Silver Moon merchant group. The spring breeze flute gently tapped against Zhonglinger's face, and at that moment, the encasing cold wind abruptly dissipated. Zhonglinger touched her face where she had been struck, huffed at Su Wuqiu, and then called out to the big bear, who was engaged in battle with the white-haired youth. "Big bear, someone is bullying me." She raised a small hand, pointing directly at Su Wuqiu. "It's him. He hit me with his flute. It hurt so much." As she spoke, a glimmer sparkled in her large eyes, and the corners of her lips drooped slightly, giving her the appearance of someone who had suffered a grave injustice. "Ah!" The big bear spread his arms and let out a low roar. Despite the absence of any spiritual energy within or around him, a tremendous whirlwind erupted. This caused the white-haired youth to narrow his eyes, silently retreating behind Shuangwen. Shuangwen, looking at the big bear with a serious expression, muttered, "Though he may be somewhat unsightly, his strength is indeed formidable." At that moment, the big bear disregarded the white-haired youth and Shuangwen, charging swiftly towards Su Wuqiu. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him. Though he was quite large, the big bear's speed remained unimpeded. Within just 3 or 4 breaths, he reached Su Wuqiu, muscles tensed, and threw a powerful punch. The force of the punch whipped through the air, causing Su Wuqiu's garments and long hair to flutter wildly. Yet rather than evade, Su Wuqiu met the attack with his flute. The collision between the flute and the fist unleashed a terrifying gust that swept outward. Those nearby, pressed to the ground or kneeling, were swept away by the force, creating a considerable clear space around them. Sensing that the flute might shatter under the sheer power of the blow, Su Wuqiu's icy spiritual energy surged forth. The big bear, under the influence of this extreme icy energy, was compelled to retreat several steps. This revelation sent a shock through the white-haired youth. He had previously experienced the big bear's overwhelming strength firsthand. It is no exaggeration to assert that if certain legions, unable to form a proper formation, were to encounter the great bear, they could be thoroughly disordered by his mere presence. Yet, the masked man remained unfazed by the brute force of the great bear, even managing to repel him with a single decisive action. "Who is this individual?" With a soft huff, she acknowledged having witnessed Su Wuqiu's prowess, yet had never engaged him in a genuine contest. She lacked a concrete understanding of Su Wuqiu's true strength, but at this moment, having witnessed him force back the great bear, a notion began to crystallize in her mind. The great bear was repelled? Zhonglinger let her hand, which had been struck by the short flute, fall limply, as though she were witnessing a deity topple from its pedestal, momentarily lost in thought. Even the great bear himself had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant figure could surpass him in raw strength. However, he recognized that Su Wuqiu was not relying on mere brute force, but rather on spiritual energy. Regaining his composure, the great bear let out a low growl and launched another fist towards Su Wuqiu. This time, however, Su Wuqiu opted not to meet him head-on. With a deft movement, he glided like a dragonfly, skimming the water, landing upon the great bear's broad shoulder. With renewed vigor, as the great bear's fist struck the ground, Su Wuqiu positioned himself behind the great bear, deftly manipulating the spring breeze flute within his fingers. Just as he intended to encase the great bear in ice using the frigid energy of his extreme ice spiritual power, a chilling voice pierced through the air, causing the spring breeze flute in his hand to halt abruptly. "Let be these 5. Outside the Golden Phoenix Hall." Z inclined her head slightly and spoke respectfully towards the interior. "Yes." With that, Z turned to face Su Wuqiu and the others below, a smile gracing her features. "Were the remaining 5 of you still doing standing there? Join me inside to meet the Lord." Upon hearing this, including Su Wuqiu, Shuangwen, and the white-haired youth, they realized that after the brief skirmish between Su Wuqiu and the Great Bear, those who had been half-kneeling were now sprawled on the ground. Indeed, only they 5 remained. "You." Zhonglinger gazed at Su Wuqiu, her expression grave, but soon her face brightened with a smile as she clapped her hands in praise, exclaiming, "Incredible, truly incredible. This is the first time I've been struck, and the Great Bear has also been forced back for the first time. Perhaps fortune favors me today." Su Wuqiu nodded, choosing not to engage with her further, and instead hastened towards the Golden Phoenix Hall. With each step closer to the hall, an indescribable emotion surged within him. If only he could, he truly wished to utilize his ethereal butterfly step to dart directly into the Golden Phoenix Hall. The white-haired youth inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting from the wine gourd, feeling a sense of comfort before also making his way toward the Golden Phoenix Hall. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the previously fallen figure was standing, gathering her hair into an intricate bun, substituting flowers for hairpins to secure it in place. And then, the previously defiant gaze of the young woman transformed in an instant, becoming tender and meek. She appeared somewhat submissive, her hands entwined before her, head bowed as she took delicate steps toward the Golden Phoenix Hall. And then there was the imposing figure, referred to as De Xiong by the girl. At this moment, De Xiong stood like a sentinel, stationed just behind the young lady in the flowing cerulean dress. A formidable masked man of great strength, an emotionally unstable misfit, a robust giant, and an oddly peculiar young girl. These 4 individuals presented a most curious ensemble. The silver-haired youth silently scoffed, hastily removing the cork he had just inserted, inhaling deeply the intoxicating aroma wafting from the gourd, before trailing behind the quartet toward the Golden Phoenix Hall. Meanwhile, the other members of the Jinlong division rose to their feet, watching the 5 approach the hall, their hearts heavy with frustration. None had anticipated that beyond the threshold of the Golden Phoenix Hall lay such a trial. Caught off guard, they found themselves overwhelmed. Had they been prepared, the outcome might have been different. They would have had the confidence to displace that young woman. Chapter 86. As Su Wuqiu and his companions approached the Golden Phoenix Palace, a sudden, anguished cry erupted from behind them, causing them to instinctively turn around. Those who had participated alongside them in the martial and literary examinations, thus taking a step into the Jinlong division, displayed a conspicuous golden vein across their faces. Although the locations varied, the direction of the veins was uniformly directed toward their eyes. Each individual, whether covering their face or gritting their teeth with clenched fists, appeared to be enduring immense suffering. They raised their heads, a look of fear and confusion etched on their faces, questioning what had befallen them. Yet, no one answered. All were fixated on the crowd below. Before long, the golden veins on their faces began to fade, yet their eyes emanated a golden radiance. The spiritual energy radiating from each individual became increasingly formidable, eliciting joyous reactions as they realized their powers had significantly augmented. Among them, a man who had only reached the 2nd realm found his spiritual energy astonishingly elevated to the point of being outwardly manifest when his pupils transformed into gold. He had reached the 5th realm. Witnessing this, Su Wuqiu instinctively stepped back, gazing skyward to catch a glimpse of the phoenix above. The national fortune and dragon vein truly possessed the ability to bestow and amplify the strengths of others. It was no wonder that sects struggled to rise within the imperial court. Those of average talent labored for decades to achieve the 5th realm, while individuals of the dynasty could ascend from the 2nd realm directly to the 5th. If the national fortune that could be bestowed upon him were even more potent, the 5th realm might not be his ultimate limit. Should you achieve remarkable feats again, I shall bestow upon you further blessings. A cold voice resonated once more from within the Golden Phoenix Palace. This instantly snapped the delighted individuals back to reality, and they collectively knelt to the ground, bowing toward the palace, vowing to follow their sovereign unto death. Inside the Golden Phoenix Palace, the atmosphere was dimly lit, with only the central area adorned with a red carpet illuminated by candlelight. Zhonglinger and Big Bear, one large and one small, led the way, followed closely by Su Wuqiu, while the duo of the silver-haired youth walked at the rear. Silence enveloped them, save for the sound of their footsteps echoing within the hall. An elevated platform rested atop a 9-tiered stone staircase, where a seat crafted from spiritual gold, resembling a phoenix, was prominently displayed, accompanied by an extravagant square table positioned before it. Dressed in purple, a figure stood respectfully at the base of the 9-tiered steps. Upon the phoenix seat sat Feng Buhui, who had changed from golden attire to a resplendent red robe. Intricate gold threads wove through the fabric, depicting a vivid phoenix with golden edges that seemed to come alive. Her cascading black hair was elegantly tied up, adorned with a phoenix crown, her sharp ruby-dotted eyes glimmering with an intensity that suggested she might take flight at any moment. Her piercing phoenix gaze swept over the 5 newcomers as they entered the hall, emanating an aura that rendered it impossible to meet her gaze directly. Zhonglinger cast a furtive glance before hastily lowering her head, while the Xiong and Shuangwen kept their gazes fixed to the ground upon entering the hall. The white-haired youth's attention remained fixated on the gourd of wine hanging at his waist. Only Su Wuqiu, after scrutinizing the figure of Feng Buhui seated upon the phoenix throne, eventually shifted his gaze. At that moment, the white-clad woman standing beside the throne suddenly gestured with her hands, and a gust of spiritual wind surged through the hall. The tokens at the waists of Su Wuqiu and the others trembled, then floated independently towards the white-clad woman. As golden light flickered in her eyes, golden characters began to materialize upon the 5 tokens. Seeking defeat, stated the first in the literary examination, is solely about right or wrong. Rising above in the literary examination, it matters not whether right or wrong. Only the strong prevail. Peerless, in the literary examination, it is irrelevant whether right or wrong. Only the weak are acknowledged. The white-clad woman produced 5 sheets of soft paper, perusing their contents as she spoke. Upon observing the remaining 2 sheets, her brows knitted together as she coldly addressed. Lu Meng and Xiong, you two possess such audacity. Dare to submit blank papers? The Xiong remained unfazed, while Zhonglinger, lifting her skirt slightly, first offered a respectful bow towards Feng Buhui, then blinked playfully and remarked, "Oh, after all, the Emperor is well aware of the situation between the Xiong and me. A blank paper is merely a blank paper." At her words, the 2 soft papers in the white-clad woman's hand shattered instantaneously under the influence of spiritual energy. The gazes of Su Wuqiu, Juechen, the white-haired youth, and Wu Shuangwen, shifted towards Lu Meng, Zhonglinger, and Xiong. Their expressions altered slightly in surprise. They had not anticipated that these 2 were acquainted with Emperor Feng Yan. Feng Buhui tapped her finger against the table, unleashing a wave of heat that caused the garments of all present to flutter. "Take her back." Feng Buhui's icy gaze settled upon the towering figure of the Xiong, her tone frigid. Yet the Xiong remained unmoved, his head bowed lower, his back bending slightly. "Serving the Emperor and the dynasty is my honor and my wish." Lu Meng quickly stepped forward, positioning herself before the Xiong. Her petite figure seemed to imbue the Xiong with a sense of security, prompting him to straighten his back, though his head remained lowered. Feng Buhui's gaze traversed between Lu Meng and the Xiong, and after a moment, her tone softened as she inquired, "You sneaked in?" "They are already aware," Lu Meng answered without hesitation. After a brief pause, Feng Buhui rose from the phoenix throne, her hands clasped before her abdomen as she descended the stone steps, striding directly towards Lu Meng and the Xiong. This caused a wave of anxiety to wash over them, and the Xiong's right hand clenched into a fist. To their surprise, Feng Buhui did not address them further, instead passing by and halting before the masked Su Wuqiu. Now it was Su Wuqiu's turn to feel a surge of apprehension, unable to meet the intensity of those phoenix eyes. Goodness, When did she become so imposing? Truly, does wealth nurture people and power elevate spirits? In such a brief span of time, you have gazed upon me 21 times. Feng Buhui lightly raised her hand, which unexpectedly landed upon Su Wuqiu's mask. Upon feeling the mask shift, Su Wuqiu clenched his teeth and hastily retreated a few paces, bowing as he spoke. I've been bitten by the azure scale python, rendering my visage exceedingly grotesque. I fear I may frighten your majesty, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Observing the bowing figure before her, Feng Buhui's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. It matters not, she replied, her hand resting behind her back. Her voice cold. Remove your mask. Your majesty, I beg for your pardon. Remove it. Your majesty, I implore you. Su Wuqiu lowered himself further, his voice rising. Remove it. In a fit of rage, Feng Buhui abruptly swept her sleeve, unleashing a wave of deep crimson flames that erupted violently in all directions. Su Wuqiu, caught off guard by this sudden explosion, was forced to step back, his hair ties slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. Chapter 87. Empress Feng Yin. No one anticipated that Feng Buhui would suddenly unleash such formidable spiritual power. Liu Mang, Da Xiong, Zhu Qian, and Wu Shuang were all compelled to stagger backward several paces. Su Wuqiu, too, found herself forced to retreat a step in the wake of this sudden eruption, her hair tie falling to the ground, allowing her long black hair to cascade freely. As she gazed at the red hair tie on the floor, a chill ran through her heart, only to witness Feng Buhui beckoning and deftly securing the tie in her grasp. Your Majesty, forgive me, Su Wuqiu murmured, bowing deeply yet again, her eyes diverted to the carpet beneath her, not daring to gaze upon Feng Buhui. She remained oblivious to the expression that adorned Feng Buhui's countenance, her own heart racing uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Feng Buhui cast a glance at the hair tie in her hand before tucking it behind her back and turning to stride toward the throne. Once seated, she finally addressed the still bowing Su Wuqiu, uttering, "Rise." The eerie atmosphere that had enveloped the hall dissipated entirely at that moment. As Su Wuqiu and the others regained their footing, Feng Buhui spoke directly. The Dragon Suppression Division is an institution I have personally established, with a mandate that extends far and wide. Within the court, I have granted the Dragon Suppression Division the authority over life and death. From the highest officials to the common folk, within and beyond the court, anyone posing a threat to the stability of the realm or harboring treacherous intentions, regardless of their rank or status, may be executed first and reported later. The Dragon Suppression Division operates beyond the confines of conventional laws and interrogation methods. As long as the culprits can be compelled to speak, it suffices. The Dragon Suppression Division is my blade, and my words represent the will of heaven. Do you comprehend? Feng Buhui surveyed the 5 individuals before her, her tone indifferent, her gaze devoid of emotion, resembling a still pond. Your words are as the mandate of heaven. Understood. Liu Mang nodded, with Su Wuqiu and the others echoing in agreement. It was only at this moment that Su Wuqiu grasped the true purpose behind the establishment of the Dragon Suppression Division. Then let us commence. Feng Buhui's phoenix-like eyes suddenly glimmered with a golden radiance. A sharp, piercing sound began to resonate in her ears, swirling incessantly and causing discomfort. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within her surged tumultuously, her meridians trembling slightly in response. In the next instant, a wave of heat surged through her meridians, circulating and converging towards her dantian. From this moment forth, Su Wuqiu felt as though a scar had appeared on her face, burning intensely and spreading towards her eyes. This sensation of pain was formidable. Had it not been for the chilling spiritual energy suppressing it, Su Wuqiu would have surely displayed her agony. Fortunately, this inexplicable heat surged forth and receded just as mysteriously. The burning scar that had manifested on her face faded away the instant the heat dissipated, as if it had completely healed. Her vision was now tinged with a golden halo, and her internal spiritual energy surged, yearning to break free. Yet, Su Wuqiu continuously channeled the Xianbing Frost Sword Classic, sealing off the burgeoning energy, thwarting its attempt to escape her body. To be succinct, the reality is that Su Wuqiu spent a considerable amount of time merely restraining the surging spiritual energy attempting to escape his body. By the time he managed to suppress it, Juechen and Wu Shuang had already been eagerly experimenting with their own spiritual power. Although Wu Shuang's eyes shimmered with a golden hue, her demeanor, as she held the black flower from her hair and wore a mischievous smile, suggested a transformation had occurred. The other three also possessed golden irises. Based on the golden aura before him, Su Wuqiu surmised that his own eyes must reflect the same color. In due course, I shall bestow upon you greater fortune. Feng Buhui raised her hand, pointing at Su Wuqiu, and with an expression void of emotion, declared, "The one seeking defeat is the Dragon Commander of the Dragon Suppression Division." Her finger then shifted to the silver-haired youth, Juechen, designated as the Azure Dragon Guardian of the Dragon Suppression Division. Next, it pointed to Wu Shuang, the Vermilion Bird Guardian. Then to Liu Bang, the Black Tortoise Guardian. Lastly, Da Xiong, the White Tiger Guardian. You four must assist the Dragon Commander in achieving my orders by any means necessary. Do you have any objections? Juechen and Wu Shuang exchanged a glance with Su Wuqiu, and after a moment of hesitation, acquiesced. The monarch's selection of Su Wuqiu as the Dragon Commander must have been grounded in reason, albeit there lingered a sense of dissatisfaction and unrest within them. In the presence of the monarch, they dared not voice their grievances. Zi, obey. The previously silent Zi promptly bowed and then turned to Su Wuqiu with a radiant smile. Dragon Commander, let us proceed. Soon, under Zi's guidance, the five departed from the Golden Phoenix Hall, the grand doors closing slowly behind them. With a wave of Feng Buhui's hand, the figure clad in white also exited through a side door. Before long, the vast Golden Phoenix Hall was left with only Feng Buhui seated regally upon the Phoenix throne, gazing at the crimson hairband in her grasp. A flicker of emotion passed through her eyes. This hairband, crafted from unique materials, carried a warmth akin to specially made warm jade. It was undoubtedly the very hairband she had created a decade prior, singular in the world. Yet at that time, she had used it to bind his hair, laying it alongside him in the coffin. If her words held truth, then this hairband should either be in her possession or destroyed. How could it have circulated beyond her grasp and appeared in his hair? Recalling the way Su Wuqiu had looked at her upon entering the Golden Phoenix Hall, and the curious glances exchanged during her conversation with Liu Bang and Da Xiong, along with his reaction when she attempted to remove his mask, and the overwhelming surge of power emanating from him when national fortune was bestowed upon him. Feng Buhui felt an overwhelming certainty that this Su Wuqiu was indeed the one from the Hanyan sect. In the desolate halls of the Fengyan Palace, a noble woman reclined on a chaise, her eyes half closed, relishing the warmth of the sunlight cascading over her. Suddenly, the light before her vanished, and the comforting warmth dissipated, prompting her to gradually open her eyes. Upon encountering the woman in red who cast a shadow over the sunlight, the noble woman offered a cold smile, scoffing with disdain. What brings His Majesty here again? You just visited yesterday, and now you return? At this rate, your visits this year will rival those of previous years. Creaking, the lounge chair swayed as the noblewoman was abruptly yanked up by Feng Buhui. The woman glanced at her seized wrist and remarked, "Are you not aware of your own strength? At my age, do you wish to break my hand?" "Your words are too harsh, Your Majesty," Feng Buhui retorted, releasing her grip and stepping closer, her phoenix eyes fixed intently on the noblewoman's gaze. "I merely seek to know where the burial items went after you desecrated his remains. Who said there is an Empress Dowager here?" The noblewoman massaged her bruised wrist and chuckled at her own irony. What kind of Empress Dowager resides in such desolation? Before she could finish her thought, her wrist was seized once more, the force of it causing her to gasp in surprise. Where have the burial items gone? Chapter 88. The past and the funerary goods, where have they gone? The icy words of Feng Buhui pierced the ears of the noblewoman, yet she maintained a serene smile. Appearing to be of good temperament, with a gentle tone, she replied, "If it is not I who directly handled it, how could anyone know where it has gone?" Observing the noblewoman's demeanor, akin to a pig unbothered by boiling water. Feng Buhui forcefully shook off her hand. The sudden motion caused the noblewoman to stumble back onto the chaise, eliciting a creaking sound from the furniture. As the noblewoman straightened herself and began to adjust her attire, Feng Buhui inhaled deeply, wishing to utter something, but the words lodged in her throat. After a prolonged silence, she declared, "I shall no longer hold past grievances against you, provided you now speak the truth. You remain my mother, the Empress Dowager of the Feng Yin dynasty." Feng Buhui's gaze remained fixed on the noblewoman. "The truth has already been conveyed to His Majesty. If he does not believe it, what can I do?" The noblewoman shrugged, reminiscent of when they accused her of causing the demise of Consort Yu. "Enough." The noblewoman paused, instinctively raising her eyes to the retreating figure clad in red, her smile gradually fading. It was only after Feng Buhui had completely departed that the noblewoman rose from the chaise, shaking her head as she walked towards the cold palace. Before long, a youth in splendid attire emerged from the cold palace, seizing the noblewoman's hands with a look of concern on his handsome face. "Mother, what brings the Empress here? Look at you, so ineffectual, frightened by that wretched girl," the noblewoman scolded, brushing off the youth as she proceeded deeper into the palace. "All our other brothers and sisters have met their ends at her hands. The ministers in the court have been purged time and again. How can I not fear her?" The noblewoman halted, her expression darkening at his words. 10 years prior, the Emperor of Feng Yin had suddenly passed away, and the 14 princes each employed their schemes to ascend to the pinnacle of the dynasty. This included her own offspring, the first prince and the fourth prince. Sharing the same mother, with their maternal clan's backing, it was expected that her sons would secure the throne. Unexpectedly, as the first prince drew closer to that coveted position, the second prince, the fourth prince, and their maternal clan began to shift allegiances, with some aligning themselves with the second prince, waging a struggle against the first prince, inadvertently benefiting the then weak ninth prince. The ninth prince proved to be a master of patience, skillfully leveraging opportunities to forge his own power, ultimately placing both the first and fourth princes beneath his heel. Even Dongfang Tang, the foremost of the 4 great commanders, sided with the ninth prince. It was clear that the ninth prince was merely a step away from the throne, a situation unforeseen by her or the court officials at that time. However, an unexpected twist arose. For reasons unknown, perhaps arrogance or desire clouding his judgment, Dongfang Tang suddenly kicked the ninth prince aside, attempting to claim the position for himself. The entire court was shaken, loyal to the sovereign. Yet the ministers who had yet to choose sides in the prince's struggle for the throne stepped forward and spontaneously resisted the foes, forcefully displacing Dongfang Tang from her position. Seizing this opportunity, she welcomed back the long-lost princess, Feng Buhui, who had vanished for decades. With the support of her maternal clan and the intervention of Feng Buhui's master, renowned as the Valkyrie, Feng Buhui was firmly established in her rightful position. However, it was never her intention for Feng Buhui to genuinely assume the role of sovereign. The majority of power was firmly held in the hands of the Empress Dowager Feng Yin. Her original plan was for Feng Buhui to reign for a few years, allowing her younger son to mature before ultimately elevating him to the throne. Little did she anticipate that before long, her authority would be ruthlessly usurped by Feng Buhui. Reflecting on events from a decade ago, the noblewoman could not help but sigh, her gaze drifting to the youth beside her as she murmured, "If you were a bit older, those obstinate ministers." The youth scoffed, contemplating whether those individuals would regret their actions had they foreseen the current state of the court and the consequences of obstructing the princess, leading her to such a fate. "Mind your words," the noblewoman warned with a sidelong glance. The youth promptly fell silent, surveying his surroundings. Once assured they were alone, he leaned in closer to whisper conspiratorially. The noblewoman's pupils constricted, and trembling with agitation, she pointed at him, exclaiming, "Do you fully comprehend the repercussions of your actions? Not only can I not guarantee your safety, but I may also find my own existence in this cold palace jeopardized." The youth, shedding his earlier timidity, suddenly knelt before her, bowing deeply and beseeching his mother for assistance. The imperial capital, Feng Yin, is divided into the outer city, inner city, the capital itself, and the imperial palace. The outer city is home to commoners and some officials, while the inner city primarily accommodates noble families and high-ranking court officials. Of course, affluent merchants with connections can also reside in the inner city. The capital is inhabited by the true elite, including royal clans and dukes' residences. When no restrictions are imposed, as long as one is appropriately attired, they may move freely within the capital. The palace, however, is an area inaccessible to ordinary individuals, and even powerful ministers cannot enter without summons. The Jinlong division is situated in a newly constructed area of the inner city, specifically the nameless mansion previously visited by Su Wuqiu. Under the guidance of Zi, Su Wuqiu and the 5 companions, along with an additional 103 members of the Jinlong division, returned once more to the nameless mansion. From this day forth, we shall all be colleagues, the Jinlong envoy stated, acknowledging any previous missteps in their treatment of him, to which Zi offered an apology. Su Wuqiu continued to ponder whether Feng Buhui remembered that hairband and what consequences it might evoke, when a voice broke through his thoughts. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, the layout, and the ambience, it dawned on him where he had arrived, and he nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Upon observing Su Wuqiu's indifference, Zi turned her gaze towards the group of Jinlong Si who trailed behind. With a frosty tone, she inquired, "Do you wish to eavesdrop on my conversation with Jinlong envoy and the 4 guardians?" The crowd halted, watching as Su Wuqiu and her 5 companions entered the dimly lit hall. "Jinlong envoy, your gaze does not reflect that of one in your esteemed position. It is too soft, incapable of commanding even those beneath you, let alone subduing a dragon." As she stepped into the hall, Zi directed a smile towards Su Wuqiu, appearing amiable, yet her words bore a sharpness akin to a needle, piercing into Su Wuqiu's heart. Unfazed by Su Wuqiu's inner thoughts, Zi strode purposefully towards the elevated seat resembling a dragon. "I am Zi, the Grand Commander of the Phoenix Guard, serving as the shadow of the sovereign. My movements are cloaked in secrecy, hidden in various places. All the petty schemes and conspiracies cannot escape the watchful eyes of the Phoenix Guard." Chapter 89. The sword case of the crown before an exceedingly ancient pavilion. A man clad in black approached slowly, with dust swirling beneath his feet. The surrounding wild grass, tainted by the descending dust, began to transform into a haze, vanishing from the realm of existence. The long sword in the black-clad man's grasp was drawn from its sheath, emitting a crisp, ringing sound. With a hum, a beam of sword light manifested above the pavilion's entrance, carving a precise opening in the door, which promptly collapsed. Dense clouds of dust billowed forth from within the pavilion, yet they all gracefully evaded the black-clad man beneath the shadows of numerous sword images. "Who dares to intrude upon the forbidden pavilion?" A voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, resonated from within, merging multiple tones into one. The black-clad man held his sword upright before him, bowing respectfully towards the pavilion, proclaiming, "I am Xiaoyao of the Xiao family from Zhongjian City. I pay my respects." As the dust that had surged from the pavilion dispersed, the once lifeless ground outside transformed as if awakened by spring. Soon, the barren land was replaced by lush greenery, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water from behind the pavilion. Xiaoyao sheathed his sword and stepped into the pavilion. Observing the intricate webs woven throughout its corners and the thick layer of dust blanketing the ground, he felt a moment of disorientation, seemingly unprepared for the dilapidation before him. Wasn't Zhongjian City destroyed long ago? How could the son of the city, Lord, find himself here? A voice, still ambiguous in gender, echoed from the second floor, where a dilapidated staircase led. Xiaoyao gazed towards the staircase, but could only discern a fleeting silhouette. "This is unrelated to the forbidden pavilion," he replied calmly. Silence enveloped the pavilion for an instant, and the figure at the staircase vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. A tempest surged forth from before Xiaoyao, causing clouds of dust to rise and the echo of ringing swords to fill his ears. The blade pressed against his back swung into action, emanating a fierce, spiritual flame that enveloped him in formidable energy. In that moment, the pavilion was alive with the sounds of clashing weapons, ancient swords clattering to the ground. As the dust settled, Xiaoyao bore several new sword marks upon his body, and his sword showed signs of cracking, appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. Even his handsome visage bore 2 or 3 gashes, blood trickling from them and pooling upon the ground. With a resounding crash, the sword in Xiaoyan's hand suddenly shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the floor. A massive, ethereal blue sword materialized before him, its tip aimed directly at his brow. Yet he managed to halt its advance with the convergence of his index and middle fingers. Feeling the mounting pressure from the spectral sword, which seemed intent on piercing his brow, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. Surely, the Forbidden Pavilion would not audaciously seek to claim the legacy of the city lord, would they? As his words lingered in the air, the ethereal blue sword dissolved into a stream of liquid, cascading to the ground and moistening the earth beneath. The city of Qingcheng has vanished, and with it, the Forbidden Pavilion that thrived in its shadow is no more. Why then should I cling to this coffin? A voice, neither male nor female, reverberated from all directions. Xiaoyan gazed ahead, observing an object resembling a black coffin standing upright on the ground, and could not help but smile. It seems only an elder would dare to refer to the Zhongyan sword box as a coffin. In the grand hall of the nameless mansion within Fengyan Imperial City, a dozen women clad in black emerged from the shadows, their piercing gazes fixed on Su Wuqiu, Juechen, Wu Shuang, Lu Bang, and Daxiong. This left the four in a state of silent dread. Although they had not meticulously surveyed their surroundings, their heightened senses should have detected some anomaly at such proximity. Yet, before the black-clad women revealed themselves, they had not perceived even the faintest hint of disturbance. Should these figures harbor ill intentions? Su Wuqiu paid no heed to the women in black. With a swift motion, he darted past Z and ascended to a higher vantage point. Taking a seat upon the dragon chair, looking down upon Z as she approached, his eyes narrowed. The Xinlong division serves as the sword in the hand of the sovereign, while the Fengxing Guard acts as the sovereign's shadow. It appears I shall inevitably engage more frequently with Lord Z in the times to come. Observing Su Wuqiu now seated upon the dragon chair, Z stifled a laugh, remarking that it is all for the sake of easing the sovereign's burdens. The Xinlong division has only just begun its operations. Meaningful interactions will likely have to wait a few days. Subsequently, Z and the other guardians of the Xinlong division found their positions and commenced a detailed discussion regarding future endeavors. Specifically, Z spoke while Su Wuqiu interjected with occasional inquiries, whereas Juechen, Wu Shuang, Lu Bang, and Daxiong remained silent throughout. At present, the sovereign's focus lies on the various sects and beneath the surface of the court. Currents of intrigue are swirling, with many harboring unwise ambitions. Time is no longer abundant for the Xinlong division. Z rose and proceeded toward the hall's entrance, followed closely by the black-clad women who trail behind her. In 2 days, at most, the Xinlong division must become a sharp sword ready for use. Z halted at the door, turning her head slightly, golden light glimmering in her eyes as she addressed Su Wuqiu upon the dragon chair. Xinlong, envoy, this is your first and perhaps only opportunity to demonstrate your worth to the sovereign. The grand hall's doors began to close slowly. The already dim space gradually succumbed to darkness, with a few beams of light filtering through the lattice windows, skillfully illuminating Juechen, who was savoring the aroma of wine, Wu Shuang, who toyed with a black flower, Lu Bang, who rested a hand on his chin in contemplation, and Daxiong, who had closed his eyes. The four, slightly bowing their heads, instinctively lifted them in unison, their gazes converging upon Su Wuqiu seated above. Sensing the weight of their stares, Su Wuqiu slowly closed his eyes. At the very moment his eyelids descended, a flurry of icy, violet petals surged towards him like a frigid flash. A chilling aura emanated from Su Wuqiu's body, entirely halting the advancing petals. The sound of blade being unsheathed pierced Su Wuqiu's ears, prompting him to raise one hand, and, with a deft motion of his index and middle fingers, he astonishingly clasped the blade that was descending upon him. A powerful gust of wind swept past Su Wuqiu, causing his recently closed eyes to snap open. With a sudden surge of strength, he crushed the blade. Dozens of shards, infused with an icy chill, shot outwards in all directions. The trio of Juechen, Wushuang, and Daxiong, who had been assailing Su Wuqiu amidst the chaos of shards and frigid wind, were forced to retreat to varying distances. The air was filled with a series of crisp sounds, and frost began to accumulate on the floor, with Juechen, Wushuang, and Daxiong's feet becoming ensnared by layers of ice. Observing the three who dared to strike against him, a voice emanated from Su Wuqiu that sent a shiver down their spines. Impudence. Chapter 90. The Power of the Blind Striker. A series of crisp sounds echoed through the air as a thin layer of ice began to form around Juechen, Wushuang, and Daxiong, as if attempting to encase them within. Juechen clenched his fist, unleashing the full force of his 6 realms cultivation, while white lightning crackled around him, shattering the ice that had formed. Daxiong felt his muscles tremble, causing the ice to scatter in all directions. Wushuang, utilizing her spiritual energy, gradually dissipated the ice surrounding her. Observing this from his elevated position on the dragon chair, Su Wuqiu felt no particular astonishment. It was merely the result of his extreme ice spiritual energy spreading out, leading to some freezing effects that were easily resolved. The words of Z upon her departure had undoubtedly stirred the discontent within the hearts of the four in the hall. After all, the establishment of the Dragon Suppression Division was still fresh, and the position of Dragon Suppressor was not yet firmly secured. According to Z's implication, the position could be changed. What gives you the right to stand above me? With a flick of her hand, Wushuang summoned the purple petals that had previously rushed towards Su Wuqiu. As if beckoned back, they soared from the ground to her hand, quickly coalescing into a flower, radiating a purple aura. Rising from the dragon chair, Su Wuqiu stepped forward, and under the influence of his extreme ice spiritual energy, layers of ice materialized around him, transforming the stone steps into icy ones. With a resounding thud, as Su Wuqiu's foot met the ice, a loud echo resonated through the hall. In the next moment, he appeared before Wushuang like a specter, his hand reaching towards her face. Caught off guard by Su Wuqiu's sudden assault, Wushuang's vision spun as he seized her face. With a thunderous crash, Su Wuqiu slammed Wushuang into the ground, creating a deep pit in the floor. Wushuang's eyes widened as she hastily swung the flower in her hand towards Su Wuqiu, transforming the petals into sharp blades that surged towards him. However, they were intercepted by the thin ice formed from the chilling aura, unable to touch Su Wuqiu in the slightest. "By my strength surpassing yours," Su Wuqiu coldly declared as he lifted Wushuang from the pit, locking eyes with her. Upon meeting Su Wuqiu's gaze, Wushuang felt a jolt in her heart. His eyes resembled a cold, bottomless abyss, filled with a disdainful superiority, as if she were nothing more than an insignificant insect, easily crushed beneath his heel. In that moment, she felt as though a frigid serpent had fixated on her, a chilling sensation racing up her spine, freezing her blood, rendering her limbs uncontrollably trembling. A wave of fear surged within Wushuang, prompting her to instinctively seek to evade Su Wuqiu's gaze. Yet, she felt as though she were ensnared by invisible shackles, unable to divert her eyes. One could only allow that piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, to penetrate their very being, a heart overwhelmed by an uncontrollable dread, as if, in the next moment, they would be subject to the most excruciating demise. This was entirely different from the prior martial trials, and even from entering the Golden Phoenix Hall alongside Su Wuqiu. A deep voice resonated. Su Wuqiu, who had been gathering formidable ice spiritual power before him to achieve an unparalleled intimidation, narrowed his eyes and suddenly turned, unleashing a punch. A fist, 3 to 4 times larger than his own, collided with his own. The force was so overwhelming that Su Wuqiu felt a tremor in his arm, accompanied by a numbing pain. Gazing up at the towering figure of the giant bear before him, he felt a shiver run down his spine. What on earth was happening? Had it not been for the support of the ice spiritual power, his bones would surely have been crushed under the brute strength of the bear. With a swift motion, Su Wuqiu gracefully retreated, landing in the center of the hall, his gaze landing on the girl in the water blue gown, Lu Meng. Among the 4 guardians, She had not engaged in the battle earlier. Yet now, she stood, approaching the bear, her charming face still adorned with a smile. Indeed, the dragon tamer is truly formidable. He is the strongest presence Lu Meng has ever witnessed. Lu Meng came to a halt beside the bear, casting a glance at the now standing and panting Wuxuang. Her delicate hand playfully tapping the bear's thigh, her smile broadening. However, her words lacked the weight necessary to quell the tension among the four of us, did they not? That last remark from Lu Meng was evidently directed not at Su Wuqiu, but rather at Zhu Chun and Wuxuang. Aside from that old fellow, I have never yielded to anyone in my life, Zhu Chun declared, removing a gourd of wine from his waist and glancing at Su Wuqiu. Wuxuang, however, remained silent, her expression betraying a lingering apprehension, soon muttering in frustration, "What's the rush? Give me a moment, don't bother me." Her words seemed disjointed. Yet the four of them had little leisure to ponder Wuxuang's ramblings at that moment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as white lightning enveloped Zhu Chun, swift as the storm. With a resounding boom, he had already appeared beside Su Wuqiu, delivering a powerful punch. All the lightning around him coalesced and intertwined, forming a fearsome lightning tiger that lunged towards Su Wuqiu. At this moment, Lu Meng had perched herself upon the giant bear's shoulder. As Zhu Chun made his move, she uttered a single word, "Right?" The bear, brash as ever, charged to the right without hesitation upon hearing Lu Meng's command. In the next instant, under the ferocious assault of the lightning tiger, Su Wuqiu's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing beside a sturdy pillar, his hands already gripping the spring breeze flute, ready to retaliate against Zhu Chun. However, just as he had utilized the cloud-traveling butterfly technique to position himself, he felt a sudden pressure, catching a glimpse of a tall man with bronze skin attacking him with an elbow strike. Seeing this, Su Wuqiu instinctively redirected the spring breeze flute towards the bear. A wave of cold energy emanating from the flute, transforming it into a sword. "Flash," Lu Meng whispered lightly. Without a moment's thought, the bear retracted its elbow, channeling force into its legs, retreating swiftly to the right. With a resounding hum, the sound of a sword echoed through the air. A blade of radiant light materialized above the position where the great bear had just stood, carving a profound gash into the ground, yet failing to strike the great bear itself. This left Su Wuqiu somewhat astonished. At the front of the Golden Phoenix Palace, although the great bear had exhibited considerable strength, its movements were somewhat clumsy, preferring to shatter attacks with brute force and rarely employing any extraneous energy to evade. However, at this moment, the great bear was transformed. As it perched upon a pillar, akin to a bird navigating the eaves, it suddenly lunged forward with a mighty kick aimed at him. In response, Su Wuqiu deftly maneuvered the spring breeze flute, unleashing a dozen icy strands of sword energy that cascaded downward like raindrops defying gravity. "Open," murmured Lu Meng, perched upon the great bear's shoulder. Instantly, the great bear's expression shifted. Its jaw slightly agape, it released a roar akin to that of a ferocious beast. Chapter 91. The Dragon Tamer. The resounding roar of the great bear seemed to embody a certain power, causing the descending sword energies to explode spontaneously, transforming into tumultuous waves that radiated outward. Yet, the bear's massive and robust form remained impervious beneath this onslaught of energy waves. With a single step, it slammed down. Su Wuqiu retreated a considerable distance, narrowly avoiding the bear's colossal foot. The Xianbing frost blossom sword whirled in his grasp, his body slightly hunched. As a voice rang out, the bear, disregarding its own balance, lunged directly towards Su Wuqiu. Faced with this imminent threat, Su Wuqiu, who had intended to unleash sword techniques from his manual, was compelled to abandon his plan. He reversed the hand holding the spring breeze flute behind him, while the other hand, akin to a serpent, swiftly clenched into a fist and struck out. Layers of white spiritual energy surged forth like rippling waves, colliding with one another as they surged towards the bear that was barreling down upon him. A resounding crash echoed. It was the flooding fist technique, a spiritual skill that Su Wuqiu had acquired a decade prior, which he had since perfected to the pinnacle of its potential. With a thunderous impact, the bear collided violently against a nearby pillar, leaving a multitude of fissures that suggested it could shatter at any moment. The stream blind perched atop the bear was nearly thrown off by the force of the collision, but was fortunately caught by the bear's quick reflexes. Feeling a tumultuous surge of blood and energy within, the stream blind gazed at the hunched figure of Su Wuqiu before her heart racing with astonishment. Eighth realm. The magnitude of spiritual energy unleashed by that punch undoubtedly reached the eighth realm. Before her stood this man, deemed the dragon tamer by the emperor, possessing the cultivation of the eighth realm. The stream blind had long harbored suspicions regarding Su Wuqiu's capabilities. After all, in the face of an ambush, he had remained composed, effortlessly dispatching several foes with merely a flute, indicating his formidable strength. Moreover, he had managed to confront the bear directly and even retreat from it. However, she had never anticipated that his cultivation would ascend to such heights. Based on her earlier conjectures, she had believed him to be at the fifth or sixth realm, perhaps at most the seventh realm. It was important to note that the generals of the 10 great legions of the Fengyan Empire, commanding an army of 100,000, barely achieved the eighth realm. Observing the slightly hunched Su Wuqiu, the stream blind seemed to perceive something extraordinary, her pupils dilating as she exclaimed, "Quickly, utilize the transformation granted by the emperor." With that, golden light surged forth from the stream blind's eyes, transforming them into radiant golden pupils. Not only her, but the bear's eyes also glimmered with golden brilliance, achieving the same transformation in an instant. Frost Blossom. Su Wuqiu lowered his head, seemingly unaware of the situation involving the bear and the stream blind on its shoulder, murmuring softly. His voice was deep, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld, imbued with an endless chill. His aura coalesced, resembling frost flowers blooming alone in the cold night, emanating an icy essence that pierced to the bone. In an instant, centered around Su Wuqiu, the air seemed to freeze, with countless tiny ice crystals gathering around him, shimmering in the dim light. As Su Wuqiu flicked his wrist, the bamboo flute shot forth like a sword, releasing a piercing sword aura that advanced towards the great bear with the ferocity of frost and snow. The great bear, sensing imminent danger, instinctively let out a furious roar, raising its robust arms to shield itself from the oncoming assault. Yet, the sword aura moved with astonishing speed, reaching the great bear in the blink of an eye. The aura struck its arm with a sharp hiss, akin to a blade slicing through flesh, instantly freezing it as a thick layer of frost rapidly spread. Enduring the pain, the great bear swung a powerful fist towards the approaching Su Wuqiu, stirring up a gust of wind. However, Su Wuqiu deftly evaded